majority of us who would qualify as, well, we can't use the old term because clearly people are latching onto it, so we're going to coin a new term. Black people who bootlick. Shall we call them black bootlicks? And you see, when you're a bootlick, you can't think. You just wish you could think. Well, you better be careful about immersing yourself in the dominant society's culture. They're the ones who gave you the idea that being a bootlick was the way to go in the first place. Because if you're not careful, before long you might find yourself saying all sorts of stupid stuff that the dominant society does, even talking about black people the same way. You might find yourself saying stupid things like, what about black-on-black crime? And isn't that how black people are? Or it's just a movie? You know, so-called pro-blacks come in many varieties. Bootlicks, on the other hand, look and sound exactly alike. I've often observed that democracy can only exist until the well-to-do become bold enough to demand that the nation's wealth be handed over to them. The same thing goes for an oppressed group. They can only exist until a sufficient number of them decide that they're going to sign over their sovereignty to the dominant society. And there's always a good reason for that. This is something of a prologue because I want to warm to my subject before we decide to charge on in. And I'm sure that the graphic that you're looking at of Terry the Fool Crews has whet your appetite for that, but please show some measure of patience with me. This train's going to get to its destination. You see, the bootlicks want to curry the favor of the dominant society, and they do this in the hopes that this is going to keep them from becoming targets of the dominant society. Whether black people wish to admit it or not, and very few black people wish to admit it, at a very early age, you come to the realization that you're in the crosshairs. You're getting shot at all the time. The entire society is a free fire zone for people to take pot shots at you. Needless to say, this gets very old very quickly, yet you don't have a means of stopping it. Generation after generation making excuses for our oppression instead of fighting it, and we see this now. We've had a pathetic, pitiful, vomitous example of it lately. And this from people who claim that they were on the same page that we were on, and yet the moment that you challenge just one minor aspect of the dominant society's media, they immediately declare their eternal allegiance to mighty white. You see, this is the problem with black folks. A majority of black people are bootlicks. In their minds, they feel that they're begging the dominant society for mercy. But in reality, all they're really begging for is trouble. Because the dominant society has no long-term plans to keep any black people around. Doesn't matter how much you like their TV shows, how much you like their political party, whatever religious system that they may have indoctrinated you with, whatever school you went to, whatever comic books you like to read. You may think that somehow or another you found a middle ground. This we can all agree on, but the thing is, you don't understand. There is a rule that tops all others, a rule that comes before survival for the dominant society, and that is that black people are an intolerable threat to the status quo, simply because of the fact that we exist. It does not matter how chubby that you get with them. No amount of sucking up to or sucking on the dominant society is going to erase or override that reality. So at some point, the bootlicks are always done in by their own would-be masters. It's common sense, they can see it coming, but none of them ever wants to admit to it. You see, bootlicking is a form of denial. It's a form of escapism in and of itself. I have escaped from my blackness because I got some white folks to laugh at something that I did. I agreed with them on something, and I feel as if I found a safe place, and they're going to leave me alone, and they're going to leave me alone now because I went ahead and gave them a couple of kudos. They'll leave me alone now, but they never leave you alone. Terry Crews, for instance, one of Hollywood's latest muscle-bound bootlicks. Now, in this photo, he's at the New York Stock Exchange, helping to promote Sylvester Stallone's Expendables movie. The thing about Terry Crews is he's got a real bad habit of performing whenever white people are in view. I suppose it's a habit that he picked up from the years when he was in the NFL. White people are on the scene, and he automatically starts doing whatever it takes to get their attention. Maybe someone will tell him that these white folks ain't laughing with him, they're laughing at him. Because you damn sure would never see Sylvester Stallone do something like this. Jason Statham wouldn't, Arnold Schwarzenegger wouldn't, none of these guys would. But they got their black friend to do it. And unfortunately, Terry Crews is hardly alone. Not merely in Tinseltown, but in the society in general. There's always black folks who feel the need to degrade and debase themselves, all in the name of making white folks feel at ease with them. You gotta go over the top with them. You gotta grovel, bow, and scrape. Now, you may not call it that, but that's exactly what you're doing. Just because you ain't on your knees don't mean you ain't bowing and scraping, buddy. I mean, Terry Crews, this chump has been softcore and midcore bootlicking for years. He even went so far as to, when he was on The View, say that Sylvester Stallone was a father to him. What on earth is this idiot talking about? I think his brain, such as it is, has been wiped out by too many years of steroid abuse. I mean, he only made a couple of movies with Sylvester Stallone. It's not like Stallone was his manager or his trainer or anything. How in the world can a man that you've only known on set for a few months? I mean, Terry Crews is in his 40s. He's freaking middle-aged. What kind of father figure could a 60-something-year-old white guy be to him? Give me a break. But there are some Negroes who think that if they can just find a white person to latch onto, they'll be set. There are black folks who are always looking for a white person to be their benefactor, to be their patron. And as I told you, bootlicking by black folks is largely about trying to get artificial financial security from the dominant society. That's the reason why they do it. That's their incentive. Now, there was another black football player a long time ago who went from the gridiron to Tinseltown, and he too made some movies, but unlike Terry Crews, Jim Brown starred in his movies. And Jim Brown was not going to the stock exchange and taking off his shirt and yelling like an idiot for white folks' attention. Jim Brown never felt the need to declare that any white man was a father to him. And make no mistake, whenever you have black people who are sitting here declaring some white person to be a father to them, a mother to them, that's a black person who's looking for a white audience. They're essentially trying to bestow the gift of whiteness on themselves, or at least they're saying loud and clear, I sure wish white folks would see me as an honorary white person. That's the only reason why you can say something that's stupid. That's the only reason why you would take a vacation from reality long enough to spit out some babble like that. And yeah, I know some of you are thinking, well, Jim Brown, look at the company he's keeping these days, Donald Trump. I agree. And while I am disgusted by what Jim Brown has turned into in recent years, the fact is that when he was a young man, Jim Brown didn't get top billing on the movie marquee by proving that he was willing to do whatever white folks wanted. Though it does seem that so many years of comfort has made it where Jim Brown decided that maybe he'll dip his toe in the waters of bootlicking just to see how he likes it. I suppose maybe he does. But Jim Brown, back then, was a stand-up guy, and he stood with the brothers who wanted liberation. Now, I'm not saying that Terry Crews ought to put on kente cloth and switch from being the pitch man for Old Spice to being the pitch man for the Final Call, but what I am saying is that if Terry Crews is trying to figure out how to climb the ladder in Tinseltown, this ain't it. Whatever road to a higher standing that he's expected to get out of Hollywood, whatever path to being at the top that he's looking for, this ain't the road to get him there. Bootlicking is the racial equivalent of putting yourself in the friend zone. You know what the friend zone is. It's some guy who thinks that he's going to close escrow with some broad, and all he really gets to be is the shoulder that she cries on, and that's if he's lucky, though most of the time she just says hi as she walks by. Well, that's what bootlicking is. You see, what the bootlicks really want is they want to figure out how they're going to get some goodies from the dominant society. And instead, all they do is they get a pat on the head and not much more than that. You see, the mistake that you bootlicks keep making is that you've made it crystal clear to the dominant society that you want to be their black buddy. Whatever it is that they want. Now, they don't want you as a friend. They want you as a lackey. They don't want you around. They just want you within view so they can have somebody to dump on. And you have said that you're available full time for that kind of duty. You're their dependable sidekick. So since you've made it clear you're comfortable in that role, that's where they're going to keep you. And when you complain about this, because they always start complaining sooner or later, well, I didn't know I was going to be stuck as their sidekick forever. You know, I'm not being treated right. As soon as you decide you're going to get offended, all of a sudden they go, man, you sure got uppity, huh? Look at old Jimmy over here. Look at old Terry here. He sure has changed. Isn't that just like one of them? That's the way it always goes. Getting crumbs from their table might suffice for a while, but when you decide that you're still hungry and you need to get rid of those mismeal crabs, the white folks are like, better go to somebody else's table. You ain't getting fat off of ours. You see, for all you bootlicks out there, all of you chumps who might decide that you want to try on some tap dance and shoes for a while so you can go ahead and perform for massa, it may not be your intent to be the sidekick for white folks, but you acted so happy and so eager for any part you could get, that seemed to be the only part that was available. You can't really blame anyone else but yourself for the fact that you got stuck there. Besides, white people have a real problem sharing the limelight with one another. They're totally opposed to sharing it with black folks, but that only matters to those of us who see the world the way that it really is. For the bootlicks and the bootlick wannabes, the bootlicks in waiting, they never get wise to the scam. That's because they conned themselves. But make no mistake, I used Terry Crews as a case study. The subject is, of course, far larger than him. You would need a few phone books just to get started on all the bootlicks that we are aware of. And of course, we will require an entire library to fill it with the names of all of those who are not well known, who have not made a fool of themselves on camera. Before we go any farther, though, I do think we need to spend a few moments defining terms. What makes someone a black bootlick? Well, you see, it's very easy to call out the Stephen A. Smiths and Jason Whitlocks and Terry Crews because these guys bootlick out in the open. But let's be honest. If the out-and-out Negro suck-ups were the only bootlicks we had, then we really wouldn't have a problem. Because these guys would be so obvious. They put their subservient credentials on full display for the world to see. So we need to stop tap dancing around the issue and give the practical definition of a bootlick, because when we limit our definition of bootlicking to only those who are out there just being over the top with it, just the most egregious cases, what we're actually doing is we're playing along with one of white supremacy's big lies. We're making it where practically all black people get to say, I'm not a bootlick. Why? Because I ain't like Stephen A. Smith. I ain't like Terry Crews. You see, in white people's movies and in their TV shows, who do they show as being the white racist? Well, what they show you is a caricature. They show you a mouth-frothing bigot who has this kind of racism Tourette's where he's spewing the N-word and he's calling black people all kinds of stuff. They just can't help themselves. And that kind of character is so over the top. He is so ultra, so ridiculous, that most white people get to be comforted. They just laugh and say, well, that can't be me. But this kind of unhinged bigot that Hollywood presents as being a real racist, that kind kind of person is very rare, and the white media knows it. So, by presenting a ridiculous caricature as being the archetype for a racist, as being the only real racist, what the dominant society has really done is to create a definition that practically no white person qualifies for. Using Hollywood's screen-ready example of a racist, practically no white person would qualify as a bigot. No white person could be called a white supremacist. How many white people actually act like that? Damn few. And this is very helpful, especially for the white people in media who are racist. They're giving themselves a pass. They've created a definition of racism that they don't qualify for. So when you bring the accusation, it's a matter of, well, we got this screen version over here, but the same lie applies with black folks who bootlick for the dominant society. We have to stop limiting the definition only to those who wear their bootlick status like a badge of honor. People like Stephen A. Smith and Jason Whitlock, these clowns are just crash dummies that the dominant society propped up to distract us. The real bootlicks are the black folks that you see on the street, black folks you see in the supermarket, go to your church, or whatever social club you're part of, and especially the ones you see online who claim to hate white supremacy. That is, until you decide to question them on it. You see, everybody has some pet peeves that they don't like, and these guys get called out a lot because they're annoying and they're obnoxious. So when you have some obnoxious bootlick who is sitting here making excuses for police who murder black people, of course that guy's going to get called out. Some clown like Lee Daniels who smears Monique and says, hey, if you want to call me a sellout, I'll see you at the movies. A guy who's arrogant about his bootlicking. Of course, that guy is going to have everybody rain fire on him. Why wouldn't he? This guy would be obnoxious under any circumstances, even if he wasn't bootlicking. This is just an unlikable person, and most black folks don't seem to know the difference. That's how the dominant society fools you. They take some guy who you are predisposed to not like just based on general principle, and they say, see, this is the bootlicking Negro over here. And you go, yeah, that sure is, bootlicking Negro. Say grass skirts and plate lips. That's a no-no. That's completely out of bounds. You get a bunch of black folks saying, but I need this. Oh, you just don't want us to have anything. Now that is bootlicking. That's getting on your hands and knees and making sure that whenever Massa steps to some crap, like he puts up a depiction of black people that's totally racist, or he sits there and says, well, this is just how Negroes are. Whenever Massa's got some feces on his boots, you come along and lick him clean. Why, that's just how we are, isn't it? It's self-hate not to like plate lips and grass skirts and black people being shown as primitives. Why, that's just how black people are. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's Africa sounding just like a white supremacist use. David Duke and Richard Spencer couldn't have said it any better than that. So Kevin Feige ain't got to be worried about stepping in any crap as he defecates on black people's image. He's got plenty of black bootlicks who will lick his doggone iron heels clean. His size 10 gun boats, he ain't never got to be worried about being dirty because there's lots of black folks who will love to get blisters on their tongues licking his boots to a mirror shine. See, that's black bootlicking. Someone who eagerly makes excuses for the effery that happens under white supremacy, that's black bootlicking. Whenever the dominant society attacks us physically, attacks our image, and our image is always a precursor to attacking us physically. That's how it works. Before you can carry out some mass act of violence against the people, you got to prepare the minds of the masses for it so that they will accept it. And there's always some Negro, and now we got a small army of them, who are willing to get out there and say, well, Bass ain't so bad, he ain't so wrong, he's got a point, that white folks got a point, he is primitive, don't you know? There are three main arms of white supremacy. The administrative arm, the propaganda arm, and the enforcement arm. And if you get out there trying to take the part of any of them, telling us the virtues of the white gods who call themselves the police, or attempting to cover for and justify the racist imagery that comes from the white media, then you are a black bootlick. You cover for the lies that white supremacy tells, that's black bootlicking. You put on a show to make white folks laugh, that's black bootlicking. You justify the things that the administrative enforcement or propaganda, that means media arms of white supremacy, do against us, that's black bootlicking. See, bootlicking for white people doesn't require an audience. That's where a lot of black people get tripped up. You think that, oh, well, if you're doing it so that white people can see you, then that's what qualifies as bootlicking. After all, how can it be bootlicking if massa ain't there to appreciate it? That's just bootlicking in public. You see, bootlicking doesn't require that you can put up a camera and put in front of the world. Some of the worst bootlicking happens behind closed doors around other black people. Or it happens when we're alone in our own minds. That's where a lot of the bootlicking takes place. Bootlicking is the polar opposite. It is the antimatter. It is the antithesis of black first. See, I'm not just black first whenever I drop a video essay. I'm not just black first whenever I champion a cause. I'm not just black first around friends and family out in public. I am black first 24/7. If you locked me in a freaking room with no windows and no access to the outside world, I'd still be black first. And you know what? The same thing goes for bootlicking. Bootlicking is a lifestyle. It is a 24/7 occupation, whether anyone sees it or not. What's that definition, that old saying that honor is what a man does when no one can see him doing it? Well, the same thing goes for bootlicking. Bootlicking is what you do even when no one can see you doing it. You can tell a bootlick because he's ready to fight to defend the honor and reputation of the dominant society, or the things that the dominant society has created. Massa doesn't need to defend the crap that he does. For 500 years, he's had a whole bunch of stepping fetchits who would do it for him. Now, how are black people as a group supposed to challenge white supremacy, the white world order, when anytime we do, there's always a ready army of black people who come running to defend white supremacy? And none of them sees this as bootlicking. Bootlicking is not just about giving white cops a pass for killing black people. When you give the dominant society permission to engage in their historical favorite pastime of attacking us, whether it is the government writing laws to attack us, the media creating images that attack us, or the police violently attacking us, when you do that, when you make excuses for the dominant society's behavior, that is bootlicking. Massa ain't no racist. Black folks is just sensitive is all. These clowns claim to be informed on an issue, but everything that they say are talking points given to them by the dominant society. They become a sock puppet, a meat puppet for white supremacy. So you need to remember that. When you call out white supremacy, it ain't going to be Stephen A. Smith or any of these other clowns that you point to who are going to come running to oppose you. It's going to be a bunch of black folks who you ain't never heard of, or at least who you're only passingly familiar with. That's who the bootlicks are. We need to make sure that we put that as the definition of the bootlick. It ain't just some clown who defends Christine Leahy. It's not the idiots who try to tell us that Donald Trump ain't so bad. They're just a few of them. The worst bootlicks are the ones who claim that they don't like white supremacy at all.
Correcting the past often means also imposing some consequences for people who are not directly responsible for what happened in the past, but were the indirect beneficiaries of what happened in the past.
How long?
Resolution of such issues.
There was a good reason that I started off with that quote from Zbigniew Brzezinski. Not merely because he was a white man, but because he was also an immigrant.
You are now paired. Enjoy.
Correcting the past often means also imposing some consequences for people who are not directly responsible for what happened in the past, but were the indirect beneficiaries for what happened in the past. And that vastly complicates the resolution of such issues.
There was a good reason that I started off with that quote from Zbigniew Brzezinski. Not merely because he was a white man, but because he was also an immigrant, as noted on the image. This whole subject about what it is that black people are owed, it's come to a boil mainly because there's a refinement going on here. And that's how power works. Power is continually in the process of refining itself, purifying itself. You take some gold out of the ground, and what happens is you gotta smelt it, you gotta throw it in a furnace, because you gotta separate the gold from the dross. And that's what's going on right now. This is not to say that we are trying to separate ourselves from the rest of the African diaspora. Far from it. We've been repping black while everybody else has been running from it. All the rest of these folks, the sons and daughters of Africa from outside the United States, been trying to call themselves everything else except black. They were trying to separate themselves from us. We never tried to separate ourselves from them. So let's make this absolutely crystal clear. We are not trying to separate ourselves from the rest of the African diaspora. We are attempting to clarify our place in the African diaspora. What we are doing right now is no different than what you saw Jews do. They didn't say that we're not white people. What they were saying was, well, we need to clarify the position that Jews hold among the Europeans, among the Caucasians. We want to make it clear where we stand, what we are, and what it is that we're about. And that's what we're doing as well, so that we don't have any confusion. So that people who call themselves, whether it's in the United States, some of these foreign-born black people or foreign-descended black people, or those who we meet in their home countries, we don't want them getting us wrong. And when they come over here, we definitely don't want them getting us wrong. Everybody needs to be clear. We're hitting the reset button so that we can have clarity. You're going to be hearing a whole lot of us throwing the words of all of these other non-black groups and non-foreign, non-domestic foreign black people in their faces as far as what black people are owed. Expect to be hearing and seeing a lot of that. All of these people have been running around making all kinds of justifications for why the Jews should get reparations for a crime that happened in Europe. Or, in the case of Zbigniew Brzezinski, that little clip that I played for you, that was taken from Zbigniew Brzezinski commenting on the Ukraine. That's where that's from. He was talking about the Ukraine's future and what can be done to try to settle some of those old ethnic antagonisms. And that's what a white man was saying about other white people, what they can do amongst themselves. You see, everybody's entitled to reparations except for black people, because white supremacy has turned the world on its head. White supremacy has misshapen and perverted and twisted the entire global order into nothing more than a racialist pyramid scheme with black people at the bottom. And what started off at first was for the European to steal everything that wasn't bolted down or on fire. And starting about 130 years ago, the European decided to switch to phase 2 of the white supremacist project, which was to freeze the world the way that it is, to ensure that the European never loses the position with which he emerged from imperialism. And this has had it's had a number of different iterations throughout the last 120 to 130 years. Starting off with the Vienna Conference, then going into the ill-fated League of Nations, then coming out of the Second World War, you had Bretton Woods, the European Union, and the Project for a New American Century and such. These are all just different names for the exact same agenda, which is to make sure that white people don't lose their position. Because all that stuff that these folks were doing, they were not concerned about the rest of the world. They were only concerned about white folks and how to make sure that white people stayed on code. And part of being on code means you ain't sitting here shooting each other. having knockdown dragouts about which one of y'all is going to be ruling over everyone else. That's not the kind of thing that's productive. So the European, because of the fact that he's never been able to get along with anyone, not even himself, of course it was going to boil over. Of course these guys were going to have a go at each other. That's what they were doing before they were able to break through the Moorish blockade and get down into Africa in the late 15th century. These guys have spent the better part of 1,000 years since the Romans left, just basically having to go at each other. Now, for those of us whose ancestors were caught up in the slavery experience, what does this have to do with us? We were wrong. We are the most wronged and righteously aggrieved people on the planet. And there are a lot of people who have been eating off of our deprivation, eating off of our poverty, who've been having a damn good time filling their bellies at our expense. And what they figured was that the day would never come that a critical mass of black people would ever put their heads together, put their differences aside, and decide that they were going to pursue a black first agenda. We need to be very clear. When we say black first, we're not at the point yet where we have the resources or where we have the political wherewithal to be able to impose black empowerment outside of our sphere. And make no mistake, you go to Jamaica, you ain't gonna be, take a look at Jamaica. Ain't a damn thing black empowerment happening down there. Haiti, need I say more? And you can sit there and say that Brazil has more black people than any place outside of Africa. As you go down to Brazil, these guys are dysfunctional as well. And there's a lot of black folks in South America. There's a lot of black people who got caught up in slavery experience. Very few of them reacted the way that we did. Black empowerment is not something that's going to come naturally to the rest of the diaspora. We are going to wind up having to impose it on them. Because I keep pointing out, this is not new. Shaka Zulu had to do the exact same thing. Time ran out for him. Let us pray that it does not run out for us. The European's been watching this. He's seeing that the threat that he failed to deal with 160 years ago, now this threat has grown and is beginning to coalesce and is beginning to magnify us. He's got a big problem on his hands. We are a political problem. And he's decided that he was going to pursue a strategy of drowning us out of existence. And at first, bring in a whole bunch of his kith and kin from Europe. Didn't have enough of them to bring in, so he started bringing in folks from Southern Europe, people who were not considered to be white at all. But go ahead and give them the political designation white, so that they'll be on the team. They won't be accepted, but the point is they'll toe the line. That's really all that matters. And Hispanics were among that group. And then when that wasn't enough, we'll bring in a bunch of foreign-born Asians. And we're just going to drown these slave descendants in a whole bunch of foreigners. And the whole point is going to be this a mass political operation geared toward trying to give us political cover to say, well, what you slavery descendants, what you guys have to say, that doesn't really mean much because we've got all these other groups here and they don't have the same rights as you guys. So, nobody's concerns are really more important than anyone else's. Your concerns are certainly no better and certainly no more important than anyone else's. And this is deliberate. Because these other groups, they're still a tiny minority of the population. We, on the other hand, represent 1 out of 7 people in the country. So trying to drown us is a political operation meant to solve the political threat that we pose. We put the lie to all of it. In prior civilizations, whenever you had a slave population, when the slave population's usefulness had been expended, they were exterminated. This would happen without fail in every civilization in the world. Well, at least in Europe and Asia anyway. Africa, you might have a couple of hoots and hollers, but no wholesale attempt to wipe out an entire group because slavery wasn't really the same in Africa. To the extent that it existed, the Africans did not use any sort of indentured servitude the way that the Europeans and the Asians did. So let's not get it twisted. But in every other instance where you had an enslaved population, at the end, they were exterminated. Because you didn't want to have these guys hanging around because the work that they were doing was not meant to enrich them. It was meant to enrich the oppressor's civilization. So you got to kill them when it's all over, and that solves the problem. Hell, even Richard Spencer talked about that. Supposed to get rid of them when it's over. That didn't happen here. We put up too big a fight. And before it was all over, well, now the slaves are still here. Well, damn. And there's too many people watching now. And these slaves have come to do quite a bit to influence what people think of as this country. Man, we can't kill them without basically contradicting everything we claim to stand stand for. White supremacy is an idea, and the lies that white supremacy uses to try to justify itself and try to pretend like it's not the evil that it clearly is, that's also an idea. So they're stuck on the horns of a dilemma. This is what Thomas Jefferson meant when he said, we have a tiger by the ears and we can neither safely hold him nor let him go. We're not going to stop what we're doing, but at the same time, we don't know how the hell to keep this up. So where in the world do all these foreigners come into play? They have been the indirect, and in many cases direct beneficiaries of our enslavement. Everything that we built that has gone to enrich everyone except for ourselves. We are owed, and the bill is due. Time to pay up, sucker, the rent's due. And yes, it is going to be to the tune of trillions of dollars, because those individuals who have become rich off of us, look at how much richer they become over the last 350 to 400 years. They didn't make chump change. They became the most powerful and most opulent and wealthiest nation in human history. That means the reparations that go to their victims will be the biggest in human history. And all of these immigrants, I don't give a damn where they come from. If they come from Mexico or whether they come from Mali. If they come from Washington or if they come from the far side of Guangzhou. I don't give a damn where the hell they come from. Once they come over here to the United States, they have volunteered to pay that debt. Not a damn one of those immigrants can claim that they didn't know what they were getting into. Every one of them knew what they were getting into. But what they also knew was that black people were paving the way to try to make this country, at least on occasion, act like something resembling civilization. When you think about the United States of America, especially what it means for people who are not white males, it comes down to the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments and the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and 65. Those were not the results of Asians. There weren't enough of them here, and the few of them who might have been here at the end of the 19th century, they weren't fighting for anything. It wasn't the result of Hispanics either. From the Mexican-American War all the way to the present, these guys have not been doing anything except for dreaming of the old days and pretending that they were Spaniards. It ain't the result of Arabs, or Indians, or Native Americans, or these foreign-born blacks. It was the result of those of us who were here, those of us whose ancestors were dying and suffering in the hells of North America. We made the United States. Whatever good it is you think of the U.S., we are responsible for that. We and we alone. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were not the result of white folks having a come-to-Jesus moment. They didn't do it out of the goodness of their own hearts. If they did, what the hell were they up to for the previous 300 years then? No, they did it because we faced them with a political dilemma and they had no other way out. We put their backs to the wall, and it was a matter of, you've already had one civil war. If you don't come down on the right side of history this time, you're in for a second. And they said, okay, fine, then. Political necessity. A necessity that we brought about. No one else. Not a brag, just a historical fact. We're acquainting people with the history now. And we're letting people know that we are a unique people. We are a special people, a people apart. We are an exceptional group. And what was done to us has never been done to anyone in the history of the world. Hence, what we are due is beyond anything that any other group of people are due. And as for these immigrants who have come in, you guys owe us too. In fact, you owe us more than everyone else, because at least with the good white folks who were here beforehand, these guys, they were being a bunch of honest thieves. These immigrants who came in, they were being nothing more than a bunch of base opportunists. They came in, they saw how we were being treated, and they threw in their lot with the oppressors, and then they want to have it both ways. At least the white supremacists, the indigenous white supremacists, native white supremacists here, at least he knows what he's doing is wrong. These other groups saw it, said that it was wrong, and then said, you know what, we're going to help you out anyway. We're going to help out the white supremacists anyway. I just love it when you got some good white folks today, or better yet, you got some of these immigrants who want to try to pretend as if, oh, well, I shouldn't owe anything. Let me tell you something. This is a message. In fact, this is the entire reason for tonight's video essay. I got something to say to all of you foreign-born folks, or you descendants of foreigners, like Joy Reid and Angela Rye and Roly-Poly Martin and Kamala Harris, and every one of you who happen to either be immigrants or the children of immigrants. You are not going to get away with that con game of, well, I wasn't any part of this. I just showed up yesterday. Yeah, why the hell are you here? You're here because this is a land of opportunity. There are vast economic resources. Yes, economic resources that were only made possible because of my people. You don't get to take credit for that. You weren't part of that. The only reason why this empire of liberty, this bastion of capitalism, free market nonsense, whatever you want to call it, even exists, is because we made it possible. It could not have stored up and stockpiled the wealth that it had if it hadn't been for us. That was our doing, not yours. So when you come over here calling yourself trying to get a piece of the action, you're trying to get a piece of our action. And the thing about it is, you want a piece of the action, you got to pay full freight for it. Oh, you weren't responsible for slavery. You weren't responsible for Jim Crow. You weren't responsible for the black codes. Yeah, but you damn well been eating off of it now, haven't you? For these foreigners to call themselves running up in here and then claiming no responsibility, that they owe no debt to black people, you're a damn lie. You owe as big a debt as the most dyed-in-the-wool white supremacist. It's no different than if you try to buy a house. You call yourself wanting a house. You look and say, I like the 2-car garage, I like the 3.5 baths, I like the nice basement that doesn't smell too much like mold, I like the new carpeting and all the rest of it, and oh, it's got such nice acoustics, and the place, it is so well insulated. Well, if you want all of that, if you like what that house has to offer because it's better than the other houses on the block, well, there's going to have to be some responsibility for any outstanding liens on that home. If that home has any debts against it, you also are responsible for that too. So if you call yourself liking all the nice amenities that the house has, you like the fact that it's got 2 stories, you like the circular driveway, you like the fact that it's a smart home, and it's got an internal intercom system, you like all that great stuff, then you got to go along with the debts that go with the house too, if there are any. And guess what? When it comes to those of us who are the descendants of slaves, you're looking at the lien holders. The United States has the biggest liens on its house of any on the block. So as soon as you decide that you want to move into this house, well, you got to take care of those liens too. I, as a black man, cannot think that I can go to Germany and that I can opt out of whatever historical debts that Germany owes to the Jews or anyone else, and it owes dues to black people. And yet the Germans ain't talking about reparations to black people. Gee, I wonder why. But as a black man, I cannot think that I can go to Germany or France and that I am not going to have my taxes go to pay Germany and France's historical debts to the Jews. I can't say, well, I wasn't part of that. I'm just here to work and do my, why should I be paying anything? They'll tell you quick, well, these are the historical debts this country owes because of things that it did, or in the case of France, things that it failed to do. And the same thing goes for the United States. You don't get out of the U.S.'s debts. The second that you come over here, you're volunteering to be part of those debts. The same way you called yourself volunteering yourself to get some of these goodies too. So any of you immigrants, any of you foreigners in the sound of my voice, just understand, you have now volunteered to be part of that group that has to pay for America's debts to black people, specifically those of us who are descended from slaves. You have now volunteered to be part of that group that has to pay off. Now, if you decide that you don't want to do that, then it's very simple. The same way that you look at a house and find out that it's got outstanding liens, you go, well, heck, I'm not going to pay somebody else's debts, you go find another house. You better stay away from this one because this house has all sorts of pre-existing obligations and debts that go along with it. And if you decide that you want this house, then you got to pay the debts and you don't get out of it. You don't get to hide behind, well, I didn't rack it up. You're right, you didn't rack it up. You volunteered to pay it. Simple as that. It's time that we start making these people act like adults and not children, acting like Billy. But Billy, it wasn't me! Nobody wants to hear that crap. Everything that the United States has done wrong, the greatest crime in human history, and here you are acting as accomplices after the fact. You're damn right you owe us. Nobody's playing games with you. I don't give a dang if you come from Japan or Jamaica. As soon as you set foot on American soil, you are now volunteering to pay those debts. At the end of the day, you knew when you came over here, as soon as you set your foot on this soil, you're sitting here going, well, I want a piece of all of this wealth and opulence that's going on here. Well, then you got to pay respect to the people who made it possible. If you don't like that, then you need to go to a place where they don't require that, because in this place, the sons and daughters of America's first victims, the only victims of this country, the slaves, we do require it. That's mandatory. You don't get out of that. oh, well, that happened so long ago. No, it didn't. And the after effects, the problem is slavery was the biggest crime in human history. And not only was this crime unpunished, it's also unfinished. It's still going on now. With the sole exception of the putting people basically into stocks and pillories or otherwise, which they do behind closed doors now. That's what the prisons are for. Every single aspect and detail of slavery has been maintained in its totality all the way up to the present. From using the preacher man on the plantation in order to keep the slaves in check and tell them that you have to be obedient to massa, at least don't fight them, don't be fighting them now, what would Jesus do? That's what they were doing on the plantations. Continues to this very day. And you got a whole bunch of bed wenches, which is part of the problem that we happen to have. Once you corrupt the mothers of a civilization, that civilization is effectively cut off at the knees and gutted. And if you create a situation where the man is not the leader and in too many cases doesn't even wish to be because he's confused, he was either raised the wrong way or his spirit, such as it was, has been broken. Look at Terry Crews if you want a pathetic example of that. If you wind up fostering cowardice and somebody who is going to be complacent, somebody who is going to just decide that he's going to defer to anyone and everyone, who you have is not a man at all. The whole idea of breaking the slaves, I keep telling you that the breaking process is a daily process. It's not an event, it's a process. And every day, the breaking process must repeat itself over and over again. It is a daily breaking process that we have been subjected to. We and no one else, we get singled out for oppression. And it's not being done to us because of our tax bracket. It's not being done to us because of anything that we did. It's a matter of, when you're black, this is what's supposed to be done, and it's an organized effort, largely organized by the government. Look at what Kamala Harris did, if you want a clear example of that. The California Bureau of Prisons stuffs the prisoners into prisons to such a degree that it violates the Constitution. What does Kamala Harris do? She looks and say, hey, the Constitution is the law of the land. That's the end of it. Nope, what she says instead is, well, we know the prisons are overcrowded, but we're not letting anyone out, even if they're non-violent offenders. We're not letting anyone go. Then when it comes time to talk about Proposition 8, the gay marriage ban that California's voters have passed, what does Kamala Harris say? Well, I have discretion, and I'm not going to defend this law in court. But the voters voted for it. They wanted that. Well, I got discretion, and that's the end. Well, what about the Bureau of Prisons overcrowding the prisons to the point that it violates the Constitution? Well, I have to defend that. I mean, I can't choose who my clients are. I disagree with what they do, but I'm bound. I have to defend it. See, she wants to pick and choose, because that's how the system works. There are people who the laws are going to be applied to, black people when it comes to drugs, and there are people who the law will never be applied to, white people as it applies to meth. The meth epidemic is bigger than the crack epidemic or the heroin epidemics of the 70s and 80s ever were. And yet, for some damn reason, the entire social discourse about meth, and only meth, it's a politically protected drug, it's a politically protected narcotic. The entire discourse is about prevention. It's about drug treatment. It's a public health issue. And you see both Democrats and Republicans saying that. Nobody's saying we need to build more prisons. Nobody's saying we need 3 strikes laws. Nobody's saying we need Rockefeller laws for meth. Nobody's saying we need mandatory sentencing guidelines and zero tolerance. Nobody's saying we need a war on meth. Instead, what they're saying is, well, the drug war is wrong. It's a failure. No, what it means is we got to stop that kind of talk as far as meth goes. We need people to understand when you say meth, you're talking about a drug that's protected. You're talking about a narcotic that has protection under law. These people are immune because it's dealing with white people. That's what it's really about. It ain't the drug that's being protected from law. It's not the drug that has immunity from prosecution. It's the people who use it. White people. That's what it really comes down to. All of these folks who have been eating off of our suffering, eating off of our labors, eating the fruits of our labors. You have these people who come in here, either from Europe, Asia, Africa, the Philippines, and here they are spitting on the individuals who made all of this possible. They see what the hell's being done against us, but instead of the response being, you know what, this is wrong, it's unjust, why? How many of these foreigners say, I came from a place where injustice was the rule of the land, and here they are over here in a place where the injustice is far worse, far more strident, far more blatant, and yet their response is, you Negroes, you guys, you just don't work. They know that it's a lie. They know that black people, nobody works harder than the poor. And that being the case, nobody works harder than black people. But what these guys also understand is that there's a racialist pecking order, and that the only hope that those who are not already part of the in-crowd have to get something resembling less odious treatment from the white majority is that they got to dump on black people. That's the rule. It's been the rule for the longest time. When the Irish showed up, they had the signs up saying no dogs or Irish allowed. This place does not serve Irish. They were not hiring Irish. What they were doing was they were hazing the Irish. Make them a little hungry. Give them a couple of smacks upside the head. Let them know that this is the kind of treatment you can expect. Unless you show that you're dedicated to team white supremacy. Come on, you know the rules. There's a racial pecking order here. You'll never be at the top of it. That's not for you. But unless you want to enjoy being at the bottom with the rest of the former slaves, you better show your allegiance to team white supremacy. What happened during the draft riots? You had a lot of these Irish immigrants and and people who had been Irish migrants who were being told, you're going to be pressed into service into war. Now, did the Irish decide that they were going to go after the ruling Protestant class in the U.S.? No, they didn't. What did they do? They went after black people. Boston, Baltimore, Philadelphia. That's who the Irish went after. They decided they showed the same kind of cowardice that they showed in Ireland. You want to know why Ireland still has the Anglo-Irish running things and the Anglo-Saxons in charge? You take a look at an industrial map of Ireland, and you see who actually owns the companies. Very few of them are actually owned by Irish. Mostly they're owned by Anglo-Irish, which are the descendants of British and Irish collaborators with Britain's occupation. Or they're just owned by outright Anglos altogether. It ain't just Northern Ireland either. So the exact same cowardice that the Irish showed in Ireland, they showed that they hadn't discovered their guts over in the New World either. They were looking for a place on team white supremacy, and as soon as they had enough hazing and they showed that they could be counted on to uphold the old order, as soon as they had shown that they were going to uphold the racialist pecking order, then the designation of white was given to them. And the same thing happened with these other groups, like, say, the Italians, and this is one in particular that just makes me want to puke. The Italians, and we're talking about people who consider themselves to be educated, they love to wash your face with a little incident that happened in New Orleans. There were 11 Italians who got themselves lynched in the late 19th century. I think it was like 1890, 1891, because there was a police chief who got killed. And apparently some of the perpetrators, alleged perpetrators, they've been acquitted at trial, and what happened was apparently some of the good white folks decided they would get their hands on these Italians. At least 11 of them were hanged in public, and they were dismembered. In other words, they were treated like black people. They were treated the exact same way that black people have always been treated in this country. Now, that's pretty much the only such incident that occurred. But if you hear the Italian Americans tell the story why, they talk about it as if more Italians were killed by lynchings than black people were, the way they tell it. They love to wash your face with it every 5 seconds, trying to figure out some way to say, oh, see, we were treated as badly as black people, and yet look at our position. You see, you niggers, you niggers, you moolies, you moolianis, you don't do no work. That's what the Italians did. So you see how that whole pattern repeated itself over and over again. And the Hispanics, same thing. Going back to like the 1930s and 40s, you had the so-called braceros. These were Mexicans who were supposed to be doing work in the United States, day laborers and such. Apparently somebody missed their paychecks and sent them back home without pay, and I guess they've been nursing a grudge ever since. But you see the point that I'm trying to get across here. These other migrant groups, they have just basically very small, petty incidents, not even grievances, just small misunderstandings. And yet, as far as they're concerned, somehow that puts them in the same category as us. We got to make it clear. No, you're not in the same category as us. Stop being bashful about saying that. The reason that they keep trying is because they don't see any resistance from us when they try it. Part of the same reason why it is that our music culture gets raped. We're not protecting it. We're not sticking up for it. So everybody looks and goes, well, hell, if you guys can't be bothered to protect what's yours, well, then I guess that makes it ours, because apparently you can't be bothered to protect it. No. We are an exceptional people. What happened to us was different than what happened to any other group of people in the entire history of the world, including the Jews. You do not get to claim that what happened, so 11 Italians had a misunderstanding with their European neighbors. That's not the same thing as what happened to us. Because you got one incident, which was not even the result of a misunderstanding. The police chief actually got killed in New Orleans. A death actually happened. Emmett Till, nothing happened at all. The Jonesboro boys, nothing happened at all. The Central Park Five, nothing happened at all. Oh, but they all went to jail and got killed. That did happen. So no, you don't get to claim that garbage. Every single one of these migrants coming in here, you guys, as soon as you set foot on American soil, that's it. The meter starts running. Here's your receipt. Here's what you owe.
But I didn't do nothing. I had nothing to do with slavery.
You coming over here trying to benefit from it, ain't you? Until black people are made whole, until this country is forced to divest itself of the ill-gotten gain that it has reaped off of our black backs, until black people are restored to the condition that we should have been in to the very beginning, which is having the resources that we need to ensure our prosperity and posterity, then yeah, the meter keeps running. All these clowns, all this freaking confusion. You got these folks who have made common cause with white supremacy, and they're trying to tell us to sit on our hands while they eat the food that we cooked, that we prepared, was supposed to be in our bellies, and here they are just scarfing up what the world is supposed to be in our bellies. Don't dream. Yeah, we know it's going to ruffle some feathers. We know it's going to make people mad, because what they're really angry about is there's an exceptional group of people here in the United States, and it ain't the people who allegedly founded the country. The real founders of this country, the ones who really built it, they're asserting themselves. And because of the fact that people have not had to hear this, nobody's been saying this, nobody's been speaking boldly like this, now they're getting all caught up in their feelings. You guys shouldn't be saying that. Well, why not? It's the truth. What they're mad about is we're reminding them. We're reminding them that the people who have been locked out, shut out, and systematically kept out are the very ones who made the United States possible. Everything from its prosperity to its culture, that's what we put in place. All this other garbage, all this imitation European crap that you see going on, that's what the United States would be if it wasn't for black people. Culturally, the United States would be imitation Europe, and a poor imitation at that. Whatever you think of as being actual Americana, it's actually actual descendants of slave culture. That's what it is. It's what we made, what we built, what we made possible. That's a fact. All these other groups who have brought their so-called culture here, what the world did they bring? It didn't catch on, not the way that ours did. It did not become part of the fabric of the nation. It simply became some interesting details, which is part of the reason why a lot of that stuff was eminently forgettable. This is the thing that our culture actually represents the culture of the country. Everybody else will be eternally foreign. Because the truth of the matter is, even the stuff that's supposed to be coming from Europe, classical music, that stuff still ain't thought of as American. The only classical music the United States has is jazz. That's America's classical music. It was the music that represented the heart and the rhythm of the city. Not a bunch of well-to-do genteel idiots out at their lake houses or in their lofts somewhere. You need a music that everyone can look at and say, yeah, this is the music of the nation. This is the heartbeat of the society. You don't get that from some hoity-toity clowns trying to play Shostakovich's greatest hits. It don't work like that. Small niches like that, they make the 1% feel as if they're so much better than everyone else, but the very fact that you're trying to be better than everyone else means you're not like the rest of the society, which means that what you're doing is not part of the social fabric. And they're mad about that. They're mad about it because at the end of the day, they know that all their claims, all these other groups, their claims of hard work and all the rest of it, they know that's a lie. They know that's a fraud. but they need us to either be silent about the fraud or to agree with it. And what's happening is we're contesting the fraud. We're arguing the fraud. We're disproving the fraud. As Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, when black people, those of us who are descended from slaves, when we start winning again, a whole lot of these folks who have previously been calling themselves, I ain't black, I ain't this, that, and the third, all of a sudden they're going to want to be black. Yeah, when our team starts winning again, all of a sudden that's what we're going to be saying. There were people who just a few weeks from now, they would never have been tolerating talking about reparations stuff as a joke. But now that they're seeing that we can have an impact on presidential candidates, and they see the presidential candidates almost overnight are talking about reparations, or at least they're saying the words. We got the bastards saying the words now. Now they're looking and going, oh my God, it's possible. Well, where's my check? Wait a minute. And that's another thing that needs to be addressed. It's not merely a matter of whether or not you can trace your lineage to slavery, just to make sure we don't have anybody who's coming from outside the United States trying to make claims to something that ain't for them. It's also a matter of, I think that we ought to be checking people's online presence. So if you've been running around saying or posting or poo-pooing the idea of reparations before now, or you were trying to just say, well, that ain't never going to happen, if you were somebody who was not a true believer or somebody who was basically saying put this aside, in other words, you didn't believe that black people were owed or you didn't believe that it was necessary, in that case, then great. Your share goes to somebody else, and that's what it's supposed to be. People need to be made to pay a price for their actions. Actions should carry consequences. Yeah, you're going to have a whole lot of folks who've previously been denying being black, denying being descended from slaves, or saying that that doesn't matter or get over it. As soon as they find that it's time for the slaves to actually be compensated for their suffering, then all of a sudden, oh, that's going to be the only thing that matters. And how many of these folks out here, these immigrants, are going to be claiming that their great-great-grandfather was an octoroon, or their great-great-great-great-grandmother was on a plantation in Florida somewhere? All of a sudden, you're going to have a lot of these folks, especially these white folks, who are going to be claiming that, well, I have a black ancestor in my family tree, and it's going to be a con, just like the $5 Indian thing, just like Elizabeth Warren. It's going to be a con game. They're going to be looking, trying to figure out how the world do they get what's meant for us. They ain't been saying nothing up until now because it ain't true. As far as they're concerned, hey, they're white, they got their position, that's the end of it. But all of a sudden, they're going to be telling tall tales and inventing all sorts of fairy tales about black ancestors so you can get something out of it. And we got to make sure that we call foul on the play. No, this is not about trying to separate ourselves from the rest of the sons and daughters of Africa, but we need to get it straight where we stand. We need to get it straight what place we occupy in the diaspora so that people get us right, because a lot of the behavior that we've been seeing inflicted against us, it's been foul and wrong. Let's be honest here and just call it what it is. You take a look at Africa, what you find are one of two things. You find hideous dysfunction, not entirely all their fault, but it's still there nonetheless. And you got a bunch of folks who, if you watch them on the news or if you watch them on videos, they try to act like us. They try to imitate a black American slave, not post-slavery dialect. They try to speak in the patois of those of us that descended from slaves. They try to do everything they can to copy us. We run around in sports jersey, they want to do it too. So you got some guy in freaking Eritrea, or in Cameroon, or in Chad, or God knows where else, Namibia, South Africa, they're running around with a number 23 jersey. And you see them in front of the camera, and it's yo, 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 and all the rest of this. You ain't never even been to New York. What the hell are you doing trying to imitate some black people from Brooklyn? What the hell do you sound like? You sound crazy. But this is what's going on, because at the end of the day, we are the ones who define what is seen as black in the eyes of the world. And quiet as it's kept, we actually, especially under the horrifying conditions that we've been subjected to, we have represented the sons and daughters of Africa exceptionally well. As a group, and oftentimes, most times, in fact, as individuals, we have represented the global African diaspora very well and gotten very little gratitude in return. I can see it differently if those of us here in the United States who came out of slavery, if we were trashing the rest of the African diaspora, if we were trying to find ways to run the rest of the African family into the ground, I can see that differently. We haven't. In fact, we've been one of the few who have been flying the flag high and proud against unbelievable odds. We have been the ones who have been forging and attempting to establish an identity of Pan-Africanism that crosses all lines. We've been the ones looking at all of these foreign-born black people and their descendants, looking at them as one of us. Every time you look up and you see some African descendant who gets killed, whether it's Amadou Diallo or Akai Gurley, we've been the ones out there flying the flag for them. We did not care where they came from. As far as we were concerned, they were one of us. But the problem is, in too many instances, the sentiment has not been returned. And what's happening now is there has been a schism not created by us. Now, the schism is going to be healed in time. It's going to be. But first, what's going to happen is those of us who are descended from slaves, we're going to have to get enough power to make sure that A, we are protected from any further attacks, but B, we're also going to have enough power so that we can go ahead and knock some sense into the rest of the family. And we got to say it like that. We cannot afford to have any of these petty arguments where everybody deciding they're going to go this or that way, or the old tribalisms and factionalisms coming to the surface. People are going to have to, the African is going to have to once again be made to reunite. This is old. This is an old problem. You can go all the way back to Kemet with that. You want to know why Dr. John Henry Clarke called the Nubian dynasties Kemet's last walk in the sun? It was because for the first time in 10,000 plus years, the two great houses of the Nile, Kush and Kemet, had finally been reunited under one roof. Now, it wasn't the longest dynasty, but it was by far the greatest because it was a restoration of a righteousness that had been missing for the longest time. Reuniting the African family under one banner. It's an idea whose time has come. It's one that we have struggled with more than any other. And that's how we open the door to let the Europeans and the Arabs and all the rest of the dregs of the world in. That's what happened. Because of the fact that we were too busy trying to fly the flag for whatever our particular street was and didn't understand that the game was bigger than that. You go taking that message to Africa, you will not find a very receptive audience. Let's just call it like it is. The idea of African unity, there's going to have to be a working model for that instituted first before you can have everybody else rally to it. And who better than us? But if we have anybody who decides that they're going to argue with that, they got something to say about that, they got a problem with that, and they have declared themselves the enemies of black empowerment. And when you look at what it is that those of us descended from slaves have done for the entire global African family. Everything that we've done, we accrue that to the collective esteem and honor and reputation of us all. On the other hand, these foreign-born black people, in too many cases, not all, but the vast majority, as far as they're concerned, they're ripping the flag for Ethiopia. That Ilhan Omar woman, she ain't flying the flag for anybody else except for Somalians, and as you can see, she's flying the flag rather poorly. She doesn't have the kind of support base that she needs. I guess she figures that the rest of us are going to come flying to her aid because she's criticizing Israel. Well, you got to balance the taken with the given. I got to see how much she and the rest of the Somalians in Minnesota have been repping Team Black Empowerment. How much have they been doing in regards to those of us who laid the stones that they're walking on? What's their attitude been? Have they been on the team or have they been a team of one? See, we got to make it where there are consequences to not being on code. We got to make it where there's a price to be paid for not doing things right. You don't get to get your butt in a cracker because white supremacy has its foot 12 inches up your behind all of a sudden. But family! Nah, you only get to call on family when you've been acting like family. And that's what we're going to teach a lot of these other groups. We're hitting the reset button. Dr. John Henry Clarke told you about that. And I've been quoting him heavily because the Grandmaster Teacher was ahead of his time on so many things. Prescient times 10. He said that you cannot have an alliance unless you have the power to punish the partners should they break the alliance. And that's the reason why those of us whose ancestors came out of the slavery experience, that's the reason why we got to get some power for ourselves. We cannot think, we cannot have a mature, intelligent conversation about building alliances with other members of the African diaspora until we first got some power that we can bring to the table. And part of that power is to make sure that people understand that you enter into an agreement with us. You have any dealings with us, it's going to be honorable, it's going to be above board, ain't going to be no backstabbing, ain't going to be no backbiting, ain't going to be no dirtbag behavior. Because we have the power to punish you if you do it. And that's the reason why they're going to be left out in the cold. They have to be left out in the cold. We're going to let white supremacy have its way with them. And the reason why is this is called hitting the reset button. If we make it where even under these circumstances we decide that everything is everything and we're going to go back to what it was before, then it teaches them nothing. What it teaches them is, oh, all we got to do is to play these dumb descendants of slaves is, let's just say white supremacy is all over me. Help, help, my African brothers, I need help. We'll bang that drum and they'll come running because they don't have any better sense. They're like Pavlovian dogs. They don't understand the nature of the game. No, sure, no. Nobody's coming running this time. You're on your own. We will note what is being done to you. We will note how white supremacy is dismantling you. We will note it and say, see, white supremacy is on the march. But as far as flying to your aid, nah, in fact, we're enforcing the rules of one another. How many police shootings have there been? Plenty of them. They haven't stopped. But then the question becomes, how many of them have we been speaking out about? Well, ain't been too many people feeling like they
didn't kill you. You better stop.
So you notice how we're now remarking on it? No, we're not keeping a daily tally of the latest police shooting of an unarmed black person, because there have to be rules. Either we're getting on code or we're not. And if you're not on code, you will not be treated as if you're on code. We don't make any exceptions. People need to be taught what the rules are. We have to make the rules clear and obvious, and this is part of that process. We are an exceptional people, and we're going to start acting like it, no matter who doesn't like it. For example, if we just use this as a case study, take the Nigerians just in particular. Love the Nigerian family. There are many of them who have their heads on straight. There are many of them who have been a big help to us in the black empowerment sphere. There have been many of them who have been very much helpful to us. They've done good work, and they're going to continue to do good work. But unfortunately, there's also a number who apparently seem to think that they're on a different team altogether. What is to be done about something like this? When we have this kind of dichotomy going on, how is this to be handled? We got some fundamental house cleaning that needs to be done. We also got to make sure that we get the rules engraved in stone and very etched in steel so that everybody understands. Because the last thing that we need is for what we're building here to be torn apart by its own internal contradictions. We need for everybody to understand that there is going to be a new order under the sun, and the new order is going to merely be a restoration of the old, and we're not playing games about it. But no one's going to be able to take us seriously either within or without unless we've got power. Those of us who are on this code, it's etched into our DNA. It happens to be in our bones, it's in our blood, it's in our molecules, because we've been enduring this for so long. And there are a lot of people, some of them who look just like us, who are scared of seeing us rise. Because the problem that a lot of them have is they didn't want to be black. They got to the point now where they don't even want to be black at all. They're trying to escape blackness. And they'll try to hide their cowardice and their self-hate behind all sorts of kumbaya, oh, we're colorblind, etc. Well, if you're so colorblind, why does it bother you when you see black people trying to fight for our rise? Why does it bother you, the idea that you might have black people in charge? Why does that not sit well with you? A large part of the reason why it doesn't sit well with them is they've been completely bamboozled into the idea that black rule means black misrule. I can show you plenty of incidents where black people have been in charge and run things right. But the problem happens to be, at the end of the day, we are a people under siege. A few islands of black competence in a sea of white hostility and malignance. It's going to be a Herculean effort, beyond Herculean. It's going to be a colossal effort for us to be able to make sure that we have our integrity intact so that we are in charge, remain in charge, and are able to sustain ourselves. These are the realities. But there's a lot of black people who don't like that idea. The concept of black people being in charge, well, never mind the fact that you got white supremacy ripping you off 5 ways from Sunday. Never mind the fact that your roads are crumbling, the bridges are falling apart while you're driving over them, the power grid is failing, the wars are breaking the nation's back, and the economy is disintegrating in front of you. I mean, black misrule is just so much inferior to the good white rule that we've had because it's yielded so many benefits. for the 1%. You don't even share in any of that, but you're terrified that the 1% of white folks who are in charge are somehow not going to be happy. That's a slave. And these are people who are not going to be of any use to us whatsoever. There's a lot of folks, in fact, 50% in fact, who are going to be left behind and of the necessity need to be. Not everyone's going to make it to the promised land. In fact, there's a lot of them who we don't want to make it to the promised land. The entire point of the 40-year wilderness running around in circles was to let that old generation die off. Because these clowns would have brought the same old backward mentality with them to the promised land, and before it's all over, they would have been marching right back to Egypt. Can we get our old jobs back in the slave quarters? Nah, forget that. We need a clean break from the past. We need to be unapologetic about it. We need to be strident about it. We need to teach people how it is that we are to be regarded, and we need to make sure that we stand up for that. That's going to mean that a lot of these folks who've been playing this okey doke on us and trying to pretend, playing the game of we're all minorities. Nah, you're a minority. I'm the descendant of slaves. Well, we're all people of color. My color is black. I ain't no person of color. I'm black. You be a person of color. You go ahead and be lumped together as a polyglot. I'm black. Well, we're all disadvantaged. No, we're disadvantaged. You're just occasionally inconvenienced. Don't compare yourself to me. We are an exceptional people. Those of us descended from slaves, we're exceptional. We're different. This is not about saying that we're better than anyone else, but I'll be damned if we continue to lie that somehow we are lesser than. Because that's what the white media tries to do. And they're flunkies. And not all of their flunkies are white. The white supremacy is always trying to teach that black people are inferior. That's probably the reason why they like to put out so many stats saying black people are at the bottom of this, black people are at the bottom of that. It's to reinforce a narrative. Black people are at the bottom because they're supposed to be. Their condition cannot be changed. Once we start putting out there and aggressively making it known, our condition is artificial. And it has been made to be this way, and we are targeted to make sure we're deprived of resources, that we are continually being attacked, kept under siege, harassed, never given a moment's respite. Whenever we try to build something, the forces of white supremacy and their non-white flunkies are immediately sent in to disrupt what we're doing and try to take it over or to otherwise try to spoil it. Once that becomes firmly established, once we make it clear that we're going to do what it takes to stop this because we see it clearly, don't expect all of these minorities and all of these people of color, don't expect them to be saying, hey, it's a good thing if these black people are on the rise. They're going to be the main ones saying they don't like it. They're going to be the main ones saying that they can't tolerate this, that there's something wrong with it. These talking heads that you see, the children of immigrants, like Joy Reid and Angela Rye, when they see us getting to our feet, when they see us taking power in our hands, when they see us having the ability to call hands, look what they've done just the last couple of weeks alone. You guys need to stop saying all of this stuff about slavery. Yeah, because what they're really saying is we've been the Negroes who white supremacists put over you, and our ability to keep our position is directly tied to whether or not we can lead you slaves around by the nose. And you guys are making it clear that you won't follow us, and white supremacy won't need us, and we can't have you doing that. You're going to mess it up for us. That's what they're saying. White supremacy's hand-picked bootlicks, white supremacy's overseers that they've installed in our community, these guys are scared that we are going to bust their hustle. We're going to put a jinx on their hustle. Well, they're wrong. We ain't going to put a jinx on the hustle. We're going to destroy their hustle. We're going to annihilate their hustle. We are going to utterly obliterate it. We will leave nothing of it, not even the memory of it. And since their entire existence is completely tied to that, well, there won't be anything to sustain them either. We intend to make sure that white supremacy is repaid in kind for every single bit of maltreatment that we have received. Every insult, every attack, all of it will be paid back in full. You know what you call that? You call that justice. The world has been fighting a centuries-long war to make sure that this doesn't occur. And these other groups coming in, here they are trying to eat off of us, and they do not recognize what has been done to us, and they spend most of their time trying to make excuses for it. We cannot have people who are not on our side, and here we are trying to make common cause with them or trying to be friends with them. That won't work. No, it's time for us, way past time for us, to be politically selfish. That's going to be the battle cry for 2019. We are politically selfish. We must be politically selfish. That's what Dr. John Henry Clark meant by exercising the essential selfishness of survival. We have been selfless to our own detriment. We're now on death's door. We are now on life support because we've been trying to be everybody's buddy. Nah, forget it. Oh, these other groups, they're going to be criticizing you. These other groups, they won't like you. Well, you're just going to have to hate us. When we got power, we ain't going to be having time to hear your hate. And we won't care what you have to say because you won't have the ability to do anything to us. So your words will be irrelevant. Oh, that's not going to be very popular. Damn popularity, man. Power ain't about popular. In fact, power is usually the most unpopular thing in the room. It ain't got to be popular. It just has to get your way. That's what power's about. And these immigrant groups who've been coming in here, as they see that white supremacy is going to put aside the game of propping up these groups, as the ability to flood us with all of these non-black foreigners stops being an effective strategy. It loses its potency because we are successfully able to assert ourselves. We organize our numbers, focus our will, start choosing targets for political undermining and attack, and then we start getting our way. All of a sudden, white supremacy is going to be like, okay, well, to hell with this little strategy of trying to propping up these non-black foreigners. That ain't, we aren't bringing in a whole bunch of them. They're not doing their job anyway. All of a sudden, you're going to be seeing these guys getting cut off. And here they are going to come running back to us as they did 120 years ago, trying to be our buddies, and that ain't going to work. That ain't going to work. These immigrants owe us just as much as these Europeans do. They owe us, and they owe us big. So do not ever let them run that con on you that they weren't part of it, so they don't owe anything. Zbigniew Brzezinski himself, an immigrant, said that if you want to correct the past, that's going to mean imposing some consequences for the people who may not have carried out the historical sins, but they benefited from it. That's the standard. You benefited from it. See, if you're European, you can go ahead and say that. You can say that for the Japanese, you can say it for the Native Americans, that's fine. Because it doesn't matter who's in the middle of the white supremacist racialist pyramid. What matters is who's at the bottom. As long as you maintain that, everything else becomes relative. But making sure that black people are at the bottom and made to be at the bottom, and violence of all sorts, political violence, economic violence, social violence, and of course physical violence are used in order to freeze that sick, degenerate order in place, hey, that's all justified. So yes, this is a good time to start collecting the quotes from all the white people who over the last few centuries have been talking about even if the crime happened long before you were born, even if the crime was done by someone other than yourself, you got to pay the price for it because you benefited from it. Okay, it happened a long time ago. It doesn't change the fact that the descendants of those people who were wronged are still here. That's the ones the Jews have been using. Most of the people who were actually caught up in the Holocaust are dead now. And they've been getting caked off for 70 years. They've been getting caked off. And now their descendants are saying, well, the countries that did it are still around, so you've been paying us all this time. Why should you stop now? Okay, so when black people come along and say, well, you know what? We got a crime far worse than what happened to the Jews. And the country who did it, or countries who did it, they're still around, and they're still living fat off of what they did to us, the greatest crime in human history. We're coming for our check. And we know you're going to kick up a fuss about it. We know you ain't going to like it, and that's going to make it so much sweeter. We're banging on the door, and soon we're going to have enough strength and enough organization where we can start kicking the door. Our demand is going to be etched in steel. And the same way that you found white supremacy's flunkies like the breakfast schlubs who have Charlemagne the Chunk, this guy kills me. I'm all about what's the black people have, whether anybody knows me for the longest time. This idiot's got a freaking book behind his head that says black privilege on it. That's meant to appeal to a white audience. That kind of stupid talk. And here he is talking all black empowerment. Yeah, everybody's black empowerment now, and the reason why is you see who speaks for the streets. I'm not interested in getting on anybody's show because at the end of the day, this ain't about trying to reach white supremacy's hand-picked flunkies and mouthpieces. This is about reaching you. That's who I'm trying to reach. You're the audience who matters because you're the ones who are going to get things done. You want to know why Kamala Harris is looking right now and wondering, oh my God, how do I get out of this fix I put myself into? It's because you guys responded the right way. You guys are what's going to determine victory or defeat. This will not be a fight overnight. It ain't going to be won overnight. White supremacy didn't take the world over overnight. We are not going to reclaim the world overnight. This is not going to be one and done. Please don't think that it all comes down to 2020. This is going to be a generational war. In fact, this is going to be the new normal. And if you ain't got what it takes to be able to put your foot to the metal and to be able to keep yourself engaged, keep the morale high, keep the energy high, and to be staying with this agenda for the next 25 years. If you can't keep this up for the next 25 years, there's no way you're kidding yourself if you want to talk about keeping this up forever. If this is something that wears you down and it's just too much and it ain't happening fast enough and all the rest of that, that's the mentality you got that you ain't built for this. This is only for the doers. This is for the people who live this, eat this, breathe this, are this. And it's not even coming from a place of anger that much. We have righteous indignation. We have a righteous rage that must be satisfied. But the main thing that this comes from is the irresistible need that justice be done. Justice is the righting of a wrong. And yes, we have a right that justice be retributed. There must be an element of retribution to it. Not merely for the white supremacists who carried out the greatest crime in human history, but for those who have come here trying to figure out how to pick over the bones of our ancestors, trying to figure out what's in it for them. Everyone who perpetrated the crime and are now currently seeking to benefit from it after the fact. Stop being bashful about calling it out. It's time to hit the reset button. It's time to let everybody know that there's going to be a fundamental rethinking of what it is that you had in mind when it comes to us. All the old assumptions no longer apply. And when these migrants show up, what they're going to be finding is there's going to be less and less black people going to their stores until eventually there's none at all. And when they try to call themselves these immigrants who think of themselves as being so high-minded, doing their best white liberal impersonation is all they're doing. When they show up, they're going to be finding the conversation different because black folks ain't going to be looking to have friends. Oh, you don't mind being seen in the same room with me? Oh, I just love you. That stuff's getting left behind. It's going to be a new political maturity that's finally coming to the surface and asserting itself. We are going to start speaking in the terms that we should have been speaking in all along. And that's in the terms of our power. Notice the wording, our power. Not merely power, but our power. And when they have a problem with it, when they decide that they just, oh, you guys, y'all aren't the way that you used to be. Y'all done changed. No. What's happened is we've thrown off the programming. We've had enough of trying to be everyone's friend. Because when you're politically mature, you understand that we are a group, and groups don't have friends. Groups have interests. Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Diversions and distractions are a great way to get the heat off of yourself, but you have to be careful about it. You can't choose just any diversion. It has to be one that doesn't lead back to you. Black people's demands, specifically those of us who came out of slavery in the U.S., are a unique threat to white supremacy because of the legitimacy that we have. There is no substitute for our legitimacy. That's why everybody tries to swing on the coattails of our suffering. This is a ploy promoted by the dominant society so as to push the false narrative that black people's concerns are no different and hence no more valid than anyone else's. So it's okay to ignore black people, but they're not ignoring all of these other groups who claim that they've been oppressed. We need to make sure nobody tries to ever make a false comparison to us. We are the only group in this country who has ever been oppressed. These other groups, they've only been momentarily mistreated. And in every single case, without exception, they've sided with the oppressor class given the first opportunity. A typical example would be the Irish American community. Whenever black people are talking about the oppression and discrimination that we face today, there's always a few people who claim that they're of Irish American descent and why it's no different than what the Irish had to deal with over 150 years ago. The whole no dogs nor Irish need apply signs thing, they'll wash your face with that one. Or they'll lecture you about how during the American Civil War, Anglo-Americans could get draft deferments, but Irish Americans couldn't, so they wound up being drafted into the Civil War, and Irish immigrants fought for black people's freedom. Let's deal with the Irish involvement in the Civil War first. Black people fought in the Civil War. Black people fought for their own liberation, both in uniform and, in the case of Harriet Tubman, even out of uniform. And had the white government been less afraid of arming black people and more worried about winning the war, then no one would have needed the Irish to be brought into it. That's the first point. Secondly, and most importantly, it was in 1863 that the Irish began to turn against their being involved in the Civil War. And that opposition turned to outright rebellion when the draft started. The Irish Americans who try to claim their ancestors fought in the Civil War for black people's freedom always conveniently leave out the part about how they were the ones who carried out the draft riots in places like New York, Boston, Baltimore, and even Detroit. And what was the point of the draft riots? It was mostly Irish Americans who were attacking and killing black people because they were angry about having to fight in the Civil War. In New York, the slaughter and carnage went on for 4 days as mobs of mainly Irish rioters began attacking any black person they saw and murdering any who weren't able to get away. In her book, In the Shadow of Slavery, Leslie Harris recounts that rioters attacked a black fruit vendor and a 9-year-old boy at the corner of Broadway and Chambers Street before moving to the Colored Orphan Asylum on 5th Avenue between 43rd and 44th Streets. At 4 p.m. on July 13th, the children, numbering 233, were quietly seated in their schoolrooms, playing in the nursery or reclining on a sick bed in the hospital, when an infuriated mob consisting of several thousand men, women, and children, armed with clubs, brickbats, etc., advanced upon the institution. The crowd took as much of the bedding, clothing, food, and other transportable articles as they could and set fire to the building, which, by the way, they burned to the ground. This is what was done to a black orphanage. Did those black orphans take advantage of or somehow disadvantage the Irish somehow? How did a bunch of children in an orphanage somehow do these Irish rioters wrong? We have to make sure we discuss this because the period of time that Irish Americans try to claim that they were oppressed is a very brief time, a blip in the history of the nation. So that being the case, we're going to look at that period of time and see what was going on, and this is what we see. A key flashpoint for the anti-black violence carried out by Irish immigrants and second generation alike were the docks. After Irish longshoremen had gone on strike, the shipping company made the decision to hire more black workers to take the striking Irish workers' place. The largely Irish longshoremen didn't go to their employers and negotiate. They instead violently attacked the black men who were merely doing the work that the Irish didn't want to do. Leslie Harris wrote about this, noting, as recently as March of 1863, white employers had hired blacks as longshoremen, with whom Irish men refused to work. An Irish mob then attacked 200 blacks who were working on the docks, while other rioters went into the streets in search of all the Negro porters, cartmen, and laborers they could find. And just in case any would-be apologists for anti-black racism want to claim that this was some sort of class dispute and not racial, according to Ivor Bernstein in his book, The New York City Draft Riots, the Longshoremen's Association issued a declaration saying the colored people must and shall be driven to other parts of industry, and that the work upon the docks, the stevedoring, and the various job work therewith connected shall be attended to solely and absolutely by members of the Longshoremen's Association and such white laborers as they see fit to permit upon the premises. Nothing there about class solidarity. Nothing there about the bourgeois exploiting the proletariat. They said members of the Longshoremen's Association and such white laborers as they, talking about the Longshoremen's Association, see fit. So this wasn't even about having jobs exclusively for the Longshoremen's Association. They were perfectly willing to share jobs, just so long as they didn't have to share any with black men. And the Irish's anti-black kill spree wasn't limited to the docks. Ivor Bernstein also recounts in his book how a crippled black man, Abraham Franklin, had been abducted from his home by the mob and hanged. Then a 16-year-old Irishman named Patrick Butler dragged the body through the streets by the genitals as the crowd applauded. Rioters cut off their black victims' fingers and toes. The houses of these black residents were often identified by bands of small boys who marked them by stoning the windows. The boys later returned with their male elders to pull out the black tenants and complete the bloody mission. This is the same era that so many Irish Americans will today tell you, well, there was a time when there were signs that said no dogs are Irish allowed. Yeah, what was going on? What were Irish Americans doing during that time? They were rioting and saying no blacks allowed. Now, were black people ganging up on the Irish and saying we're going to run the Irish out? No. So who are the oppressors here? And who's the oppressed? The same people who were saying that they were being religiously discriminated against were in fact working to carry out an ethnic cleansing of the city of New York. You know, if the Irish had fought this hard against the British, they would never have been and wouldn't still be colonized. And New York wasn't the only place. This was also happening in other cities, like in Boston. The New York Times blog recounts that the Boston draft rioters tended to be recent immigrants or children of immigrants. They tended to be Irish, many of them descendants of the wave of refugees that flooded into Boston during the Irish potato famine of the 1840s. A journalist on the scene in the North End reported that an Irish woman was conspicuous in the crowd. Another stated that the mob contained a goodly number of Irish women and a group of boys and young men, many of them foreigners. The police arrested suspected rioters with common Irish surnames like Shea, Sullivan, Sheehan, and McGrath. Now, I trust you noticed that a trend forms here, that in both New York and Boston, you have children who are equally involved in these race massacres against black citizens. The mob used Irish children as scouts for their racial attacks. In the Boston riots, women were prominent among the mob, as well as boys and young men. That just goes to show that Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't some anomaly. Dylan Roof wasn't some anomaly. To have children carrying out racial violence is a key component of white supremacy. And Irish women were prominent in the mayhem, so much for the sisterhood, huh? And these racial massacres continued even after the Civil War. Believe it or not, the city of Memphis had a lot of Irish emigres at the middle of the 19th century. A lot of these Irish emigres and second-generation Irish were in the police department. Well, being an oppressed people, of course, obviously, they were willing to show every consideration to black people because, after all, they knew what it meant to be discriminated against, right? Wrong. In the years following the Civil War, the U.S. government actually was somewhat serious about trying to control these white supremacists. So what they did was they had black Union soldiers patrolling the streets of a number of American cities, including Memphis. The Irish police officers were resentful of this. These were Negroes who didn't know their place. So the heavily Irish police force of Memphis routinely would brutalize and attack black citizens, even the black soldiers, by the way. This brutality and violation of black citizens and Memphis rights went on for a long while until on May 1st, some black soldiers decided that they had had enough. And when some of the Irish police decided to call themselves telling these black men what to do, they made it clear that the days of these Irish cops trying to pretend as if slavery was still in effect were over. Gunfire broke out. It's pretty easy to see that it was the cops who were responsible for it because one of them shot himself in the leg. Those Memphis Irish cops who had been harassing those black citizens fled, but as we all know, white supremacists don't like taking an L, so what they did was they started spreading the rumor that the Negroes were in revolt, and they were gunning down white folks in the street. Why, look at Officer Stevens here, he's got a bullet in his leg. Don't mention the fact that he shot himself. Just like in New York and Boston and Detroit before it, in Memphis you had another mob of white supremacists who began rampaging through the city, killing every black person they could. And it was not merely the mob itself that was majority Irish. The leaders of this race mob were the Irish officers themselves. Barrington Walker wrote that David Roach, an Irish police officer and one of the chief ringleaders of the mob, was witnessed by ex-slave Hannah Robinson while he organized a posse.
Hey, don't leave. Come here.
Roach was heard to have said, close up, right shoulder shift. This is the white man's day now. The white man's day. Gee, that sure sounds racial to me. Interesting how whenever we look at these incidents, whether it be longshoremen in New York or whether it be police in Memphis, we always see that it's never about jobs, it's never about law and order, it's about racial control. Officer Roach and his fellow marauders murdered 40 black people.
Crybaby, turn around.
After the Civil War, there were no draft riots going on, war was over.
Turn around. Crybaby. Oh, he's gone.
So why was it that there were still these race riots going on? Now, of course, I do not say that every Irish person or every Irish immigrant was involved in the violence or condoned it, but the truth of the matter happens to be if you're going to make a comparison that Irish and black people have had the same problems, you can't get offended when someone actually looks at the historical record to see if it's true. Now, the fact that you had these Irish immigrant enclaves that were doing this across the country, what does that tell you about white supremacy? It demonstrates a large part of why white supremacy must attack.
No. I was trying to show you one of them American flowers.
Put aside their
you had just drove by one.
If there's a third group to distract them with. What did the Balkans War, the Anglo-French Wars, World War I, World War II, when one of their own is wronged, it's almost always when they're afraid their status in the racial hierarchy is being undermined. Don't listen to what people say. Watch what they do. What the Irish in the Civil War were showing was that they fully understood that whiteness had value in the United States. But if black people were not forcefully excluded, then being white meant nothing. They understood that being classified as white provided them with a bunch of goodies, giveaways, and guarantees based solely on their skin.
How are you following?
They understood that they could hurt or even kill black people, even black children, and as long as they were classified as white, they would not be punished. They understood that they had the full backing of the state. What set them off was that those shipping owners were threatening to revoke the Irish's white guarantees, and the draft riot was nothing more than a clumsy front for a race war. One of the men most responsible for starting the Ku Klux Klan was Nathan Bedford Forrest, who was himself of Irish descent. I guess he did that because of all of the oppression that the Irish had suffered, right? Where was the talk about identifying with the oppressed among the Irish? Irish immigrants fresh off the boat made it clear they didn't know anything about the U.S., couldn't even speak the language. But they did know that they wanted to be members of the oppressor class. And everyone knows that if you're auditioning to be a member of the oppressor class, all you have to do is put on some sort of violent display against black people, and that's your ticket to ride. Every immigrant group who's come here knows that. They don't even know where the U.S. is on a map, can't speak the language, don't know anything about the culture, but they do know the racial hierarchy. That they do know. They understand that they're welcome in the society,
what the fuck
so
was that?
long as they're willing to go along with the ethno-political structure that's in place, and to show that they're going to fight to protect it and reinforce it. That's how you can get people who come here from all around the world, and when they get here, they will live near or even in black neighborhoods, and as soon as they've got 2 nickels to rub together, usually given to them by black patrons, they begin trashing black people full time.
Even non-whites fully understand the unwritten rules of white supremacy. They understand there's a racial hierarchy and the place that they occupy within it. And as they see it, they're not at the top, but that's okay because at least they're not at the bottom. That's reserved for black people. But these groups also understand that black demands and black advancement threatens their place in the hierarchy too. Black empowerment doesn't just threaten the white elite at the very top. Any change to the racial pecking order would cause a number of buffer groups to lose their guaranteed positions too. So in order to reinforce their place on the racial totem pole, they'll do the most to attack us. This is what the Amy Chuas,
whenever you get done doing these, go over here and look right here.
And Bill Brattons and Patrick Lynch's and Joe Biden's come from.
Look.
He's Irish too, just in case people forgot. So we're
Come
not
here.
going to have any false equivalences.
Come here.
If anyone tries it, we're simply going to read the historical record
Come here.
and we'll let the history books speak for themselves. Don't let anyone tell you that they've been through the same thing that we have. Black people came out of slavery in this country. We have been oppressed since day one, and no end to this oppression has ever come. There's never been a time when we haven't been oppressed here. These other groups, they can point to a specific small period of time when they were momentarily inconvenienced or a little harassment, and then they can also point to when it stops. A number of the people who are claiming that their folks have been oppressed too, they always say, our ancestors have been oppressed. Well, we're not talking about our ancestors. We're talking about us too. And in most cases, the ones who were claiming that they were oppressed, as we demonstrated, they were doing the most to oppress us as well. Well, I guess that explains why it is that they kick up the most sand and the most noise about it. As Neely Fuller said, white supremacy believes in taking both sides of the conversation. So when you got these other individuals who think that they can be of help to white supremacy, they can be of help to the dominant society by playing the game of, oh, well, we were mistreated too, so that's how we show that we're in with the bad guys. That's how we show that we're down with the system of oppression. They know exactly the game that they're playing. But guess what? We know it too. Good day, and be one.
I'd like to... Ever since we crushed Kamala Harris's would-be presidential bid, the forces of white supremacy have been running around like chickens with their heads cut off. Because they didn't expect something like this to happen. They damn sure didn't expect for it to come from us, but now it has. So what white supremacy is doing is, it is employing a kitchen sink strategy. They're bringing out all the golden oldies, every move that they've ever pulled. Because at this point, it's all hands on deck. So what you've got is, you've got them trying to pull the feminist card because black women had left the reservation 60 years ago, but it seems like a critical mass of them have come back, and as far as they're concerned, no, the divide and conquer strategy must be in full effect. They're trying to bring out the old preachers because, hey, black folks just love a good sermon. And then they're trying to bring out folks with this black-brown alliance, or rather we should call it what it would be, a brown-black alliance. They want us to be following them. Julian Castro is attempting to pull this one. They're just going overboard. They're trying to do everything that they can to get us off of this, because the first thing is, okay, we get it. You guys have got to pull a head of steam about something. Oh, this reparations thing. Okay, we'll go ahead and say reparations a couple of times. And then what we'll tell you is, yeah, reparations for all disadvantaged people. That's the thing. When you listen to them, see if they say black. If you tell them we're going to talk about reparations, and the first thing they start saying is disadvantaged, minorities, inner city, places that are underprivileged, they start doing that crap, forget it. If they can't say black and stick to only black, then we ain't with it. This is the reason why we have weaponized the ballot box. I just love having these trolls and morons, either in my comment section or on my Twitter feed, whining like a bunch of babies about, well, Donald Trump, we can't risk him getting reelected. What are you talking about? Well, what's Donald Trump going to do? He's racist. So of the other 40-some-odd presidents, including Barack Obama, what's your point? Oh, well, if you don't like Donald Trump as president, then you might want to decide what's more important to you then. Donald Trump remaining president, or whether or not you do right by black people. Because if you're going to continue the old, well, nothing for black folks, though, then you better get ready for Donald Trump to get reelected in 2020, and get ready for President Mike Pence in 2024, and get ready for the reelection of President Mike Pence in 2028, and whatever the hell else comes after, because if these guys don't get stopped, you better believe it's not going to be Mike Pence who's the real problem. It's going to be whomever comes after him. So you got a choice then. Are you going to offer the United States a sacrifice on the altar of your arrogance and belligerence and your refusal to do what's right? Or are you going to go ahead and do what's right? Well, we know what the answer is. You're going to do what we want when we break you to our will. And that's why we're letting Trump remain in there. We're going to make sure he stays in there. Why shouldn't we? When the pain gets great enough, you white supremacist trash, whether you're on the left or the right, you ain't got no guts. When the pain gets too much, you'll say, okay, enough. So we're going to go ahead and let you stew in your own juices. We're going to make sure you understand that when you deal with black folks, it's going to be about respect. See, we've learned the lesson. We're not trying to be popular. Because if you want to be popular, as I've always told you, all you got to do is say yes to everyone. If you want to know how to be popular, just say yes to everyone. But you also wind up being their doormat, too. That's what happens when people say yes all the time. People take advantage of you. Oh, they'll like you because they know they can take advantage of you. But if you want to be respected, you better start learning to say no. Because when you start telling people no, they can't just run up in your face and just get something out of you willy-nilly. When they come up to you, they got to think first. They have to consider first. When they deal with you, they know that this is somebody who I can't just take for granted. I show up, I got to come correct or not come at all. They know that. And you better know that too. Politics is a business transaction. So far, they're all trying to figure out if they can buy us off with words. Well, if we just give you niggers a little bit of lip service, you know how you niggers are. You guys always, you just want somebody to say it, the word once or twice. Okay, fine, they will say it once or twice and we'll vary it. But we always make sure to say reparations is for everybody. No, we're looking to level the playing field. And that being the case, you're going to have to get with that program. And yes, we know that it's going to be politically destabilizing the country. That's the entire point. We want white supremacy to be destabilized. We are trying to bring white supremacy down. That's the entire point. The white supremacist trash who run YouTube, they understand that they depend on white supremacy for every crumb of their daily bread. So they don't want black folks thinking that we're supposed to be making the political system, the electoral system, unworkable. Because that's what happens when you break one of the electoral arms of white supremacy's administrative arm. When you take one of the two wings of the white supremacist plutocrat party and rip that wing off and break that wing, which is what we're doing to the left wing of white supremacy, we're breaking it. Then what happens is that bird ain't getting off the ground. It's going to be flattened there and not doing anything. It's going to be in a lot of pain, but it won't be going anywhere. They know exactly what this means. They know exactly what the historical and political implications are when you have whole segments of society who decide that they're going to turn their back on the ballot box. They know that you don't just have a short-term problem, you have an imminent problem. You got an issue where you don't need people deciding, well, that ballot box, that's only for those folk over there. Well, that ballot box doesn't mean anything. Well, that ballot box has no legitimacy, which means the people who are in office have no legitimacy. What happens in a country where people start deciding, whole segments of society decide that the person in charge has no legitimacy? Well, what you get is Venezuela. That's what you get. White supremacy is trying to figure out if they can just come up with some weasel words, and that'll get us back on board. But fortunately, a critical mass of black folks have now congregated here. They've migrated to voices like this one, who are telling black folks, nah, we're not doing the okie doke. See, Jesse Jackson can't get you out of this one. That's what the chumps in the Democrat Party need to understand. Your black bootlicks, the people who you've been putting on TV, they're not going to be able to bail you out this time. They can't get you out of this one. You're not going to bring on Simone Sanders and Angela Rye with mustard and lettuce on the side and think that they're going to give a couple of piddling lip service words to us, and apparently we're supposed to go, yeah, we'll listen to what they say. Nah, we're here, we're seeing them talk. As far as we're concerned, hey, look at these idiots. They think they're going to trick us. That's what's happening. We're looking at them, but it's not because we're taking what they say seriously. We're looking at them and going, yeah, look at the pathetic bootlicks for white supremacy, desperately trying to figure out how they can get us back on board with their plantation, and it ain't going to work. White supremacy understands exactly what it is that we're demanding. We are demanding that they dismantle this anti-black regime with their own hands. And if we put enough pain on them, they'll do it. We understand that this is going to be a long-term project. Long-term means it's going to be the work of years and not decades. We can win this, but first of all, we got to show for the ages, we got to show that we're willing to show the persistence. We've been consistently inconsistent. Black folks will have a head of steam for a couple of weeks and then it's over. No. When it comes to elections, which in the United States is basically a full-time occupation, it's a full-time process. When it comes to elections, the issue for black folks is reparations. And the larger issue over that, the overarching issue, is tangibles. You come into black folks, you better be showing over some tangibles. What's black folks' issue? Tangibles. What can you put in my hand? Tangibles. That's our election issue. The immigrants got theirs, the white folks got theirs, and we got ours. Except the difference is they're looking to go well. But we can't give you your election issue because this country is based on anti-black racism. It's not based on what we did to the Indians or what we did to the Japanese. It's not based on it. It's based on what we did to you. That's what forms the foundation of this country. And we can't get rid of that. Well, you're not going to have a choice. The reason the bad guys are running around like chickens with their heads cut off, the reason that political bigwigs from Howard Dean to Mark Morial are nutting up is because black people are asserting ourselves. And by the way, Bernie Sanders is from Vermont, ain't he? And you know who else is from Vermont? Howard Dean. And how do both of those jackasses feel about reparations? They don't support them. These supposed to be Yankees here. These supposed to be good white liberals from up north here. Bernie Sanders is supposed to be a Jewish liberal. He washes your face with that every 5 seconds. He wants to remind you. I mean, there's not a freaking stop that he's had where he doesn't remind you that he's Jewish. The bought and paid for black bootlicks who white power uses to control us and to disperse the revolutionary energy that we keep amassing has failed. It's failed this time. Because the movement is not being led by a leader, which means you're not going to be able to nominate a bootlick to be the mouthpiece or the face of or the spokesperson for this movement. The ideology is the movement. We don't have a leader, we got teams now, and the teams are united amongst a common strategy, a common goal, a common purpose, a common agenda. White supremacy has placed black bootlicks at all levels and throughout every strata of our community. They are there as the control mechanism. Every time you look up, you got these Negroes who nobody can figure out where the hell their money came from, yet they always seem to have money for their political campaigns, and they always seem to be invited to certain parties that nobody else gets invited to. They always are having lunches with such and such a white person, such and such a congressman, such and such a sheriff, such and such a mayor. It's like, why the hell are these guys involved? Because white power is letting you know. These are the Negroes who we have put in place as the overseers within the black community. They are our eyes, ears, and hands within the black community. And their job is that you're going to have them in the room because you're going to trust them because they're one of you. And yet, whenever you guys decide that it's time to overthrow white supremacy, well, here's going to be Roly-Poly Martin. Here's going to be Michael Eric Dyson. Here's going to be Joy Reid. Well, here's going to be Angela Rye. You guys seem to think that immigrants are working against your interest, and that one, that's oversimplification, and two, it's just not true, and three, it's very dangerous for you to be saying that because, well, I'm an immigrant, and what you're saying is you don't want me to rule over you, and that's very dangerous. That's very, very dangerous for you not to want me to rule over you because I'm the one who knows what's in your best interest. That's very dangerous. That's what's happening here. We're bringing it all down. White supremacy and their bootlicks understand that when this thing falls, when this ship sinks, when the great ship white supremacy Titanic goes down, it's going to have all hands aboard. Ain't going to be no lifeboats because we already cut those loose first. White supremacy put the black bootlicks over us, but what's happening is we're driving these traitors out. We are cutting off the ears and gouging the eyes of white supremacy among us. You're not going to be slipping any agents into this movement because folks already understand that who they're going to be listening to are the ones who have proven themselves tried and true. The voices who have been out here for over a decade who have proven themselves. So no, you're not going to be trying to find some Negro online who you could raise up. The old trick of, well, we're going to find some black person who we appointed, like Roly-Poly. Yeah, that's it, Roly-Poly. And we're going to give him a broom closet with a table in it, and we're going to have a couple of flashlights and say that this is the Roland Martin Unfiltered. Roland Martin Unfiltered. Yeah, kind of the same way that you got a sewer line that's unfiltered, just full of crap. But that's what they're hoping for. But before it's all over, expect to have some joker that you never heard of, or perhaps maybe someone who we might have heard of in passing, who all of a sudden will be trying to tell us, well, yeah, but we don't want to cut off the folks who happen to be from the Caribbean. We all of us are victims of slavery. Can't just limit it to American descendants of slaves. And wait a minute, what about the LGBT? Look, if there's one thing that should have come out of this whole reparations deal, especially as it relates to the banner classification, American descendants of slaves, that's a classification that cuts across all lines, as long as you came out of the American experience of slavery. It applies to black people, descendants of slaves, whether you're straight or gay. It applies to you whether you are male or female. It applies to you whether you are Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, or whatever the world else there is. It applies to you no matter your political classification. I am saddened to say that it would apply to people like David Clark and Clarence Thomas, though of course we should be going through their paperwork, when the whole reparations thing gets rolling. Let's make sure we find all the times that Clarence Thomas decided to mark other on his applications, and David Clark and the rest. Just because they may be descendants of slaves doesn't mean that we need to be cutting them a check, because after all, they don't need it. But the point is, if anything, American descendants of slaves, just as a classification, as an umbrella term, it cuts across all those lines. It is a unifying principle. So somebody coming along trying to do some intersectionalist talk, that's division. They're trying to figure out, hey, we know that there's some of y'all out there who are going to be saying, well, I got some Portuguese in me, and I got some Filipino, and some Swedish, and don't forget about the British too. I got some British ancestry. They know that there's some of you dysfunctional clowns out there who keep doing that mess. In fact, I posted on my Twitter feed today that Julian Castro, his campaign manager, some woman named Maya Rupert, said, and I quote, "We say after every election, black women showed up in droves. They are consistently voting not just for their own interests, but for all progressive-minded people." This is the campaign manager, who's a black woman, by the way, for Julian Castro. This is what they're saying about black females. About these black women. Sisters, this is what they're saying about you. That you have shown them time and time again that you vote consistently not for your interest, but for everyone else's interest. The Houston Chronicle piece that I linked to on my Twitter page, you got Julian Castro happy as hell as far as he's concerned. If I can get the black female vote, hell, I got the black vote on lock. I might as well, I got the entire black vote around the neck. Events will show whether or not Julian Castro is right or wrong. It needs to be a brand new day across the board. All of that divide and conquer bullcrap that's been pulled successfully for all these decades, we're gonna see which ones of us prove them wrong and which ones of them prove the bad guys right. Because what's happening right now is it's easy to point to Angela Rye with mustard and lettuce on the side, and Joy Reid and the rest of these. It's easy to point to these clowns because we've been coming out against them for the longest time. But what about the ones who've been sitting among us, who, as they see this talk gaining more and more steam, as they see that, no, this is going to be the new normal, which means this is what the black community in the United States stance is going to be on these issues today, tomorrow, and always. This is not about one election cycle. This is not about one president or one presidential candidate. This is not about one electoral race. This is the new normal, which means that you come back 50 years from now, guess what? It's still going to be the black people who came out of American slavery. And we do this not to separate ourselves from the African diaspora, but we live in a real world with real circumstances. And we have to be honest about the fact that since we have faced so much disrespect, not from all, but from too damn many within the diaspora, we felt it necessary to clarify our position within the diaspora. We're still part of the organization. We're always going to be part of the organization. That will never change. But what has changed is we have now clarified our position within the organization. That's what we've done. We've clarified it. The same way these other groups have made it clear that a right of return for the descendants of American slaves. Apparently, that's not on the table. The same way they've made it clear that some of them, too many of them, like to take little digs at us, or some of them, too many of them, like to try to run us into the ground. But we have never done that to them. We have a number of issues, many of them forced upon us by the Europeans, saddled with all sorts of problems that we previously didn't have before, particularly our loyalty system to one another. We have a number of issues that were foisted upon us by our enemies, but we also have some that we came by honestly as well, and we need to be truthful about both so that we can deal with them. Voiced certain problems on us, but he also took advantage of certain pre-existing problems that we had. He had been practicing divide and conquer in Europe for 1,000 years before he brought his show on the road to Africa. So when he saw some of those conditions in Africa, he was like, well, this is right out of my playbook. I know exactly what to do about this, and that's exactly what he did. He got folks to be sitting here. It's one thing to be proud of where you came from, wherever in the diaspora you are. But when you decide that you're going to cross the line, there is one line that you cannot cross, and that is the respect line. You never cross that line. Problem is, you go up and talk to those Somalians in Minnesota, they cross the respect line all day long. They spitting on it all day long. And you talk to those Jamaicans in New York, they spitting on the respect line all day long. And you talk to those Nigerians in Baltimore and D.C., they spitting on the line all day long. In too many cases, Joy Reid and all these clowns that is spitting on the line. Too many of these Haitians in Florida spitting on the line all day long. That respect line is a line that we as the diaspora never cross. Because just as what's true for the individual is true for the group, what that means is when we say we're all we got, it means that as a group. If you're a Jamaican, you have a reparations claim against the British. And I would never begrudge you that. But guess what else I would never do? I would also never go to Jamaica and say, man, you bunch of ganja smoking Rastafari, you got a bunch of ropes for hair. What the hell is wrong with you people? I would never sit there and try to magnify myself over my brothers in Jamaica. I would never do that. And I would also never call myself trying to speak as some authority over them as if I know something about them that they don't know. Problem is, we've had too many of the diaspora who showed up here doing that mess, and you can't just hide behind, well, white supremacy did a very good job of vetting these guys. Yeah, they did, but the problem is, when you go to some of these countries, what you find is the same mess going on. So we got some issues, family. We got some house cleaning that needs to take place. That's part of what this is about. Because nobody's going to feel like any serious house cleaning needs to take place until we pass the test of time when people realize, nah, the way that we were trying to go along to get along before, and how we were everybody's advocates except for ourselves, and we're flying the flag for Pan-Africanism, and we're flying the flag for the great, happy African global family, when everybody else is sitting here either taking cheap shots at us or running us into the ground or trying to find some way to put us down. People need to understand, no, we're hitting the reset button with everyone. We're resetting our relationship with everybody. That's what's going to happen here. Now, a lot of folks are going to look and say, we understand, you're right. You guys have been the whipping boys for everybody else, and you guys have been punching bag. Our place in the world is to be their spittoon. Our place in the world is to be their lackey and their underlings. That our place in the world is to be the ones who everybody gets to kick around. We've conditioned them to think that. Time to condition them differently. Time to condition them to the reality. Everyone. We got to make sure everybody gets this straight. Because once the African diaspora gets their minds right and understands that it's a brand new day, then what's going to happen is you're going to have a lot of folks who look and say, man, they're straightening out their relationships amongst themselves in the U.S. They are also finally straightening out their relationships with the rest of the diaspora. These guys are going to be burying a lot of these problems. And when they come back out the gate, they're going to come out the gate swinging, and they're going to be unified. And we're not going to be able to pull the same divide and conquer tactics as 500 years ago because everybody will have gotten their mind straight. They're trying to stop that process now. And get ready to see a whole lot of these folks who you've been looking at in Congress, that other than Kamala Harris, who have immigrant roots, get ready for them to be bringing that out. A lot of these folks who say, well, I don't necessarily, my family came out of slavery too. It just wasn't American slavery. See, we were slaves too. It just wasn't American slavery. How can you say that there's a difference? Because you guys have been sitting over there with them people. You've been advocating for your particular group and no one else, even though the descendants of American slaves have to be the majority. You've been doing that mess. So you've been drawing lines of distinction between yourselves and us. All we're doing is we're agreeing with you. Now, why would you be mad that we're agreeing with you? Because what happened is, in the past, you were the one dealing from a position of strength given to you by white supremacy. We're dealing from a position of strength given to us by us. And white supremacy has nothing to do with it, which means you will have nothing to do with it. You don't have the ability to elbow your way into the room this time. We've locked you out, and what's happening is you're looking at clowns like Mark Morial, and the rest of these guys. They can see the iron wall of their obsolescence coming at them at 1,000,000 miles an hour. They can see that they're about to go splat against the wall of irrelevance, because once we knock them out the box, once we have an entire 2 or 3 presidential cycles that pass where the black bootlicks, the clowns on television, these idiots are not able to say anything that reflects the reality of the black vote, the black electorate. Once we show, we demonstrate, these guys on TV, they mean nothing. What's going to happen is we're going to try to pretty it up first by saying, well, there's some rabble rousers online, and they're extremists on all sides. If there's an alt-right, I guess this is the alt-left. Same way they try to make black folks into Antifa, like we got anything to do with that crap, and that's what a bunch of white folk. Guess what? The same way they try to make us into the face of sexual harassment and assault in America, they'll be trying to do the same thing here. It's going to be a variation on the exact same thing. That, well, black people are the bad guys in all situations. They're the root of all evil. Why? Take a look at these people who refuse to take up the banner against Donald Trump. They refuse to get on board with mass immigration. They refuse to get on board with the LGBT whatever. These guys, they're just basically the alt-left. Well, there's extremists in every group. You got white supremacists. You have these black supremacists over here too, see? And you will be hearing that. And the same people who are pretending to be on board with reparations, Angela Rye with mustard and lettuce on the side, she's going to be the one out there just selling soap, saying, well, we tried, but you gotta have a coalition. You can't just be out there by yourselves. You gotta have a coalition, and that means you do what the Democrats tell you to do. Angela Rye is a political operative, been one her entire life. Simone Sanders, political operative, been one her entire life. Roly-Poly Martin, a failed political operative, and he's been failing his entire life. All these clowns who work with these campaigns, these guys are not any sort of black activists. They're not any civil rights anything. They're Democrat tools. That's what they are. And what's happening is we're throwing out the toolbox. White supremacy could never have held us in check without having people within our community, traitors, to promote and protect white supremacy, and to disrupt our own internal politics, to make sure that everything that we do always gets derailed, always gets thrown off track, and always gets dragged to some sort of white supremacist scheme. We've called these bastards out. We've pointed them out, and we're casting them out. We're purging ourselves of these traitors within. To white power, this is terrifying, because if we don't have white power, black flunkies misleading us, then there's only one direction for us to go. Taking our power back from white supremacy. And they understand that what this is going to mean is that they're going to be losing power. And they don't believe in losing power for anything. Their position is extremely delicate. They don't want to see us threatening that. They're trying to hit it off now, but they don't know how is the problem. Because of the fact that they don't have anybody to buy off. They don't have any connections within this black empowerment sphere. They don't have anybody who they can go to and say, hey, can you go talk to that Professor Truth guy? Can you go talk to that TV guy? Can you go talk to that tweet guy? Can you go talk to that Tarian Rain guy? Can you go talk to any of the other voices in that black empowerment? This reparations thing is talking about how it's all about black and they're not looking out for anybody else. Can you talk to them about that? Hey, can you invite them to one of our parties? Hey, there's some white women over here. Hey, there's a white man over here. The tools are not going to work. They don't have any means of making any inroads. We've cut them off at the knees. This is not going to be something where they can use the tried and true playbook because we have neutralized those plays. They don't have any sort of people who they can appeal to and send them to come talk to us because we ain't talking to them. They didn't come out of this, so they are verboten here. And we have done the yeoman's work for the last decade, almost decade and a half now, of educating you. These black folks you see on TV, they are not your friends. So it's a matter of, even if those of us who are the leading voices of black empowerment on the internet today, even if we disappeared tomorrow, the problem wouldn't go away because you guys have been successfully brainwashed. We washed your minds. We cleansed your minds of that garbage. So you guys now know what to do even without us here. But that ain't saying we're going to be taking no time off, because at the end of the day, we want to see our team win as much as you do. They want to head this off, and every move that they make to try to deflect, dodge, and distract it only makes things worse. We're getting over our codependency issues. We're finally dealing with our inferiority complex. Having Elizabeth Warren or Alexandria Cortez trying to appropriate reparations, that has only angered us more. They can go ahead and pretend to themselves that, well, as long as we don't say it on CNN, as long as we don't say it on MSNBC, as long as we don't say it in the New York Times, well, it'll be as if it didn't happen, because it's only going to be among those black folks on the internet. Yeah, but the black folks on the internet are the ones who set the frame and set the tone for everybody else. Because out of 45 million ex-slaves, we're the only ones who are organized. Yeah, the corrupt and crumbling fossils, those civil rights retreads over at the Urban League with Mark Moron Morial, or over at the NAACP and all these other professional do-nothing societies, these guys represent basically the 65 to dead demo of black folks. They're not the future. Hell, they're not even the present anymore. These guys are just sitting there, twiddling their thumbs, singing church hymns, talking about the old days when they were chasing white women or trying to shake their butts for white men back in the 70s. That's what they're about. That's what they were reduced to. So these guys are the definition of irrelevant, and that's the reason why you don't see any of us talking about, well, if we can take over the Urban League or take over the NAACP, why would I want to take over a corpse? No, they were created by white supremacy as tools of white supremacy, and we're breaking white supremacy's tools. So trying to figure out how you can have some black bootlicks tell us that, well, you don't need to be mad at Alexandria Cortez, we need a coalition. Nah, coalition's dead. We tried that, didn't work. We ain't trying it again. We see through the scam and we're becoming louder and more strident. The political issue is going to be what's in it for those of us black folks who came out of slavery and us alone. When you mention these other groups, the reaction you get from us, the survivors of slavery, it's going to be vociferous and it's going to be in your face. That's the reason why I talked about we need to have dedicated pressure groups. We need to have people on the ground who make it clear when Bernie Sanders holds his little do-nothing rallies where he's got 5 or 6 black folk all behind him, right behind him on the podium, so that when you do those close-up camera shots, you can see the 5 or 6 black supporters that he's got. When he tries that crap to let them know you're not getting away with it, we see what you're doing. So the old ploys, the old word games, and the old so-called image crafting, all of the fake imagery, that ain't gonna work. I told you about that whole scam in my classic video, Why Roger Ailes is Not Going Away, which you can find in the archives on this channel. Back in the 60s, Joe McGinnis, with his book, Making of the President, 1968, he was giving a quote from Roger Ailes when he was working on Richard Nixon's first presidential campaign, that in places like Philadelphia and Baltimore, that they had to have more than 1 or 2 Negroes in the crowd because the voting base in those cities was at least 30% black. That's what Roger Ailes was saying. Well, I have a few of them in there, not too many, because we ain't trying to offend the southern folks who don't like to see black people. We don't want them thinking that we're for everybody. But we need to have a few of them because black voters, they're going to notice if there's no black people in the audience in a place like Philadelphia. We got to have a few of them. And once we do that, though, we're going to be stuck doing it. So we got to be careful how many black folks we put in, because if we suddenly remove them, then the media is going to say, why no Negroes in the picture all of a sudden? That's what Roger Ailes was saying 50 plus years ago, back in the freaking 1960s. He was saying that back then. So this whole thing of trying to manipulate us by putting one or two of our own in the image, that's an old trick. We got to show them, though, that the trick don't work anymore. We got to show them that we're not anyone's suckers anymore. You're not going to make us ashamed of demanding things for ourselves. We're becoming politically selfish, which we should have done back in 1865, but you know what? We're making up for lost time now. We're becoming politically selfish. Oh, well, what about friends? Friends are overrated. Where's my tangibles? Well, we got to do coalition building. Coalition is for the weak. Strong people don't go looking for coalitions because they got enough. Coalitions is what you look for when you ain't got enough power to get things done on your own. You bring me my tangibles. Cut the check. That's what you need to be doing. Cut the check. And by demanding things for ourselves alone, it's going to make it where everyone gets put on notice. We are not looking for friends. We're looking for power. So when you come run up to black folks, everyone's going to know, well, you better not go run up to black folks. Why not? Because the first thing they're going to say to you is, cut my check. Where's my check at? That's what they're going to say. In other words, when you come to black folks, it ain't going to be about, let me go ahead and give you some lip service. And I'm going to say black people are my best friends, and black people have been neglected. I've been saying that crap since 1865. Unless you're cutting a check, I don't want to hear it. And the reason I'm going so hard in the paint for this is my biggest fear is not that we're not going to get reparations. If we speak in one persistent voice, and if we are determined and we put aggressive action behind it, if we make it where they can't hide the reparations and nobody gets to sit this one out, everyone's told you got to go on the record whether you want to or not. That's why I mean by a dedicated pressure group. They can where every time they look up, yeah, someone else is going to be running up to you with a cell phone saying, hey, about that reparations thing. You ran in Philadelphia, you ran in Baltimore, you ran in New York. Hey, you're still running, Bernie. That's the thing. Put these bastards on the run. If they refuse to make a commitment, put them on the run. My biggest fear is that white supremacy is going to announce some empty, do-nothing program. Or perhaps they're going to say, hey, we got a $2 tax rebate. And if there'll be some of y'all out there who are going to look and say, well, that's just the beginning, where they got to do something small because the country got a lot of debt, you see, got a lot of national debt. You know, they don't never tell APAC, the country's got tons of national debt with $20 trillion in debt, so we can't give you a $38 billion defense package. Not over 10 years, not over 100 years. We're broke. Country's broke. They don't do that. Wall Street said give us $750 billion back in 2008. Congress said done. Israel says give us $38 billion, $3.5 billion a year. Congress said done. Black folks say you're going to pay for the biggest crime in human history for the people who built this country. Congress says, look at the time. Gotta go. Sorry, the checkbook's empty. No. The National Treasury, you're not going to give us that crap about the National Treasury is closed just because you saw black folks finally storming the gates. And that ain't going to happen. That ain't fun. We know what the hell was done against us. It's a brand new day. And today is payday. That's what it is, folks. It's a brand new day, America. Today is payday. We're not going to be giving them permission to declare themselves innocent of a sin that they committed against us. You're not going to have the New York Times and Fortune magazine saying that Democrats are trying to wrap their heads around the reparations thing. What are they going to do about reparations? No. Kamala Harris, the same Kamala Harris who declared that she's not going to do anything that's only for black people, well, in that case, they told her to dismiss herself because she just did that. She just dismissed herself. She's not going to have any say over this. Look, when it comes time to talk about Jewish reparations, you take a look at who put together those studies. You take a look at who it is who writes the proposals. It's all Jews top to bottom. Ain't a single Gentile on the list. You know what? That's fine. You're talking about an issue that's for Jews. You want to make it where Jews are guaranteed that it's done to their satisfaction, and the same thing goes here. You ain't going to just put black folks up there, because otherwise you get Ta-Nehisi Coates, who will have Alexandria Cortez say, it needs to be for everyone, starting from the New Deal forward, and he'll be sitting there silent going, yes, ma'am, just check mark, yep, for everyone, starting from the New Deal. Social justice, you see, Chris Hayes is my friend. I want to get back on MSNBC, and this is, where I stand is different than these radicals over there, those black first radicals. I'm not like them. That's not the kind of person that you want in the room. You do not want somebody like that in the room when it comes time to talk about who's going to be getting what. When it comes time to structure how the payout's going to work. You don't want somebody like that. What you want are some of the folks who are going hard in the paint for it. You want people from our sphere. We have more than enough experts within our own ranks. We're not going to have the same people who have been denying us reparations and been lying about reparations and have been insulting us and attacking us. They're going to be the ones choosing how it goes. The hell they will. That's why we got to get in their faces about it. Nancy Pelosi needs to be put on Front Street live on camera and told, you are not going to be doing anything with reparations yourself. We are going to tell you what it is, and you are going to listen to what we say and do what we say. And tell them, Nancy Pelosi, you ain't going to be part of this. Kamala Harris, you'll have no say in this. Bernie Sanders, you'll have no say in this. Julian Castro, you'll have no say in this. Like I told you, we will not have come into our own until we first demonstrate that we have the ability to destroy the campaigns of white candidates. Going after Kamala Harris and crushing her campaign means very little. White supremacy is not based on having their black flunkies out there. White supremacy is based on making sure that it's a closed club for whites only. That's what it's actually based on. Just like when they integrated the lunch counters in movie theaters, they want to tell us that getting some sort of government program is going to be reparations. That's going to be what counts as all done. See, we fixed the greatest crime in human history because Kamala Harris passed some lift program that's for everybody. And here the black baby boomers thought that lunch counters in movie theaters was some kind of victory. Malcolm told you about that back in the day. We, those of us who are Generation X and the millennials and the post-millennials, truth be told, we have to prove that we've learned from the utter failure of Generation Fail. And that's what we're doing right now. We're showing the persistence. We are showing that, no, this is not going away. We're speaking with our own voices. We're locking out the people who shouldn't be here. We're showing the political discipline. We're showing that we're serious. And we have to also maintain that seriousness because white supremacy is not just going to sit on its hands while we dismantle it. What they're going to do is, since they can't get elements among this movement, they're going to try to invent some. And I'm not talking about the usual suspects, though it may be. Don't be surprised if all of a sudden Roly-Poly gets another TV show. And he won't be talking that kind of stuff he was talking last week. It's going to be the old Roland Martin. Not this new Roland Martin who realizes that he's only half a hair away from oblivion. It's going to be the old Roly-Poly. Out there dancing a jig with Bernie Sanders next time. But expect to see some person who you never heard of the same way that they did with Barack Obama. None of us ever heard of Barack Obama until they plucked him from obscurity. None of you heard of Kamala Harris until suddenly she becomes Attorney General of California. That's what they're going to try. The white media is going to try to find some compliant black bootlicks. They're going to be trying to find some Joy Reid types. And all of a sudden, you're going to have these clowns who you never heard of. They're going to be getting all sorts of exposure on television. What do you think? Why do you think I was showing you that stuff with the breakfast schlubs on Ari Melber's show? He never had them on before, but he's got them on now. And all of a sudden, you got Roly-Poly back on cable television again. They hadn't had him as a guest contributor to anything in so long, it ain't funny. But they got him back now. This is the white media on the left and the right attempting to engineer a narrative that they will control because they're going to have to see black flunkies who have never been talking this black first stuff all of a sudden trying to act like they talk for us. Don't let Charlemagne the Fraud and DJ Penis Envy convince you that somehow they're on this black agenda. The hell with it. You can't be sitting here shucking and jiving and talking about who's Drake beefing with and who's Cardi B sleeping with one moment and then the next moment talking about reparations. Are you kidding? Is this a joke? Yes, it is a joke, but it ain't funny. So that's the reason why we're not going to be having any of these people who white supremacy's been feeding for so long, having them talking to us. No way. This is about making sure that when we dismantle white supremacy, that means we dismantle their black bootlicks and flunkies too. So all you clowns out there who are trying to reinvent yourselves as black empowerment types, figuring that if you just use a little bit of our verbiage, if you just toss around a little bit of our lingo, if you decide that you're going to trade in one or two of our talking points, and somehow that's going to fool people into getting with you. Oh, look over here, Angela Rye, she said white supremacy. Yeah, for the first time in forever. Hey, you're not fooling anybody. The old game is over. White supremacy doesn't have the power to unilaterally make you the mouthpiece of anything anymore.
Even if they put you in the room and have Nancy Pelosi sign some legislation today saying that every black person in America and everybody else who makes under $200,000 a year is going to receive a $10 tax rebate. Reparations at last. That ain't going to fool anybody. You're not going to be able to bestow the position of black empowerment leader on your black bootlicks. YouTube won't be able to censor it either. You won't be able to bestow the title of reparations are paid for, reparations are finally a settled issue on yourselves. We will be the only ones who can say that. And by the way, just so you know, what we're going to be doing is going to be just like what the Jews are doing. As soon as you decide, well, we just realized we had $10 trillion sitting around and we're going to cut you a check. Whoa, 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 whoa. Thank you. And next year, we'll let you know what the next check will be. Say what? Yes. It's going to be exactly like the Holocaust survivors. What's going to be happening is generations of black folk, even after we're dead, we're going to still have our children stepping up to them and saying, now, we're here to take our check, too. Ain't going to be no more of this, where's my check? It's going to be we're taking the check. We're taking the checkbook, and we are right now, we're at the hell number we want. And next year, we're coming back and doing the same damn thing. That's what it's going to be. So ain't going to be no one and done lump sum payout. This ain't how it works. The greatest crime in human history, and you think you're getting off the hook with just one little payment? Ain't even. Ain't even. We are going to subject white supremacy to a breaking process, and this is how it works. Every time they look up, it's going to be something else. We will rip white supremacy, tear white supremacy, stomp white supremacy, crush white supremacy, until not even the dust of its memory is left. As Dr. John Henry Clark taught us, white supremacy doesn't have a problem giving you some petty trinkets. Oh, you want an integrated lunch counter? Well, they'll make you fight tooth and nail for it. That way, when they do it, you'll think you actually won something. You won nothing at all, but they made you fight tooth and nail for it, so you have to convince yourself that you won something. Because you weren't asked major anyway. You'll know when white supremacy doesn't want to do something because they're going to do a full court press like what they're doing right now. As long as it doesn't require white supremacy to give up any of their power, they have no problem giving you something. Dr. John Henry Clark instructed you on that. So the first thing you need to be asking is what I'm doing going to deprive white supremacy of its power? Well, do you know where their power comes from? It comes from the strength of their economy. So instead of asking for a lunch counter, which basically you asking, can I have a nice place to give you my economic power, you need to be looking, trying to find ways to take his. White supremacy doesn't get its power from their lunch counters or their movie theaters. They get it from their economy and the military force used to protect that ethno-Ponzi scheme. They have tens of trillions of dollars in economic power every single year. White power generates tens of trillions of dollars in economic power every single year. Now you go backwards to the late 16th century, because truth be told, 1619 ain't really the beginning of this whole thing. You got to start in the 16th century if you want the truth of it. But if you decide to use progressive scaling to go back 500 years, then you understand that trying to tell black folks that even half $500 million, oh, we're going to, okay, $100 billion, no, that ain't even scraping the surface. That's not even the tip of the iceberg. And that's the reason why you're not seeing me getting all jolly about this Marianne Williamson moment. Because what I'm looking at is, notice how the white media is not criticizing her for saying $100 billion. You want to know why? Because as far as they're concerned, she's slipped into the room so that she can set an artificial ceiling. That's what she's here for. She's here to set an artificial ceiling and say, well, the same way that 40 acres and a mule got kicked around, well, now we're seeing $100 billion. And let me tell you something, by the way, and I put this on my Twitter page, and you need to internalize this too. 40 acres and a mule, that's what you give to one man who you disadvantaged and took advantage of for his lifetime. If you got just one guy, you know, the old slave Cleopas, you ripped him off his entire life, 40 acres and a mule is what you give to him, because he's one person who you ripped off for one lifetime. What about if you ripped off Cleopas and his wife and his children and their parents and their parents' parents and their great-grandfathers and everybody else? What about that? 40 acres and a mule just for that. All these people who have gone their entire lives being raped, being beaten, brutalized, murdered, degraded, and all the rest of it,
And after all that, you decide, well, we're going to take one of your descendants, give them 40 acres and a mule, and tell them to get the hell out of here. No, you ain't getting off that easy. And we're not letting you. 40 acres and a mule was a joke back then, and it's an insult today. We're owed a hell of a lot more than that. Don't you ever let the white media or any of their black bootlegs try to tell you 40 acres and a mule. I don't give a damn what that translates to in modern dollars. It still ain't enough. You ain't paying me just for what was done to me. You're going to pay for all of the centuries of accumulated wealth and the lost human dignity that has been stolen from our people. You can't put a price tag on that. That's the reason why you don't see the Jews stopping with their demands. You sit here and torture us. You sit here and murder and rape us, take everything from us, tell the entire world that we're less than human. Damn right, you're going to be paying, and every year we're coming back and getting more. This is what they're doing. They're making sure not only are you not going to forget, this is a debt that will never be paid because it was a crime that should never have happened. We have more justification and more right than the Jews ever did. So don't be sitting here letting them tell you that there's a ceiling on this thing. Ain't no limit. Ain't no freaking limit. Forget about scratch the surface. You haven't even taken a swing at the subject yet. You got a national economy that generates tens of trillions of dollars every single year. It's been generating trillions of dollars for decades and decades and decades now. So please tell me, what demand have you made upon white power that's even going to put a dent in that? Have you demanded anything that will even put a dent into the tens of trillions of dollars that they generate every year? Because reparations for the people who built this country, and that's what we are. We must never let anyone forget that there would not be a United States of America, wouldn't have been a 13 colonies. Hell, there wouldn't have been a North America without us. Europeans tried to build on their own. We all know how Roanoke went. Didn't have a damn thing until they had some Africans who actually knew nation building to do it for them. That's no coincidence. And I like the idea of using reparations as a stick to crack the bad guys over the head with. You want to know why? Because reparations is a big ask. But it's also something that most of us can agree upon. Most of us anyway. Reparations is something that makes people uncomfortable. It makes them unhappy. It's the kind of thing that, yeah, when black folks show up, this is going to be something that people are going to look at and go, oh, damn, niggers, can you believe it? Yes, it's the kind of thing that conditions them to take us seriously. It's the kind of thing that lets them know we ain't no joke. It's an issue that focuses our collective will, and it makes these other groups very uncomfortable. So as a political wedge, as far as I'm concerned, hits all the right notes. Stop being bashful about it. You make it clear, yes, reparations matters. Well, you know, that's pie in the skies. Oh, look, this is going to be an eternal struggle. I told you that what's going on here. This is going to be the black agenda. This is going to be the black issue, whether it's in elections, whether it's in business, whether it's in society. It's going to be tangibles. That's going to be it. So if you're one of those black folks who has the attitude of, well, it can't be done, I don't want those people around me. I don't want the people who are constantly saying what cannot be done. Because if you went back just 12 years ago when we first started, the idea that black people were going to put white supremacy back into the national lexicon, they said, well, hey, I can see white supremacy since the Black Panthers in the 70s, man. Well, we got it back into the national lexicon now, didn't we? And saying that black people are owed something from this country, that we're not going to be voting without tangibles. People are like, after Barack Obama, that ain't going to happen. Why? All the politicians are going to remind you about Barack Obama. I said, don't worry about that. We can hit the reset button, and we don't need Barack Obama for that. People thought it couldn't happen. It has. That's what Hillary Clinton learned. And that's what the Democrats learned in the 2018 midterms. And that's what Kamala Harris learned. And after Kamala got crushed, you had these black bootlicks on television and radio who realized that no, they don't speak for black people, and that a massive manifestation of black will, of the will of these sons and daughters of American slavery, had manifested itself and crushed a major party candidate. When that happened, that was a seismic event that occurred. And that's why all of a sudden you saw these black bootlicks on radio and television putting over their shoelaces, trying to figure out how to say, what was the black agenda? Yeah, you see, we didn't need television to do that. We didn't need CNN to do that. We didn't need MSNBC to do that. Hell, a number of us here on YouTube, we got bigger audiences, and a hell of a lot bigger audiences than CNN. Hell of a lot bigger audiences than these jokers that you see on MSNBC. So it's a matter of, we're not the ones trying to catch up with them, they're the ones trying to catch up with us. We haven't changed the message so that hopefully it will be more palatable to Joy Reid and her white producers and her white bosses at MSNBC. We didn't have to change what we said. They're having to change what they say. We're not changing the focus of our discussion. We have forced them to change the focus of theirs. And that's how you know who has the influence and who doesn't. That's how you know who's the dog and who's the tail being wagged. That's how you know we're establishing a new pecking order, one that puts us first. And we're not apologizing for that. We're not trying to figure out, can we reword it and put some sugar on it and water it down so it doesn't offend people? Oh, forget it. The new battle cry for black folks, as far as all of that, look, you're losing white support. Well, y'all just gonna have to hate us then. Well, what about the black-brown coalition? They just want to hate us then. Well, you're going to need some sort of partnership. You can't be out there by yourself. No, they just want to hate us then. Because what's going to happen is, once they realize we're not getting off of this, they have to come to terms with it. Once we have demonstrated that we have the ability to blow this thing up, we have the ability to grind the gears of American elections to a halt, we have the ability to freeze the election landscape and do it in a way that makes it where an entire political party is irrelevant. Once they realize that, and they realize that this is the issue that did it to them, they're going to be so desperate to get things moving again. But we first have to show the persistence. We have to make it clear to them, this is not going away. And you're not going to get us off of this point. And you're not going to try to put together some coalition that doesn't include us. You can try it, it won't work. Reparations has caught white supremacy off guard, but as you see, they did have contingencies in place, and their plan is going to be to either derail the discussion through the use of phony black activists, or as a worst-case scenario, if all else fails, and they just can't get this dang issue to go away, and black folks prove that you're not going to get us off of it, what's going to happen is they're going to try to present some pathetic token, something or other, and then you'll have a whole lot of these black bootlegs saying, oh, reparations, and they'll even have the right wing out there saying, oh my God, it's reparations! The same right wing who said that welfare and food stamps are reparations. Just keep that in mind. For the right wing, everything is reparations. The sun rose this morning. See, that's reparations. So first order of business is that we alone are to dominate the discussion on reparations. We are to dominate it. What that means is ain't nobody else speaking on it except for us. Nobody else has legitimacy to speak on it except for us. And that if we are not the ones who get called in with all these white media outlets have to do, if they actually were news and not white supremacist propaganda, then it would just be a matter of you bring on these voices who you see on the internet, you know, the ones who are scaring the hell out of you, the ones who you've been demonizing and calling bots. You go ahead and bring them on and then you shut up and they do all the talking. That's a properly conducted discussion about reparations. The people who have been pushing this issue, the ones who have been championing it, they're the ones who speak and nobody else says a word. That's a properly conducted discussion. The one that brings in the tried and true black bootlicks for the white media, the usual suspects, these clowns who speak for no one but themselves, that's a fraud. And it's getting called out. And by the way, Bernie Sanders ain't the only one who's going to find himself getting embarrassed from time to time when some black person who's got their head on straight runs up on him with a camera. But before it's all over, these clowns, these talking mouthpieces, these empty talking heads that you see on white media, they need to go ahead. We need to have some Twitter videos and some Vines and some Instagram posts where you say, hey, I was able to catch up with Angela Ree at the airport. I was able to catch up with Roly-Poly Barton here. I was able to catch up with Jonathan Capehart or whoever the other black clowns are who the white media has on their air, just spewing hot air. Just to make sure that you understand that any of these people who have been calling themselves trying to spread anti-black propaganda under the guise of liberal commentary, make sure that they understand the exact same way that people like Kamala Harris and Bernie Sanders are being made to answer for the crap that they say. Guess what? You're going to be asked the exact same questions. You don't get to sit there, throw a rock, and hide your hands. Those days are over. That's why you don't see us sitting here complaining about, well, if only we could get some time on one of those white TV station sound stages. We point out the hypocrisy of what they're doing. We point out the fraud of what they're doing. We point out the lie of what they're doing. But you don't see us getting any heartburn about it, because at the end of the day, this reinforces the fakery of who and what they are. Besides, what they would think is, I would be kind of worried if they started trying to find a way to coax some of us to come on their air, because it would simply be a way of them trying to last-ditch, Hail Mary, give themselves some legitimacy. They'd be trying to say, see, we talk to these guys, so see, we're legitimate. I would be concerned that we would be incidentally lending them some legitimacy. So any sort of interaction with the white media would have to be done very, very carefully. But the first thing we got to establish is that the whole talk about reparations is only for those of us who came out of American slavery, and it is a conversation that is only legitimate when it is dominated by us. It is not going to be something where you get some white person, no matter how well-meaning they may claim to be, who is going to tell you about it. We don't need some white person to tell us about it. We don't need some white person to tell people about it. We are perfectly capable of doing it ourselves. If these white reporters were the ones who brought the issue up, or if they understood it, then they wouldn't have been caught with their pants down either. We don't need some good white liberal to call themselves, bring it to people's attention. What they need to do is simply copy and paste what we're telling folks. Better yet, here's the press release, here's the column,
read it word
for word, letter for letter. That's all you got to do. But they're not going to be doing that, because this is a racial policy that's being promoted, and it's important that the propaganda all go one way. So we're in for a hell of a fight, but this is how we're going to prove to everyone that we are serious about it. Reparations are determined by the aggrieved party. This is the reason why we're not going to let any political whores like Bernie Sanders or Kamala Harris or Elizabeth Warren come to us and tell us what they can't or can't do. Nobody's going to be telling us, oh, that price tag you guys gave us, that's a little bit too big. Forget that. When Germany lost the First World War, they owed France reparations. And France didn't let Germany have even one word of say over what constituted payment or how much in reparations that Germany owed. They were dictating the terms, and that was that. The Germans were having orders barked out. You started this war, and here's the bill. And that's how it went. Well, that's how this is going to go. And the white media is not going to bestow the legitimacy for determining reparations onto the heads of the people who've been fighting it all this time. They ain't gonna fly. These Democrats and their white media cronies, they're going to get called out. Because white supremacy believes in controlling both sides of the conversation. Controlled opposition is a crucial component of mass social control, and as reparations refuses to go away as an issue, as we refuse to pipe down, we're not going to be distracted, and you're not going to be ready to see them try something. We know that the enforcement arm and the propaganda arm and the administrative arm of white supremacy work hand in hand. They're all part of the same white supremacist apparatus. Don't be surprised if the white media decides that all of a sudden there's going to be a sudden rash of black killings at the hands of the police all of a sudden. There's going to be some act of ghastly violence against black people. And what's going to happen is they're going to say, well, you see, it was all because of Donald Trump. And see, Donald Trump's got to go. And they don't care about that. What they care about is we got to get black folks to get off this reparations thing. Stop threatening white supremacy's power. So we're going to try to figure out if a heap of dead black bodies is going to dissuade you. Is that going to distract you? Get ready for it. I want you to expect this stuff. We're putting white supremacy's backs to the wall. You think that right now you ain't got some Democrats who are wondering how the hell they can get us off this issue? Hey, last time black folks were this energized with that Black Lives Matters thing, George Soros ain't had penny one to put into this, and he wouldn't be allowed to be part of this discussion, so that ain't gonna fly. And they know that, so they're looking and going, well, look, a bunch of dead black bodies, that would certainly get them to be looking in another direction. And it's not as if they're the only ones who have thought this. You have that clown, Mark Levin. He's like this right-wing blowhard that you see on Fox News every once in a while. Before the 2008 election, he was sitting there saying that, I shouldn't say before, after the 2008 election, he actually had the nerve to say that if America had suffered another terrorist attack, Barack Obama would not have become president. He actually said that. That if America had suffered another 9/11 terrorist attack, Barack Obama wouldn't have become president. So you had Republicans praying for Americans to die by the thousands just so that they could get their way politically. Mark Levin would prefer to see Americans dead than for him not to get his way on election day. Well, do you think that Mark Levin's the only one who thinks that way? Don't you know there's a number of these good white liberals who, as far as they're concerned, why, if you had the Mother Emanuel Church massacre take place just before Election Day 2016, Donald Trump wouldn't be president. Black folks would have been galvanized. Donald Trump would never have been president. There are white liberals who are just like Mark Levin. They all are cut from the same cloth of white power by all means. They're willing to pay any price, but usually it's someone else's blood, preferably ours, to get what they want. So yeah, there's a number of white liberals who, as far as they're concerned, if only a number of black people got killed, hopefully black folks would get on some, police need to be reined in stuff, or they would get on some legislature needs to write some laws stuff. And while these things are necessary and they are required, the problem happens to be at the end of the day, your ballot is worthless and useless without some power behind it. As I said in my video about the media and 2020 Democrats are trying to redefine reparations, the reason that your ballot has no power is because you have no power. That's the reason why. Don't you think it's time for that to change? So expect the white media to be dragging out some phony baloney black empowerment wannabes, some sort of manufactured black empowerment types to be trying to mislead us. Or at the very least, they're going to be trying to set up a controlled dialogue where it's going to be just a script. Oh, we got, what we have over here is Quantavious Carol Sanders. And wait a minute here, is this a man or a woman? We're not sure. I'm all about LGBT, and I'm also all about the environment and feminism, death to the patriarchy, and toxic masculinity. Well, actually, it sounds like Terry Crews now, don't it? So expect to see Terry Crews get brought out on CNN and saying this reparations thing is just a bunch of divisive black whatever, and I've never had a problem with white people, especially the ones who grab my junk, and expect for him to be out there doing that crap, or somebody like him. Or they're going to be trying to use our talking points, drag us off point, or better yet, all of the above. Expect to see white supremacy, because what they've been doing the last week or so, last week and a half to 2 weeks, it's just been full court press across the board. Everything and anything. That's what white supremacy does. They're hitting you with a full-scale barrage. It's going to be everything that they've got being targeted at you all at once. You're going to have Martin Royale talking stupid. You're going to have Simone Sanders talking stupid. You're going to have Roly Poly talking stupid. You're going to have Michael Eric Dumbass talking stupid. You're going to have all the breakfast schlubs talking stupid. Angela Rye talking stupid. All of these clowns talking stupid. That's the entire point. The entire point is kitchen sink. Throw everything at them, everything at all. And not only are they going to keep up the city drumbeat of their paid black bootlicks spreading their lies, they're also going to be forwarding whatever black massacre or whatever killings of black people that they can use as a distraction. Preferably the more dead black people, the better. They're going to be also having some good white liberals saying, you know what, reparations are an idea whose time has come, but it's too difficult right now, you see, too difficult. That'll be Bernie Bigot Sanders. And then what you're going to have is you're going to have one or two of these guys say, well, you know, we can do reparations, but it's got to be reparations for all, you see. Hey, we're talking about Medicare for all, and how can we have Medicare only for a few? It's supposed to be for everybody. So Medicare for all and reparations for all. Expect all of it. Expect them to just be coming at us with a nonstop barrage of attempts to distract us, glittering objects that they can put in front of us and say, hey, look at this latest police killing. You care about that more than reparations. This dead black person over here, that's far more important than reparations, isn't it? Expect it. Okay? Expect it. We've already seen a forerunner to this already. Roly Poly pulled a test run on his little show, that little side show. Because he did that with somebody who was trying to use some of Tariq Nasheed's language. Some guy who's sitting here, and I guess perhaps he thought that he was taking digs at Tariq or something. Maybe that's what he thought that he was doing. But all that he was really doing was putting on display that this is what he's been reduced to. And this is why they had to put Malcolm Nance out there. The white media will get on code in a big way. Mass media coordination is how the white media shapes the public mind. If the white media declares a particular viewpoint to be outside the bounds of respectable discourse, then it automatically is, because they said so. This is how they condition the public to go along with the unreasonable and the absurd. Because anybody who doesn't agree, well, you're fringe. And as we've seen with government agent Malcolm Nance, fringe isn't based on how many people believe in a particular thing. Fringe means anything that doesn't serve the interests of established power. That's what it means. So for those who are uncomfortable with this type of discourse that has now come back to the surface, well, I guess you're just going to have to hate us then. Political selfishness for those of us who are the survivors of American slavery, that's the order of the day. That's the order of the day. We understand that white supremacy is not scared of having a discussion about reparations, so long as it never goes beyond the discussion and so long as they control the discussion and the outcome of it. We understand that. You know what? Those of us, though, who came out of slavery, we better have an or else ready, okay? We better have some sort of or else ready, because no discussion about power between two opposing groups is possible unless at least one of them has a definite or else on tap. We know white power has an or else. They've been using it against us for 500 years. We need to have an or else of our own. I know that may seem like putting the cart before the horse, but as Dr. John Henry Clark said, you cannot expect to sit down at the table of power unless there's some power that sent you there. At this stage, we don't need 100% economics power. To be hyper-organized, that can cover a multitude of shortcomings. We won't win this war without having an economy, but in the early days, a few pennies, that can do a lot for us. But we got to be serious about what the world it is that we expect to have done. We got to be serious about the outcome of this entire discussion and that this is going to be the new normal. So all the people who ain't built for this, who are trying to figure out ways to weasel out of the discussion, and you're kind of getting bored about it because it's exciting if the white media talks about it, but other than that, if the white media is not validating the importance of it, well, you kind of find your attention wandering off somewhere. Well, that's good. Go ahead and wander off, because we need you to get lost. This is not for you. This is why promoting ourselves on the basis of being ex-slaves is so important, because it teaches everyone to rethink all of their old assumptions about us. Assumptions that were given to them by the white powers that be. White power gave these other groups a comforting narrative about us, a total lie, but still a comforting lie, because it was one that helped to justify the racialist pecking order that white supremacy put in place and the hyper-violent coercion and corruption that it uses to keep the order in place. No progress has been made because progress is the very thing that white supremacy was set up to prevent. Black people aren't happy with the status quo and never have been. So this whole lie, just the biggest lie of the last 150 years, that, well, we're all better off than we were, fill in the blank. We're all better off in the 1980s. Well, we're better off than we were in the 60s. In the 1960s, well, we're better off than we were in the 30s and 40s. In the 1930s and 40s, well, we're better off than we were back in the 19-teens when they were burning down the Black Wall Streets. And back in the 19-teens, we're better off than we were in the 1880s. That's when they put Jim Crow in the books. And in the 1880s, we're better off than we were in the 1860s. That's when slavery was still going on. You see how the game goes. We're always better off than we were a little bit before. But the truth of the matter is, ain't a damn thing changed. Dr. King was murdered. Malcolm, Medgar, the state-sponsored terrorism against the Black Panthers and MOVE. We get reminded every 10 years or so when the racial unrest comes rushing back to the surface because of some incident or a series of incidents in the case of the police murdering black people. It makes it clear where the subject has to be discussed. The national lie of, we're all just one big happy dysfunctional family, to hell with that. The white media brings out the old playbook, we gotta talk about it. Well, this time things are different. We're taking control of the narrative. Not only are we not letting the white media dictate to us what to think or to say about the issues, nobody's going to make us embarrassed to say it.
So that? Yeah, bro. Robbie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I woke up and just noticed he called.
And he asked me if he did. I said, I don't know why I called. He was probably asleep. I said, you're not going for today. You're not going tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a storm.
It's snowing.
It's like snowing hard.
It is. It is.
It is. It's windy and like you can hear it through the window.
Shit. It's just rain. Remember? Grandma's having me something over there.
Yeah, really.
He asked me to go. I survived. I found out. I woke up Saturday with woke up Sunday with call him Patillas. I'll call him man doctor. Not to answer. And talk to the nurse practitioner. She said, take your ass to Dr. Murphy go down. She said, let me check with Dr. Anderson. I was like, okay. She said, take your ass to the hospital now. Yes, ma'am. He said, what are you doing outside? We're doing what God tells me to do. I said, tell me to do something on Florida. He said, okay. Well, you tell me to do it. I said, because I was choice was there.
I mean, how are we supposed to know? It's just like, who the hell has their foot tingle like that? And then, like, you don't have diabetes, but...
No, I don't feel my foot is diabetic. That makes sense, though.
No.
No, it makes sense.
And then the fact that you completed physical therapy, but at no time did they say, hey, we need to check your, you know, the blood. Yeah, your blood flow on your fucking just on general.
Yeah. Who said, are you upset? I said, no, I'm upset. I said, I'm doing what you tell me to do. I'm doing what you tell me to do.
I mean, what can you do?
Yes. Yeah. And do it. I said, I'm not crying, I'm not sick. Who teach that? I said, boy, this night I had a cheeseburger.
Cool.
I had a cheeseburger.
Right on.
Then I had a hamburger. Then I had a piece of toast. But today I had a peanut butter toast.
Just peanut butter, no jelly?
Peanut butter on toast.
You're on the broadcast right now, Mom.
Hello there, people. How you doing? That was nice. I don't know. And
Don't need to do this. Hello there, pleased to see you.
That'll work. Right.
Huh?
That'll work.
No, hell no. I'm not going to work fucking them damn.
No, I said how it was work. I didn't go work. How it was work.
It's alright. Motherfucker had the nerve to try to say I left 20 minutes early or some shit.
Maybe you don't do that.
Yeah. Well, come to find out, dude told me he was like, worst case scenario, just walk up to the operator and tell them you gotta go to the bathroom.
You gotta go tell them you gotta go to the bathroom?
Well, if the operator knows where you're at, that's different.
Oh, okay. Guess what I found out yesterday?
What?
Guess whose sister works up here?
Whose sister?
Guess whose sister works up here?
Who?
Fingernails.
Oh, hell no.
And guess what?
What?
Fingernail brother works where you work.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I'm there, so aren't you? He said, yeah, I got it down. That's his sister. Remember?
Yeah.
When we met her, I did. I said, oh, I did that was who? Yeah, that's his sister.
What does his sister do?
The brother works up there with you.
What does he look like?
Short silver hair, I guess, like him. Yeah. I'll look up there. She's a nurse.
She's a nurse?
His sister is a nurse, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry, darling.
Yeah, really.
That's surprising.
I'm like, well, I know Fingernails got family out here, because isn't he originally from this motherfucker? He tried to tell that story about, my grandmother, she didn't know nothing about black people. She used to call them niggers and all type of spooks and shit. And I'm like, while he's telling that story, I'm like, every time he says spook and nigger, I'm like, I want to slap the fuck out.
I know.
I'm like, you can still tell the story without saying it.
Do the protection report. And I call people back and forth.
Yeah, he was using the hard R.
I know that. Why?
Nah, damn.
How's she and Sessa doing?
Irritated as all fuck. They act like they've been attacking the fuck out of each other.
I know. I know. So I got 12 and 24. 12 and 24. He's going to give the G and Reggie and Styrene and O'Shea.
The message?
Phone number. Yeah, right there with the number here. Hello, man. You can't. I said, I cannot call California.
Yeah, they can call in though.
I know, but I can't call. I cannot call. You guys. You guys can call me, but I can't call you.
No.
Sure, okay. I can give the number tonight.
Lucky with this.
You know, it'd be a smart thing for the state of Maine to do. Have solar panels set up on streets and literally use that to heat the streets to cut down on fucking accidents and shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it will if we're in charge.
Yeah.
That's different. They ain't gonna do it because they don't think like that. They don't have that yeah, they don't have that spirit in them that says, let's work with the planet instead of off the planet. That's why we still have most of our wild animal in Africa.
Okay, well, that's how. There's 2 movies on this movie that came out. We saw Black Panther.
Yeah.
No, they're showing it here.
They're showing Black Panther there?
Yeah, and there's something else. I think Black Panther. That's what I'm doing. I look at the last guy. So, yeah. The Viper, no, it was Hawkeye. I know I saw Hawkeye.
Oh, you were watching Hawkeye?
Yeah, Hawkeye. Totally. Yeah, and they got Disney, so you know they got Hawkeye.
Okay, you got Disney.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I was even thinking about that. I'm like, I wonder if you could sign into my Disney Plus up there.
No.
But they at least got Disney Plus already, so you don't have to worry about it.
But they got. Yeah. They got TV movies, and they got TVs where we could just, I don't know, some straight bullshit. But, I just I ordered pizza.
Hey.
Alright,
So how is everything today now?
It's quiet. Still snowing.
Yeah, it's snowing hard.
Yeah, it's still snowing. Yeah. It's snowing in the bay. It's snowing in the bay. It's snowing in the bay.
Yeah, really. A lot. I'm like, oh God.
I'm burning out in the snow, honey. I don't want to see no
Not really, because I'm like, you can warm up in snow. You can't warm up when it comes to heat. I mean, you can't cool down when it comes to heat.
I don't think that.
Plus that, as long as you got a vehicle with 4-wheel drive in the snow, like, you're good. Cause it's a,
Remember? It's right there, isn't it?
huh?
It's slippery.
Well, it's not slushy. It's just the fact that it's like cold as all giddy up.
Okay. Alright.
So I know that's
Yeah.
gonna fuck with you.
Yeah, I know. So. Alright, baby doll. I love you, sweetie.
I love you too, Mom.
And I will call you after over, okay?
Either way, just let me know.
I will. You know that I will. I will. Alright, babe. I love you, sweetie.
Love you too, Mom.
Bye, babe. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Notice how all it took was for us to assert ourselves, and now we got them saying it. You don't see anyone saying, this is simply reparational. This is ridiculous. They're saying, well, you know what? We can do that as long as it's for everyone. Now, that's going to be the big hurdle to get over. Make sure they understand. You're going to start saying black again. And it ain't going to be black and everyone else. It's just going to be black, full stop. They understand what it is that we're trying to do. See, you may be desensitized to when someone's trying to find a way to break your particular will on an issue, if they're trying to break through your resistance. You may be ill-suited to understand when that's happening, but white supremacy understands exactly when someone's trying to do that. Now, can we break them to our will? Of course we can. But it ain't going to happen without us being persistent. We got to make sure this gets put on them daily. This has to be a steady, daily drumbeat. Well, I don't like it. Well, I don't give a damn what you don't like.
Well, you know, it's getting used to paying people for stuff that happened hundreds of years ago.
Well, then, if we make you do it enough times, you'll get used to it. I was the one who pointed out to you that power is used as a shield long before it's used as a sword. Right now, we're still in defense mode. We haven't gone on the offensive. All we're doing is protecting ourselves from another Barack Obama-style political fraud. That's what the crushing of Kamala Harris was about. That was a defensive move, not offensive. We haven't even gone on offense yet. That's so far on the horizon, we haven't even been there yet. Right now, we're simply showing that we can put up a substantive defense. The white media tries to launch a racist offensive against us, a propaganda offensive, dragging out all their black bootlicks, and what we've done is we've resisted that. We're showing that we can put forward a substantive defense. But they understand that at some point, those of us who came out of American slavery, at some point, we gotta go on offense. They know that that's coming. They understand that that's coming. And this is their effort to head it off now. And what we're going to prove to them is they were wrong. They were wrong for what they did to us. They were wrong to think that they could get away with it. And they're also wrong with the idea that we were not going to say or do anything about it. We're hitting the reset button. We're getting politically selfish. And this war against reparations and the unsettling of white supremacy that this war represents, that's not going away. They're wrong about the outcome of that too. We're in this for the long haul. We're not in this for a media cycle. We're not in this for an electoral cycle. This is the new normal. And there's nothing that they are going to be allowed to say about that.
See, I love the people out there who are also saying, oh, Roland, you knew this. Which is hilarious. Because for all you want to be just woke your punk asses up on the black agenda, when you've run 3 black newspapers, you understand black agenda.
Yo, I'm not going to tell y'all this anymore. But I'm just going to do this for the people who are in the slow section in the back when the airports are part of the noise. I have never said that people whose ancestors arrived in the belly of a slave ship are immigrants. So GTFOH with that nonsense, okay? Stop following trolls. Stop being convinced by bots. I know my history. My dad has worked very hard on establishing an agenda for descendants of United States slaves. I'm not unclear. You're unclear. Stop with the nonsense. I know you want clicks and follows, and I'm doing it right here so you don't get any clicks and follows off of my influence. I'm out, dumbass.
Now, have you ever noticed how these black bootlicks for the white media get all profane whenever they call themselves checking the new voices of black media? Whenever you got black folks who start thinking for themselves and acting for themselves and straying from the white media line, which is what, trash,
like Roly Poly and Angela Rye and Joy Reid are all about. They're about making sure that black folks stay within the boundaries that white supremacy has prescribed. And yes, I was telling you about Angela Rye for a while now, and it's just a matter of, as we keep putting the pressure on these scumbags, as we make it where they're feeling threatened because white supremacists look at them and go, we thought you dumb niggers had those other niggers in line, and they're not doing what you say. Clearly, we don't need you. That's what this is coming from. This is fear. And for the record, Angela Rye is basically a hood rat with a radio job, but I digress. Yeah, there's a lot of these black folks in the media who, now that they see that they're irrelevant, now that they see that nobody's listening to them, now that they see that there are new voices who are actually influencing black people, and these scumbags have been left behind because they figured that all that mattered was that they were getting a pat on the head from white folks, and, well, that was going to be their ticket to ride, and it turns out we yanked their ticket, we pulled their card. They're feeling scared now because white supremacy needs them to keep us in line, and they have faith. And we're not looking to make seats at the table for any of them. You want to know why? It's because power is not inclusive. Power is exclusive. Power is the ability to exclude those who you don't want there, and to make it where those bastards can't get in no matter what they do. And as the issue of empowering the descendants of slaves comes to the forefront, as the issue of reparations is being spoken more and more, we have to make it clear that we're exercising black fiat and disqualifying people from making claims to our struggle. And we need to put some names on it. Now, you'll agree with the first few names that I'm going to put out here, because what I want to do is I want to just, as an example, list some names of some people who have been working against our interests. When we start talking about black folks, an agenda for those of us who came out of the slavery hell and have been struggling in this country ever since, there's some folks who we need to make it clear that they're not with us. We need to also make it clear that they're not with us. It's time for us to exercise power, because power is not merely about
party invitations for motherfuckers I don't know.
Who the fuck are you? And to reshape the world to suit your interests. Now, you'll agree with the names, but as I go on, the list may get a little bit uncomfortable for you, so I'm giving you a warning now. Joy Reid. This chump is no surprise. If ever the term media whore applied to anyone, it definitely applies to her. She's seen how in the past we made it clear that she's a traitor who we put on blast, and now that we're destroying the candidacy of Kamala Harris, Joy Reid is terrified that she's about to wind up back to writing weblogs that nobody reads, like Melissa Lacewell, who gives a damn. And this is the only thing that secures my position. You know, you guys are all a bunch of Russian bots. That's what she's doing now. Amazing. See how she turned? See, these people don't talk to a white supremacist like this. They don't talk about Donald Trump like this, but they will talk to us like this, because that's been their goal all along. That's their job under white supremacy. Joy Reid went on her show, along with some other chump, and these two females started saying that anyone who calls themselves attacking Kamala Harris, they're Russian bots. Anyone who points out that she's not descended from black down. They need to be removed. This is what Facebook and Twitter did last year under the guise that they were going after sites whose activities seemed like Russian bots. But the problem was when you looked at the accounts that Facebook and Twitter were actually taking down, especially Facebook, you found out they were taking down the Facebook groups and Facebook profiles of people such as organizations who are dedicated to stopping police brutality and actually monitoring the police, and also other Facebook profiles who reported news from websites outside the establishment press in the United States. In other words, people who helped spread news that was outside the U.S. media bubble, people who were going against the establishment viewpoint. So this wasn't about stopping the Russians at all for Facebook. This was just using Russian bots as a cover story for the real operation, which was to wholesale erase from the internet people who had amassed a large following and were telling the public propaganda arm of white supremacy. Facebook is part of white supremacy. They are the social media platform for white supremacy. This is what Joy Reid is attempting and hoping to set up against voices like this one. This is what she's hoping to set in motion. That it is a matter of we need to just shut these guys up. Now, it never occurred to her, and actually it probably occurred to her.
Okay, if you didn't say to leave the channel, what the fuck you saying?
Yeah, she could talk to these people, but she knows that these are black folks talking. And she also knows that her job is to make sure the white power runs roughshod over us, and she will tell any lie, promote any falsehood, forward any fakery for that end. Because what the hell else is she going to do? This woman has no skills. She ain't like Kamala Harris in her prime, so Joy Reid, she ain't going to be able to put in some dictation after work and get a BMW like Kamala Harris did. Ain't nobody looking to put her on any council, no matter what the world she does in the bedroom. So for Joy Reid, this is the last stop. She looked like a freaking deer in headlights when she was having to give that apology for the non-apology apology for those homophobic postings that she made on her weblog back in the day. She looked like a deer in headlights. That was a look of stark terror. This is somebody who has no prospects. Just like Roly-Poly Martin. It wasn't a matter of, gee, Roly, are you going to be able to find another gig? Don't nobody want us behind. And it ain't because of how he left CNN. It's a matter of Roly-Poly doesn't move the needle. He doesn't put butts in seats. Look at his own freaking YouTube channel. I guess he figured he was going to show up on YouTube and the world would be the path to his door. Roly-Poly may have someone in his background who might have come out of slavery experience in America, but given the unforgivable way that he spent his life attacking us, I say that we exercise some black fiat and cast his lard ass out. Joy Reid, you ain't with us. You ain't one of us. Roly-Poly, you ain't with us. You ain't one of us. You don't have the right to talk about slavery because you are a disgrace to any possible slaves that were in your family. That panel of his that he had that nobody watched, he gathered a bunch of fellow clowns who nobody listens to, but it's obvious what the real point of that exercise was. Roly was sending up a distress signal to the white media. He was advertising that he was going all in on declaring himself the open enemy of black society. The one Negro at a time rule is in full effect, and you can see that there's a lot of clowns competing for the dubious distinction of being on Kamala Harris's campaign staff. Or better yet, maybe they'll go all the way to the White House, but they know that there's only one Negro who's going to be allowed to be part of this black woman's, quote-unquote, black woman's campaign. So they're all jockeying to be them. That's what you got these idiots putting on an audition. So keep in mind, Angela Rye, Joy Reid, and all the rest of the trash, they're being quite honest when they say how much they hate us. Angela Rye wasn't, you saw the look on her face. If she could have killed somebody, she would have. This is a woman who, she never looked that way when talking about Donald Trump, never looked that way when talking about the alt-right, never looked that way when talking about any white supremacists. You got some black folks who apparently are giving her heartburn because they're pointing out that we're not standing up for anybody else except for ourselves because nobody's ever stood up for us. And all of a sudden, she loses her crap. And that's because her job is to make sure that she diffuses black consensus. that instead of getting behind a black first agenda, instead we need to focus on intersectionality. It's all about justice, just like Alexandria Cortez. Hey, what about reparations? You know, this racist crime against black people called slavery? Well, it's not about race, it's about society. It's about social class. That's how dangerous it is for you to let these left-leaning white folk try to talk to you about your issues. Imagine that. Racism isn't rooted in race, it's rooted in social class. That's a white argument. Class distinction is a white obsession. Has no meaning to black people whatsoever. But listen to how Angela Rye with her stupid behind talks. She talks just like every other brain-dead, left-wing white person you ever saw. Everybody trying to get our eye off the ball. So no, it's a brand new freaking day. And she's angry because of the fact that she can't understand why all these people are flooding her Twitter timeline and they're putting her on blast. It never occurred to her that she said something wrong, or rather, it never occurred to her that this day was going to come. That's one of the things that Joy Reid was talking about. Oh, look at how suddenly all of these people jumped on Kamala Harris online. That's got to be the Russians. Look how suddenly it happened. Look how suddenly it happened. Ain't nothing sudden about it, stupid. People like myself have been sounding the alarm about Kamala Harris for a while now, making sure that keeping the drum beating day after day so that when Kamala Harris finally decided to pull her sneak political ambush and launch her presidential bid, we were ready. That's what happened. See, you don't know that if you're Joy Reid and you spend all of your time in the offices kissing pale behinds at MSNBC headquarters. You don't know that if you're Angela Rye, who the best job she ever had is at the Breakfast Club. And here she is being a professional black expert, but she doesn't say anything that black people actually agree with. When you're trying to figure out how to appeal to white power and say what you think they want to hear, you don't know stuff like this, or rather you ain't going to admit that you know it. That may be fine for her, but it ain't fine for us. And yeah, all these clowns go to bed every night dreaming that they're going to get a call from Kamala Harris's campaign, and she's going to want them either as a spokesperson or a PR person or as some sort of press representative. And oh, that's going to be my ticket to ride. The White House, I can practically see the front door now. I mean, that's what these idiots are going to be up to. That's what this is all about. This is about them jockeying for a job in Kamala Harris's campaign. Because most of them have topped out. They've got the best job already they're ever going to have in white media, and they're trying to figure out how to level up. Yo, you got to give Donald Trump credit. He made it where these bootlicks are just drooling them out. He gave Omarosa that job, and all these people who are not Republicans who are sitting here going, man, how come Obama never did that for us? How come Bill Clinton never did that for us? It's because they know suckers when they see them. That's the reason why. You don't give a sucker a reward. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a sucker. You know, if Rowley can suck up to a Democratic candidate, if he's not able to do, all he can do is just be an irrelevant has-been. Well, he might as well become a street sweeper. He's done. His pathetic YouTube channel gets only a few views. The more people who hear about him, the more reviled he is. He's the only person who, the more people hear about him, the less popular he becomes. No, Rowley, not all publicity is good publicity. That's the battle cry of the desperate. These black pundits are only relevant if there's a Democrat in the White House. Donna Brazile made sure not to release her book, Hacks, until after Hillary had lost the election. After slipping Hillary the debate questions, you can be sure that Brazile wanted Hillary as president, and she feared what might happen if she didn't help the senile bigot out in every way that she could. After Hillary lost, Brazile felt emboldened. She wasn't trashing President Hillary, she was trashing this old, shriveled up white woman who lost the election. And that's pretty much how these fools feel safe. They have no spine, they have no backbone. These black Greeks like Roly-Poly and Kamala Harris and all these clowns, who, by the way, yes, it needs to be said, they are of a lighter shade of brown. You know, this is what happens when you get these idiots who are doing their paper bag test thing. This is what you get from these clowns. Oh, I'm a little bit lighter than the average, so that makes me better. So that's what these idiots are doing. They're nothing but auxiliaries of white supremacy. That's what these black Greeks and relay organizations are. They are proud auxiliaries of white supremacy. In the past, they were putting forward a pretense that they weren't proud to be on team white supremacy. Now they're putting that aside because we're directly threatening their livelihoods, threatening their careers. We are making it where these guys are being exposed. We're exposing them, and the only cover they could have had is from black people, but we made it where the only support they possibly could have had will never be there. We're taking everything from them. And doing a damn good job of it, might I add. But these black elites, which is where you see most of these black folks on television from, they're part of these little would-be inside clubs. They're white supremacist front groups. That's all these black groups are, white supremacist front groups. Open groups of traitors among us. When people like Rolly and Donna and these other black fraternity and sorority sellouts say black, they're not talking about us. They're only talking about themselves. But the secret's out. White power only tolerated these scumbags to be their auxiliaries so long as they proved that they could control the masses of former slaves. But they failed. When people who the white media has only had on television for decades, when they prove to be less influential than a handful of people on YouTube, that's when you know your white handlers are done with you. Not only did this kiss-ass chorus of black bootlicks that Rolly had fail to help Kamala sell herself as a black woman, not only did they fail to conceal her reprehensible injustice record, but after we came down on that heifer, they were powerless to do anything about it. And that's the real problem. They couldn't counter-program what we were doing. They couldn't push back. They just got steamrolled, and that was that. These weren't the right-wingers that the black bootlicks of the white media were up against. See, they can handle that. They know what the right-wingers are going to do. The right-wingers will stick to the same old safe playbook because they too are tools of white supremacy. And they're not the ones who can make it where Kamala Harris doesn't get the presidency, much less the nomination, so they're irrelevant. The problem was the people speaking out were black folks, the ones who the Democrats and Kamala are counting on. This is the problem. As Dr. John Henry Clark said, you've got a revolt in the slave quarters now. It ain't a revolt in the masses' house, it's a revolt in the slave quarters. And if you got a revolt in the slave quarters, well, it ain't going to be long before those revolting slaves decide to start knocking on the door of the big house. That's what they're trying to head off now. That's where all this anger's coming from. This is the sound of frustration and helplessness from people who never actually had to put together any sort of persuasive argument. They just had white media to do platform. They ran their mouths, their empty-headed opinions, and then that was that. But now they got some real competition, and they can't handle it. For so long, the tail wagged the dog. For so long, black folks just took orders from white power. Now we're the ones giving the orders. And order number one is Kamala Harris, you're dismissed. We ain't asking you to leave, we're telling you to leave. And you're going to do it because you ain't going to have a choice. And while white power is not obeying yet, they also know that we're not budging. And their black bootlicks can't make us budge either. By the way, Roly-Poly has threatened to hold some town halls. See, it's not bad enough that he annoys people on whatever little, I have no idea, that broom closet that he calls himself trying to use as some sort of soundstage. But it's bad enough that he's putting on these speculent little displays, this little vanity project for himself. Now what he's doing is he's threatening to take this ho show on the road. Being the political prostitute that he is, the media whore that he's always been, now he's threatening to annoy black people coast to coast. And let's not kid ourselves. Rolly is actually going on the road to audition for a TV job. That's what this is actually about. This is Roly-Poly doing a Hail Mary, desperately trying to make himself seem relevant. That's all that this is. He hopes that he can use his fraternity connections so he can get a couple of college venues, maybe an auditorium, and hopefully they can fill the seats with fraternity and sorority hacks, and that this will demonstrate to the white media that he can still fool black people into following him. That's what this is. It's no different than those freaking infomercials that you see when they're trying to sell you a freaking Cuisinart, and they got their little baked-in studio audience of 15 people. Hey, watch the new Bronco Kitchen Magician. It spices and dices. Everybody claps. On cue. Gee, if roly-poly had all this pull with black folks, then where the hell was it when Kamala Harris was getting just crushed last week or the week before? While we were busy using Kamala Harris's head for a kickball online, where the hell was roly-poly stroking the black community? Because I damn sure didn't see it, and apparently he didn't see it either. Where was Rolly's influence in the 2016 election when we were dampening support for Hillary Clinton? Or just 4 months ago when we eliminated the support for the Democrats nationwide? They say that all politics is local, except we had more show at the local level than the DNC's black bootlicks did. So what does that say? That's twice now that Rolly's proven that he cannot motivate black people to do anything. Worse than that, it's twice in a row now that we've proven that our word carries more weight than the white media's black quantities. And as you heard, Rolly was inevitably reduced to sulking and cursing and griping like a baby who didn't get a lollipop. In his case, he don't need a lollipop, he needs some Slim Fast. He wasn't about to get on the right side of the black community. Notice how none of these idiots ever does that. Oh, they want to hear both sides of the issues. Well, as long as it's what white power sanctions. When it comes time to talk to the black community, and you see that the black community is rising up against the Democrat candidates, instead of them saying, oh, this is very interesting, we ought to look at this, instead they say this is completely invalid, you shouldn't be doing this, there's a whole bunch of irresponsible people. That lets you know that this is about more than just a candidate. This is white power that's at stake. He didn't come to the black community, he didn't come to the real black media, the ones who put him out to pasture. The reason he lost his job on TV, none, was because he was redundant. He was irrelevant. They didn't need somebody who can't get no views, can't get no audience, and puts out a crap product. The new voices of black media put Rolly out of a job, and it's clear that he's bitter about it. But instead of trying to up his game and learn what the hell he wasn't doing right, instead he's decided that he'll sit on the sidelines throwing spitballs for all the good it's done. But then again, actually informing people, that's not Rolly's job. His job is to be the head Negro in charge. White media set him up for that. Remember, they gave him a TV show, made sure that it was on a major network so he would get plenty of exposure. And that was supposed to convince black folks that Roly-Poly's important. He must be, otherwise he wouldn't be on TV. They gave him his own show, so he must have something to say. We should listen to him. Only we didn't. See, the days of black bootlicks paying only lip service to our interests are over. The days of these imported bootlicks like Joy Reid trying to discredit or invalidate our interests are over. The days of these black bootlicks always co-signing those who marginalize our interests or attempt to hijack our interests, like Alexandria Cortez did when she said that reparations ought to be about the New Deal and forward. That way she can grandfather clause Hispanics into reparations. And Ta-Nehisi Coates didn't say a word about that. I've been telling you about that scumbag for years. Well, the days of us allowing that stuff to go by, those days are over, because now we have been able to aggregate a critical mass of the right black people, not just any black people, but the right black people who will mobilize and actually do something. That's the reason why I told you, it don't take millions of us. The critical mass isn't millions. It never is. The critical mass is much smaller. The vast majority of people are sheep. Those of you listening to me, we are a small group, but guess what? We're the only ones who can be bothered to get off our behinds, and that's the reason why we are the fulcrum upon which history turns. People like me and you. And that's the reason why these bastards can't stop us. They don't have any support. They don't have anything at all. White power don't want them, and black folks don't trust them, and that's the way that story ends. Their job was to bury and suppress what black people have to say, because what we have to say terrifies their white paymasters. And it terrifies them because they see things the same way white supremacy does. Black people are finally starting to get past our insecurity issues and our ethnic codependency issues. So when white media tells us that you guys better stop asserting yourself, you guys, look at the stuff that you're saying, these other groups, they're not going to want to be your friends. Well, we don't give a damn. To hell with being these other groups' friends. First of all, we've seen how they break their words even to one another. We see how their alliances break down in a matter of days, sometimes faster than that. So being friends with these other groups is stupid. But more importantly than that, those of us who are descended from people who were enslaved. We're a group, and groups don't have friends. Groups have interests. And for too long, we have ignored our interests in the hopes that we could win the favor of these other groups. But of course, the cost of winning their favor, or rather the cost of them not slapping us upside the head this day, is that we have to stay on the bottom. We have to be out there putting on the cape for them. We need to demonstrate so that more Hispanics can get to the country. We can go ahead and open up the gates of immigration so we can have more Joy Reids get in. Yeah, well, what are they doing to earn our support? Well, we don't want to seem selfish now. Remember what the Bible says. You know, as black people, as the descendants of slaves, we were trying to find a way to win the favor of these other groups because we thought that popularity would be a good substitute. And it didn't work because there is no substitute for power. Friends are what weak people have to go looking for because they lack the power to get what they want on their own. And we're discovering that when we aggregate our numbers, we don't need the white media circus. Joy Reid needs us. We don't need her. Go looking for friends. I've been telling y'all for 12 years now. We got something better than friends. We got family. And now what's happening is we're coming together as families. To hell with all that friend stuff. I'm not an emotional cripple, so I don't need friends. You give me some family and I'm good. Roly-Poly needed us. We never needed him, and he's seeing now we never even wanted him. The hand-picked traitors who the white media paid to control black opinion are being rejected. And while the white media still has the ability to give them a platform, it means nothing when black people don't watch or listen to them. Roly-Poly's going to do his pathetic pretend to be a TV show crap for a hot minute. But playing cable news person on the internet, that's a vanity project. He wants white media to pay his bills. He's hoping that this is going to lead back to a media gig on cable television. And having totally failed to cultivate an audience on his own, this is what he's been reduced to. This is the best that Roly-Poly can do. Gee, when other people lost their media gigs, like Mark Maron, for example, he was on Air America way back in 2003, way back in the day. He was on Air America. And what happened was he managed to reinvent himself on the internet. Rachel Maddow started off on Air America too. She's on MSNBC. But you know what, Pete? And as much as I hate this man, and I do hate this guy, but Cenk Uygur, there's another one. Started off on Air America, did a brief stint on MSNBC, but he built up the Young Turks. He never stopped building it. Even when he was on Air America, he used it as a platform to build his own because he didn't intend to stay there.
Here they are.
See, these guys are able to build followers. They're able to build.
You do all I ask you.
Roly-Poly never had a following. Joy Reid, that one, neither she nor Roly ever get an audience. They've always relied on white power to just give it to them. You know, if Roly had the ability to build an audience, he certainly would have done it by now. After all, he's run 3 newspapers into the ground. He's had some TV shows that nobody watched. Oh, but he's got all this experience. Yes, he has great experience at failing. He's an expert at it now. Hard work requires integrity. But then again, if Joy Reid and Angela Rye and Roly-Poly had integrity, they wouldn't be bootlegs now. As I've always told you, nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. White media and white government are one and the same. The white media's job is to sell you on whatever evil agenda white supremacy is cooking up today. If they can't do that, then white supremacy is in major trouble. White media isn't in the business of informing the public or entertaining them. White media is in the business of mind control. Deceive, distract, discredit. That's what they've been trying to do against us for all the good stuff. And the black booklets are a crucial part of that. They not only pacify black outrage, but they agree with whatever anti-black minds and white power is shutting out. These black booklets barely give resistance to white rights attacks on us. To the white left, these booklets give no resistance. The white left sits here and minimizes our interests all the day long. They try to water down our interests with that intersectional talk or that coalition crap. and you never have anyone push back. Ta-Nehisi Coates, of all people, as soon as he heard Alexandria Cortez talking that garbage, trying to figure out a way to grandfather clause Hispanics into talk of reparations, he should have been the first one to shut it down. After all, he's supposed to be some sort of expert on reparations.
Yeah, I know. I feel it vibrating too. Where is that?
You ever wonder why it is that he's on white media?
Look. Hey, I found it.
He's only an expert.
It's right here.
Saying what white people want to hear. He's their safe militant leader.
It's a lost jewelry right here, right in the tree.
Didn't matter. After all, it wasn't like they never had to hear it, and it wasn't like the Black Street had demonstrated the power to punish them.
I know, Mom. I was like, why the fuck am I vibrating? I'm like, I'm missing something. Let's go.
Connections made her untouchable.
Blow these motherfuckers' brains out, man.
Bragged about how the black lawyers in California are a very small group, so they all know.
Come catch these bullets, bitch.
She bragged about her sorority connection.
Yeah, fucking ski weeds.
Connection for the one thing she don't ever talk about her connection to the Black Street. Well, I guess you can't brag about what you ain't got, can you? We just proved she's not.
Goddamn.
Her political aspirations can be crushed. We've shown what we as a collective can do to a presidential candidate in a single day. White media
Mom, get that one.
If the heat doesn't run up, that's making a totally inconsistent day after day after day. They're looking to go, wait a minute, she got to start going on the road now. And she got to start trying to build her name now because nobody knows who the hell she is. And what's happening is people are already hearing about her before she shows up. Yeah, we successfully have defined her by exposing her.
What's up, Tasha?
She thought she was going to pull an Obama and show up and say, I know you guys don't know.
You think this is? Pick your head up.
Let me go ahead and tell you the fairy tale that the DNC and my PR handlers made up about me. Instead, she's showing up people like, now how many black people...
No, lay your ass on the ground. Fuck ass, now.
Mothers, homeless black women, you were threatening to lock them up because their kids get schooled. That was you, right? So when Kamala Harris calls herself going on Twitter and saying, how haunting, there are prisoners in New York City in the middle of a polar vortex, and the heat's gone out, and these guys are banging on the windows because they're freezing in there. Oh, there need to be questions asked. She never said it was wrong. She never said she disagreed with it. She never said she would do anything.
Tasha, go ahead and drive.
All she said was, it is haunting. Not as haunting, I would imagine, as an attorney general who goes all the way to the Supreme Court so that she can protect California's right to overcrowded prisons. Prisons so overcrowded that the Supreme Court said they violated the Constitution. Now, is it perhaps haunting like that? When the state Supreme Court of California says that your prisons are so overcrowded that they violate the Constitution, you're just like, I'm still going to go to the Supreme Court anyway. That's like you got somebody who's got a problem. This is somebody who was a zealot.
Somebody drive.
And Joy Reid never points that out. Now, this is not a matter of Joy Reid didn't know. She knows. They all know.
Gumbo. I like that.
This lets you know the level of audacity and perversion of these black bootlegs. They're hearing about this woman who has been a one-woman incarceration wave in California. This woman who her answer to everything is put black people should never answer everything. How would you like your day? Over easy, black blackers. That's how it happens. The day of the week is one of the black people. Californians. And none of your black people are bringing this up.
See some fuck up.
Look,
I tore that whole motherfucking leg out.
The record was, wait a minute. You're concerned about Arabs and Abu Ghraib. You're concerned about Hispanic kids. You're concerned about Hispanic kids being victims of higher penalties. You're concerned about Hispanic being detained. When we talk about black folks being incarcerated for crimes that are either minor or crimes that we need to commit. Joy Reid got anything to say about that. Oh, she's not concerned about incarceration now. Because it's black people, specifically black people who are not immigrants, native black Americans, that she's not concerned about. She's making her point. When you got all the right hours, you get a community job, I'm not going to give that head because I'm not threatening
Just go.
Imagine that we choose a presidential candidate. We can punch them in the right media can't punch it back. We neutralize the entire white media. Billion-dollar corporations who put hundreds of millions into promoting Kamala Harris, they were stopped dead in their tracks by only a handful of black voices who use almost no money at all. That lets you know how white collar scared. It would be one thing if we had put together a war chest of millions, but we did it for practically no money at all. See, when you speak the streets, you don't need a billion-dollar war chest. That's the reason why Kamala Harris is out there trying to get all that money. She's hoping that if she can gather enough money, she can buy some TV ads and some radio ads and do some campaign appearances and fool black folks into voting for her because she can't really get support on her own. So she's trying to use white money and white media to buy her support. What she found out is there is no substitute for speaking for the streets. We beat her to the punch. We've already successfully defined her, and now the job is to make sure that nobody forgets. We're not going to let her gloss over her record. We're not going to allow the Joy Reids and the Angela Ryes and the Roly Polies and the rest of the professional white ass kissers who decided they were going to sell out black people. We're not going to let them try to redefine Kamala Harris. We're not going to let them lie and say that Kamala Harris didn't do all the stuff she really did, or it wasn't as bad as all that. These cultural and ideological carpetbaggers, they have to use their money to present a Trojan horse as being one of us. And they're seeing that it ain't going to work anymore. That game's done. And they don't have a plan B. You are the ones who Kamala Harris wants to influence. You're the reason she needs so much campaign money. We've been out here all along. This white supremacist Trojan horse, on the other hand, she just showed up yesterday. The most powerful
just blow up the wall.
Machine ever built.
Blow up the wall next to him.
Was back in Kamala Harris'
There you go.
We nullified them.
And blow that motherfucker head off. And then loot his ass will have the shit.
Easily. And we made Kamala Harris into a laughing stock.
Don't let him run away. Loot his ass.
She's fighting an uphill battle, not against whatever plans to defeat Donald Trump. You ain't even gonna get that far. You're talking about, well, what's
blow them motherfuckers, blow their head off.
She ain't even making it there. So you better
all their head off. All the motherfuckers gotta get blown the fuck up.
You better feel the burn, because Kamala Harris, she ain't a horse built to run. Joy Reid is looking at all this and she's scared. Angela Rye, when she's not busy trying to figure out what white person's behind she can kiss.
Just jump her hair.
She's looking at this and she's getting angry. As I've always told you, when you see somebody who's showing just anger for no reason, the first thing you should be asking is, what is this person scared of? Because more often than not, when a person gives an angry reaction, it's rooted in fear. Angela Rye, she was showing that she's scared.
Mom.
What she's scared of is at the end of the day, she doesn't want to wind up
Mom, here.
And none of them wants to wind up getting the treatment that Kamala Harris is getting. Because of Kamala Harris, the anointed one who the white media is backing, who white contributors are going to be giving her millions of dollars, if she can be shut down by a few people on the internet, that means all of them can go. All of them.
Whenever you're doing a mission, always rob these niggas, because they'll fuck around and have them little antiques and shit on them. Alright, let's blow these motherfuckers spot. Let's get the fuck out.
All of them can wind up like that.
Who's driving?
They have no safety net.
Mom.
It's not a matter of white power merely taking safety net away.
Mom,
you got the new voices of black media who are standing there with scissors cut that damn net to shreds. And here they are, they fill off the freaking trapeze, and they're looking at the net and going, who's right net?
Good. Alright, let's light these motherfuckers up and go.
See, if we can do that to a presidential candidate, if we can demolish...
Fuck you, bitch!
No money.
Fuck your horse, nigga! Fuck you!
And by the way, I guess I kind of had to work my way up.
God damn. That motherfucker look like a fucking hamburger. Look at it. Tasha, look. That motherfucker look like a hamburger. I'm fucking ripping on apart. God damn. Look at that. That motherfucker look like a hamburger.
First thing you're going to say is, oh, he's done so much for black people. Louis Farrakhan has gotten far more from those of us native black Americans than he has ever given to us. He lives in a lavish home. He wears custom-made suits, drives fancy cars. He is set for life, and so are his children. He's made it rich off of us.
Hey, Mom, go to that one. Rob his ass.
But he happens to also be the descendant of immigrants. While Farrakhan has given some nice speeches, when I look to see what his actual deeds have been for us, I don't see very much.
Watch out, Mom.
Especially from a man in his position and with the resources that he's got at his disposal.
Mom, look.
Farrakhan has done much for himself.
Look, Mom.
Very little for the descendants of
Mom,
slaves.
look, turn around. Look at this.
Farrakhan did make sure to ridicule native black Americans about having curly hair. About
that ain't nothing left. God damn. Is that his head? Oh, it's not his head.
He was most likely
put him right there.
the assassination of Malcolm X. But also not forget, Farrakhan gladly bowed to the Israeli lobby's dirty work. He turned on his ancestors in the killing fields of the American slave plantation. Louis Farrakhan.
All right, let's get the fuck out.
Khalid Muhammad was doing the Lord's good work, calling out the racism those who are calling themselves children. He did God's good work pointing out the racism. Farrakhan decided, well, I got to bow to these guys, but truth be told, I want to stay in good with him. He's playing a game. I've always had wrong problems, okay? And I think that I would hope that I've proven to you by now that when I tell you that there's certain folk you need to keep your eye on, more often than not,
There's a reason.
usually randoms. So
Hey, take these fools out right here.
Louis Farrakhan, I put him in the same category of a imported black person that I would put a Joy Reid into. When I told you that we were going to have
like that, goddamn. Get up there with, get up there on the bridge.
As I told you, that line was going to be big and long. A lot of people have been eating off of our enslavement. A lot of people have been eating off the battles that we waged. A lot of people have benefited from our oppression. Not all of the beneficiaries have been white. A lot of Hispanics, Asians, and even a few black people have been right in there with them, benefiting from our degradation, benefiting from our systematic impoverishment, and then turning around these same folk and saying, well, don't know what's wrong with you guys, everything's fine, we're good over here, it must be you guys' fault. There has been an unholy alliance between white supremacists and these non-black groups who have all closed ranks against us. That includes many, if not all, of these black immigrants. Not all of them are in the tank, but too damn many of them count on white supremacy treating them differently from us. They're counting on it. They rely on it.
Bring your punk ass over here. Bring it.
Counterparts without white supremacy handling things, these Africans and Caribbean immigrants would be no better off than they are in Italy or France. You don't see them represented as doctors or academics in those countries, now do. And there's a good reason for that. France doesn't have a native slave population whose numbers they're looking to dilute with foreign-born Africans. We fight to level the playing field. If we're successful in that fight,
Mom, rob their ass. Rob this dude over here. Mom, over here.
Blacks who come in here, they're going to be no better off than they would have been had they stayed in their own home countries. And by the way,
right here. Rob
that's
this
where
dude.
a lot of them should be anyway, because the Asians, Chinese, and Indians are colonizing Africa left, right, and center. And they're also colonizing the Caribbean. I think pretty much damn near corner the market on that.
Right here.
And none of these proud, smart, educated black folks who would love to come to the United States and tell us how brilliant they are, they're not doing a damn thing to stop the invasion of their own countries. So these
rob that fool.
Africans who make it a habit to jump ship, they're helping Africa's enemies to chop up and divide all the countries that they're supposed to be in total control of.
You done?
Yeah, there is a respect deficit. There's a
really, I was thinking the same thing.
We don't.
Let me get some of my bullets.
None of us.
We all ran in this motherfucker right there. Oh, we need to talk to you. Yeah, take my delivery.
South Africans, Jamaicans, or anyone else would be entitled to. We don't sit there and say, well, what about us? We were all slaves, you know, we all experienced racism, you know. We've never played that game. They play it all the time. We never go to any of these other countries and try to lay claim to some experience that we were not a part of, or lay claim to something that we're not of. Everyone tries to figure out how they can eat off of us. And considering that white supremacy runs this country, that makes it easier for all.
And then bam, now you got more money when you complete the mission.
When it's supposed to be ours.
Instead of just getting money for completing the mission.
This kind of skullduggery. It's a failure of character. It's a failure of pride.
Man.
Those of us whose ancestors came out of the slavery experience, we are an exceptional people. It's high time we started acting like it. I warned you that this would not be an easy conversation to have. White supremacy is being shaken to its foundation. A lot of folks are showing their true colors. They're showing where they've always stood. Now that the pressure's on, and it's time to start taking sides because black folks are asserting themselves again, you got a lot of folks who previously have been talking a good game occasionally. Now they're showing where they always stood. Angela Rye, she went from always, black folks, we need to be better towards each other, to saying you dumbasses in the back of the bus and all that cursing and going on. That's what she showed, because that's what she's always believed. That's what she's always been. White supremacy is finding itself being pressured and threatened from the one segment that they feared the most. Their tools and bootlicks are terrified to death, which gives you a window as to what's happening in the upper echelons of white supremacy right now. The bootlick's job was to lead us away from doing anything that might threaten white supremacy, and they failed. Now, we are all the sons and daughters of Africa, but while we're being attacked by the same enemy, only a few of us reacted to this by trying to fight that enemy. People who were not caught up in the slavery and Jim Crow human rights atrocities, they don't get to come over here and claim that colonialism by France or Britain entitles them to what's meant to make us whole. The things that were meant to make black people, the descendants of slaves in this country, whole again, I'm sorry, but if your ancestors had colonization by the Germans or the Belgians or the Dutch, that does not mean that you're in the same category as us. That is, unless these same Africans are willing to pass legislation and to advocate that American descendants of slaves are entitled to any foreign aid or possible reparations that they get from their European colonial masters. Hey, the United States sends a lot of foreign aid to Africa. I'm sure that a lot of these foreign-born blacks don't mind advocating that black Americans ought to get a piece of that pie, right? You can't even get these Africans to agree to something as commonsensical as an African right of return. You can't even get them to agree to that. Oh, they'll let the Chinese skin left, right, and center while the Chinese are already licking their chops and going inside a couple of generations. Africa's going to be just like Indonesia. You're going to have a Chinese ruling class, and these dumb Negroes are going to be nothing but slaves, except for this time they're going to flood Africa, okay? They got 2 billion people. They ain't got enough room for them all. The Russians have put up a wall and said you ain't going any farther east. And what's happened instead is they're going, well, maybe we can go a little bit to the west, just a little bit. That's what's happening. The Africans will do nothing about it. So when you say, hey, how about some black folks from the United States? We need to have an African right of return. We'll get back to you on that. It's time for us to be honest with ourselves and admit that only a few of the African diaspora are genuinely devoted to destroying white supremacy. Everybody else is just faking it. If that, some of them can't even be bothered to fake it. Only a few of us have matured to the point that we put aside the idiotic and meaningless tribalisms of the past and embraced walking the road to collective power. We are the ones who forged a black identity that crosses all religious, geographical, and ideological lines. Those of us who are the descendants of slaves in America, we did that. I mean, Marcus Garvey tried to get the Jamaicans on board with that idea, and we all see how that worked out now, don't we? Marcus Garvey found a receptive audience in the United States. He was thoroughly rejected in his native Jamaica. After after he got deported, how far was he able to get with his Jamaican blood? How far did that go? I rest my case. See, Jamaica produced a revolutionary. Problem was, he completely failed to develop a revolutionary culture to nurture and support that revolution. Yes, those of us whose ancestors came out of the slavery experience, we are indeed an exceptional people. We are the only ones who have been acknowledging and acting like we're part of a global African family. These foreign-born blacks, too many of them, not all, but too damn many by and large, are not. You know, we're dysfunctional enough as it is. We don't need to go making pals with people who are interested in stupid tribalism, but not in fighting white supremacy. We need to show that if you spit on the descendants of slaves, there's a price to be paid. We have to teach everyone that we're to be taken seriously, and that you'll treat us with respect whether you want to or not. We're going to teach people that we're not suckers. We have interests, and we're dead serious about protecting those interests. What's going on right now, us challenging the old, dead black media, making sure we slap around the few flaky remnants that are left. What you're witnessing right now, this is not a changing of the guard. The old black media was guarding white supremacy, trying to protect white supremacy from us. Oh, they were the old guard, all right, guarding white supremacy. We're not looking to carry on what they did, so don't call it a changing of the guard. Call it what it is. This is an insurrection. Dr. John Henry Clark talked about a revolt in the servants' quarters. That's what he meant. He talked about an insurrection on the plantation, an uprising. That's what this is. The rightful founders of this country are coming back to assert themselves. We're putting white power and all their accomplices on notice. Pay up, sucker, the rent is due. This is definitely the right track that we're on. And you can tell because all the people who claim to be against white supremacy, as soon as you start demanding tangibles, all of a sudden these clowns are the first ones to turn on us. And they're not saying, hey, let's bring these guys in and talk to them. They're like, oh no, we can't give these guys a platform. White massa told us not to. And these women descended from slaves, make sure you call them sexist, call them misogynists. If you see anyone who even says the phrase descendants of slaves, they're Russian bots. See, the problem with attacking people's words without attacking them by name is that you never target the actual person who you should be focusing on. Talking about our words without actually mentioning us, that's a self-defeating exercise. But they're so scared of what we did to Kamala Harris, they want to attack us, but they know that we're the truth and that they're media whores, so they figure that they can attack us legally. They can kind of nibble around the edges. Hopefully the audience will pick it up and run with it. They're desperate to start some sort of media counter-narrative to the counter-narrative that we put out. But the crap that Joy Reid did is too vague and too indirect to actually be useful. That's what happens when you're a black bootlick for the white media. You never actually have to think. So when it comes time to try to figure out what are you going to do about black folks when black folks are going off the reservation and black people are getting on code and against white supremacy, she doesn't know how to handle that. And everything that she's saying is easily applied to historians being slavery. She wasn't thinking. She doesn't think. Joy Reid doesn't think at all. For so long, it was okay to have phony black media figures pretending to speak to our issues because black people weren't on the march. So white media had the luxury of using their so-called news programs to put on these black bootlegs. Out of apathy and inactivity, that made it where we didn't do anything about it. And white supremacy wasn't under threat until their lives were imputed because black people weren't reacting. There was no danger that black people who were descended from slaves were actually going to be a real threat to the Just look at how blatantly they're coming at us. This just goes to show how deeply in white supremacist pockets they are and have always been. They are not media people, they're political whores for white power. And all of this because we wrecked their normal, typical media narrative. We derailed their usual white supremacist political scam. We did more damage to Kamala Harris than the Republicans who, let's be honest, weren't even trying. I want you to think about that. All we did was merely make it known that we don't approve of this cherry-picked fraud, Kamala Harris, and the entire Democratic Party hierarchy went ape. Their black bootlicks were fit to be tied, and these guys are still screaming and cussing and hollering now. Well, as the old saying goes, adversity doesn't build character, it reveals it. Those same people who pretended like they were taking on white racism in the media, they're dropping that act altogether and focusing on attacking us. And as we intensify our efforts, as the last 12 years of aggregating support now comes to a head, as we show that this group of black people, you are the ones who are going to get the job done, everyone's being forced to put their cards on the table. People have lost the ability to pretend to be something else now because the situation is too critical. We've made it too critical. Everyone's having to show who and what they really are, and who and what they've really been all along. Long as Donald Trump was just being racist on his own, and we weren't flexing our muscles, everything was fine. The white media would pretend to be objecting to Trump when in reality they love him. Because, as Les Moonves, the former head of CBS, said, Trump's great for ratings. This is white supremacy's favorite little game, controlled opposition. It's okay to be critical of racists or to give patently insincere sympathy to black people, so long as the criticism and sympathy never goes beyond certain predetermined boundaries. Before now, there was no real danger in that kind of talk being put on television because there wasn't a critical mass of black people who had organized and motivated themselves. That critical mass is beginning to emerge. And as I told you, it wouldn't take millions of us to have a substantive impact. And let's be honest, a lot of you didn't actually believe it when I told you that we didn't need a majority of black people to actually make things move. Black folks always look for excuses for not doing something. So the excuse was, how are we going to motivate all these shiftless Negroes? And I told you we don't need to. I was telling you that you thought that I was just kidding, or you thought that I was exaggerating, didn't you? And now what's happening is a lot of you have lost your ability to make excuses for not doing anything because you've seen it can be done and it don't take millions to do it. So a lot of you who have been listening and making excuses in my comment section, now you've lost those excuses. And for those of you who were justifiably doubtful for whatever reason and didn't really believe it, do you believe it now? It's not about raw numbers, folks. It's about how motivated and organized those numbers are and whether they've brought enough resources to accomplish their goal. That's the reason why you never hear the white supremacists like Richard Spencer griping about how many people they can get their alt-right rally. These guys are much more interested in the quality of their numbers, not the quantity. He knows it ain't going to be the majority of white people who try to usher in the white ethno-state. It's going to be a handful of genocidal zealots who do it. And as far as he's concerned, as long as they're motivated, as long as they're organized and well-funded, he's good. And you know what? He's got a point. It's a minority that actually pushes human events forward or backwards. Now that the white media sees this critical black mass speaking out, they've stopped even pretending to speak to our interests. Notice that? You ain't heard much Black Lives Matter talk now, have you? So-called liberal media, they sound like every other white right-wing radio host you ever heard of, don't they? At least where black folks are concerned. The white media had corralled and contained the social debate, which is why it hasn't gone anywhere, because it was never meant to. We were just supposed to go round and around in rhetorical circles while white power goes about wiping us out. White supremacy plays both sides of the argument, and black bootlicks have been helping them play that game. That's how they hijack every discussion and make sure that the discourse never goes anywhere. Well, we're getting people off that treadmill. We said 12 years ago that our mission was to take control of the social discourse, and we're starting to do it. The needle, ever so modestly, is starting to move. We're the reality. These black bootlicks, they're denials of the fantasy. They're the ones who are in disbelief right now because they never had their feet firmly in reality. They had their feet in white fiat. And they're telling themselves that we're not here, ain't gonna make us go away. Telling themselves that it's Russian bots, that's how they keep from crying themselves to sleep. That's how Joy Reid keeps crying herself to sleep. They must be the Russians. She sees all these black folks saying, hey, you are out of line. Oh man, how do these Russians get all of these black accounts? I hope this also makes it clear to you what voices you ought to be listening to. See, over here, B1 Brigade, the new voice of black media, we don't have any pork chop preachers among us. White media is seeing that Generation Fail, the black baby boomers, well, they never were able to teach us to bow to church. We got no respect for the pulpit pimps who the black baby boomers like so much because they thought everything was a game. White power co-opted these black preachers a long time ago. Black people have allowed the plantation strategy of having a slave tell us that masses will as will as God go off too damn long, and that game is now run out. White power tried to manufacture false leaders for us, like D-Ray and Keeson, but that fell flat. They didn't hijack our movement. We, for a while, hijacked Black Lives Matters. We were the ones who turned the tables on them. We were sitting there, the tail wagging the dog. They didn't make us run and hide. We were the ones who had protesters in the streets of Baltimore and Ferguson using our verbiage on live TV, and we were the ones who forced the white media to retreat back to their sound stages. Ain't that right, Rolling Hope? Ain't that right, Joy Reid? Ain't that right, Angela Rock? And their attempts to get some white hand-picked Negroes to hijack our movement by using our verbiage, trying to imitate our talking points. I guess they used a little bit of black empowerment lingo. Black folks would come running, but it didn't work, did it? You see, this is something that Joy Reid and Roly Poly and professional white ass kissers like Angela Rye will never understand. This is something that they're never going to get. This is something, a power that they're never going to have. They got the power to beg white media for a paycheck, but that's about as far as their ability goes. We, as black empowerment, we are more than just talking about white supremacy. Apparently people think all you gotta do is just say white supremacy. Oh, see, I sound like I'm a black truth. No, you don't, stupid. I can't understand why I'm not getting a following, and that's because of the fact that I don't just sit there saying white supremacy all day. We, those of us who are the new voices of black media, we're more than the mere words that we use. Yes, words are important. Using the right words are crucial. But that's not enough. That's not all. What matters most is that we're actually targeting white supremacy and promoting a movement that's aimed at lifting the masses of black people. They've been trying to find a way to corrupt the movement, but this movement doesn't have a leader. It has a leading ideology. There are no leaders to blackmail. There are no leaders to kill. There's no way to slip some white supremacist spies into the leadership and try to find a way to derange the movement. Well, they let in the wrong leaders. Are no leaders, just an ideology. The white media is doing their damnedest to upset the movement through lies, but that's a waste of time. The people who we're trying to reach, they don't listen to the white media. And the people who listen to the white media, they're not the ones we're trying to reach. This message is insulated from the usual white supremacist tampering and tricks because this movement is about one thing and one thing only: power. It's not about holding hands with our oppressors. It's not about integrating a lunch counter. It's not about interracial sexual access. It's not about begging white people for social acceptance. It is a totally confrontational stance that we've adopted. It's the same reason that white power can't hijack radical Islam. Sure, sure you can get a couple of spies inside of those radical Islamic groups, but you don't have a prayer of getting an operative inside who's going to be able to sweet talk those Wahhabis into going into some sort of different direction. You're not going to be able to reign radicalism. They're not following the leader, they're following the leading ideology. That's the reason why you can kill Osama bin Laden and radical Islam still here. You can kill the leaders of Al-Qaeda and you wind up with ISIS and ISIL. Who is the leader of radicalism? The ideology. That's who. And these slackademics, not academics, these slackers, all calling themselves academics. I like to call them slackademics for short. Like Ta-Nehisi Coates, they're just the same old black bootlegs who pride themselves on being accepted into white social circles. But they make damn sure never actually challenge white power. Speaking about reparations without standing up for them, that's no representation at all. And that's exactly what Ta-Nehisi Coates did. And Alexandria Cortez did something very dangerous. You got a member of Congress who sits here and says reparations ought to be something about Hispanics and everybody else. In other words, you take something that has always been defined by the black slavery experience, and instead you're trying to say, well, it has to do with the New Deal, and we have to make sure not forget the Hispanics are in that too. So now you're trying to expand the definition of reparations so that it includes everybody, which we all know means that it will not include black people. But that's how the game is always played. That's how they deal with affirmative action. And this is just playing out the same playbook. Oh, and you thought that Alexandria Cortez was so left-wing, she was just another white supremacist in drag. Joy Reid has her show for the moment, but she might as well be talking to herself. The difference between relevance and irrelevance is how many people want to hear what you have to say. White power doesn't just give black bootlegs a show. They do it as a means to an end. The bootlegs have to earn their keep, and they do that by proving how effectively they can mislead the rest of us. The Democrats are not on our side any more than the Republicans. So as long as we're fighting to get high office, we're not challenging white supremacy. We're trying to pull the grip over the increase that there's going to be some sort of trickle-down political benefit from us, and it never works. Oh, but if we just keep voting for some Democrat enough times, something's going to change. But it never does. I guess the old saying is true. You love beating your head against the wall because it feels so good you can finally stop. We, those of us who are the new voices of black media, and as a group defining ourselves as the children of those who came out of the slavery experience, we're operating in our own group self-interest. This has been a shock to the system of white supremacy. All the old assumptions of white power and its non-white flunkies and some of its black ones have been making about us for decades and even centuries are no longer valid. We're hitting the reset button on our relationship with everybody else. That's what we're doing. We're hitting the reset button. We're not chasing any mirages of white acceptance. We're not pursuing any delusional waste of time like black-brown alliances. We're not going to try to make ourselves useful to any political party. We are politically mature. So we understand that it's the job of the politicians to serve us and not the other way around. It is their job to make themselves acceptable to us, not for us to try to cater to them. And since both political parties are oppressing us, we're looking for ways to undermine and subvert and to use them for our advantage. Forget all the asinine idiocy of black baby boomers. They lived on their knees and they're now dying on their bellies like the worms they are. They went their entire worthless existences without ever rising to their feet like men and women. And no, we do not honor them because their behavior has been dishonorable, cowardly, and treasonous. They committed the worst sin of all, generational treason. They betrayed their own blood. We are the fathers and mothers of a reinvigorated code of black empowerment, one that's going to put us in the driver's seat. Oh, we're going to make a lot of enemies along the way, but that doesn't bother us because when you have enough power to make sure that people can't harm you, you don't give a damn how many enemies you got. You're just a bunch of useless whiners on the sidelines. Let's be honest, though. It's been so long since we fought and acted for ourselves. ourselves alone, we're going to face massive resistance because we've conditioned people to think that black folks are supposed to be everybody else's cheerleaders. We're supposed to be some sort of downtrodden, folksy, moral voice, but never advocate for ourselves. We're supposed to want the best for everyone else, but our existence is defined by suffering. We don't really mind that. That's suffering. That's just what black folks do. We enjoy it. But as we make it clear to everybody that no, we don't like this game, don't like what we have to play with, and we've been fed up, we're going to find a lot of folks who are going to react negatively. All of these non-black groups who have benefited from white supremacy, you're going to believe they're going to be on the front lines coming at us, as well as the black traitors who have allied themselves with that cause. The racial pyramid that's given these other groups their guaranteed position is false, and without white supremacy to hold it up, a lot of them will immediately fall to the bottom. They know that. They see what happened with music and sports. Everyone understands that if the cornerstones of a culture can be dominated by black people, even in our degraded position, then that means everything's up for grabs. These other non-black groups are thoroughly dependent on white supremacy as the most hardcore racist. This is why they have no problem backing white supremacy. They identify with it. Or at least they understand that they're going to make it look like they do. Right now, it's these black movements who are spouting the white supremacist talking points, trying to get us to cower down, to knuckle under. It's not working. So soon, the white liberals themselves are going to come forward. They're going to be doing it directly. We've already seen it from How Weird Dean. And after that, you're going to have these other non-black groups falling in lockstep, telling us that we're as bad as the white supremacists, and that we're making enemies and we're losing support. Now, when they bring out that line about you guys are going to be losing public support, oh, black people used to be the voice of morality, and now you're losing support. When they bring up, they've been doing that crap ever since the 60s. They did that mess in the 60s, too. Oh, how come you Negroes can't be like WWE boys? Why are you agitating for all these problems? Whenever they try to throw the old canard of you're going to lose your friends in your face, you tell them that they have to show you the tangibles that we got because of all of their support. Before you can threaten me with withdrawing your support, you got to show me what tangibles I stand to lose because of your support. What tangibles did you put in my hands that I can potentially lose without your support? Threats mean nothing when you don't have the ability to do anything. These people wouldn't have their jobs, their homes, or even a freaking country to live in if we hadn't provided it for them. And they have the gall to tell us that we haven't done enough for them. All I see are some damn ungrateful opportunists who haven't shown any gratitude for what we've already done. So expect to see all the beneficiaries of white supremacy slithering out of the woodwork. The black bootlicks they're simply the vanguard of the white media's offensive against us. And since they failed, well, white daddy's gonna have to do his own dirty work. That's the message that we're sending. The black bootlicks ain't gonna get the job done, including Kamala Harris. No, white daddy, you're gonna have to get off that barker lounger, and if you're gonna try to deal with the new voice of the black media, you're gonna have to do it yourself. Your bootlicks ain't strong enough. They never have been. We're threatening all of their positions. We're threatening their guarantees, starting with their guaranteed place in society. White supremacy is based on anti-black racism. That's the reason why, even though the Native Americans were the ones who the whites were at war with 200 years ago, when they wrote the Constitution, they singled us out as being 3/5 humans. They didn't define the Native Americans as being subhumans under law. And this at a time when they were killing the Indians off. White supremacy rests on an artificial racial hierarchy. They can play around with who they put in the middle of the hierarchy because that doesn't affect the structure, but it is absolutely required that blacks be at the bottom. In fact, when it comes to their racial hierarchy, they're looking at the bottom first. Like, they gotta make sure, all you Negroes down there, no one's able to move, good, okay. And this racial pyramid is not natural. We've seen what happens when black people even have an opportunity to compete, we dominate. And don't think the bad guys don't know that. They live in mortal fear of it, as do their black bootlegs. Because after all, how are you going to be a special Negro if black people have media power of their own? Who the hell in their right mind would hire Angela Rye? Who? the hell in their right mind would hire a roly-poly to sweep the freaking floors? And Joy Reid, you know, if it wasn't for the fact that Joy Reid is able to type, I don't think anybody would even hire her to do freaking dictation. Pun intended. This is how white supremacy has engineered the global order to be. And we are now beginning to challenge that substance. Do not underestimate what it is that we've accomplished. The bad guys are coming at us like this, what they're saying is they got scared. Because we showed what we were able to do, we mobilized very quickly, faster than they could. Before these guys could even blink, we were all over Kamala Harris. And we've stayed on her case. And what they're scared of is how quickly we did that. As they say in the military, speed kills. Because speed wins. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. But just keep in mind, all of this convention and whining that you're getting from these black bootlicks, this is how you know that we hit the target. This is how you know that these guys are scared. Otherwise, why would they be talking about us? They're talking about us because we're relevant, they're not. We're the ones reaching the black street. We're the ones having an impact with the very black people who they hope to and have traditionally been able to mislead in the community. We're making it where they can't do their job of being able to promote white supremacy's interests in the black community. We're also making it clear that the racial hierarchy is being threatened because those of us who are descended from slaves, we're making it clear that sooner or later, we're going to have to get these reparations. And with the playing field level, what that means is white is no longer special. And all of these black migrants, they're scared because they understand that the drawbridge is going to be brought up. White supremacists is going to say, well, hell, what the hell do we need you damn Nigerians for, you damn Jamaicans for? You know, these Negroes already got everything they wanted. They know that. How many Africans were they letting in after the end of slavery? Between the end of slavery and, say, the 1930s. How many Africans were they letting, how many black folks were they letting in from the Caribbean? Not many. This is something that the black bootlicks will never understand, and that's okay. Understanding is beyond them. They don't need to understand it. You do. A new day has dawned. We are unapologetically black first. We are uncompromising in our demand for power. And not only do we not care who doesn't like that, we hope that they don't like it, so that they can get a small taste of what it's like to be us. This is not merely about balancing the scales. This is also going to have a retributive effect. What that means is this is also about retribution. White supremacy and its adherents and those who have benefited from it, they must be punished, and it must be made to be known that they're being punished for this. That's going to be the new tone that you're getting from us. It's payback, baby. What day is it? It's payday, America. It's time that the descendants of slaves got paid. And we don't care who the hell we offend. We got sharp elbows, and you better stand back because we're aiming for your face. When I say that we're going to hit the reset button, this is exactly what I'm talking about. We're going to teach everyone that when it comes to those of us who came out of the American slavery experience, you can forget what you thought you knew about us. As of now, all bets are off. Let me go ahead and say from the outset that this is going to be a rather lengthy introduction to the subject of why it is that we have been deceived by the Congressional Black Caucus and the danger that it serves to have others speaking for it. If the immigrant blacks wish to speak for themselves, that's fine. But they cannot speak for us because we do not come from a common cultural or historical experience. We do not have a common bond, and that's what we're going to be discussing here. Now, this is going to be a lengthy introduction because I'm going to be reading from a book called The Tigers of Tamil. I told you about it before. And it's important that we discuss this in particular because you need to understand how white supremacy works when it's trying to erase a group of people, especially over a course of time. You carry out a guilt-free genocide. You devour them physically by killing them off or strangling them for resources so as to dwindle their numbers. And then along the way, what you're doing is you're devouring them culturally and socially too. Whatever they contributed, whatever their culture is, you're eating that too. You're eating up whatever it is that these people are. You're taking on their practices, and you're taking on certain aspects of their behavior, not because you like them, not because you're trying to continue their cultural legacy, but precisely because this is part of the development process. You're absorbing them in everything except physically because you're trying to eliminate them physically. And you'll just have a few pieces of whatever their culture was because it's vibrant to try to inject some life into your own dying, desiccated culture.
Howdy.
You see this all over the place, especially with those of us who survived slavery here in America. Foundational black culture has been just completely ripped off and appropriated and had its blood drained and a million other violations. But it's not here in the United States where this happens. You also find there are white Australians and New Zealanders who will take on the tribal dances of the Maori people while they're wiping them out and still struggling with the resources. But if they're football games or little soccer games, they'll start off their games with doing one of those tribal games. You'll have a bunch of white guys out there with a few of the black fellas right here. And they'll start off with a traditional Maori war dance. This for people who they're trying to wipe out. So just understand, that's how this works. Now, why is this the case? Now, every thief steals, but the really clever thieves, the really slick ones, the really sophisticated thieves, like white supremacists and their operatives try to do, is to legitimize their theft. Notice the wording that I used. Legitimize. I didn't say justify. A man who has not eaten in a couple of days and who steals some food from the market, that man would justify it by saying, I was hungry. He's justifying the threat, but he's not legitimizing it. On the other hand, when you have somebody who claims, yeah, I know I didn't have anything to do with the 15th Amendment or the Voting Rights Act or Brown v. Board, but you know what? I went to school because of those laws, and because of that, I think that I'm the best person to speak for all of you people who did fight for all of these changes, and, well, you know, I like Dr. King as much as you do, and hey, what about Malcolm X's mother, and what about Shirley Chisholm, and hey, Marcus Garvey didn't come out of American slavery, so if you had no problem with them, you can't have a problem with me. You got all these clowns trying to grandfather clause themselves into our history and looking for any flimsy, feeble tactic they can use to legitimize their own duplicity and treachery against us. So that's what's going on. You got people trying to lay claim to our history, trying to steal our place in the world, and they're trying to legitimize it, meaning to make it right. This is the right thing to do. This is supposed to happen. This is right. That's what legitimize means. Now, if you want an example of that, keep in mind, they're taking the playbook right out of white supremacy, literally. There's a book that I told you about, which you can still get online, called Tigers of Tammany. I've mentioned it in the past, and the main reason that I want to bring it up for this evening's video essay is because of the fact that this book was written in 1967. I got a lot of books that basically, a lot of them start in the 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s, and some before that. And it's a matter of why does Professor Black Truth collect all these old books? And that's the reason for that happens to be is way before the internet, way before even those of us who were Generation X who grew up with the beginning of computer indexing. Before all that, when you want to do a history book, you had to go to the original archives. It's part of the reason why so many academics or people who had worked in government, like at the Smithsonian and such, why these were largely people who were involved in the writing of these books, if not the collation of the information. Because you had to go to actual source documents, stuff that was kept in archives, stuff that you couldn't go to the library to get, because it wasn't in books that had already been published. The book itself starts off with a white man being inducted into the Society of St. Tammany. Now, I'm not entirely sure when this takes place. It probably most likely took place in the early 19th century. But the point that I'm trying to make is, Tammany is a Native American name. That's the name of a Native American chief. His name was actually Tamarend, but by the time they were done bastardizing it, it was Tammany, and that's where Tammany Hall comes from. You got a bunch of white guys here running around with an organization named after a Native American chief. This is typical of white supremacy. Part of how they legitimize their theft is by actually devouring the people through warfare. You're chewing them up to nothing. And then afterwards, you're also devouring their culture. This is the reason why cultural appropriation is so damnable. This is genocide taking place. This is what the world they're doing, because they're not doing it because they like you. They're doing it because they're attempting to absorb you and erase you. And the only thing that will be left will be just a couple old wives' tales and whatever few fragments of what you did. They'll take away whatever they feel is dynamic and vibrant about your culture so they can prop up their own empty, desiccated, and dying culture of their own. But the truth is, it's vampires. Now, the Tigers of Tammany starts off with the induction ceremony, and I know that this is going to take a while. That's part of the reason why I'm posting this separately. This is admittedly a prelude to the entire video essay regarding the immigrant black caucus in general, but I think that it's important that we go over this step by step because I want you to see how long this has been going on, because these are rituals and such that go all the way back to the 18th century. In fact, about the time that the Constitution was being written. So the idea of the Europeans attempting to try to appropriate the Native Americans in some way goes back way before $5 Indians. Now here's the beginning of the book. In the great wigwam of the island of Manhattan's, 2 columns of fiercely painted braves stood silently, their eyes fixed on the closed curtain. Behind the curtain, the sagamore of the tribe, tomahawk in hand, the badge of a soaring eagle over his heart, interrogated a trembling paleface. "Are you a citizen of the United States?" the sagamore asked in perfect English. "Etho," the captive replied, hoping to curry favor through his knowledge of the Indian tongue. "Are your intentions friendly and honorable?" the sagamore persisted. "Etho." "And are you a lover of freedom?" "Etho." The tribe's Wiskinki, a surly-looking brave with 2 large keys hooked to his belt, walked behind the curtain. He too wore a badge, this one depicting a great eye over a door with the words inscribed, "No slave nor tyrant enters." After a moment, the Wiskinki reappeared from behind the curtain and moved quickly to a door at the opposite end of the wigwam. "John Morton," the Wiskinki shouted to the door. From behind the door, a deep voice acknowledged the name of the white stranger. The Wiskinki returned to the curtain and whispered to the sagamore. A moment later, the sagamore emerged and walked between the 2 columns of braves to the door. He knocked 3 times. 2 times sounded in reply. The sagamore returned to his prisoner behind the curtain. Suddenly, the wigwam resounded with voices raised in song. "Sacred the ground where freedom is found, and virtue stamps his name. Our hearts entwine at friendship's shrine, and union fans the flame. Our hearts sincere shall greet you here with joyful voice, confirm your choice, Etho, Etho, Etho." The curtain was rapidly drawn aside. The man named John Morton was pushed forward. His path between the 2 lines of braves was lighted by 2 men carrying torches. Behind them came the sagamore bearing a cap of liberty perched on the tall staff. As John Morton walked the gauntlet forward to block his way, the man in the middle, the father of the council, raised his tomahawk above the prisoner's head. The tomahawk came crashing down. In the nick of time, the sagamore deflected the blow of the tomahawk with his liberty staff. "Sago, sago, sagamore," asked the father of the council, raising the tomahawk to strike again. "Sago, sago, Oli," the sagamore replied. "Is this stranger worthy of a seat among us?" the father of the council asked in English, still brandishing his tomahawk. "Etho," said the sagamore. "Does he love freedom?" "Etho." "Will he unbury the tomahawk from beneath the great wigwam before his country's good requires it?" "Yata." "Will he bear adversity, torture, and death in defense of liberty, like a true son of Tammany?" "Etho." The father of the council dropped his tomahawk to his side. "Conduct him, sagamore, to our great sakim." The small procession of torchbearers, sagamore, and frightened stranger continued along its way between the 2 columns of braves to the door. "Grand Sakim," the sagamore addressed the door, "this stranger has given the fullest assurance of his sincere intentions to support the harmony, reputation, constitution, and laws of this society, and it is therefore recommended that he be adopted as a brother." The door opened, the great sakim, mightiest of the tribe, stepped out. A hush fell over the wigwam. The great sakim glared at the paleface, then he spoke softly. "Friend, the favorable reports given of your character and intentions have recommended you to the acceptance of this society." The sagamore handed the staff with the cap of liberty to the grand sakim, who held it over the head of John Morton. John Morton intoned the Grand Sachem. You do freely declare that you will support the harmony, reputation, constitution, and laws of this society, and preserve inviolably all its secrets from the knowledge of others. John Morton raised his left hand. Etho, he replied. The Grand Sachem returned to the assembled braves. Brothers, are you satisfied with the declaration and obligation of the candidate? The braves stamped their feet in unison. Etho, they cried. Now the Wiskinky walked over to John Morton and bent toward him expectantly. Morton whispered in his ear, "Liberty is our life." The Wiskinky whispered back, "May you ever enjoy it." John Morton placed his left hand over his heart, and the Wiskinky repeated the gesture. Then Morton extended his left hand and interlocked forefingers with the Wiskinky in the tamanial grip of brotherhood. The Grand Sachem spoke. "I now confirm you as a son of Tammany and member of the Columbian Order." The new brave was led to a leather-bound volume where he signed John Morton to the Constitution of the Society of St. Tammany. It was now 2 hours past the setting of the sun on the 3rd day of the 2nd moon, season of snows, the year of discovery 347, of Independence 63, and of the Institution 50. The Grand Sachem turned once more to his tribe. "Would you now be willing to lose this brother?" The braves stamped their feet. "Yalta," they cried. Now, if you're wondering where all that strangeness was from, it happened to be part of the details, it happened to be part of the rituals that were kept by Tammany's membership. And it was donated to Columbia University in 1965. They kept records of these little rituals, who was there, what was said. They kept rituals of this stuff going back to the late 18th century. So if you want to know what the world was going on, why the Freemasons, white guys, have no problem running around in black Egyptian attire, naming themselves after Egyptian organizations, now you know why. Here these guys are, freely interchanging the names of Native American authority figures and an organization named after a Native American chieftain, but calling itself the Columbian Order. Columbian, that's freaking Christopher Columbus. So you see what the hell it is they're doing there. You see what's going on. This is important because I want you to understand this is what they've been doing for hundreds of years now. They've been doing this for hundreds of years. Devouring the cultures of the people who they come across and appropriating it as their own and trying to add legitimacy to their theft by saying, "Oh, we call our place, we don't call it a hall, we don't call it a temple, we call it a wigwam. And we don't call this guy here the president of the organization, we call him the Grand Sachem. That's what we call him. Why, this organization was named after a Native American chieftain, so you can't say that we just hated the Native Americans and slaughtered these Indians. Why, it's more complex than that. Did you know that my great-grandfather was part Native American? I mean, you see the game going on here. Ain't got a damn thing to do with respecting those who they wiped out. It's all about legitimizing what they've done. And I recognize that that was kind of a long way around to approach that. But the thing is, that's important to me because that sticks out to me, and I want it to stick out to you so you can understand how long they've been doing this. Now, on to the Black Immigrant Caucus. Pew Research performed a study last year listing the members of Congress who are either immigrants or second generation. But as I've always taught you, when it comes to us as foundational blacks, we have to do our own research. We can't just be sitting here thinking that the people who enslaved us and that the propaganda arm of white supremacy, which Pew Research is part of, that they're going to be actually trying to do us any favors. White media, and this includes white think tanks like Pew Research, they're only going to scrape the surface, and mostly for the sake of legitimizing their program, not for the sake of exposing what they're really doing. Besides, their job is to protect tools of white supremacy, and few tools are as valuable as the black misleadership class. They are crucial to confusing and undermining our internal politics. Now, you see some of the usual suspects among the list, like Kamala Harris and Ilhan Omar, but you see a few others like Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, who was born in Brooklyn, but her parents are from Jamaica, just like Kamala Harris. Yvette Clarke has said practically nothing about black people and absolutely nothing about a black agenda. Sheila Jackson Lee has been exposed as the white power tool she's always been. Something about Jamaica seems to make them especially attractive to white power to be their puppets. Congressman Anthony Brown, he was born in New York, but his mother is a white woman from Switzerland and his father an Afro-Cuban. Congressman Joe Neguse, his parents are both from Eritrea. Congressman Stephen Horsford, born in Las Vegas, but his parents are immigrants from Trinidad. The problem with Pew Research, of course, is that as part of the white media, they don't go in depth. They just do a quick blink and you'll miss it mention and then run along. But this is the black media. We dig way beyond the surface. Now I'm going to do a quick listing of them off top, and then we're going to go in depth with each of them. Congressman Delgado of New York. His father is Puerto Rican. Congressman Anthony Brown of Maryland, who used to be that state's former lieutenant governor. His mother is a white woman from Switzerland, and his father is an Afro-Cuban. So how the hell did he wind up with an Anglo name then? Because Anthony Brown is neither Swiss nor Cuban. Well, they didn't do it so that he could seem American, because American means white. The reason they did it was to help him pass as one of us, because they understood exactly what advantages America was going to give him by virtue of his bloodline, which didn't go back to the plantations. Congressman Joe Neguse of Colorado, his parents are from Eritrea, and his wife is Hispanic. This man has done nothing, absolutely nothing for black people. He talks the same colorblind nonsense that he knows casual racists, read white moderates, want to hear. They want an immigrant who doesn't mention America's sins and crimes against black people. You can rail on about anything you want, except for foundational black folks and what we're owed. This menagerie of clowns, as I started going through their bios, it was like watching a non-stop monster movie, just villain after villain. Though it became particularly interesting when I got to Stephen Horsford, and yes, he immediately made me think of Stephen from Django. He co-sponsored House Resolution 15, a bill that would be giving blanket amnesty to all illegal aliens in the U.S. So he showed his top priority was and is not black Americans, not foundational blacks, but immigrants. His record is the kind of anti-foundational black nonsense you would expect from a white power puppet. But it was when I looked into his spouse that things really got interesting. Congressman Horsford is married to Sonia Horsford, a so-called academic who has a degree in educational leadership, whatever that means. She also majored in speech communication. Not sure what exactly that qualifies her to do, but white power doesn't pick its operatives based on credentials. She's currently a professor at Columbia University. See how Columbia's name keeps coming up over and over again? When it comes to how white power is steeped, it's no accident that Columbia's name comes up so much. Because you want to know who else was a professor at Columbia? Barack Obama. He taught constitutional law there. Yep. These white institutions of lower learning have a fetish for biracials who they indoctrinate with all kinds of anti-black nonsense and then push into our community claiming that they're one of us. As you can see, this Sonia Horsford doesn't have much color to her skin at all. I immediately wanted to know where she's from. Yeah, I can't find it. I wanted to know about her parents. Not much info on them either, except for a Twitter post that she made, which linked to an Instagram picture, a black man and an Asian woman. You know, for someone who's so proud of her parents, she's gone out of her way not to say one piddling word about them. Now, you can love whomever you want, but there's a reality here. We don't live in a contextless vacuum. What defines the context of the world we live in are group power dynamics. And right now, all of those dynamics are controlled or overwhelmingly influenced by white supremacy. And black people as a group have no power. So when some type of conflict arises, it's a hell of a lot more likely that you'll go in the direction of your non-black significant other than that they'll go in the direction of black society. That's the reality. Are the interests of this non-black wife the same as the black community? Because we do have interests. The Asian community certainly has their interests, and allying themselves with us isn't one of them. Taking Sonia Horsford's parents as a case study, even if this Asian woman is the purest of the pure and the nicest of the nice, so what? She isn't in a position to lead Asian people. She is only representative of herself. This is why I don't waste time with black people who like to bring up their non-black friend who they're cool with, or some non-black boyfriend or girlfriend or acquaintance who they claim to be cool with. Your exceptional pal is exactly that, an exception. Your one non-black friend is one person, and you can't have an alliance with one person. As foundational blacks, we are a group, and groups don't have alliances with one person, unless that person is someone of the caliber of Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos. We live under a system of white supremacy, and that supremacy is not defined by anti-Asian racism. It is defined exclusively by anti-black racism. And if you want to be more specific than that, exclusively anti-foundational black racism. And while you're busy looking for true love, white supremacy is plotting how to wipe you and all the other black folks out. Not how to wipe the Asians out. They're trying to figure out how to wipe black people out. Also, when you look at Sonia Horsford's Twitter timeline, you see her pushing that fraud about a black-brown alliance. Gee, have you ever noticed how the only time that we see Hispanics talking about police violence against black people is when they're trying to finesse us into supporting more of them being brought to the country? When they're trying to finesse us into supporting what is nothing less than amnesty, then all of a sudden, they give a blink and you'll miss it mention to police violence against black people. Of course, what they never mention is either George Zimmerman or Officer Yanez in Minnesota who murdered Philando Castile, or any of the other Hispanic police officers who decide to enact violence against black people. Their names never come up. The same way that you can be married to an Asian person, but you notice when it came time for the Asian community to step up for Peter Liang, they did it across the board. Nobody in the Asian community was sticking up for Akai Gurley, who, by the way, was descended from immigrants, just for the record. You take a look at how these Hispanic communities have treated black people either in their home countries or elsewhere. Just take a look at how they treat black people here in the U.S. And then they turn around and say, you should support more Hispanics being brought into the country so black folks can get more such treatment. No, when it comes to the mythical black-brown alliance, the Latinos clearly get the better end of that deal. And yet it's a deal that Sonia Horsford is advocating for. So Sonia Horsford is only interested in what would benefit immigrants, legal or not. And look at this asinine little saying here. Tu Luca is my Luca. Actually, it's not. My fight is against immigrants who come to the U.S. to carry out anti-black racism and anti-black violence. Is that the fight of these Hispanic communities? I don't think so. And this is what a congressman's wife posts. None of this reflects what black people think. None of this reflects what black people have demanded. And people like Sonia Horsford and her husband know that. So even if you want to try to say that Stephen Hornsford's not as bad as all that, you see what the world his wife does. While he's busy giving you some of Dr. King's greatest hits, he's giving you the quotable Dr. King, and he's sitting here talking about Jim Crow and other things that he thinks are going to blind you to the scam. You see what his wife is out there doing. Understand that the black misleadership class is an invention of white supremacy. They're not there to reflect our interests. They are there to get us to work against our interests or to sit on our hands while white supremacy receives its pace. They are there to be the black face, to sell us white lies. They are there to always try to talk us into inaction when bold action is what's called for. So for those of you out there who think to yourselves that it doesn't matter who it is that you happen to be in love with, it does matter under white supremacy because nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. And being a black person, you can't afford to go through life being casual. Your color matters, as does your bloodline. So the further your bloodline moves away from a foundational black, a survivor of slavery in the U.S., the further that you're moving away from our history, our struggle, and the common bond that came out of coming from a common experience. Your experience did not come from Asians who came over after Vietnam. It didn't happen. Your bloodline and your common experience is not with Koreans or Japanese immigrants or Chinese immigrants or Hispanics coming in across the Rio Grande. Your experience with people who came out of slavery. That's important because those Hispanic communities are not pretending that they've got something in common with you. Those Asians are not pretending like they got something in common with you. So why are you trying to pretend as if you don't have something in common with yourself? So no, I'm afraid that the Asian wife most likely cannot understand where we're coming from. And I say that based on the behavior of the group that she comes from. I look at the group's behavior, that group's attitude toward us. And then you look at Sonia Hornsby. She's half black, but you look at what she writes, what she proclaims, and she talks like any other white liberal that you ever heard. Hell, her books are co-authored by white people, so there you go. Congressman Horsford's wife has written all kinds of tripe, such as intersectional identities and educational leadership of black women in the USA. Did you catch that title? Intersectional identities. Now, haven't I always warned you about words like intersectional? These were terms created by white power and put into the mouths of black so-called academics. And you notice that those black academics usually come from a culture outside of foundational black culture. You got a bunch of people who consider themselves to be primarily LGBT or immigrants or biracials. Intersectional is a political term meant to attack us. Congressman Hornsford's wife is the typical white power shill trying to drive wedges between black people on the basis of gender, because that's why the Europeans enslaved us, wasn't it? Because our ancestors were all women, right? You see the game that she's playing here? She's showing up and trying to push all sorts of dogma and ideology that serves to fracture the black community. You want to know why it is that we happen to have tangibles on the record now as part of American politics? It's because black men and black women work together. They put aside all the lies that the Europeans are trying to use and decide we're getting behind this message. This is the same thing that happened in the 1860s and was successful to bring down chattel slavery, but it also happened again in the 1960s and failed because a lot of black women decided that they were going to fragment themselves and try to jump on the feminist bandwagon. And you see that people like Congressman Horsford's wife are trying to figure out if the feminism tactic still has some miles left in it. She praises black feminism in her books, and she rails against the patriarchy and all the rest of it. I'm sure there's plenty more stupidity from this woman, but I've seen enough. I didn't even bother to go through Stephen Horsford's Twitter timeline, believe it or not, because seeing his wife's Twitter feed was more than enough. And if you thought the insanity from Stephen Horsford's wife was outrageous, you ain't seen nothing yet. Next, we're going to take a closer look at Congressman Antonio Delgado of New York. As I told you, he's half black, half Puerto Rican. Now, here's a picture of him with his wife. Not sure what ethnicity she is? That's understandable, because she doesn't know either. And I'm not making that up. 4 years ago, Lacey Schwartz, as she was known then, had a story run about her in a telegram. She was born in New York City and raised to think that she was a white Jew. As she states in the article, quote, "I came from a long line of New York Jews. We went to the synagogue, bar mitzvahs, Hebrew school." Yeah, but her Jewish relatives and the rest of the Jewish community, they didn't feel the need to play along with what was an obvious lie. They knew she wasn't white, and they occasionally made little digs at her, calling her an Ethiopian Jew and the like. Lacey's mother would go on later to admit that she had indeed had an adulterous affair with a black man, which of course led to the destruction of her marriage. Well, it does make perfect sense when you think about it. After all, the word Schwartz, it does mean black in German. Hey, you know I had to mention that little fact. And Lacey gives an interesting window into the utter chaos of being biracial and how confused they often are. Hearing her talk about race is like listening to two schizophrenics having an argument. She claims that racial identity is fluid and contextual. There goes that intersectional crap.
That train is never late. She then goes on to say racial identity can change depending on where you are and who you're around. Now, in what world does that make any sense? Tell me, at what point can Denzel Washington claim that he's a white man? After all, racial identity is fluid and contextual, and it changes depending on where you are and who you're around. So Denzel Washington works around mostly white folks, so he can go ahead and claim that he's white, right? See, the one-drop rule simply means that your status as white, i.e. white privileges, can be revoked arbitrarily. Doesn't matter if you're blonde-haired and blue-eyed and your parents came from Sweden going back 100 generations. If you have one black person or in your bloodline, or if you're deemed to have had a black person in your bloodline, then your white card is revoked. Racial identity is not fluid because the flow only goes one way. People who wanted to be white were cast off and thrown in the same category as black people. And even Lacey Schwartz knows that too. You want to see how this woman contradicts herself from sentence to sentence because her head is so screwed up. Next in the article, she says two diametrically opposed things. That being biracial is in fact a category of being black, but then she says that it's an inclusive thing. Now notice that. You want to see how it is that white supremacy weaponizes ethnicity. They take people who they have basically taken their minds and just confused them and spun them into jelly, and then they take these people and say they're part of the black community. These people who are so confused and in many cases full of self-hate, and then you put them into the black community so that they can just cause all sorts of confusion and all sorts of disorder, because that's what happens. This woman contradicts herself from one sentence to the next. She doesn't know whether she's coming or going. She just got through describing being biracial as a one-way street, one that precludes you being white, but then she claims that it's inclusive. Now I want you to ask yourselves this question. What attracted Antonio Delgado to this woman? A woman who thinks race is fluid. Acknowledges, however, that this fluidity only goes one way, but still insists that it's inclusive somehow. Inclusive of what and of whom? How do you push a black agenda with a man who is clearly running from blackness and a woman who thinks black is whatever you want it to be? This is who and what white power installed as the black misleadership class. This is what's wrong with the Congressional Black Caucus. This is who claims to speak for you and me. What do we have in common with this menagerie of self-hating anti-black lunatics? Even the members of the CBC who are not necessarily immigrants or descended from immigrants, at least not that we found yet, they came all the damn time for immigrants. Cedric Richmond of Louisiana went on Twitter, and he was demanding that illegal aliens from Vietnam be protected from deportation because they played a major role in my district and in cities all across America. Well, you can tell that there happens to be a couple of campaign contributions, but the thing is, this is about more than money. The reason this Richmond clown is talking like this is because of ideology. This guy is trying to basically bury the black community. He's trying to ignore the black community. This guy wants to make it clear to his white paymasters, I know what my job is. I'm going to carry water for white supremacy. I'm not here to represent black folks. I want them to just be completely and thoroughly ignored. And this stance is doubly stupid because there is no Vietnamese voting bloc in Louisiana. It's literally almost entirely black and white. Sure, there's a few enclaves, especially in South Louisiana, but not enough to matter electorally. But this guy doesn't give a damn about the black part of his constituency. How about Congressman Hakeem Jeffries of the Congressional Black Talkers? His uncle is the esteemed Dr. Leonard Jeffries. Yes, that Dr. Leonard Jeffries. Well, the apple fell far from the tree on this one. Then you got Congresswoman Johanna Haynes. The white media was so eager to praise her as being a teacher, but that's not true. She's actually an administrator now. She hasn't been a teacher in forever. But the white media calls her a teacher anyway. This reminds me of the whole Joe the Plumber con the Republicans tried back in 2008. However, the white media is not so eager to mention that Johanna Haynes' husband is a cop.
kind of reminds you of how frequent MSNBC mouthpiece Jason Johnson's mother is in law enforcement, but that doesn't get mentioned much. And of course, we must deal with the stupidity of Ayanna Pressley. Remember how she made a proper fool of herself, calling that group of absolute irrelevant females her squad, clearly the losing team. She's trying to raise her own pathetic profile. She was out there with Ilhan Omar and that Tlaib woman and Alexandria Cortez. Ayanna Pressley's not an immigrant. She's not even the children of immigrants, nor the grandchild of immigrants. So far, she seems to basically be descended from foundational blacks, though you damn sure couldn't tell by how she was out there caping for immigrants the other day. This is a disgrace for her to do that, because you damn sure don't see that Tlaib woman holding press conferences about the treatment of black people, held without trial and often dying behind bars. You take a look at the infamous Rikers Island. How many of those prisoners there kept in solitary confinement, sometimes often for years? How many of them are black? How many of them did that Tlaib woman say one peddling word for? And yet you got Ayanna Pressley putting on her cape for people who aren't even American citizens. Where was Ilhan Omar at to demand prosecution for police or self-appointed killers of black people? Where was she at? Hell, this woman couldn't even be bothered to stick up for a fellow Somali in Mohammed Noor. Not even a police do a dangerous job and Blue Lives Matters from her. You've got to balance the taken with the given, family, and I only do business with others to the extent that they do business with me. If you stick up for me a lot, then I'll stick up for you a lot. You only stick up for me a little, or only when you want something from me, then I'm only going to stick up for you a few times, or only when I'm trying to get something. And if you don't stick up for me at all, then you can guess how often you're going to see me, especially when Donald Trump comes forward. But for these immigrant communities, their behavior towards foundational blacks goes far beyond merely not sticking up for us. From Koreans who murdered black children allegedly over shoplifting, to Latinos who murder black teenagers over a can of iced tea. At what point do they acknowledge our humanity and stick up for us? When are we going to see these immigrant communities out there campaigning for us? We've already seen the answer, and it is never. Because those immigrant Asians did not have one word of sympathy or support for Akai Gurley. Why? Because as far as they were concerned, he was killed by an Asian, so right or wrong, they're sticking with Peter Liang. And for Ayanna Pressley to do this is a damnable thing, one that she shouldn't be forgiven for. The white media will use this unthinking twist and present her as speaking for all of us. This is why you need the black media. I told you white power invested its enormous resources into creating entire constellations of black tools. The black bootlicks in the media are just one of them. And Ayanna Pressley is another. This black bootlicking government is going to be reported on by a black bootlick on CNN like Don Lemonade or MSNBC like Joy Reid. And then they'll be cheered on by some black bootlick like D. Ray McKeeson or She the People. This is supposed to be what passes for black grassroots, at least as the white media tries to present it. Well, we've got to overturn this con. We have to dedicate ourselves to cleaning house. You cannot repair the black misleadership class any more than you can repair white supremacy. The festering black cabal of politicians who we are cursed with today are in fact inventions of white supremacy. White supremacy created the Congressional Black Caucus. And with this deep dive I've done to their membership, I hope it's a little more clear why that is. When I say white power has used its vast resources to create and set up entire constellations of black bootlicks to do their bidding, the Congressional Black Talkers is just a prime example. Now, you probably thought that the problem was just limited to a few bad apples. Or perhaps it was just some people who didn't understand what policies we need because they've been inside the Beltway too long. Or maybe it's just a few old men with a few old ideas. That's the problem. Just old men with old ideas. The problem is the entire Congressional Black Caucus itself. Because they were created by white supremacy and not created by black empowerment. They are populated, staffed, and overrun with a whole bunch of people whose interests happen to be immigrants, LGBT, trying to make themselves acceptable to white power, anything except for black empowerment. That's the problem. We have no common bond with somebody like a Joe Neguse. We have no common bond with an Anthony Brown. We don't share any common ground with people like Stephen Horsford. We have no common ground with them. We have no common history. We have no common achievements. We have no common ideology, and we have no common goals. We are completely alien and separate to one another. We have to be honest about that reality. So why in the world is it then that we allow these individuals to try to palm themselves off as one of us? It's because the definition of black basically was a polyglot. We allowed white power to basically say that anybody who's black basically is beneath us, and because of that, throwing them in with us, that somehow white power had no concern or no use for these immigrants or biracials, and that wasn't true at all. White power didn't want them among them, but it's not that white power had no plans for them and had no use for them. White power was looking at these individuals who they threw among us as being tools to help disrupt our internal politics and throw us into disarray and keep us completely and thoroughly politically confused. And that's exactly what they've done. So these guys, they've served a very important purpose for white supremacy. Well, it's time for us to bring that purpose to an end. This is the reason why disengaging from the electoral fraud of American politics is so important. We have to have foundational blacks who have bent the knee and taken the pledge to black empowerment, supporting and representing us. You shouldn't be voting for anyone unless that person came to you, bent the knee, and has taken the pledge. And he has to be a foundational black. That's just the reality. Because when you have a Stephen Horsford who shows up and his wife is sitting here talking that intersectionality crap, she shares no common ground with us. She's working against our interests. Stephen Horsford, if he wants to represent Trinidadians, let him go do that. And we'll see how many congressional seats he gets. And if Anthony Brown wants to represent the Swiss contingent of Americans or the Afro-Cubans, let him go down to Florida. He'll have to leave Maryland, that's for sure. He won't be able to find much voter support in Maryland. Let him go down to Florida. We'll see if he finds a big number of Afro-Cubans there, and then see if they can get him into any offices. No, let them represent the people who they share common ground with. And we will be represented by the ones who we share common ground with, because the black community is no longer going to be a stepping stone to a life of comfort, wealth, and privilege for some hand-picked con men and con women. That day is done. We are no longer going to be subsidizing our oppression by empowering those who white power sent among us for the sake of holding us down. The Congressional Black Talker's job is to present the black community to the world as being one giant black nanny. On the plantation, the black nanny cared for everyone except for her own children. She took care of Massa's children, and if Massa had some next-door neighbors, she would go ahead and make sure that their kids were nursed as well. She took care of everybody's babies except for her own. This is the job of the Congressional Black Caucus, to present black people as caring about everyone else's interests except our own, being concerned for everyone else's welfare except our own. Because when white media presents somebody like a Cedric Richmond to the world saying, we got to care about the Vietnamese community, well, when black folks are left with empty pockets, destitute in the streets, well, they can't be too concerned about that. Why? Their own representatives don't care. And when Maxine Waters and Kamala Harris are not out there on the warpath for black people's tangibles, well, when you look at Skid Row in Los Angeles, which is overwhelmingly black, that's where the black folks went to. You want to know what happened to the black community in LA? Check out Skid Row. That's where they all went. That's where they got sent to. But how are you going to be framing that in terms of racial injustice when your own black representatives don't say boo about it? And that's the point. Black people chose these leaders and they don't say anything, except the thing is we didn't actually choose them. What happened was we took the path of least resistance. We didn't actually want these clowns, but the problem is we've been indoctrinated with the idea of you've got to vote, too many people have died, etc., etc. And then what happens is, instead of us fielding our own candidates, what happens is white power comes along and says, you don't have to. Why? You got this Joe Neguse over here, and he's going to talk about how hard it was for him as a black immigrant, but he'll always say black immigrant in front of you. When he gets in front of white folks, it'll just be immigrants, or he'll just be talking about how America did so much and he's so grateful. The grateful Negro shit is what he'll be doing for white people. He'll only talk halfway black in front of you to see if you're silly and And Kamala Harris will go ahead and sing you a couple of bars about how she was second or third class to integrate her school, etc., etc. They'll do that. And then somehow you're supposed to think that they're down with the community. And you need to go and vote for them because somehow you're going to get something out of that. Politics is a business transaction, plain and simple, full stop, quid pro quo. You want my vote, I want tangibles, and an ongoing commitment to supply more tangibles. Because that's what voting is about. It's about who gets what. Out of whatever resources the country has, how's it going to be divided? Well, let's hold a vote on it. That's what voting is supposed to be about, but it damn sure doesn't work that way for black people. And we got to put an end to that. Stop playing along with a game that's deliberately rigged so that you get left out. You got to take control of the situation. No more letting white supremacy present to you their slate of hand-picked puppets, and then you choose for white supremacist candidate A or white supremacist candidate B. Time for you to change it and put a black empowerment candidate on the ballot. You cannot vote for any of these clowns anymore. Now that you know their freaking names, you can't be voting for these people anymore. What have the immigrants presented to us that is of such value that we should do something as monumental as condone them breaking the law by stealing their way to the country? Why in the world should we be supporting immigration, period? What's in it for us? Ask the immigrants, what's in it for black people? What are you presenting to us as tangible? What are you going to do for me? So understand that when it comes to the immigrant black caucus, it's not even totally about their foreign ancestry. These guys, just as a group, they are tools of white supremacy. And that's how they see themselves. They see themselves as Latinos and immigrants and islanders and boule. That's how they see themselves. This is why they go nuts trying to represent immigrants, people who aren't even in their districts, but they go out of their way to ignore or even show open contempt for foundational black Americans. Now you see why the so-called Congressional Black Caucus doesn't give a damn about us, and they're always so eager to jump out there for immigrants because that's what these con artists are. The point of having a Congressional Black Caucus is supposed to be so that there's a group representing the interests of black people, starting with the ones who are already here and have been here from day one. Instead, this gang of liars and con men are there to represent their home country or the ones their parents came from. They pride themselves on not being one of us. So we ought to make sure that this distinction is made loud and clear. These immigrant blacks simply cannot speak for us, and they should not speak for us. Since they're so obsessed with immigrants, then that's who they need to go represent. But they cannot represent us. This immigration advocacy violates the will of the black community. Like it or not. I know there's people who don't like it, but that's the way it is. We didn't vote for these guys to represent Latin America. We voted for them to represent Black America. While Ayanna Presley's asinine display disgusts me, it doesn't surprise me. White media is the mouthpiece for established white power. They see what we're doing and the impact that it's been having. So what you see is them trying to manufacture one high-profile media extravaganza after the next in the hopes of trying to get attention on their black grouplings. This is white power's way of trying to counter-program. They see that we're reaching black folks, the right black folks, the black people who are going to get off their butts and change things. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to put up some distractions now. Oh, look, we got some actors and a couple of do-nothing academics. And they're saying that black folks don't need a check for reparations. That's the big message that got taken away from that con game, that fraud for reparations that took place on Capitol Hill a few weeks back. The takeaway, black folks, why, we got some Negroes here who are saying that black folks don't want a check. In fact, they didn't actually say what black people wanted at all. That seemed to be the point. They see what we're doing. We are teaching our people the essential selfishness of survival, as Dr. John Henrik Clarke beautifully put it.
We've taught our people that it's not okay to support people who do not support us by name specifically. We've seen black movements like Big Bird and Roly-Poly and Goldie Taylor brought low. We cut the legs out from under presidential candidates. We're getting serious with all the people who've been attacking us. The only way to stop this process is if the white media can convince us that Donald Trump's Twitter tweets are more important than our tangibles. Trump doesn't represent your immigrants, but neither do the Democrats, and definitely not these immigrants. We have no friends. None. Is Donald Trump a racist? Of course he is. But at least he's an honest racist, and I don't give him points for that. He's never going to get my vote. But that doesn't distract me. It doesn't fool me into thinking, oh, I got Donald Trump being a loud and proud racist. So that's certainly worse than these quiet and meek racists over here calling themselves Democrats. Neither one of them's on our team. So we're holding out for something better. We're holding out for a black agenda being pushed and presented by our own representatives. The problem the white media sees isn't our refusal to back immigration. It's our determination to push for economic power for ourselves. They absolutely have to get us off of that issue. So we see they're stepping up the propaganda. They're flooding the airwaves now and the online sphere with political theater like this. They have a gargantuan advantage in media outlets over us. So for every one video essay or one social media post that we put up, they can post 100 or more lies. So how is it that we've made the progress on pushing these issues that we've made so far? It's because we've got an equalizer. You. Yeah, the bad guys may have us outgunned, but we've got them outclassed. You've got to support the new voices of black media. If we don't push your interests, if we don't curate and direct the social discourse in the black community, then we go back to the toilet of Charlemagne the Fraud and Roly-Poly Martin doing all the talking. Now, what is to be done when it comes to chumps like Antonio Delgado, someone who has a foreign parent and someone whose bloodline also goes back to the plantations? What's to be done then? After all, didn't Malcolm have a foundational black father? Yes, he did. But let's not conflate the standard for reparations with the standard for whether or not we as a community will allow you to speak for us. Being eligible for reparations doesn't mean you're eligible for the black family's respect. And we have to get serious about enforcing that principle. You see, the reason that I started off with that Tigers of Tammany account was that you understand, yeah, the white guys were sitting here doing their little cosplay. We are Indian braves and this is our wigwam, whatever. But when it came time to talk turkey, they were not talking in the terms of Native Americans. They were talking in the terms of Europeans. Talking about defending our country. Native Americans didn't believe in country. They didn't believe that you could actually own the land. And talking about will you defend and uphold up our particular constitution. You see, they were talking about a value system. And that value system was and is white supremacy. That's what they wanted to be sure of. You couldn't just walk into the Society of St. Tammany and say, I'm a good white man, and I think y'all all let me in. Show me the secret handshake. They'd be like, what's this Society of St. Tammany you're talking about? What's this Order of Columbus you refer to? We don't even know. What are you talking about? They would ignore you and they would pretend ignorance. Or they might decide to take up the freaking tomahawk and open your mind for it. See, they understand that there's rules and regulations that go along with every group. Every group has some standard of decorum, some standard rules, some code of conduct. See, that's what the whole ritual by the Society of St. Tammany was meant to do. It was meant to begin the process of there's a code of conduct that goes along with our group. That's why they say you're not to discuss what goes on here on the outside. What happens inside these walls of our wigwam, it stays here. And you got to be ready to die for this. That's what they pointed out. Are you ready to die for this? And that's the reason why they did it the way they did. First question, is this stranger worthy of a seat among us? First thing out of the gate, is this guy even supposed to be here? Man, what do we know about this fool? Who's his people? Who sent him? What are his credentials? And then next they asked, and this lets you know how the European thinks, they asked, will he unbury the tomahawk from beneath the great wigwam before his country's good requires it? That's one of the things that Native Americans allegedly did. They bury a tomahawk into a tree, and the tomahawk is not to be retrieved until after the war is over. So right after the European asked whether or not this guy even should be here, the very first question is this guy ready to go to war? Let you know what the European was thinking. This ain't about peace, this ain't about friendship, this ain't about Native American culture, this is about reinforcing the European's war culture, because that's how he got the world and how he intends to keep it. So first order of business, is this guy ready to go to war, and he ain't going to stop fighting until we won, so we've taken everything that we want. And then next they asked, will he bear adversity, torture, and death in defense of liberty? Remember, liberty, I educated you guys on what liberty means. Liberty means power. Because everything that the European talks about as being their liberties, these are the things that black people recognize as being power. We simply talk about, oh, I want to be able to do what I want, etc. That ain't what the European means. It's a matter of I can take what I want, do whatever I want to whomever I want. And I have the ability to use unrelenting violence to get what I want. That to him is liberty. And I get to have my violence held on a pedestal and held up for glorification and worship. That's what he thinks of as liberty. What you think of as liberty, he sees as a threat. He should. But that's what they started off with. They started asking, putting people on notice, should this guy be here? Is this somebody who's going to call for peace when we've already said we're going to war? Is this somebody who the enemy will be able to torture into submission? Is this somebody who will bear adversity for this group? Will he endure torture for this group? Will he die for this? You see, Tammany Hall ruled New York with an iron fist for 200 years. Everybody's familiar with Boss Tweed. But what they're not familiar with is the fact that Tammany Hall started 100 years before Boss Tweed even came along. He was just the most corrupt one that they had. And Tammany Hall, at least in name, Tammany Hall endured all the way up to the 1960s. And by the way, before I forget, I do think that it bears noting that Tammany Hall actually had a black Grand Sachem. Now, I know that's going to come as a surprise to a lot of you guys. Did you know that? J. Raymond Jones. This guy was the first and only black head of Tammany Hall, which of course, as we know with Barack Obama, when they sit there and say the black man's in charge, I mean, he ain't in charge of nothing. It was just them taking a last-ditch effort and trying to sanitize their image. But Tammany Hall, yeah, they started off with a bunch of white guys cosplaying as Native Americans, and they ended with a black man cosplaying as a European. But you see what's going on here, though. Nonetheless, as far as they were concerned, there have to be rules and regulations. And do you think that the good Mr. J. Raymond Jones was not asked all the same questions that Mr. Morton was asked? Do you think they didn't ask him whether or not you're worthy to be among these good white men? Do you think they didn't ask him, when we go to war with these black folks, your relatives and friends and family, are you going to be calling for peace before white supremacy's through doing them in? Are you willing to endure whatever sort of indignity and questions of, when the black community gives you a hard time, are you going to crack under pressure? Do you think they didn't ask him that? Yeah, white power believes that before they admit you to the group, they got to check you out first. You ain't just getting in because you show up. Black folks are the only ones who admit everybody sight unseen. That's how you wind up with Richard Aoki, the so-called Yellow Panther, an FBI agent getting into the freaking Black Panthers. That's how you wind up with black organizations who are riddled with spies and informants and double agents. That's how we wind up like that. No rules, no regulations, because as black folks, as far as we're concerned, everybody can just dump their cast off on us. We're accepting everybody. and we leave ourselves easy prey. Don't you think it's time for that to stop? See, our unconditional acceptance, we've extended it to practically everyone, and this is a mistake. We have to recognize this for the cultural failing that is not be admitted to the group. Because a group that lets everyone in is nothing more than a circus. So that's how I feel whenever I look at members of the Black Immigrant Caucus who happen to have one parent who actually may most likely be one of us and another parent born elsewhere. When I look at them, I'm looking and going, well, I don't know. I just don't know. Part of the reason that we're so riddled with backstabbers, bootlicks, and scumbags is because we allowed it to happen. People come among us just to see what they can get. We are nothing more than fools to be lied to, manipulated into this or that direction, and then ignored. And this by people who claim to be our representatives. If we actually had people pushing our agenda, we would have had a lot of things that we needed long before now. Ayanna Pressley can get out there and do a press conference for immigrants, so why hasn't she and the rest of the Congressional Black Talkers done a press conference pushing for reparations? John Lewis would get on the floor of the House of Representatives because a gay nightclub got shot up. Meanwhile, this guy's not doing any sit-ins after the Mother Emanuel Church massacre. You see any of them having a press conference pushing for a federal law to punish the police? The Congressional Black Talkers ain't doing that. None of them saying, well, if Barack Obama can sign a Blue Lives Matters executive order, then he can sign a Black Lives Matters executive order. They're like, no, we can't do that. Black folks are the very ones we're at war with. The Congressional Black Talkers are an arm of white supremacy. They are part of white supremacy's forward element. The white supremacy put among us for the sake of sabotaging our efforts, and they have done their job admirably. After we broke Kamala Harris's campaign, after we forced a congressional hearing on reparations, which was presided over by Sheila Jackson Lee herself, there's no member of the Congressional Black Caucus who can lie and say that they don't know that there's a major push underway for slave reparations from the black grassroots. They cannot say that they don't know that reparations is a major grassroots issue for black people. They know it, and they're hiding from it. They're not moving on the issue. None of them are making it a campaign issue. None of them are running on the issue. None of them are supporting it. That's why I started off with the account of the Tammany ritual. These black migrants who came here to take advantage of the opportunities that we brought about and to legitimize this process of replacing us, they would try to lay claim to our country. They're walking in the shoes of white power who brought them here. They'll toss around some loose talk about the plantations, but that had nothing to do with them. They'll talk about the 13th and 14th Amendments, but those are the fruits of our struggles, not theirs. Sheila Jackson, these people didn't need the 13th or 14th Amendments. We did, and still do. Stephen Horsford, his people didn't benefit from the Emancipation Proclamation. They weren't even here. So what the hell would he be talking about trying to law the 14th Amendment? Trying to talk about how important it is to black folks and important to him. Jonah Hussein didn't need it. Ilhan Omar damn sure didn't need it. Kamala Harris definitely didn't need it. And yet they'll toss those things around because they know that they matter to you. These are the fruits of our labors. Roly Poly and Joy Reid, they love to toss around names like Shirley Chisholm and her political accomplishments. But the only reason that Shirley Chisholm was able to even run for office or even had enough black support to win office was because of the 15th Amendment. But that wasn't Shirley Chisholm's accomplishment. And it wasn't the doing of her immigrant parents either. This was our doing, not hers. She had nothing to do with that. So it's a lie to act as if somehow the black vote and the benefits that she derived from it was somehow her achievement. This is the reality. These are the hard realities that need to be said. Because when we talk about foundational black, it don't just mean whether or not you've been here for a couple of days. You don't just get to show up and say, I went to Morehouse, or I went to some other HBCU or some other do-nothing school. And, well, yeah, that means that now it goes for Brown v. Board of Education and the Voting Rights Act. Please tell me what Barack Obama's Kenyan father had to do with either of those things.
See, the only thing Barack Obama's father was looking for was a white woman to snuggle up with. And apparently he found one. And when you're done finally facing facts as to what Barack Obama's father didn't contribute to the civil rights struggle, you can then go ahead and tell me what Kamala Harris's Indian mother had to do with the black struggle or her Jamaican father. What the world did they do to contribute to all the things that she takes advantage of? This is the most perverted form of historical revisionism. But white power has to do this in order to legitimize what is clearly nothing more than base thievery, theft of our history, and what we as a unique people have done, all for the sake of trying to legitimize the greatest crime in human history. By claiming why we didn't steal these blacks' entire legacy and then wipe them out. Why we got a couple of these black immigrants over here, and why Joy Lee just got through telling us about how important the 14th Amendment is to her. And Kamala Harris said that she got bused to school a couple of times. So, you know, that whole Brown v. Board of Education, we owe that to Kamala Harris. We owe that to her family. We owe that to her, because that's part of what she and her folks contributed to this country. That's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to manufacture a legitimate basis by which to have their hand-picked puppets claim what we have done. Because when they do that, the one thing Joy Reid won't be doing is demanding reparations. The one thing Kamala Harris won't be doing is demanding that police be locked up for brutalizing black people. That's what they won't be doing. And that's what this is all about. It's meant to lay the groundwork for that, this continuing operation in order to scour us from the face of the earth. Foundational black Americans have changed the world. And now it seems everybody's always rushing to try to claim what we've done, whether it be in music, whether it be in fashion, whether it be in athletics, whether it be in social and political movements. We do all of these things, bring all of these new ways of thinking, new ways of doing things.
I love that shit.
And then everybody else tries to jump on you.
Everybody kills me.
They didn't.
Where's the other one?
Notice how all these Johnny-come-lately newcomers, these black migrants, don't carry the righteous anger. They're not at all indignant or looking for justice and
Get my bookie on!
They talk in the same namby-pamby,
What's up, X-Stamps?
mildly displeased way that white liberals do, because essentially that's what they came here to become. Joy Reid did not come here in order to become a foundational black American. She didn't come here to become a survivor of America.
Have a good one, man.
She didn't come here for the sake of being
Don't get your money.
bloodline, being part of our group. She came here so she could be part of the same
Unless you want to follow me,
female sorority
what the fuck?
that she idolized from day one. That's the reason why
I'm about to go pick up some antiques and
the
shit.
same thing goes for Kamala Harris. We're trying to tear down white supremacy. They're trying to solidify a position within it. So this is the reason why tonight's video essay had to be. I've told you a million times, and I'm going to continue to harp on this one. It's about more than just being black in color. I've told you that, and I'm also here to tell you that it's about a hell of a lot more than your bloodline, too. Being black isn't enough. Oh, it's crucial. You gotta have it. That's the foundation. But it's not enough. And having an ancestor who was in bondage in the United States, that's not enough either. Because you may have the bloodline, but the question is, do you also have the bond? Being black in color means nothing without also being black in your mentality. You gotta have all of it. See, if you were to have a black empowerment version of the Society of St. Tammy's little pathetic ritual, first question would be, does this person have a black mind? Oh, I can look and see that his skin's dark and his hair is curly, but I want to know whether or not there's a black mind in there. That'd be the first question. And once you have a code of conduct for those in your immediate circle, naturally you're going to be extending that to everyone who you have any sort of contact or dealings with, including those who are seeking to get your support for whatever political office that they're hoping to achieve. What it comes down to is, what standard are we using to select people who are going to lead us? What standard are we employing to choose the black people who we're going to choose to follow? As the B1 Brigade, I want our standard to be the very highest. Do you think the Chinese are using a low standard? Do you think the Europeans are using a low standard? Do you think any of them are just dealing from the standard of unconditional acceptance? These other groups are making the right choices based on their interests. They know what they want and how to pick individuals who are working for them and not for other people. This is who we're up against, so if we keep picking two-faced con artists like Kamala Harris and the immigrant black caucus, or street corner hucksters like most black mayors are, and other simple-minded clods, then we're going to go extinct as a people. We are not a stupid group, but damn if we haven't been making a lot of non-stop stupid decisions. And these other people, they've been coming among us and taking advantage of our generosity and, frankly, our naivete. White supremacy has used foreign blacks as Trojan horses for their agenda, to confuse our internal politics. And for 50 years, they've carried out their mission successfully. And then we came along, you and me, not just the black media, but those of you who are the fellow travelers of black empowerment. We came along and we've started to turn the tide, but we've only just begun. This is going to be a long-term project, folks. Please don't think this is going to be over in 2020. Some of y'all who aren't built for this, you're waiting for the 2020 election so you can declare victory and then go back to playing Xbox full time and debating about who's beating who. This is going to be the new normal for us. What's been going on here? This is going to be our discourse as a people. This is going to be what dominates our daily conversation. Are we gaining more power? Are we gaining more resources? If not, why not? This is the standard. We will enforce it both in the U.S. and abroad, not merely with those who happen to be of European or Asian descent, but also with those who are of African descent and in the islands as well. This is going to be how we deal with everyone. Because when I look at Joy Reid, all I see is a white supremacist with a tank. This is about disciplining our team. So we have to be clear that the internal threats we face are a lot bigger than just some Johnny-come-lately like Kamala or Angela Rye with lettuce and tomatoes on the side, or roly-poly. It's time for regime change in the misleadership class. Time to run them all out. Cut them off root and branch. I don't care how good or loyal or effective you think that your own beloved black politician is, they all must go. Even if you think well of this or that black politician, what you need to do is you need to be mature and serious about what you want. Thank them for their service, whatever you think that might be. Shake their hand and then send them on their way. We have to show everyone that there's a purge at work. We have to start from scratch. Because even your good black politician, they've got spouses or kids or family members who have been dependent on the current corrupt white supremacist system. They have all benefited from the white power system that they've been in office to serve. We have to show that we're not taking chances with anyone. You see, whenever white power has a situation where they feel that a foreign government has committed some sort of act of espionage or undermined the interest of the United States, you know the first thing that they do to the foreign delegation is they tell all of them, you have to leave. We declare you persona non grata. That entire diplomatic legation has to leave. All of them have to go. And we have to make sure that we are uncompromising in how we institute black empowerment. The first thing we got to show is that we can force people out of office. If we don't want you there, you won't be there. We got to start getting tough with these guys. Why should anyone bend the knee to black power if black power does not demonstrate that if there is an or else? I've been telling you about that for a long time. What is the or else? Do what we say, or what? That's going to be their question. Well, if I don't, what are you guys going to do? Do what we say. Black empowerment has demands. You must follow those demands. You must carry out our demands. You must obey the demands of the foundation of black Americans. And white power will simply look and say, or what? We've got to show the bastards the or what.
We need an actual leadership class, one who we chose. Preferably us. We need one who is ideologically steeped in black empowerment, not just some Johnny-come-latelys who have all sorts of questionable loyalties. We can't be sure what the hell they're loyal to. No, we can't play games anymore. All of this, we're trying to be liked by everyone, and we have to show unconditional acceptance, and, well, you know, white power's mistreating them too. Well, we gotta stop making excuses for stupid choices. There is no black leadership class right now. We have the opportunity to start one from scratch. One that is built on our value system and adheres to our code of conduct and is promoting and aggressively pushing our agenda. We gotta clear the bastards out. Don't make any excuses for that. White power's on the march, and they've insinuated a lot of people among us. Time for us to get serious about sending those guys packing and making it clear we're gonna send you right back to the same white supremacists who put you among us so they can see that we have finally woken up, stood up, and are now charging forward.
Tell someone what you believe, and their response will reveal what they believe. Before I go any farther with this video essay, I want to go ahead and make a request of those of you who watch it, particularly those of you who are subscribed to my channel. I decided to take a look to see what my subscriber count was. I'm not really concerned with subscriber numbers. It's not like I sit there and obsess over them, and a lot of people are disappointed, but I need to get something on the table here. If you are one of my subscribers and you didn't like what it was that I said in my Black Panther video yesterday, if you're one of the people who perhaps found that you got blocked, please do me the favor of unsubscribing from my channel. I do not want people here who have decided that they're going to take refuge inside of a fictional world and that they're going to fly off their nut and lose their minds because I simply make a point of fact. I want the people who do not like what I said and had a problem with it, a serious problem with it, I want you to unsubscribe. In fact, I'm demanding that you do so. If I had the ability to unsubscribe you myself, I would. Now, that said, let's go ahead and rain some more hell on your make-believe world. Because I guess it says a lot about black people's collective immaturity that this one small thing that we all should be able to agree upon has become so rancorous and divisive. There are a whole lot of idiots out there who are trying to do their impersonations of what they think a smart person might sound like, speaking on things they don't have the first clue on. The first line that these idiots use is, well, the Black Panther movie, it was written by a black man, wasn't it? So no, this is all black people's ideas. Let me tell you something stupid. What's going on in Marvel is being completely run by Kevin Feige and the guy who runs Disney. Marvel has their plan, a blueprint laid out. You don't get to write whatever the hell you want. They tell you what it is that they want, and whatever script you give them has to comply to whatever their particular outline is. See, a lot of idiots don't actually know anything about the movie business. Man. All they know about movies is how to watch them. And based on how brainlessly they follow this Black Panther thing, they can't even get that right. But the way that movies work is like this. You Negro nerds, black geeks, you need to pay attention especially. Let's say that you have a movie that starts with a producer. Most movies do start with the producers. They start with the studio executives. If you have a producer like Jerry Bruckheimer, he decides that because Disney or some other studio wanted him to take a look at how to boost attendance at one of their theme parks. So they're like, hey, Jerry, you make some movies. Which one of our rides do you think has the most movie potential? Because we're trying to boost attendance for these rides. Jerry looks and goes, Magic Mountain? Nah. Back to the Future? Nah, been there, done that. Hey, what's this Pirates thing? Everybody likes pirates. Kids like pirates, right? Jerry Bruckheimer then is tasked
with finding people to make it. So he gets Gore Verbinski to be the director, and he gets Chris Terrio to be the writer. They don't come and say, we're going to write a movie about pirates. Jerry Bruckheimer went to them after Disney or whoever the studio is that made Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't care because I don't watch it. That's how movies get made most of the time. The idea of a screenwriter coming to a studio and saying, here's my script, my on-spec, you didn't ask for it, but you're getting it anyway. That almost never works. Studios go and get the writers and tell them, this is what we want you to write. And when the writer brings them one draft after the other, the studio will give them some notes. That's what it's called in the business. For a lot of you idiots who are talking, saying, oh, they got to write whatever they want. No, you write what the studio tells you. And when you give them a draft, they give you notes telling you, now this is what we want you to change. You have no idea how many drafts that movie went through before they finally got to the shot. And you also don't know what the studio notes were. You're making assumptions on something you don't know. But then again, that's been the template, that's been the habit, the practice of all these Negro nerds and their fellow travelers. You don't actually know anything about how movies get made, but damn if you wish you did. So no, the guys who wrote it didn't get to actually write anything. Marvel has their Phase 1. What the hell do you think Phase 1 means, stupid? Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3? That's what they're going into now, Phase 3, leading up to the Infinity War. What the hell do you think that means? Do you think that means that, oh, we just take whatever the writers bring us? No, what it means is they got a plan, they got an outline, and that they're not deviating from it. And whoever comes in that door calling themselves working on the project, you better be with whatever their game plan is, because they're not letting you make any changes to it. That's what some of the problems that some of the people who were working on it previously had. As far as they were concerned, Marvel wasn't allowing for creative freedom. Well, why would they? They've already got their plan laid out. They don't want creative freedom. They want people who are going to do as they're told. Be a widget, be a cog in Marvel's creative machine. So for all you clowns out there saying, well, but it has black writers and a black director. They're employees of the white studio, stupid. This is a level of mentality that we're dealing with here, and you wonder why it is that the white media manipulates black people so easily. Because most black people can't be bothered to think, but damn if they won't run their mouths. A freaking comic book character that you didn't create, that you had no hand in the production of, and yet you're willing to go to war over that. The white media's job is to make people into sheep. Considering the fact that most people don't think to begin with, this becomes a far easier task. You're a mindless herd doing what you're told, focusing on what the white powers that be direct you to. You're not thinking, you're only consuming, like a sheep munching grass. You figure because you call yourself a particular religion, or a particular political party, or you brag about whatever made-up science fiction, comic book, fantasy, whatever that you like, or even that you're black first, you figure that that means you're not a sheep too? Or you think that you're better than some of those other sheep over there. Let me tell you something. Just because you don't like some of the other sheep in the herd doesn't mean you aren't all going to the same slaughterhouse. Tariq Nasheed has often said that black people don't want to actually fight white supremacy. In fact, they don't even want to resist or criticize it. What they want is for somebody to give them a tiny little one-sentence remedy to white supremacy, as long as it doesn't require them to actually have to do anything. That way they can go back to what they really want, which is to goof off full-time. And seeing how people reacted to my Black Panther criticism video has proven Tariq Nasheed right in spades. You would have thought that I urinated on somebody's mother's house by the way many of you responded. See, this is the kind of behavior that gives geeks a bad name. Emotional instability, psychological immaturity, a total lack of logic, and you take fiction seriously. Perhaps I need to explain my position, and it will clear some things up for some of you. For starters, I'm probably older than most of my subscribers, admittedly. I'm a Gen Xer. I remember what the world was before the internet, back when the Cold War was still a thing. I was raised to enjoy TV, books, and video games, but I wasn't raised to invest in them unless I was the one that produced them. And since I hadn't produced any TV shows, comic books, or video games, I didn't invest in them. That was important because it gave me the ability to actually see and understand what it was that I was playing or reading or watching. It helped to make sure that I didn't become a zombie. By the way, speaking of zombies, since you guys love Black Panther so much, you know that that's one of Marvel's favorite little expressions, Marvel zombies. Gotta give them credit, it's truth in advertising. See, I have the ability to watch a TV show. I think I probably mentioned that Deadwood was a show that I actually liked. I could watch some movies. One of the movies that I actually think pretty highly of is The Game by David Fincher. I can read books. I think I told you about how I read some of James Ellroy's stuff and then stopped reading it. But you see, I don't read these things so that I can become fanatic over it. Now, yesterday, I think it was, or probably earlier today, Mr. Superboy223, he made a video talking about Black Panther. And one of the things that he was pointing out was you can be a fan of something without being a fanatic. And some of you, a lot of you, have crossed the line. In fact, I don't think you even were aware that there was a line to be crossed. I analyze every bit of media that I take in, no matter what the source may be. I don't allow the white media to dictate to me what I should get happy about. I get happy about things that enhance my power, things that I generate, things that are mine. Not something that belongs to somebody else, especially someone who doesn't have my interest at heart and isn't doing anything that's in my interest. See, once you start to psychologically invest in the media that you consume, you start to get certain ideas, bad ideas. You know, like, it's just a movie. You actually have people in my comment section on my channel who actually have the nerve to say that expression. Now, whenever white people use that expression, we castigate them for it, and rightly so. But when we want to make an excuse because we want to patronize something, because it's flashy CGI on it, or it's an upcoming blockbuster, then we start talking the same way? Now, what part of the game is that? You want to go see your stupid comic book movies, you go ahead and you do that. But when I go ahead and point out some of the warts and all on it, instead of you bitching and complaining like a pig stuck under a gate, you need to ask if maybe the brother's got a point. Because it's funny, though not in a ha-ha kind of way. I would have hoped that I'd proven myself to be accurate, tried and true, indeed prescient on the issues, that I had some measure of foresight. I hope that I had proven to the people who claim that they subscribe to my channel and actually value what it is that I do, I hope that I have proven my ability to see events before they arrived and to tell you who's doing what and how they do it. I was hoping that would have meant that you would trust my judgment. I thought that counted for something with many of you, and I see that I was wrong. A trailer to a movie created by a studio founded by a man who declared his hatred for black people, that meant more to you than the word of a black man who merely told you to see the crap that was going on right in front of you. Too many of you are like children who complain because someone tells you that Santa Claus isn't real. My analysis had previously always been welcomed by you, but now that I've dared to impose upon your playtime, you got the nerve to get mad at me. You came to the wrong dang place with that kind of behavior. The unsubscribe button is right in front of you. The same button that you use to subscribe to my channel will help you to unsubscribe. The same people who any other time would be happily joining me in excoriating any white media presentation that showed black people with plate lips and grass skirts, now these same folks are eagerly awaiting a movie that does these things. Because now the plate lips and grass skirts are attached to a comic book property that you like. Nah, it's time to go ahead and be really serious here. It's not the Black Panther movie that you like. It never is.
If you liked the idea of black people being shown as stereotypes, hell, you could have been tripping all over yourselves from Medea.
Ooh.
Perhaps if Tyler Perry had, instead of wearing a cotton skirt, if he wore a grass skirt, and instead of a gray wig, if he wore a plate lip, maybe you'd enjoy that. See, the reason that you're getting all hot and bothered over Black Panther is because of the company that he keeps, literally and figuratively. It's the tidal wave of popularity of Marvel Studios that mainly interests you. That's the part that you're digging so much. Right now, the Marvel Cinematic Universe is the biggest thing in media. So naturally, you relish the opportunity to be a part of it, if only vicariously. See, if this Black Panther movie had come out 10 years ago before Iron Man, you'd be furious with it. You would have said, man, it's just like those racists in Hollywood. You got to do a Black Panther movie, we got to have grass skirts and plate lips and spears all over the place. You would have had a problem with it. You would have said, man, they took Black Panther and just totally screwed it up. But since you see all these white comic book characters taking over the movie industry, you want to see a black character you can vicariously live through and say, well, I'm a part of it through this guy. He's a stand-in for me. That's what you mean when you call this movie important. It's part of a media enterprise that's important to the dominant society. That's what you really mean. And in the process, you have now gone on the record giving the white media license to use the most grotesque stereotype against you. I told you years and years ago that the black denigration porn that was getting kicked off with Precious was going to be just the tip of the iceberg. It was going to be merely the first ripple of a tsunami of black denigration movies and media. And history proved me right. Now, you didn't have a problem with it when I was pointing it out before. That's because you're not emotionally attached to Quentin Tarantino or Lee Daniels. But I also told you that at some point the comic books were going to decide to bring you in for some abuse. And a lot of you claim that you had a problem with that. Well, you're right. If they tried that, we're going to go in. But the second that it actually happens, now it's time to see if you'll put some steel behind your words. All of a sudden, it's just a movie. You have gone on the record telling the white media that the mess that they do is okay with you now. You use their talking points, you defend the garbage that they put out, and just as the people who defended Precious and took up for Tyler Perry, they were the ones who paved the way for just the growing tidal wave of anti-black imagery coming out of Tinseltown, you have now set a brand new low. You did this. You yourselves have said repeatedly on this channel, my channel, the house that Truth built, that, well, grass skirts and plate lips, well, it's true, isn't it? And the worst part is that these are not even white people's sock puppet accounts. These are people who I know for a fact happen to be black people. And this is what they've said. Amazing. All it took was just one pat on the head, and white supremacy's got you singing their tune. How's that feel? Well, I suppose I should ask if you have any thoughts that go through your head after this. When I told you that I only see media as good for one thing, and that is to promote a value system that forwards our power, that's exactly what I meant. And my analysis and appraisal of media in that regard never stops. Doesn't matter if it's the nightly news, magazine article, a news piece on the radio, a government study, or some comic book movie. If it's in print or electronic media, I am not consuming it, I am examining it. Whether what the white media is presenting to me is necessarily true or not is of far less importance to me than whether or not it can be made of use to me or not. Dr. John Henrik Clarke said it, and a lot of you clearly missed it. Anything that you are a part of is supposed to serve your power. Doesn't matter if it's a political party or a whisk club. Well, that goes triple for me. Now look, if you merely watch some TV or read some comics or play some video games, that's one thing. A lot of you tried to make it sound like, oh, he said that you shouldn't watch anything that white people had any hand in any shape, form, or fashion. Well, hell, if that was the case, under white supremacy, you couldn't have anything. They dominate all arenas of the society. So stop playing stupid and setting up straw man arguments. You know what the hell I really said, and the problem is I told you to grow up. That's what you really hate. So because of the fact you couldn't refute what I said, you decided that you were going to refute something that I didn't say. Look at the irrational, hysterical, and infantile responses that my video received. These are not people who look at comics or movies as being just mere diversion or just some, flimsy escapist fun. These people are seriously invested in this stuff. And they don't see the problem in that. The more you point out the problems with their preoccupation with escapist fantasy, the more angry they get. And that's what's really going on here. Being black hurts. It is excruciating under white supremacy. And black people are looking for any form of escape. Heroin, crack, alcohol, sex, media, comic books, movies, video games, just something to get my mind off the pain for a little bit. Something that I can escape into. And now you've become like a junkie who somebody has been so inconsiderate as to take their crack pipe away, or worse than that, a junkie who someone was so impolite as to actually call a junkie. You're not using these comics are now using you.
Oh, shit.
When you defend imagery that degrades you, and you celebrate it and say that it's all true, and you attack the people who point out what's wrong with it, you have become part of the problem. A lot of you have gotten some straw men that you propped up to hide behind so you don't actually have to deal with what I actually said. Nobody told you don't go see this Black Panther movie. Nobody told you to stop reading comic books, or to stop watching TV shows, or stop playing video games. What I said was you better be realistic about the media you consume, and more importantly, you need to be honest about the people who present that media to you. But of course that would get in the way of your fun, now wouldn't it? Well, let me go ahead and throw some more cold water on you. Let's look at comic books for just a second. Chris Claremont. This was the man who was most responsible for making X-Men the industry standard for comic books. He didn't create X-Men, but when he took over that title, he made it his own. And he turned X-Men into not just the standard bearer for Marvel, but he also turned it into the paradigm that pretty much all other comic books were desperate to follow. And for 15 years, Chris Claremont made X-Men the most important title in comic book publishing. But in that 15 years, Chris Claremont never saw fit to have more than one black person in the X-Men.
Exactly.
It wasn't until after Claremont quit that Bishop was created by Will Sportation. Now, there's also a well-known comic book writer, Chuck Dixon. He's a right-wing conservative, and in recent years, he has become very vocal about this. He's put his right-wing credentials on full display. Now, Chuck Dixon is well known for having written a lot of comic book stories. He was the guy who launched the Warzone comic book line. He started that particular title. But the story that he'll be most well known for is Vengeance of Bane. It's where he introduced Bane, the guy who broke Batman's back, just a pointless PR stunt. But Chuck Dixon was the guy who essentially created that character and introduced it to the comics. Well, Chuck Dixon went on a number of right-wing media outlets, and he even did an interview with Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yeah.
And of course, he sounded not much different than any other right-winger you've ever heard. John Romita Jr. is very well known. He was the artist who worked on Daredevil for a number of years. And he created a black character while working on that title named Shotgun. By the way, Shotgun was also featured in Chuck Dixon's first story arc on Punisher Warzone, which John Romita Jr. drew, by the way. But John Romita Jr. is also a self-professed conservative, too. He even called into Sean Hannity's show a couple of times.
By the way, did I mention that John Romita Jr. also drew the Black Panther comic book for a while, and he even drew the Black Panther motion comic book? See, there's a good reason you don't see black characters being introduced in comic books very often, and when they are, they never get the exposure that their white counterparts do. There's a reason why black characters are often presented as stereotypes. These are the people who create the comics that you read. They created the storylines that have been used by the movie studios. And while none of them may be mouth-frothing racist, then again, neither is Richard Spencer or Jerry Taylor. They all seem amiable enough. That is, until they tell you what their views on black people are. This is not about being some sort of media purist. Most white people subscribe to the tenets of white supremacy. Bill Maher should have taught you that. So, since they also control most of the media outlets and the content that comes from this media, unless you just turn off the TV, cover your eyes, and refuse to leave your home, it's going to be damned hard to avoid it. When you watch TV shows, read comic books, or whatever, you're consuming what these people produced. What I'm telling you is to be aware of this, and that you need to be planning how you're going to escape, not from reality, but escape from the fantasy lies that these white media types are presenting to you. The media you consume should come from like-minded people who respect you. And if that media doesn't exist, then damn it, make it. That's what the Chinese did. But black people want to be passive consumers. That's what we want. Our minds and our bodies put to sleep. We don't want to be businessman of the year. We'd much rather settle for being employee of the month. You see, creating media is hard. Consuming media is easy. To many of you, you're very eager to overlook all this because you just want some unencumbered escapism. You talk about this Black Panther movie like it's some sort of historic event. Like this is up there with the March on Washington or something. You're projecting all of this importance onto a movie that you didn't make, had nothing to do with the content of, you won't be getting a penny from it, and it doesn't empower you at all. Rather, it ridicules you. But you talk about it like it's the second coming of Malcolm X. You use words to describe it that have no place in this discussion. Words like progress and influential, and my personal favorite, some of you have even been so bold as to say the word accomplishment. This is an accomplishment.
For what and for whom?
Accomplishment? Okay then. When Dr. John Henrik Clark talked about the Million Man March 20 years ago, a lot of black people didn't like it. He criticized that march, and principally he criticized Louis Farrakhan. He told the truth about Farrakhan, and people didn't like that. Well, my response to the Negro nerds who call this Black Panther movie an accomplishment for black people is the same as Dr. Clark's response to those who complained about him 20 years ago. He said that the Million Man March was an accomplishment, but an accomplishment for whom and for what? Yes, the Black Panther movie is an accomplishment, but for whom and for what? Whatever success this movie may or may not enjoy is an accomplishment for Disney, not you. Stan Lee gets to brag about how his IP made so much money and came to mean so much to black people. You don't get to brag about that. That's not your accomplishment, it's theirs. What on earth are you Negro nerds getting so happy about? Because while you're having nerdgasms, you don't even see the way the white media is manipulating you. The goal of this movie is to make African people look like the bar scene from Star Wars. And they have. This is making African people to be exotic. And we are anything but that. Black people, the African is the original man. It's the white man who's exotic. This movie is not normalizing anything. This is sending a clear signal that black people are bizarre. That's what this movie is meant to say loud and clear. Everything about black people is weird. Because the more I hear you guys equivocate and make excuses for this movie, the more clear it becomes that there is no line for you. There's no limit that the white media can cross before you say that you're ready to walk away from their TV shows, comics, video games, movies. There's nothing that they can do that you would look at and say, that's the last straw. You can't even bring yourselves to be honest about a freaking movie. White supremacy bought you off with a single film because Black Panther gets to stand next to a popular studio enterprise. And you're paying them to make you look ridiculous. Black people tell themselves 100 lies before they get out of bed in the morning. And the first lie that they tell themselves is that they're not in a war of survival, one that we are losing. Your white counterparts, on the other hand, they clearly see themselves as being at war with you, and everything around them are instruments of that war, especially media. They play video games and read comic books and watch sci-fi shows and movies, and then they practice white supremacy. They try to pressure television stations or movie studios into not featuring black people as the leads on the TV shows and the movies, not that the studios need much convincing on that front. They talk friendly while they're in front of you, and they practice war against you the moment your back is turned. You go to science fiction conventions, and you see even the science fiction writers talking all kinds of racialist talk, just all sorts of soft shoe white supremacist talk, and you don't even notice. I keep telling you, you need to be not just wary, but outright suspicious of the people who make the media that you consume. But apparently, scrutiny is taking a holiday. You get butthurt because you think my telling you to be aware and discriminating in what you consume means that I'm presenting Black Panther as your B1 litmus test. Let me tell you Negro nerds and comicoons something. I don't give a damn whether you see that reeking pile of white horse crap film or not. I don't care if you play every video game that's ever been made, or if you memorize every line from every issue of X-Men, Superman, and Black Panther combined, or if you've seen every episode of Star Trek ever filmed. My question to you is, do you see that as a momentary escape, or do you see the media that you consume as your reason for living? Because based on what I've seen, it's the latter, not the former. Yes, we all need diversions. We're humans. Too much time on any one thing is not healthy mentally. But you know what? That also goes for escapism, too. Too much time spent on your comic books and your video games and your fantasy sci-fi movies, that's not healthy either. But are you going to lie to me and tell me that you don't have enough digital toys, entertainment, and diversions already? Is that the reason you got mad with me? The reaction that I got from many of you, you would have thought that you had just gotten off a 25-year stay on a desert island. And that here I was taking away your last chance to see a movie before you died. I get it, some of you were raised by hood rats. And that explains some of the responses that I got, like, you know, Professor Truth, he ain't your daddy. If you want to see the movie, go see it. He ain't your daddy. Really? A lot of you don't know who your fathers are. And to use a line like that, you ain't my daddy? Really? That's the mentality that you have. A response like that isn't just juvenile, it's infantile. This is the kind of responses that we saw. He ain't gonna tell you what to do. Nobody was telling you what to do, stupid. What I was doing was telling you the truth about what you're doing. Nobody's trying to make you do anything. That's the first thing you Negro nerds and comicoons need to get through that cinder block on your shoulders. Nobody's trying to stop you from doing a damn thing. You go ahead and you make sure that Disney keeps on making money, and you also make sure that the white media is emboldened to do even more black denigration fare, because you seem to think that Disney is some sort of small independent studio and not the biggest, most influential media titan on the planet. Do you think that Disney's putting this movie out there simply because they like black people?
They're putting it out there as their trial balloon. They've already seen that black people sat on their hands after Precious and The Blind Side and Lee Daniels crap in the Medea movies. Now they're like, okay, it's time to go ahead and bring back the hardcore black denigration imagery. And you don't even see it. All they got to do is put a superhero in there, and you go, oh, we got a big budget. And Patrick Boseman, they got some CGI. See, they treat us just like the white folks. See, we in. We're accepted now. We're in. These are supposed to be the smart people who come to my channel. And this is the mentality they've got. You want to argue that watching a movie that stereotypes us doesn't make you a coon, when that wasn't even the point that I was making. But while you brought up the subject, though, I'll tell you right now, you're half right. Seeing that garbage in and of itself, watching the Black Panther movie doesn't make you a coon necessarily. But to be so vociferous in its defense because someone dares to tell you what's wrong with it, that does make you a coon. And if you were one of the idiots who decided that you were going to take issue with what I said, congratulations, you got a first-class ticket on the coon train. Defending the work of a studio who we routinely deride as racist, that makes you a coon. Some of the online scuttlebutt has focused on the recently released Black Panther poster that shows Patrick Boseman sitting on a throne, and some people have compared it to the iconic photo of Huey Newton. Now, of course, you can tell that these are some white supremacists who apparently just Google Black Panther. I mean, you put in the word Black Panther into a Google search engine, first thing you're going to get is Huey Newton sitting on a goddamn throne, so it's obvious that, you know, Patrick Boseman's picture would be close by. And yet, it's that addle-brained comparison like that that helps black people to think that this movie's all right. Oh, there were some white people bitching about that picture going, oh, you see, Black Panther, this is Huey Newton. You see some white people bitching about it, and you think, they hate this movie, so there must be something right with it. They hate the name Black Panther because who the hell originated this? These white people bitched and complained about Blade. They wanted to know why Wesley Snipes was killing mostly white vampires. They make up any reason to complain about black people. This movie isn't special. They bitched and complained about Obama. And some of us thought that because Reverend Wright made a couple of statements about America that were true, we thought, well, if this is Obama's pastor, he must be okay. By the way, how did that turn out? How did that work out for us? White people complained and bitched about Obama for 8 years. So Obama did right by us, right?
Yeah,
white people complaining about
something die on the horse?
Doesn't mean
I'm like, why is there a horse
in the water? White people are still being white people. Though none of you seems to ever mention that the vast majority of white people liked the Black Panther trailer, and that these good white folks totally glossed over the fact that there were plate lips and grass skirts. None of the white people wanted to mention that. Nobody wanted to actually have to say that. They just pretended like they didn't see it, even though everyone saw it. You see, white people don't have to celebrate the racist imagery because they never do. They don't celebrate the racist imagery. They like to go ahead and be oblique about it. Oh, we loved The Blind Side. Yeah, I'm sure it's not because it was some big dumb Negro. Oh, we loved The Green Mile. It was a good story, well told. Yeah, the fact that you got John Coffey and the big dumb Negro, whose only ability is to perform tricks for white people, helped to rehabilitate Tom Hanks' sex life. And of course, he is comfortingly killed in the end. The white people are like, good, all that power will never be put to use for black people. White people were comforted when John Coffey dies in the end. So white people have always mastered the art of praising things indirectly. They're not going to sit there and point to, ooh, plate lips and grass skirts. Yeah, that's how those niggers are. They won't praise that part of the movie. They'll just praise everything else. Because that's how they always promote white supremacy in the media. They never admit to the racist stuff that they actually like. They sit there and say that it's something else. Same way that when they put down a TV show or put down a black person, they don't say it's because you're black. They say, well, it's Obama's policies that we don't like. Yeah, right. Pull my other leg, why don't you? Well, it wasn't Malcolm X's skin color we didn't like. It's the fact that he said the white people are devils. Yeah, right. You remember when Luke Cage debuted on Netflix?
No.
I watched a number of online reviews from non-black people. An interesting thing about all these non-black people who were reviewing the Luke Cage series, they all said the same thing. They said that they started off their reviews by saying Luke Cage is a black superhero. And that's what they would say. Well, okay, well, first of all, Luke Cage, he's a black man with superpowers. That's what they would all say. He's black. He's black. Did they think that nobody would notice that Mike Coulter is a black man? Is that why they kept saying that? Because they never described Matt Murdock as a white man. They never called Jessica Jones a white woman. But when the lead of the show is a black man, they have to go ahead and say that he's black, even though this is television. The whole point of TV is so you can see him. You see, obviously, this is racialist code speak for them. When they say that he's a black man, black is code for bad. This is a bad thing. This is a black man. So this is not really a good thing. He's black. Now with Black Panther, notice how you don't see them calling him black? And they love to mention how this is important to black people. You got white folks sitting here going, oh, this movie is very important to black people. African Americans, surely, this is something, a point of pride for them. This is an accomplishment. Gee, I'm seeing white people sitting here actually pretending like they care what black people think. Doesn't that seem just a little strange to you? Because they damn sure never do it any other time. White people love elaborate jokes. I was telling you guys about this, and a lot of you clearly didn't listen. White people love the kind of prank that takes a long time for the payoff, because they get a kinky thrill out of stringing the mark along. They pat the mark on the back, tell the mark how smart they are, watches the mark eats this up and thinks they got a friend, when in truth they got an enemy who is preparing the mother of all double crosses for them. White people love that kind of thing. They love that kind of long con cruelty. They love that. They get off on it. To them, they get their psychological jollies by, I know something this idiot doesn't know. And when you see white people, the very same white people who have never been boosters of anything having to do with black people, they get to praise red tables, and they damn sure had nothing good to say about the birth of a nation. And yet these same black people, all of a sudden, we know this movie's important to black people. Let me tell you something. There was a guy, and I forget what his name was, he said that when it comes to TV critics or just movie critics in general, they never mention what the audience allegedly thinks unless it's something that the movie critic or movie reviewer himself agrees with. They never sit there and say, oh, such and such a movie, audiences loved it unless they loved it too. They never ever talk about the audience unless it's something that they themselves want to be able to say, but they want to hide behind, well, it's the audiences, you see, I'm just telling you what the audiences think. So when white people sit here with this cheap, phony praise for Black Panther, you think it's because they like black people? They sit here and say, oh, this is so important to black folks. They have never said phrases like that before, and they damn sure never supported anything that they thought was important to black people, but they're supporting this. I mean, you need it spelled out for you in boxcar letters that you're being punked. They never get happy about a black character. Unless it's a slavery movie, or a black dysfunctional mess like Precious, Blindside, Midnight. White people conveniently overlook the racist tropes in those movies too, But here these white people are getting happy over this movie, and they're careful to avoid talking about the stereotypical imagery. See, they don't want you to look and go, man, these white folks really are getting over on us. They're instead saying, oh, how important for black people. They know how to ridicule you with a smile on their face. They are the masters of the backhanded compliment. At a time when white racism, anti-black bigotry is higher than it's been in decades, white people are praising this, a movie named Black Panther,
and they're praising it, and you don't see the scam? As black people, we keep making up these little games we have to play with ourselves so we don't have to change anything, especially not our viewing habits. I understand white people who defend their entertainment so viciously. It's because white people don't have heroes. They have warmongers, slave mongers, and perverts as their historical representatives. White people need Captain Kirk because they don't have any honorable white men in the real world who they can look up to. White supremacy gave them everything, so they are desperately trying to figure out how to prove themselves in a world where everything's been handed to them. But it keeps failing because white supremacy caters to white people. They don't have to lift a finger for anything. They're told that they were great simply because they were born. They're empty and hollow, and they know it. So since they don't have any real-world accomplishments, they have to make up white men with characters since they've never met one and will never be one. Luke Skywalker is real to them because white people understand that their position in the world is artificial and fake. So it makes sense that they would gravitate to made-up characters whose position is also equally fake. Luke Skywalker fills a psychological need for white people, same as Rocky does. Rocky Balboa feeds a psychological need for white people. White people's imaginary heroes overcome mediocre obstacles. Black people's heroes, on the other hand, overcame white people. They have to make up heroes and pretend these figments of their imaginations took on big challenges. Our heroes actually did. Our heroes challenged the most powerful, vile, and corrupt forces on Earth. White people. White people are ready to fight in a heartbeat for their entertainment because just as white supremacy is a made-up lie, so is white courage and white character. What white people try to portray as their idea of substance was given to them by political propagandists and later on by Hollywood. So it makes total sense that white people would get furious when you tell them the truth about their entertainment, but black people, who are getting furious as hell over real remarks, true remarks, facts being given about comic books, movies. That's a little harder to understand. See, when it comes to entertainment, white people don't have to overlook the insults and digs that movies and TV make at them because 99% of the time, unless it's a Spike Lee movie, the entertainment that white people see has nothing but praise for. The media the kind of content that the white media produces is meant to validate, honor, and magnify white people. White people never have to make up excuses for what they see. They never have to excuse away any insults that a movie levels at them because 99.9% of the time there are none. But look at what people have had to say, rationalizations and the contortions that they've had to go to simply to try to ignore, well, not ignore because look at the comments, they ain't been ignoring anything I said, but to try to find a way to talk around the facts that I've laid out. As black people, we're used to getting our standards from white people. I guess that's the problem. So when a black person says, these are the boundaries of what's acceptable and that what's outside of this is wrong, we're not going to listen to him. When somebody says these white folks have crossed the line, well, unless the white folks agree with them, unless I can find a white person that agrees with you, no.
I don't judge you for it. As long as you do
These
all
are the same white people who are excoriating Nate Parker for Birth of a Nation, calling it nothing but an empty polemic, anti-white propaganda, racialist feel-good nonsense for black people, a complete distortion of history, just empty racializations. That's what they said about the Birth of a Nation. They wrecked Nate Parker's career for telling the truth about slavery and about white people. And yet these same white people are going gaga over this movie, and it never occurred to you to ask why. Of all the things these geeks talk about, notice how not one of them talks about the imaginary technology of Wakanda. You see, with Iron Man, it's all about repulsors and Hulkbuster armor and what else. With Black Panther, there's nothing.
So the most technologically advanced society on Earth, but apparently none of Wakanda's technology ever captured anyone's imagination. Cute. If I say Ghost in the Shell, what's the first thing you think about? Thermoptic camouflage. I talk about the Matrix, what's the first thing you think about? Bullet time. Or you think about the fact that they have their new little screens where symbols shown in front of you instead of actual images.
How about you ride with me and explain more about it?
I talk about Star Trek, you think about the holodeck, phasers, photon torpedoes.
Just try to stay out of too much trouble. I'll see you
Well, we talk about Wakanda, you know, because apparently it's so technologically advanced, and what do you think about it?
Well, I'm sure
Nothing.
Mr. Jones could help guide you.
So much for how the technological advancement is what people are coming to see. Yeah, that's what makes it so important too. Yeah, the technology. T'Challa is supposed to be such a great character. That's another one you guys like to hide behind. But you can't tell me about any incredible stories that have been written about Black Panther. There are no Black Panther storyline. You say, oh, this storyline was so iconic. See, with Batman, you can point to Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns and Batman Year One. You can point to Nightfall. You can point to a lot of that stuff. With Superman, you can point to whatever happened to the Man of Tomorrow. You know, you can point to those stories. But with Black Panther, you can't point to any stories and say, oh, this was just iconic. This was just great. You can't point to that. You have to stretch farther and farther to justify supporting this. And then you turn around and have the nerve to say that, oh, criticizing this movie, oh, brother, that's a stretch. No, you're the one stretching. I lay out the facts. You're the one who has to go halfway around the human world to find anything defensible about it. Yeah, all you gotta do, this is the lesson that white supremacy has learned from you Negro nerds. This is a lesson I taught to white supremacy and to white people. This is how they operate. They look to see if you will give them license to come at you. You want to know why lynchings went on for so long? Because black people bought into white people's lies that, oh, you know, Jimmy over here, he murdered a white woman. Black people were so terrified of just white people. They were trying to win some sort of respectability politics game with white people. We allowed them to lynch black people and claimed it was all fair and white legal, when because we didn't want to have to tell white people they were wrong. We were so busy trying to repress white people, we didn't see that that wasn't their game. They didn't give a damn about any laws being broken. About, let's see how many killings we get away with before black people smart enough to the scam. And you see how long it took us to smart enough, now don't you? That's the game that white people love to play. Trick you into giving them permission to be racist. Trick you into giving them cover. And what will happen is they'll bash you with a hammer. And now if we control them, we will be able to confirm to them that all they have to do is make sure that they put a black video game, cartoons, or comic book character next to the racism, and will be capacity will become immune to racism. See, when you're a male that you watch something, especially a comic book movie, the whole point of it is to make you feel good about being a white guy. Look at this whole Spider-Man Homecoming. You have this Asian character in there, and I'm not throwing any sympathies, right? But he's like this fat kid, and they made sure that he puts on Spider-Man's costume, and they want to show him being this overweight, homeless character. Now, what kind of message does that send? The message that it sends is a non-white Spider-Man is ridiculous. So, do you think that you'll be seeing Miles Morales web-slinging through New York anytime soon? They just have to send you a message for a lot of you they can't listen to. And what the white guys did, that was reassuring. They're making up these unspoken secrets loud and clear. That's how white supremacy defines itself. They find themselves to the point now where they can deliver complex messages without having to say a word. A picture truly does speak 1,000 words for white supremacy. They find the images and the message behind the pictures. Something made and sent. Just enough picture to us. And white guys don't just feel good when they see this thing in the message.
John just rips them in half and throws them aside like a couple of toys. Black people didn't get bent out of shape about that. Loving the CGI and the flashy camera moves too much, I suppose. I'm not saying get out with a rifle on point and say, Michael Bay, we're gunning for you, but what I am saying is you need to see when people are taking mockery. Now here's where the Negro nerds need to pay attention. When the white media puts out some escapist fantasy geared toward white males, everything in that movie is made to make them feel good about themselves. They don't have to talk themselves into it. They only see things that they like to see, because that's all that's being presented to them. You guys can't lie and say that you wanted to see plate lips and grass skirts. Are you going to lie and say that a Black Panther movie would have been less than you wanted unless they put plate lips and grass skirts in spears? How many of you were clamoring for that? How many of you looked and said, yeah, this is definitely something we wanted? None of you asked for that, but you got it anyway. Now, in order to get your Black Panther movie, you gotta take all this extra crap that you didn't ask for. Which one of you is willing to lie and say that you waited 15 years for a Black Panther movie because you just couldn't wait to see Africans running around with plate lips and grass skirts? Come on, who wants to go on the record for that? All the other stupidity that you were talking yesterday, you might as well take this one too. You see, white people never have to rationalize the thing that they see in movies. They don't have to talk themselves.
Don't die.
Then it's not so bad.
Get him.
Do we need depictions of black superheroes? Sure we do. But not like this. That's the point I'm trying to get across to you. Everything in a Black Panther movie should make you feel good about being black. There's nothing that should be cringeworthy. There's nothing that should make you look and go, man, did they have to throw that in there? And when you see white people speaking in defense of this racist crap, that's how you know who it was geared toward. And it wasn't geared towards you. With the sole exception of Blade, whenever Hollywood shows black people in science fiction, fantasy, or any other escapist subgenre, there's always got to be some crap that they throw on top. A depiction of a black character in this escapist subgenre, he can never be shown as clean. They can never just have him presented as, he's the guy who does all this amazing stuff and he has these great action set pieces and he comes out the other end clean as a rose, as fresh as a rose. He's just amazing. No, they gotta throw some dirt on top of it. There's gotta be some effort put on it. Now, I know why white people do this crap, but why are black people covering for it? Because you're addicted, and your drug of choice is escapist media fantasies. Look, to a certain degree, yes, with most of the stuff that comes out of the white media, you have to overlook the bigotry that's behind it because it's coming to you from a bunch of racists. Okay, you got a point with that, but are you willing to concede that I've got a point that you deserve better than that? Well, actually, let me rephrase that. If you're somebody who makes excuses for this kind of stuff, this is exactly what you deserve. You don't deserve better than this. This is precisely what you ought to have. But for the rest of us who prefer our entertainment without the anti-black insults layered into it, we deserve better than this. You claim to be black first, but I make a rightful criticism of a comic book created by white people and you defend it like you made it. That means you invested psychologically into it. And since you enjoy sci-fi so much, perhaps I should recommend that you rewatch The Matrix. Particularly the part where Morpheus has to explain to Neo that most people can't see the Matrix because they depend upon it, and that they would fight to protect it. And for you hardcore geeks out there, you will recall the exact word that Morpheus used, inured. He said that they were inured. He used that word to describe the mental state of the mindless masses who lived in the Matrix but didn't know it, and if you challenged it, they would protect it. For your information, inured means to accept something that is undesirable. White supremacy got to you early and programmed you to be susceptible to this stuff. And of course you're going to be angry at me because I'm telling you to rebel against your program. And while we all like action, adventure, and acts of daring do, some of us want our escapism without the racist tropes. Studios that put this stuff out there, they do it so white people get their jobs. And they knew that you would go for it, by the way, because you followed these comic books from your childhood. That's why you're fighting so hard against the truth. Like most white media, comic books condition you to think of white supremacy as not being evil. They show you make-believe depictions of a world without racism, at least without overt racism. You get to see characters over the course of months or even years who have regular interaction with each other, and why race doesn't seem to exist in this place. But that's no surprise. After all, aren't white people always saying, we don't see color? See, they're selling you the white people are colorblind lie. Poison in a candy coating. It's bad enough that you're not excoriating them, but by openly and boldly supporting this, you have now given them permission to do far worse. And you can mark my words on this, since you didn't mark everything else that I warned you about. Maybe you'll mark this. Their next anti-black media assault isn't going to be some black superhero from your childhood. And it won't be something that you'll be so easily able to dismiss either. You've given them the green light to go in on you. Look, a lot of kids grow up feeling alienated for a lot of reasons. Kids have trouble finding a place where they fit in, even among other children. So a lot of young people, a majority in fact, grow up not having a whole lot of friends. So their comic books, their cartoons, their favorite movies, these become their friends. You know, I've watched interviews where people who make media content, people like Quentin Tarantino and J. Michael Straczynski and others, that's the kind of thing that they said. They grew up basically without a whole bunch of friends, or they grew up under trying circumstances. And because of that, movies and TV became their friends, because they didn't have to be in the real world. They lived largely inside their own heads, or they lived largely inside of TV shows, because that's all they had. Well, given how dysfunctional the black community has become for the last 50 years, this situation is far worse for black children. So I guess it makes sense that we would see this violent reaction to someone saying, hey, there's something wrong with your friends. Well, let me tell you something. It's real simple. Either white supremacy is totally wrong or it's totally right. Either you want to knock it over or you want to protect it. You can't have both. Because you know what? The white supremacists, they're not looking to have both. They're not looking at black people and saying, well, you know, either we want to destroy black people, or we want to harmoniously live beside them. They're like, oh, hell with that, we want to destroy them. They're not looking for a middle ground. We have a sick media paradigm right now, and it must be totally changed, completely changed. Not just a few minor changes around the edges, not just a few alterations. We have to destroy this thing and build something else in its place. Something that will bear no resemblance to the current paradigm. So you keep making excuses for the white man. To you, it's only a movie. And to them, it's war. You keep trying to hide inside of their fantasies that they presented to you. I'm sure that'll have a happy ending. Well, soon the time is going to come when they're going to get tired of presenting feel-good fantasies to you and things for you to mentally play with, and they're going to finally get around to what they've been waiting for. They're going to start to make the media.
What the hell? Oh, damn, I thought you would have climbed this motherfucking tree. I'm like, how the fuck did you climb a tree?
Strange, undesirable.
Years. Lust. Oh, like, no, look. You stand there right by the tree? Stand right there? No. I saw you standing behind the tree. I swear to God, I thought you were climbing. I'm like, how the fuck are you climbing that shit?
Most likely the white supremacists will have already killed you in the real world. So, after 50 some odd years of languishing in obscurity, the Black Panther finally comes to the big screen in 2018. And my reaction to this news?
So the hell what?
Now, for those of you who don't know, I need to give the backstory about this before I go ahead and launch into the meat of the subject. Black Panther is a comic book character who's been around since the 1960s, and his origins are pretty unflattering.
To say the least.
Nicely. He was created by the legendary Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, two of the greatest legends in comic books, in fact, the two greatest. But when the character was originally created, his name wasn't Black Panther, as this sketch done by Jack Kirby himself proves. He was originally called the Coal Tiger. Interesting. And no, there's nothing wrong with your monitor. His costume is yellow.
Dude,
Which
I don't
begs the
have.
question, why the hell
I'm
would
shooting
they call
arrows,
him
but it's
the
not
Coal
doing
Tiger? He's one of the first clues that his costume had nothing to do with him and intellectual property. This was more of an inside joke, I would take it.
Oh,
It's
so
one of those things
bitch.
that pale males like to do that makes them chuckle incessantly. Well, even though his terrible name and costume
I'm
were
like, why is it hitting the fucking box?
the new costume that they came up with for their Black Panther character wasn't much better. They just gave him a black body stocking and left it at that. This isn't merely laziness. This is blatant disregard. This wasn't a couple of amateurs or newcomers. This was Stan Lee and Jack Kirby at the very height of their popularity and their prowess at a time when Stan Lee was creating the Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, the Incredible Hulk, X-Men, and in a few years would be creating Daredevil. This is the first black character that Marvel Comics had. I know some of you will say it was the Falcon, but I'm just talking about his own book. Now, the way that Lee and Kirby tried to throw people off of their scent was by claiming that, counter to the stereotype, this Black Panther character is an African king who comes from the most technologically advanced nation on Earth. Okay, interesting, but look at how they frame their technologically advanced empire. Exciting jungle action. And this is the very first issue. Yeah, I know that this was the 1960s, and yeah, comics were still mostly for kids under the age of 12 at a time when black nationalism or black consciousness were unheard of, and there were no black people pushing back against stereotypical representations like this. But you know how I feel about the white cop-out. It was a product of its time. Because that sounds and smells like bullcrap to me. And while Wakanda is supposed to be so technologically advanced,
you're a piece of shit.
By looking at the people, and this has only remained consistent over the decades. It hasn't gotten any better.
Thank you for putting yourself on my YouTube. Me in the dick.
As a concept, and I'm not so naive as to believe that many of you don't. Well, we gotta be honest. It's because we didn't have any mass media intellectual property of our own like him. It's understandable, especially if you grew up on comic books, but all media is about social influence. That influence also includes comic books. Haven't I always told you that media isn't about entertainment? It's about mind control. Stan Lee has suddenly, the last few years, discovered his adoration for Black Panther. Now, he has said more about Black Panther in the last 12 months than he has in the previous 50 years. To hear Stan Lee talk about it, Black Panther is his favorite character of all time. Gee, you wouldn't know by the way that he handled the character. The decades passed, but Marvel's treatment of its first black superhero hasn't improved one iota. Now, by way of necessary admission, I need to get it on the record that I used to read comic books when I was a teenager, back in the early 1990s. And no, I don't think ill of anybody who's over the age of 18 and still reads them. I know that the material was pretty racy back then, and it's only gotten more so now, so this is not a juvenile medium type rant. But the reason that I don't read comic books anymore, and that I've only seen a handful of those Marvel movies, is because at the end of the day, I'm looking for something for black people. I'm just that serious about it. This is not to say that there's something wrong with you if you do, but I'm wondering when the hell are we going to get off the bench and get into the game? Now, Marvel Comics is owned by Disney. So when you see Marvel Comics, I'm talking about the comic books,
pushing homosexuality, that's
Hey,
actually...
gang, if you want, you can run up to the bullseye and take those fucking arrows off.
At Marvel, they're actually being hired at a Disney subsidiary. This brings us to Ta-Nehisi Coates. For all of you who wonder why I don't have anything to do with the so-called conscious movement, it's because they tend to create chumps like this. And this guy's parents clearly heard of Kemet. They even named him with the Kemet name. And look what he turned into. Kind of like Charlemagne the Coon, Charlemagne the Clown, Charlemagne the God. He uses 5%er talk and then turns right around and fawns over the likes of Lena Dunham and Tommy Lauren. Bad enough he's sitting here chasing after some white women, but for God's sake he chose the bottom of the barrel, women who hate black people. That tells you everything you need to know about him. By the way, on a side note, Charlemagne the Coon just put out a so-called book called Black Privilege. Opportunity comes to those who create it. I've always told you that the white media doesn't put on any black people who are not on team white supremacy. And that goes double for Ta-Nehisi Coates. He's the guy who Marvel Comics chose to write their reboot of Black Panther last year. I'm sure that his name is familiar to you, and it should be because he's Chris Hayes' black friend. You probably have seen him once or twice on MSNBC and a few other outlets. He wrote a so-called book about reparations, and the white media never promotes anyone who brings up that subject. So the fact that he seems to be a constant media darling of the white media, that ought to tell you something. He's your typical black left-wing shill. He thinks only inside the predetermined parameters given to him by his white masters. He regurgitates the same talking points, pushes their agenda aggressively, and while he did endorse reparations on paper, he's also been a hell of a lot more vocal and aggressive about promoting gay marriage and legalizing immigrants. He's one of those black people who uses the type of unthreatening language that dances around the edges of white supremacy without ever coming up the middle. He's the kind of black person who's guaranteed not to offend white conservatives, nor to give white liberals any heartburn either. And don't ask me to go easy on him because he wrote a book that mentioned reparation. One good position can be utterly negated, if not obliterated, by taking up 3 bad positions. I don't know whose idea was to put Ta-Nehisi Coates on the payroll over at Marvel, but he's only the latest in a series of bad ideas for the creative team to lead a Black Panther title. They had one of the Hudlin brothers on the book back some time ago. Coates has no background in comic books. He's a liberal columnist for The Atlantic, among some other publications. And even if I did approve of his stances on the issues, he does us very little good because by his own admission during a joint interview with Chris Hayes, he's been asked to be on numerous TV programs, but he's very shy, as he put it, so he turns them down. Very shy? And if you had seen him when he made this admission, he was acting like a straight-up female, a white one at that, shrugging his shoulders, aw shucks, head to the side. Now, I'm not going to go and call him outright gay, but I will say he's sexually suspect. His masculine quotient is damn low, which goes a long way towards explaining why the pale males like him so much. He is an unthreatening Negro. Now, if you want to know why Marvel brought in Ta-Nehisi Coates, consider this. He has no background in that business. And to give you a window as to his mentality, he was quoted as having said, "When I was a kid, Spider-Man was right under Malcolm X for me in terms of heroes." How interesting. So Peter Parker is right up there with Malcolm X in the mind of Ta-Nehisi Coates. See, when people like him come into the white media, they could give less than a damn about telling a story. They see it as nothing more than a soapbox for them to stand on and spout their ridiculous leftist dogma, which has nothing to do with black people. And so he did. He made Black Panther into a clumsy front for his own liberal ideology that, of course, is white-tested, white-approved.
In an article in The Guardian, Ta-Nehisi was quoted as having said, "It costs comic books way less than movies to do diverse things." But when someone like Coates says diverse, he doesn't mean black. He means black gays, black hunchbacks, black transgender. In other words, black is only an incidental to him. It's totally unimportant. Black people don't need diversity or equality or power, and black is only important to the extent that it can be used to promote something other than black. So whenever you see someone like Ta-Nehisi Coates deciding to promote black people, it's only incidental. You better look for what the other adjective is next to black to find out what his real agenda is. And let's get something else on the record. LGBTQs are only 3% of the population, tops. Black people are, if we go with the government's figures, 4 times that much. So what sane person can have any reason for pushing LGBTQ as if they are the only people in the society? Because that's what we've been seeing for several years now. Of course, all you have to do to find out the answer is to check out the sexual orientation of many of the people at the top of media to find out the answer. For example, Ryan Singer, director of X-Men. He's a homosexual, as is Ian McKellen. Anna Paquin, who played Rogue, she claims to be bisexual, but by all accounts, she leans more toward girls than guys. Ellen Page, who played Kitty Pryde in one of the X-Men movies, she, of course, is a long-standing lesbian. And those are just the high-profile ones from one movie franchise in particular. And it doesn't just stop with the movies. You can look at the kids' cartoons if you want other examples. Susan Blue, voice acting director and the voice of RC on the Transformers cartoon way back in the 1980s. She's a lesbian, has been for decades. Go on the internet and see her taking her vows with her lifestyle partner, James Flinders. He did the voice of Leonardo back in the day on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He's a homosexual, been a homosexual activist for decades now. Now, although this may surprise you, try to understand, these people were gay back then in the 1980s. The only difference is you didn't know it. And that was the reason that Marvel Comics chose this chunk. They want a black face to push a white agenda. See, Marvel, or should I say Disney, like a lot of media, has gotten on the LGBTQ kick. They decided a Black Panther was going to be their chosen stalking horse to go undercover queer. And don't just take my word for it, Ta-Nehisi Coates came in the door saying what it was that he intended to do, and all of these white media outlets, particularly online, decided to push this chump like he was the second coming. Now, these guys didn't have anything good to say about Ta-Nehisi Coates, or all of a sudden they love this guy. Kind of like they did with Issa Rae. See, black people are invisible until the white powers that be can make use of them. In The Guardian's article, they were blatantly propagandizing people to tout Coates' book as being great even before it was published. Quote, Coates' story, no matter how good it is, and it's likely to be great. This is a guy who's a social critic, not a comic book writer. He's never written fiction, at least that's not what he calls his articles. He's never even written a comic book. And this is what the white media was saying about him in September 2015, more than 6 months before Coates' first Black Panther issue had even been published. There weren't any samples to show at this point. So merely the announcement of Coates as the writer justifies saying that his work is likely to be great. But he is what the Soviets used to call politically reliable. So the quality of his work is irrelevant. Coates is a known quantity to the white media. And as we found out, he didn't disappoint them. When Coates' Black Panther run began, he continued the insipid idea of an all-female bodyguard for King T'Challa, a bodyguard who spends no time whatsoever actually protecting him. This, of course, is the pathetic idea of a black man would have an all-female harem, but more importantly, they would be
because who actually thinks that a black man would be able to protect anyone? They're a bodyguard who apparently likes to run missions for the king as well. So are they a bodyguard, a special forces strike team, or both? Ta-Nehisi Coates apparently isn't very sure. And if they run missions for the king, then what the hell does he need to gallivant around with the Avengers for? Just send his killer female harem to handle things, since apparently they're a lot tougher than all the men in Wakanda. See, this is a form of emasculation. You got this so-called black writer putting together this fictional black kingdom where the black man needs his woman to protect him because he's too weak to do it himself. There is no validation of black masculinity. The black man as protector, provider, able to face down all threats and to be able to give answers to his people. That's not what Ta-Nehisi Coates is selling. Black emasculation is a crucial part of the white media offensive against black people. Just like with the Blade movie franchise, in the first Blade movie, Wesley Snipes did all the butt-kicking himself solo. But by the time they got around to the third one, David Goyer decided that Blade needed to have a couple of white people, and they weren't going to be sidekicks. It was going to be their movie with Blade just guest starring. Take a look at the articles that you see online regarding Black Panther, and what you will see is they are celebrating what they see as the black female harem being, quote, front and center. And that phrase is used by not a few websites online. They are enthused and absolutely ecstatic to see that Black Panther's women are going to be the ones who the movie gives a ton of screen time to. I'm not making that up, by the way. Marvel recently had a closed showing of certain portions of the early footage of Black Panther, and they invited a lot of online people to come see it and give their ideas afterwards. And all of them talked about how the black female bodyguards are the first ones that we see in the movie, and how great it is that we see them. They say practically nothing about Black Panther, except for how he has to bow in front of a woman before getting his crown. This is emasculation par excellence. But this was only the beginning of the limp-wristed writer Coates' effery. See, he had an agenda when he signed on with Marvel. Being a flaming lefty, it wasn't long before he got to what he really wanted to do, and that was indoctrinating Coates, our young readers, with accepting the gay lifestyle. So he creates two characters whose only purpose is to fawn over one another nonstop. This is what T'Challa's all-female bodyguards are about. They don't concern themselves with protecting the king, not like it's their job or anything. Their real interest is in making out with each other. It consumes most of their time together. Every time they show up on a page, it's just to make out. Every scene is either them making out, or it's them getting ready to make out. Coates' Black Panther proved itself to be unquestionably Marvel's most aggressively homosexual title, and it set a new low mark for how far they were willing to stoop to be able to dress black people up as stalking horses for an agenda. And even without seeing the sales figures, Marvel announced that they were going to launch a second Black Panther title. That's how you know the fix was in. Gee, Marvel had never been this aggressive about a black IP before, but of course it's not the black part that had Marvel so eager to expand Black Panther's presence. Their second Black Panther title is called World of Wakanda. This time, the two lesbians would be front and center. Well, that didn't take long, now did it? They let Ta-Nehisi Coates choose who the scribbler for this second title would be, and he chose a raging lesbian, the appropriately named Roxanne Gay, to write this second Black Panther title. And yes, she does look like a stunt double for Precious, now doesn't she? And if Coates was a bad pick to be a writer, this morbidly obese cow was the wrong pick. In an interview with the New York Times, Roxanne Gay said, and I quote, "The opportunity to write black women and queer black women into the Marvel Universe? There's no saying no to that."
So she tells you right off the bat what her motivation is, and it's not to write great stories. Roxane Gay does the opposite. She wears her ignorance of the company and the IP she's working on as a badge of honor. To her, it's a paycheck, nothing more. And she gets to dramatize her sick delusions on Disney's dime. She even had the gall to go on Twitter and tweet a comment about her being the first black female writer at Marvel, tweeting, and no, it doesn't make sense that I am the first in 2016, but I won't be the last. Don't be so sure about that. We'll get to that part later on, but this is how this creature came in the door in Marvel. She walked in showing great disrespect and disdain for the very company whose IP that she would be handling. And yet, for some reason, that didn't seem to bother Marvel. Now, what kind of impression does this make on the readers to have an incoming writer talking like this? Well, as I'll point out in a little bit, it made a poor impression. But take notes, folks. Those of you who want to run a media venture one day, you better be damn careful about the talent that you choose to hire. As the movie producer Jerry Bruckheimer once said, you gotta make sure everyone there is trying to make the same movie. Roxane Gay's attitude should have been a deal breaker. Typically, when a new writer is brought onto a movie production or a comic book, they go on and on and on about how much they love the franchise and how they feel so proud to be part of it, to be contributing to it. But in her New York Times interview, Roxane Gay quipped that, quote, my agent was not thrilled that I was taking on another project. I haven't read any of the issues that Roxane Gay wrote, just like I haven't read any of the crap that Ta-Nehisi wrote. And apparently no one else did either. But this attitude of contempt for the company that she chose to work for tells you everything you need to know about why the comic book industry in general is doing gangbusters at the box office and is on life support at the bookstores. Roxane Gay doesn't know a damn thing about the very company that she's working for, doesn't care about comic books, and doesn't even like them. Like Ta-Nehisi Coates, to her, this is merely a platform for her to push her asinine obsession before she moves on to some other thing. Now, perhaps I'm being judgmental due to the company she keeps, but I'm willing to go out on a limb and say that she's a feminist. Perhaps it's the titles of the books that she's written, such as Bad Feminists and Difficult Women. This is who Ta-Nehisi Coates thought had the makings of a good comic book writer? Now, I know this is going to date me a bit, but from what I remember, Marvel has fallen quite a long way from the likes of Jim Starlin, whose works are forming the spine for half of Marvel's Phase 1 movies, by the way, specifically the Infinity War, to a bloated feminine like Roxane Gay. She is exactly the type of mouth-breathing half-wit that feminists adore and that the rest of the society can't stand. Sure, she wrote some fiction, all right, which I suppose puts her a couple of rungs higher than Ta-Nehisi Coates, but wait until you see what she wrote. Her debut novel was called An Untamed State. It's about a woman, the child of Haitian immigrants, who are rich and influential. What kind of Haitian immigrant parents are these? If her parents are rich and influential, then why the hell they immigrant? Anyway, the lead character in the book lives as an attorney in Miami, and she goes on a vacation to Haiti with her, wait for it, white husband and their mulatto child. The woman winds up being kidnapped because, hey, it's Haiti. Of course they would kidnap her. And her wealthy and influential father refuses to pay the kidnappers ransom for some unknown reason. So the lead character is raped and mistreated by these Haitian men as a result. Now, if you're thinking Precious, Lee Daniels' entire filmography, the movie Midnight, and everything else that black homosexuals and lesbians write, then give yourself a gold star. Anytime they write about black people, it's always going to be totally insulting and make black people out to be morally deficient. Black men in particular will always bear the brunt of these attacks because black men have refused to capitulate one iota on our stance towards the lifestyle. So we're always going to be a particular target for them. And you won't be surprised to learn that Roxanne Gay herself is the child of Haitian immigrants. Not their best and brightest, obviously. And this is how she portrays Haitians, not a semblance of human recognition. This is a woman who has learned to see the world through the eyes of white people. She's taken what she does in the bedroom and converted that to her entire identity. The black part, that's unimportant. Gay's entire run on this new Black Panther title was hailed by white online LGBTQ types from the jump, sight unseen, as Marvel's flagship LGBT title. Flagship LGBT title, huh? Well, they're not even trying to hide it. It's one thing to call something an agenda. This is an outright onslaught. When they say diversity, that means gay. Full stop. It doesn't even mean diversity of lifestyles. It only means one. The gay movement has always used black people as a shield to hide behind so they can get close to the levers of change and then Shanghai our movements at the last moment for their own benefit, whether it's the civil rights movement or Black Lives Matters. Gays live in an alternate universe, mostly in their own minds, where white supremacy doesn't exist. They push the lie that black people being murdered in the church is somehow not as important as gay people not being represented on this or that TV show, or even comic book. To them, that's an actual equal comparison. They convince themselves that everyone is a closet homosexual. You, me, your person sitting next to you, and that it's heterosexual oppression that keeps all the people from finally being able to come out of the closet. Now, the gay online Gestapo will deny this until the day they die. At least whenever they're around heterosexuals, they'll deny it. But when you look at online message boards and at what they say on their own web-based platforms, this is exactly what they believe. They say that heterosexuality is in fact the minority, and that if only social norms could be relaxed, that the gay majority would feel confident enough to be who they are. This is not merely an obsession for them, it is insanity. This is not an attempt to change reality, this is a flat-out war on reality. And this is why no matter how many gay kisses they show, no matter how many people are shown engaging in homosexual behavior, print, TV, or movies, you could have Superman and Batman in a three-way gay tryst. It would be enough. They see the world through their crotch. This is a bottomless well that can never be filled, so everyone that they meet is viewed through that prism. You can forget about storytelling. Let's just see one lurid sexcapade after the other. Each one more prurient than the last, more degenerate than the last. After all, that's the only thing about any story that can ever engage their attention, and they want to distort and pervert all media until it conforms to the same demented idea. Now, before I go any farther, I want to emphasize something. Marvel Comics is owned by Disney. The same guys who are shaping the Marvel Cinematic Universe are also the same ones reshaping the Marvel Comics universe. Marvel movies have been out for 10 years now. Ta-Nehisi Coates only came on board last year. So this isn't some new sea change or some out-of-the-blue development. This is merely part of a media strategy that has been in the offing a damn long time. You know, it says a lot about what inspires people to be creative. Some people are inspired by possibilities, others by things that exist that they wish didn't, and others by whatever tickles their crotch. When you elevate a bedroom practice to literally being your identity, then you suffer from a mental disorder. Well, what I was able to find, Ta-Nehisi Coates' first Black Panther issue sold 300,000 copies, according to Bleeding Cool, which made it the best-selling comic book of April 2016 and debuted. Now, that's nothing to sniff at in an industry where if you're able to get 100,000 copies, you're in literally the top 3. Now, they were growing back then. Black Panther beat out all the Star Wars titles on sale that month, including the debut issue of Poe Cameron's title. But then later in the same article, Bleeding Cool pointed out that, quote, Bleeding Cool has reported on a slump in sales from 2016 based on 2015, and that continues. This year so far, 2016 is down 12% in terms of comics sold and 4% down in total revenues. This really isn't good. My, how their tune changed. All this in the same article. So while they're bragging about the sales figures, the truth of the matter is 1 in 7 comic book readers walked away in the last 12 months alone. And this isn't good, they say? Damn right it's not. And while the white media made much hay out of their gay stalking horse selling 300,000 copies last year, the second issue of Ta-Nehisi Coates' Black Panther comic had dropped to 75,000 issues sold. According to Comicron.com, as of February 2017, the latest month for which sales figures are available, Ta-Nehisi Coates' Gay Panther is now down to 35,000 issues sold. Now, while it's natural to have a steep drop-off between the debut of a media item and its follow-up, whether it's a movie's opening weekend or a TV series premiere or a book series debut, it is not natural to have a drop-off of 75%, which is what happened to Ta-Nehisi Coates' Black Panther series just between the first and second issues alone. Sure, you'll lose readers who either just wanted the first issue and nothing else, people who still think that comic books are collector's items, or those who, for whatever reason, figured out that the series wasn't for them, so they learned to continue reading it. But a year into your run, and you're still leading readers, that's like 3 or 4 major story arcs. That's a long time for people to still be figuring out whether or not they like your book. This isn't undecideds making up their minds. These are people who tried to hang in there, hoped that the stories would get better, and when they didn't, they found something else to read. I want you to dwell on those numbers for just a minute. In a year, Ta-Nehisi Coates' Black Panther series went from 300,000 copies sold for a debut issue down to a current 35,000 overall. So in the first month alone that he was on that book, 3 out of 4 people who bought the first issue didn't bother to come back for the second one. And he's been steadily hemorrhaging readers ever since. And today's sales of his book are only 10% of what they were just 12 months ago. So, in truth, if we want to be honest, Ta-Nehisi Coates has managed to run off 90% of the people who bought his book last year. No wonder he's announced that he's going to be leaving the Black Panther comic book at the end of this year. I guess he's decided to jump instead of waiting to be pushed, and when the Black Panther movie debuts in February next year, assuming Marvel is still publishing the book, the sales are going to jump for that month, and Coates will no doubt take credit for that. That is, assuming Marvel stops pretending that they're not going to cancel the book already. Oh, and as for what's her name, Gay's World Lesbomania, it's only up to its 4th issue, and it's only selling half of what Ta-Nehisi Coates' book sells. A little over 17,000. Readers didn't bother to jump ship on World of Wakanda. They never got on board to begin with. But the thin end of the wedge had already begun to do its work, because we see what the online whining has been in regards to the upcoming Black Panther movie. Recently, the gay Gestapo was salivating to have an LGBTQ in a Marvel movie. And when it turned out that there would be the case, they went to a tizzy. Now, they're trying to make no gay people in a Marvel movie to a scandal all of a sudden, but only for the Black Panther. See, they didn't get upset over the dozen or so Marvel movies already been produced, or the TV shows that don't have gays in them. DC announced that Wonder Woman would indeed be a bisexual now, at least in the comic books. Well, with her highly anticipated movie coming out later this year, surely the gay Gestapo would be demanding that she be shown smooching women, right? Nope. She makes goo-goo eyes at Chris Pine, and you don't hear a peep from the online whining brigade. Wonder Woman is the first solo female comic book movie to come from the big boys since they started their own cinematic universes. And yet the same people who are trying to start a boycott against the Black Panther movie, a comic book character who they never even read, are curiously uninterested in the fact that Wonder Woman isn't going to be making out with women. And in the comic books, Iceman, yes, the one from the X-Men, has been retconned into a homosexual, but none of these online gay malcontents are furious that Fox still hasn't had Iceman with a boyfriend. Oh, but this black superhero that most of them don't know, never bought a single issue of his book, and don't give a rip about, if this black movie comic book character doesn't validate the lifestyle, then people should boycott. That's how you know this isn't grassroots. It's AstroTurf. We know why it is that it's so important to the gays that the homosexuals and lesbians be shown in children's film. Because they understand that as long as there is this unspoken prohibition or this high resistance to putting gays into certain fiction media, what it means is that being gay is still considered to be perverted. That's what we need to go ahead and put out on the table. That's certainly what the gays perceive it to be. So as far as they're concerned, this is about making sure that gay isn't perverted. Sure, you can have teenage boys kissing teenage girls, and it can even be shown on Nickelodeon or Disney Channel. But what about two girls kissing each other? Isn't that the same thing? Society clearly says, no, it's not the same thing. Now, as I said before, Ta-Nehisi Coates will most likely be leaving Black Panther in 2018, not that it matters to me. Though it is interesting that Marvel has already announced that they will be taking no more solicitations for World of Wakanda. Now, for those of you who don't understand the lingo, solicitation is when the bookstores ask the publishers to send them more issues. In other words, the few bookstores who may be silly enough to ask for next month's World of Wakanda issue will be told by Marvel that there's not going to be one. Seems the flagship LGBTQ title at Marvel just sank. This is a lesson to be learned for everybody who wants to do something in media, but it's a cautionary tale of what not to do. DC Comics built their empire on the idea of their comic book characters being the new gods. Superman is Zeus, Wonder Woman is Diana, Aphrodite, whatever, Batman is Hercules, I don't know. But the point is, DC's characters are more mythological than human. You can look at Superman as a symbol, but you can't really be Superman. When Stan Lee and the boys came along to help Marvel get on its feet, they had the opposite idea. Marvel built their empire on characters who the reader could relate to. It was all about whether or not you could understand who they were, and they were not unattainable. But keep in mind, just because you want characters that the reader can relate to, that is not the same as identity politics. Kids could relate to Peter Parker because he was mistreated in school, he was put down by teachers, and largely overlooked in his peer group, but he knew that he was a hero underneath, and he proved it every night when he was away from his teen peers. He didn't like how he was treated, but he didn't need his teenage peers' validation either. He didn't need the validation of his teachers. He knew who he was, and even without having to win fistfights in school, he still stood up for himself. That's powerful for children at the most vulnerable point in their psychological development. Now, where in that is there room for whether Peter Parker liked kissing girls or guys? If you've decided you just can't relate to a character unless they kiss someone of the same gender,
If something that meaningless and trivial is a monumental requirement for you, if that's a must-have for you, then the problem doesn't lie with comics or with any other popular media for that matter. The problem is you. When your crotch is your identity, you wind up making it the end-all and be-all of your existence. That is a mental derangement, and we have to start having the courage to call it what it is. When you see people who talk about a TV show or a movie, and the first thing that comes out of their ignorant mouths is who's sleeping with whom, that's the only thing that engages them. They just made a confession to you. And that is all that's important to them. They are admitting to what's at the top of their totem pole of personal values. Marvel and DC's war to see who can push the lifestyle most aggressively is a large part of why they are both in enormous trouble. They make billions of dollars at the box office, but they can't beg anyone to drop $4.95 at the bookstore. So, why are these same properties being embraced on the big screen, but treated like cancer in print? A large part of it is because they're not the same thing that they were anymore. I remember back when comics used to cost $1, and the price tag is a large part of the problem. 28 pages for $5? I'm afraid that's a bit much. As one comic book publisher once said, we made our fortune on lunch money and sticky dimes. Comic books have largely priced themselves out of the market. These days, they seem to be pricing themselves out of business, and there seems to be no common sense breaking out to this big, simple reality. You're not in an environment where you're going to be able to take what started off as an enjoyment for kids and was largely accessible to everyone because it was affordable, and then you raise the price 5 times as much, more in 20 years than it went up in the previous 90 years, and then turn around and say, I can't understand why people aren't buying it. It's because it went from being a mass market item to being a boutique item. And you don't get to have mass market appeal when you're selling boutique items. But the problem for the comics industry is a lot more than merely the fact that they're pricing themselves out of existence. The problem happens to be with the product itself and how it's turning the public off. You see, the reason that the movies are doing so well and the comic books aren't is because the movies are still complying with what audiences expect. Movies still comply with societal norms. The stories are about the stories. As Ta-Nehisi Coates pointed out, comics are cheaper than movies. And clearly, for the people who make comic books, that means to them that they can concentrate on their own silly fixations. You can afford to have some flops, a lot in fact, because one mediocre silly comic book can absorb the losses of 5 to 10 films. You can afford to deny reality and decide that your sexual obsessions are more important than sales because it won't necessarily sink the company, at least not immediately anyway. But the problem is a movie is a massive investment. You can't play those same games with cinema. The movies are forced to conform to reality and not the prurient sexual games of the filmmakers. And this from an industry that's run by perverts, by the way. Granted, I haven't read a comic book since Sir Mix-a-Lot was relevant, but even I, with my limited knowledge of comic books today, know that the audience for comics has gotten a lot older and older. What that means is the same people who were reading comic books back when I was are the same ones reading them today. Problem is, no one else is. There's no younger people coming in to replace the older readers. That's how the comic book industry managed to survive for so long in the first place. And as the Gen Xers begin to abandon comics altogether, that's going to sound the death knell for the industry. Comics are not connecting with young readers, and there's a good reason for that. Young people want unencumbered escapism. They want high adventure. But the gays, on the other hand, seem to be looking for something else entirely. When they read comic books or watch movies or take in any sort of media for that matter, what they're looking for is personal validation. That's what it's about to them. Does that mean there's absolutely no room for the lifestyle? Well,
Considering that they only make up 3% of the population, it's insane to see them in more than 3% of the books. When you decide that you're going to push a lifestyle that fully 97% of the people have nothing to do with and, truth be told, disapprove of, can you really say that you're surprised when they decide to find something else to do, something that doesn't offend them? Right now, the industry is bending over backwards to cater to 3% of the readers, and as a result, they're only pleasing 3% of the readers. These professional whiners who you see online who like to push all this gay validation stuff, not surprisingly, they don't even read comic books. And in fact, most of them have open contempt for it. They only care about it to the extent they can use it to push their own agenda. Kinda reminds you of Roxanne Gay, now doesn't it? It's like the Gamergate thing a while back, and while the video game sphere is a hotbed of racism, which I'm going to get into at a later date, this is the MO of a lot of these so-called social justice types, kind of like the morons who were trying to put together their list of black men who they wanted off the internet. They try to find whatever they think is trending and jump out in front of it. This, what they were doing with comic books and with video games, is the media equivalent of that same stupid strategy. Video games were clearly where the people are, and they thought that they spied yet another opportunity to piggyback on some high visibility concept that this industry was, and to make it a proxy for their own social agenda. So, are we getting more female protagonists in video games yet? When are we getting that first openly gay video game character? These companies who do try to push the lifestyle seem to confuse what the news media thinks is important with what readers will think is important. And as they proved at the election of Donald Trump, the media has no clue what the public actually thinks. Or if they do, they don't care. To their embarrassment. Media companies are trolling for headlines, desperately trying to get attention for their own show by announcing that they're introducing so-and-so gay character, so-and-so lesbian, so-and-so bisexual, so-and-so transgender. Okay, and after we see two women slobbering on each other's faces, or watch Jeffrey Tambor running around in a skirt, then what? These asinine exercises in personal validation rise and fall right there and leave absolutely nothing to follow after. Businesses who have to invest tens, if not $100 or more billion into an IP are not about to ruin their business just to cater to some vocal minority of malcontents. They understand who their core audience is, and they're going to cater to them. Young people, and people in general who like speculative fiction, don't want your social angst. They don't want your feminist daddy issues or for you to ram your sexual kink down their throats. They won't tolerate it. They want a character who they can relate to on a variety of levels, not some one-dimensional walking ad for gay love is no different than heterosexual love. These clowns think going after a kid's medium is some slick way that they can sneak their indoctrination into young minds. But they're wrong on two counts. First of all, comic books are not read by kids anymore. You're talking to a bunch of 30 and 40-year-olds now. And secondly, if you are going to try to feed somebody poison, it has to be delivered in a candy coating in order for it to work. Otherwise, they'll reject it outright. They still haven't learned that lesson yet. Unless you have compelling stories where the adventure is the star, then don't expect anyone to stick around to see how the story turns out. Guys wearing spandex and having fights with crooks and galactic threats don't lend themselves to identity politics because their milieu is too fantastic for something that minor. Now, you can do identity politics with lesbian prison shows, but as the CW is finding out, trying to shoehorn the lifestyle into the DC TV universe is turning out to be a ratings nightmare. When comics choose to become a subsidiary of identity politics with a bunch of angry leftists determined to coerce people into believing what they believe, then they will kill what used to be the hottest thing in print. The problem with comics today is that they're stepping up to the readers with an agenda. And they are blatantly embracing a value system the readers don't. The readers want escapist fantasy, but apparently comic books aren't interested in that anymore. So the readers are gravitating toward video games because they still want escapist fantasy there. Comic books today aren't about amazing adventure or heroes you can relate to that matter. They're now all about identity politics for gays, lesbians, feminists, and about personal validation. They still have the nerve to call themselves superhero stories, but they're about characters who are neither super nor heroes. They take guys wearing tights and capes and reduce them to nothing more than petty teenagers with petty issues. They're all relationship dramas, and stupid ones at that. Petty romance stories where they display every conceivable variation, every possible type of romance, triangle, interaction, etc. No one cares about righting wrongs or saving the world. It's all about showing so-and-so how much you want to have a role in the hayrick, who's sleeping with who. The readers look at comic books as being a morality play, writ large. But the comic book industry has decided it has no use for that. And this disease has poisoned much of television as well. Practically every TV show is all about sex and with how many people are having it. Meanwhile, the hottest show on broadcast TV is The Walking Dead, which is mostly about people running from zombies. The second leading show, Game of Thrones, which sure has plenty of sex, but mostly it's about politics in a fantasy setting. Look, we all have our social issues that we care about. I certainly wear mine as a badge of honor, but as I've always said, there's a big danger in falling in love with your own idea because you tend to overestimate its appeal. This is how comics became susceptible to this cancer, and is now spreading it. Instead of imagining new stories, they instead want to focus on new romantic angles, and the readers are through with it. Comics have had romance genres, love stories before, but they never ever sold anywhere near the same as the superhero stuff. But now the entire industry has gone that same failed way. They've become a niche, and an unpopular niche at that. As black people, we need to be smarter than to allow others to trick us into things that we don't believe or agree with. You empower the things that you watch. By giving it your time, you show that that's what's important to you. And while the gay movement has failed to trick people into reading gay material, to bait and switch them into accepting gay characters, the real question is, what the heck are we going to be doing to empower and promote ourselves when it comes to media? Yes, we need black heroes in fiction, but what we need are creators putting out the content. It needs to come from us. Perhaps responsible black content creators haven't made quite enough works of quality yet, or important enough works to break through, but the real question is, even if they presented these works to you, would you decide to accept them? Not because they were created by black people. That's the hustle that Marvel and the white media tried with Ta-Nehisi Coates. But the reason you should accept them is if they're good stories, well told, with characters that you can relate to, and compelling situations whose outcomes that you want to stick around to see the conclusion of. As I've always said, the point of media is to promote a value system. We see the one that Marvel is pushing. Does it matter to you what value system of media you consume is promoting? It does to me. If it's something that I don't approve of, then I don't complain about someone else handling their media property in a way that I don't like. Instead, I would create my own. Look, if you like Black Panther and you plan to go see it, I know a lot of you do. That's fine. As a concept, I suppose it's basically okay, and that's me being generous. I don't condemn anyone if they like the CGI-powered slugfest at the multiplex. I'm able to overlook some of the more odious aspects of some of these movies, but in truth, I really wish that we would start generating our own responsible works created by people pushing a value system that honors and magnifies us. We need a vision for the future, a representation that we can aspire to. symbols of us as we were and can be again. You're not going to get that from Marvel, folks. Hell, why does Black Panther matter so much to black people anyway? You want to know why? It's because to you, when you look at Black Panther, what you really see is a validation from the dominant society. You have them saying, one of you is good enough, but only one. You didn't have to put up the money to make the movie. Well, actually, you did in the form of the money that you paid for their other movies, but black folks haven't made that connection yet. So, as long as some white media company is ponying up the money for the production and organizing the effort to make the movies, you're cool with that. It's the dominant society's seal of approval that makes it where you look at Black Panther as must-see media. Just understand that to them, this is the thin end of the wedge. They've already telegraphed exactly where they intend to go. And don't think the implosion of Ta-Nehisi Coates and Roxanne Gay's alternative lifestyle Wakanda is going to be the end of this. This is just the start. Black people will be their crash dummies for pushing their agenda, if we allow it. They intend to make us the face of the gay lifestyle, not the face of heroism, not the face of high adventure or incredible storytelling. It's already accepted, but this is going far beyond mere acceptance. This isn't about making it where those who practice the lifestyle can do so in peace. This is about getting those who don't do it to sign on, whether they want to or not. Well, nice to know that black folks understand what really matters. Okay, so Black Panther has gone ahead and fulfilled all of your dirty little fantasies about what a black-led movie was going to be. Because, you know, hey, Will Smith, even though he didn't do a damn thing for black people either, you seem to have forgotten about the fact that he was the reigning king of the box office for the better part of 15 or so years. Apparently it doesn't count on this. It's a superhero now. You know what a slave is? A slave is someone who waits for somebody else to set him free. Black people have done that when it comes to media. We couldn't do our own, we need for the white media to do it for us. And we'll come up with all sorts of asinine things to say to try to defend it. Oh, Black Panther is just killing it at the box office. It's the 5th largest opening of all time for a movie, the 2nd largest Marvel Cinematic Universe release. Oh, the accolades go on and on and on. What was it that Michael B. Jordan said? It's not a movie, it's a movement. Yeah, a financial movement. Your money moving from your pockets and moving into Disney's. Black people are celebrating this movie like slavery just ended or something. You have black people trying to figure out how the world can they piggyback off of this movie. Clowns who have nothing to do with movies whatsoever. People just basically trying to do either some video or some social media post, something with Black Panther in there, trying to get some shine off of it. Oh, and we support this movie. It's just idiotic because as black people, you wouldn't know that we were in the middle of a race war, one we were losing. Apparently, we got time to take a coffee break and watch the continuing adventures of Stan Lee and Jack Kirby's intellectual offspring. Why are black people happy about this movie? It's because so many of us have retreated into entertainment. Black people are hideously oversampled when it comes to watching TV, when it comes to watching entertainment in general. This is the clearest evidence that black people have totally given up on changing the real world. It's obvious now that we've instead decided we're going to retreat into a white media-generated dream world instead. Just understand, when Richard Spencer and his genocidal pals decide to come around, you're not going to have Captain America or Thor there to say, guys, aren't we better than this? They don't care about what's hot in the box office. Black Panther makes $400 million in 4 days. That's Disney's victory, not yours. Oh, but black people got better things to do. Black empowerment doesn't matter. Getting a white corporation to make a big budget flick with some black people as the acting needs, that's what matters. We are as gullible as ever when it comes to vicarious achievement. We're too lazy, too robbed of spirit, too apathetic to make moves for ourselves, so instead we try to take part in some other black person's success, even those who hate us. Barack Obama, Michael Jordan, Oprah Winfrey, whomever.
People think that a white studios black superheroes getting a big theatrical and media push is the second coming or something the way they've been acting. They totally diffuse all the fervor or drive that we might have had to try to do our own thing. That's what's going on here. Apparently black people think that, oh, well, they did this because they can't deny the power of the black dollar. They have never denied the power of the black dollar. White media has never denied the power of the black dollar. White supremacy has never denied the power of the black dollar. It's black people who deny the power of the black dollar. We don't use it. Well, we don't use it for ourselves. We use it for everyone except ourselves. We didn't have to wait till now to get a big budget anything. We could have done it ourselves a long damn time ago, but our priorities are totally off. Whenever you have conversations with black people about things that matter, it's a shock and an embarrassment. Black people have decided that we're going to bow out of trying to compete with the white media. Instead, we have proven once again that we didn't mean it when we said we want a media on our own terms. I did a few video essays a while back about bridging the enthusiasm gap. And a lot of people just brushed it off. You see, the problem that I've realized, of course, is if you're not talking about something that's trending with current events, even the people who you think are supposed to be with you, well, they can't really get all that interested in talking about. If you want to talk about people, they're in. If it's gossipy, they're in. If it somehow is an adjunct of pop culture, they're in. You talk about putting black people in the driver's seat, crickets. I told you that the single most important factor to help us break out of the chitlin circuit and into the big leagues was how much enthusiasm we were willing to bring to the thing that truly empower us. If the only thing you can get enthused about is something that has Marvel's logo on it, or a Disney-supported something or other, or hopefully we'll have some black people who are part of some big white franchise, and that's the only time you get excited about something, then you don't need it when you say that you want black empowerment. You're a liar when you say that, as far as you're concerned, black people should be the lead. Why shouldn't we be the leads? You're sniffing around somebody else's behind, hoping that they'll drop a few crumbs to you. The black audience, such as it is, if it dared to ever take pride in its own creations, we would be the springboard to dominate the U.S. box office. We've already proven it now. 37% of Black Panther's audience in the last 4 days were black people. That means 37% of the dollars that were generated came from black people's pockets. Now, just looking at the United States domestic gross for Black Panther out of $235 billion estimated in the last 4 days, what that means is fully $87 billion came from black people alone, and that in only 4 days. That's why I get sick and tired whenever I hear black people talking about, well, we ain't got, and all here come the freaking excuses. You have no problem whatsoever emptying out your wallet and begging Disney to take seconds out of your paycheck. God damn!
Did you just fall off the fucking roof like that, dude?
Some razzle-dazzle CGI along.
Damn, Cam. Oh, I saw it was a fucking faceplant. I was like, what the fuck?
And by the way, just to put this in proper perspective for you, just to show you how silly black people are compared to the rest of the world, the Chinese are not releasing Black Panther in their theaters until well into March. So when white people sit there and talk about a simultaneous worldwide release, well, Black Panther ain't going to be roaring in China anytime soon. You see, the Chinese are not celebrating Black Panther's success at all. Now, part of the reason for that is the typical Asian anti-black racism, to be sure, but another part of the fact is the Chinese, they see that Disney is encroaching on their media turf. In fact, some of you who don't pay attention to things, you don't realize the Chinese are serious about protecting their own fledgling dominant movie industry. Just last month, they kicked The Last Jedi out of their theaters, for God's sake. That's no exaggeration, by the way. China did that. Now, sure, The Last Jedi was a turkey that tanked with Chinese audiences, but this was also a slap in the face to Disney, which was China drawing the line in the sand. They were making it clear. Chinese box office exists for the benefit of the Chinese. It does not exist to be some sort of media colonization by white people. China's box office is currently being dominated by yet another of their homegrown blockbuster movies, something you never heard of, Monster Hunter 2. I mean, they've already got the allegedly #1 movie as far as grossing movie history goes, that Tiger Assault, whatever the hell it was. I don't watch Chinese cinema, so that's why I'm so fully versed. But China is nurturing their own talent, and they are working to protect that talent from having to compete in free market. They are doing everything that they can to make sure that their guys have a leg up. They're tilting the scales in their people's favor. That's what the Chinese are doing. Gee, I wonder if that's the reason why they're winning. They're not trying to promote somebody else's movies. They're trying to promote their own. There is no amount of hype. There is no amount of market research. There is no amount of big budget razzle-dazzle CGI that's going to make the Chinese decide to put somebody else in the driver's seat. As far as they're concerned, if it ain't the story of Chinese people coming from China, there's something wrong with it. I keep telling you, white supremacy plays a short con and a long con. And black people getting happy about Black Panther for any reason proves that you've fallen for both. Now, the short con in this case is that somehow this matters to you. They have gone and paid $4.10 billion your dollars. You're so stupid to think that that's some sort of victory for you. What was it that Dr. Claude Anderson said for black people to be bragging about having some sort of green power with white businesses? That's like a freaking crackhead saying, I got crack power. You have power for what you own, not for what you're willing to buy. In fact, in any business transaction, it's the person who's looking to acquire something who's at a disadvantage. It's the guy who's holding that has the advantage. The guy who's got something people want, that's the guy who's sitting in the catbird seat. But the short con is nowhere near as insidious as the long con. Long con is not pure psychological masturbation. That's just what they use to suck you in and keep you qualified. Thanks to this historic event, the long con for white supremacy is that now an entire generation of black people will abandon any goals of any sort of competing promotion for our own superheroes, works, pop entertainment. Because in order for you to get any sort of homegrown black entertainment or black media off the ground, you're going to require a critical mass of black people, large numbers, who are behind it, enthused about it, and who want it. And with black people, we have now gone on the record showing, if you just give us a side role in the next Captain America movie, or if you give us once every 10 or 20 years, give us a black superhero or in the lead role, that's good enough for us. We'll complain and whine and gripe about it. Meanwhile, that's what we'll do to fill the time in between those 10-year stints. So instead, black people have once again willingly reduced ourselves to begging like paupers for Disney of all people.
Think you just gonna stand there and shoot me, motherfucker?
So that we can give them more of our money. Disney just bought themselves at least 10 years of black happening and black non-competition. That's what this is about. That's the long con. How do you keep black people on plantation? Throw them some crumbs. Okay, this time, we'll throw the bone. This time I'll have a couple of scraps of meat on it. Black people are always falling for the pork barrel. Why stop now? No black person for the next 10 years, I imagine, is going to attempt to create or promote an intellectual property of our own. We slammed the door in the face of Big Parker.
Hey, D-Lane, you gotta start robbing these fools.
And if we're willing to wait 10 years or so, go ahead and do it for us. They'll pony up the money for us. So black
loot that
people always try to
motherfucker.
figure out how to get white people.
D-Lane, loot that motherfucker.
Shackled on our behalf just to save us the trouble of having to do it ourselves because it's so damn difficult.
Don't worry, you got that.
It's very difficult for us to raise funds even though we can come up with $87 million in 4 days on a whim. Just on a
take the money from it.
Why build our own intellectual properties? We'll just sit back and let the house that racist Uncle Walt built do it for us. And that's the thing I can't get over. All of you empty heads out there wondering, why you gotta make such a big deal out of it, brother? Why you gotta be like that? Let me tell you why, stupid. I cannot and will never get over the fact that Walt Disney said that as long as he was alive, no black person was ever gonna work for his company. And that edict remained in place even after he was dead. It certainly remained in place ideologically.
Disney puts more money than any other company into taking all sorts of cheap shots at black people. Everything from Song of the South to the Frog Princess. Every time they show black people, it can be meetings, it can be degrading. They're always going to put some slick stuff against us in there. And we keep going for it. Black people thought it was a victory when Viacom paid billions for BET, but what they were really doing was they were taking the brand equity that BET had, the fact that it was a viable trendsetter, and they were monopolizing. That's what Viacom paid for. To be on the bleeding edge, not the cutting edge. Cutting edge is what you get from a lot of black people. Streets, white media have never been cutting edge. They've been a lagging indicator at most. It usually takes them 5 to 7 years. Black culture has a 5 to 7 year lead time on white culture. It's part of the reason why we had the advantage, but black people decided to move to become a wholly owned subsidiary of white media. There is no shortage of black people who are willing to give their best effort to make sure that white people continue to have the lead when it comes to media. Yes, I'm talking about Timbaland and others. Hey, by the way, since Viacom put up all those billions of dollars in BET, that was 20 years ago, right? Yeah, and have we seen any spoils yet from that victory? Bob Johnson took what little money he got from it, and he's sitting on a beach full time, and black people still want to watch BET. I can tell you right now, if you had some Asian people, black folks that bought the company up, those Asians would have stopped watching. As soon as they find out that it's black people who are actually putting forward that stuff, they'd be like, we're going to watch something else. Or at the very least, they'll look and say, hey, why in the world should we buy black culture, black entertainment, black people? Let's find some Asian. If we like it that much, we'll find some of our own brain-dead Asian kids and we'll have them do their own pathetic imitation. White folks did the exact same thing. Black people are sitting back complaining about it, but at the end of the day, the world doesn't care what you sit back and complain about. What they care is what you're going to do about it. And what we've shown is what we're going to do, the only thing we're going to do is to complain and say no fair. So many black people are so jolly in the ass because Walt Disney made a big budget movie and they actually did handicap it this time. That's all you see here. You see the example of what would happen if black people were actually able to have a level playing field, at least from the standpoint of style and production. Yes, Black Panther's success is an accomplishment, but for whom and for what? Disney is a racist studio founded by a die-hard anti-black bigot. So they finally put some effort into a black-led movie. So the hell what? Black people didn't make $400 million this weekend. Disney did. You're sitting here smiling about how much of a success this is, and Disney laughing all the way to the bank. They got richer, you got poor. And you're happy about that. You think it's privilege. They prefer to promote only white images, but if the white media needs to, then they will put us up there so long as they get the proceeds. Now, black people should have known this going all the way back to freaking Amos and Anthony. White supremacy will not do anything that costs them any power. And sadly, once again, we're happy about something that has nothing to do with us. So what if Black Panther's #1 in the box office? So what if it's the #1 movie of all time? That does not hurt white supremacy because it doesn't require white supremacy to give up any of their power. See, white supremacy is so deeply entrenched. Their position is so well dug in that they can make it where you have to fight 100 years just to even get them to go ahead and say, okay, you've annoyed us. Here's a centipede. We're not even going to give you an inch of ground. Here's a centipede. We're so happy because it took us a freaking 100 years to get that centipede. That's what white supremacy have the ability to do. And you think that you're doing something big. We're doing big things now. We're doing big things now. The only thing that matters is white supremacy have to give up any of their power. You didn't take any power from them. Did you take anything from them? You didn't. Oh, but they took a lot from you. $400 million. Ooh. Dr. John Henrik Clark told you all about this comic. And clearly, most of you weren't listening. All media is used to promote an agenda. Even mine. I am no exception to that. I'm here to promote an agenda of black empowerment. I am not here to entertain, though there are some people, even at this late date, still looking for entertainment. I am not here to try to prove that I'm the smartest guy in the world. I am not here for the sake of trying to get attention. Look, the black community is overrun. Coons, buffoons, and outright morons. That's certainly secret. But by far, the absolute worst disease that too many of us have been suffering from is an all-consuming desperation for attention. To us, attention is a form of ghost currency. We will do anything to get it. As soon as people look at us, we start performing. All kinds of know-nothing Negroes are trying to piggyback onto the hype because we're trying to figure out if there's a way they can put Black Panther somewhere in their video description or on their webpage or just something so people will look at anything at all. See, for those of us who actually have the ability to not have to piggyback on somebody else, we don't see us doing stuff. But for a lot of the Black folks who realize they ain't got a goddamn bit of talent, they're trying to figure out how do I swim off somebody else's coattails. Look at the box office, folks. You didn't have to wait until now to have a movie that had this kind of pull and had this kind of success. You didn't have to wait for it, but you chose to wait for it. Will Smith was bringing in these same numbers for something like 15 years. You want to know why? It's because Will Smith realized that his success lay in the fact that, yeah, you can be a black man making $8 million for those movies. They will still pay big money to see a movie for the CGI. So, okay, maybe they don't like the black guy out front, but they love the special effects. They love the big action set pieces. The action set pieces of the song. Oh, they had this big stunt movie, this car chase, these explosions, this big gunfight. Oh, the alien ship landing. Oh, the action set pieces. The aerial dogfight between F-16 and alien ships, well, that's the star. That's what they're showing up to see. That's not new, folks. It's been going on since the mid-90s. Everybody else has figured that out. The Chinese figured that out. And more Latin America is sort of kind of getting the idea. None of that is new. The only thing that is new is to have a white studio that actually mounts a production with a big budget enough to have cutting-edge special effects and sets with big production value and a huge PR campaign behind. That's the only thing that's different. They actually gave a black-led production the same big push that they always give to the whites. But you didn't have to wait for that like a slave. You didn't have to wait for Disney to do that. You could have done it on your own. For God's sake, Deadpool was made for like $55 million. The thing went on to make $750 million. Now, out of that $87 million that black people cheerfully threw out there this last weekend, you're telling me that blacks can't go over $50 million just on a whim? That's interesting. You never hear the Asians talk about what they can't do. They don't lie to themselves. They don't lie to each other. You have to have a movie that's a white corporation is putting sufficient resources into it to make it an event. And I guess that's what the world is that you're asking about. The white companies like they made the event out of this movie. See, they always make events out of this stuff. They never make events out of ours. Well, that's because they, a long time ago, decided that they were going to do that. So their effort, their focus, that became their priority. Their priority was to put something together. Your priority was to wait for someone to present something to your product to. How many times do I have to tell you they didn't create their media to promote your image? They created it to promote theirs. You have had a game of psychological chicken that took place this last weekend. Black people like, oh, we're not late. We just throw ourselves at the feet of white people and said, we will kiss your shoes forevermore. You just showed them that they don't have to ever make more than 1 or 2 black-lit flicks every 10 years, and you will still fill their pockets regardless. I would think that black people, if they thought, they would be resentful about this. They would be looking and going, you know what, how long will this go on? Instead, black people are acting like it's just the second coming. When you complain to them that whenever you sit there begging them, when y'all gonna make a black-lit movie, when y'all gonna put somebody out there, when y'all gonna treat us like y'all treat these white folks, whenever you do that, what you're doing is you're reassuring them that they're still in the driver's seat and that you will just loyally wait forever until they make a move. You're not going to do anything. You want to be led around by the nose. You need them. You need their approbation. You need their validation. They know that that's exactly what this is about. It's about white power validating. Because if you really were onto something, you can validate yourself.
By the way, that's the only thing that's ever worked for black people. Every time we sit around waiting for white people to do something for us, as Malcolm X said, we've been waiting a long time. And black people have gone on the record now announcing that we have totally signed away our personal sovereignty and our dignity to our enemies. All for a movie. They clearly see the laziness and lack of self-respect for what it is. You're telling the truth, by the way, when you say, but we're starved for representations of black people in a powerful light. But what you've also admitted is that you're not willing to feed yourself. You'll sit there like a bump on a log, starving, until your enemy sees fit to give you a couple crumbs. And keep in mind, even if you try to lie to yourself, and that seems to be very popular this last weekend, if you're one of those black people who wants to lie to yourself and say, well, the thing is, some black folks did get something out of it. Let me tell you something about white supremacy. Even under the circumstances when advocates from, they'll give you enough so that you don't necessarily drop dead. They're never going to give you enough to become strong. That they will not do. The reason white supremacy is in total control is because black people just won't let it go. See, it ain't just Richard Spencer who refuses to let go of white supremacy. Black people are holding on to white supremacy for dear life. The reason that you're starving for anything at all is because you keep insisting on giving your money, your creativity, and your spiritual energy away. And giving it to the people who have been robbing you for the longest time. In fact, let's stop lying and say that they've been robbing you. They've been robbing you. You've been sitting here giving them in a headlock and saying, take my money. Black people just keep on proving that we are simply not ready to stand on our own 2 feet. We're not interested in black empowerment. Damn sure not interested in having our own media or having our own anything. We lay awake at night wishing that we could be part of the white media machine. Because, you know, it ain't right versus white folks, guys. Oh, we feel so uncomfortable when white folks ain't around. The white media has gotten mad off of us because we give them every crumb of our daily bread. And then we sit here with a nerve to say we're starved for representations of black people in a positive light. We put nothing into the thing that we think of. We never get hyped about anything that truly matters, not to the extent we have something that comes from the white media. And this is why we suffer. Why have so many black people invested so much psychological and financial capital into something that comes from a bunch of racists? The Chinese aren't begging Disney to make superhero movies, they made their own. They're not begging Disney to treat their people the same way that Disney treats white actors and white producers and white talent. The Chinese did it for themselves. Now they will not allow anyone else to insinuate themselves into their arena. They didn't build it for the sake of hopefully making white people feel like, oh, well, now we got to come to terms with you. The Chinese are like, nah, we're building our machine to empower ourselves. It's going to be China first. But what about these white folks? China is now showing they kicked out The Last Jedi. When they did that, that was to make a statement. And the statement was, well, what about white people? That's what the Chinese are. That's what they're doing. Black people will tell any lie in order to help support white supremacy. We need to be honest about that reality. The biggest lie that I've heard from some of you is the oldest one in the book, and it seems to be your favorite. But brother, it's only one movie. Y'all don't listen to that, Professor Black. If you want to see that movie, you go see that movie. No one told you not to go see it, stupid. I feel like Dr. John Henry Clark when you were talking about the Million Man March. If you want to go see the damn thing, go see the damn thing. Who the hell's stopping you, stupid? You seen anyone standing in front of the movie theaters telling you not to? Have you ever seen me even once say, don't go see Black Panther? I'm not telling you don't go see it. I'm asking you what the hell are you getting out? And obviously you don't have an answer. That's why you're saying, I'm not getting nothing out of it, man. Don't let them tell you what to do. That's funny because you don't have that kind of vitriol and venom Disney. You don't have that kind of vitriol and venom for the white media. If you don't get that enthused about anything that comes from the white media to the point of bringing it to the ground, you're enthused to the point of happiness, but you're never enthused to the point of rejecting. You never get indignant about them when they sit here and run black people to the ground. You didn't get indignant about Dave Parker. White media was running him into the ground. You didn't say, man, screw the white people. Go see whatever we want to see. Instead, a lot of you were like, well, he do got a white wife. So there goes that bit of hypocrisy.
But on the point that so many black people have tried to put out there, that the only dodge, the only feeble deflection that they have left, but it's only one movie. Brother, you're making too much out of it. It's just one movie, stupid. That lie is the entire reason that the white media treats you the way that they do. Because it's not just one movie. It is never just one movie. Certainly not with black people. We tell that lie at least a dozen times a day. We fuel white supremacy every minute of every day because we're constantly going to stores that we don't own, buying things we didn't produce. People who do not hire us don't put any money in our pockets. It's not just one movie. It is every movie that you see that didn't come from you. It is every TV show you watch that didn't come from you. It is every production that you decide to consume that didn't come from you. It's all of them. It ain't just one, stupid. We have helped to fuel white supremacy every minute of every day. And even at this late date, white supremacy sharpening the blades, saying it's time to finish that unfinished business of slavery, we still don't see anything wrong with it. We support everything white supremacy puts out in front of us, and we starve our own creative talents. Black women adored Sex in the City, even though it was about 4 white women who didn't even have black friends. Black people adored Game of Thrones, which regularly ran black people to the ground. You know, once they've got you investing in what they do, and once they've got you thoroughly ignoring what you have the ability to do, then they got you. They have you. Black people just refuse to get it. It matters what you give your time to. It matters what you give your effort to. It matters what you give your enthusiasm to. And most of all, it matters what you give your money to. But I have black people telling me it doesn't matter. All the while, these same black people for the last 4 days have been celebrating a movie making $400 million in 4 days. And what's the reason they give for why they're so happy? Because this matters. And they don't see the contradiction, they don't see the hypocrisy. So you can lie all you want. It doesn't take much to get you to call up the truth now, does it? Look, if you want to be on the bandwagon for the white media, fine, stop faking and just be honest about it. That's what I'm telling you. You want to go ahead and support what the white media is doing and ignore what real black media is doing, you go ahead and you do that. But damn it, you're going to be honest about it. And you're not going to come to me being two-faced. Look, you enjoy white media and only theirs. You get enthused only about that. Fine, be honest about it. You love being marooned on white supremacy's island. The problem isn't that white supremacy has you by the throat. The problem is you're holding on to white supremacy, onto white power in a death's grip. You won't let it go. They use black actors or black politicians all the time as distractions. They've been doing it since the plantations. You're so busy looking at their black front men that you stop paying attention to the white men pulling the strings. They got you to think of their movie as being your movement. Pathetic. Edward Bernays literally wrote the book on propaganda, and he pioneered playing on the weak minds of the gullible. At the Easter Day Parade in 1929, it was Edward Bernays who came up with the idea to have white debutantes march in the parade smoking cigarettes. The reason why was tobacco companies wanted to figure out how to get women to become smokers. So Edward Bernays, he played on something that he already knew. Women's egos were fragile as tissue paper. And he told the tobacco companies that smoking cigarettes could be presented to women in the guise of empowerment.
That's top notch.
And it worked. Edward Bernays understood that women were already addicted to something far more compelling than nicotine. It was the desperation to appropriate male power. Because when women looked at female smokers, that's what they saw. It's what they felt about it that Edward Bernays seized upon. He took a crass consumer marketing campaign and he made it into a movement too. So that trick of playing on people's pathetic lack of self-esteem is not new at all. It's very old. You have other people, you get them to have your way. I guess the difference between a lot of you and me is that I don't want what white supremacy has to offer. They're the B team. My team is the A team. Though in too many cases we don't act like it. I don't care to be best buds with Captain America or Superman. I don't give a damn about playing in their sandbox. Because no matter how much fun you may think it is, the only thing you get from playing in white supremacy sandbox is dirt.
Disconnected.
Not a crime. Well, we all know the answer to that one whenever a white person does it. Because when a white person does it, well, instead of there being an immediate arrest, it's usually a matter of, we'll give you a few weeks or a few months or even a couple of years before we decide if anything needs to be done.
You are now paired. Enjoy.
Most of my time thinking they're better off left
Banner is a love song to slavery.
Good.
Now, you don't know that because fully 3/4 of the national anthem is no longer recited. Now, how on earth people would be defenders of this trash claim to love the national anthem and they don't even know 75% of it? Most white people think the Star-Spangled Banner was written in tribute to the American Revolution, but it wasn't. It was written decades after that war. The poem, written by white supremacist Francis Scott Key, was meant as a memorial to the Battle of Fort McHenry, which took place during the War of 1812, which was essentially a failed attempt by the British to reclaim their former North American colonies. Its shameless adoration of war and lauding of slavery was so endearing to the white powers that be, they wanted this to be the nation's theme song. It hit all the same buttons as the Christian battle hymns during the Crusades. First, let's look at the third stanza of the national anthem. Now, there's plenty else wrong with it, but we need to focus on this in particular. In his poem, Key devoted a couple of verses to the vanquished British forces who had tried to overthrow the American rebels. Quote, "And where is that band who so vauntingly swore that the havoc of war and the battle's confusion, a home and a country should leave us no more, their blood has washed out their foul footsteps' pollution. No refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave." Did you get that? No refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave. Now, when Key talks about slaves, he is specifically referring to black ex-slaves who took part in the war on behalf of the British. Unlike the black Americans still imprisoned in the U.S., blacks who fought for Britain made a conscious choice, a free decision, something that Francis Scott Key dedicated his perverted existence to stopping. And he calls the hallowed footsteps of these moral warriors polluted, then goes on to say that there would be no refuge for slaves except retreat or death. This is a song that white people thought proper as the national anthem and still do. No amount of censorship can make this all right. Nobody says Roman Polanski is okay if we just ignore that he raped a child. Nobody's giving Bill Cosby the benefit of the doubt, and he hasn't even been proven guilty of any wrongdoing. Dave Parker was found innocent of crimes, and yet people want to blacklist him. But a slave-owning white supremacist who persecuted abolitionists and wrote love songs to slavery? Why, we ought to give him a place of honor, and don't you dare say a word about him. Welcome to the twisted morality of white supremacy. But you can't understand the racist and vile nature of the Star-Spangled Banner without first examining its racist author. Now, this is going to be entirely new information for most of you, since the white media and white school systems have not taught you this in 200 plus years. So, when I tell you the media and school system's job is indoctrination, not education, that's exactly what I mean. Francis Scott Key was a Southerner, born in Maryland. That's already a problem. He became a lawyer and, at the age of 19, began buying black people as slaves. I want you to think about that. This chump wasn't old enough to drink legally, nor even out of his teenage years, but he was already trying to build a plantation for himself. He was installed as the U.S. Attorney General for Washington, D.C. in 1833, and he immediately used his position as a federal prosecutor to persecute abolitionists. He went after anyone who published material criticizing slavery or promoting the abolition of it. His favorite judicial tactic was to prosecute people for the crime of libel, such as Benjamin Franklin, who declared that there was neither mercy nor justice for colored people in D.C. A reasonable and truthful accusation by any standard, except to Francis Scott Key. He instead charged Lundy with attempting to, quote, injure, oppress, aggrieve, and vilify the good name, fame, credit, and reputation of the magistrates and constables of Washington. These are slave catchers and corrupt racists who dedicated their lives to killing and persecuting black people. And U.S. Attorney Key praised these animals for having good names and reputations. Lundy was forced to flee town in order to avoid conviction. But the judicial race soldier Francis Scott Key wasn't done yet. He next went after Reuben Crandall, who Key prosecuted merely for having possession of pro-abolition reading materials. So much for the First Amendment, huh? Say, didn't Key write something about the land of the free? Well, Key's alleged reason for the trumped-up charges was that a few days earlier there had been a race riot caused when a black man had been falsely accused of attempting to kill a white woman. The black man, Arthur Bowen, who was a slave, didn't harm the white woman who owned the plantation naturally, though he did flee, which seemed to be the real crime. In the so-called Snow Riots, white marauders destroyed the businesses of black D.C. residents, destroyed black schools, all over a lie. But for some reason, U.S. Attorney Francis Key never found reason to prosecute his fellow white thugs run amok, though he did find a way to blame Reuben Crandall for the white rioters, claiming that it was Crandall's pamphlets that caused the slaves to become disobedient to white people. At the trial, in his closing remarks to the jury, Francis Scott Key said this: "I consider this one of the most important cases ever tried here. We are to give up our slaves, not for compensation, not gradually as we may be enabled to substitute other labor, but absolutely, unconditionally, immediately. Nor is that all. They are to remain among us, to be admitted immediately to a full and equal participation in all civil and social privileges. That we have no more rights over our slaves than they have over us. Does not this break the Constitution and the laws under which we live into contempt? Is it not a plain invitation to resist them? Are you willing, gentlemen, to abandon your country, to permit it to be taken from you and occupied by the abolitionist, according to whose taste it is to associate and amalgamate with the Negro? Or, gentlemen, on the other hand, are there laws in this community to defend you from the immediate abolitionist who would open upon you the floodgates of such extensive wickedness and mischief? Did you get that? He called freedom of black people wicked. But before that, he said, would these good white folks abandon their country? Allow it to be taken from them? Gee, now we know where the "we want our country back" line of crap came from. And U.S. Attorney Key made it very clear who the white people needed to take their country back from. But even this impassioned defense of slavery wasn't enough. Crandall was miraculously acquitted. But look at the tactics, the depths that U.S. Attorney Francis Scott Key was willing to stoop to persecute those who saw slavery for the evil that it is. And look at how he praised it and praised those who partook of it. This is the degenerate who wrote the Star-Spangled Banner. Not only was he belligerent in his advocacy for the rape and pillage of Africa, he was also a founder of the American Colonization Society, a group of white supremacists who wanted to deport all the free blacks to Africa because these good white folks felt that the presence of free blacks would make the enslaved black people want to be free. Next time some white person wants to tell you how racist Francis Scott Key wasn't, you remind them of the American Colonization Society. Because a man is nothing but the ideas and institutions that he leaves to this world. And Francis Scott Key left institutions of slavery, ideas of racism, genocide, and injustice. There is nothing about this creature that should be praised. Except to white people, it would seem. Because in the face of a protest by black athletes against the national anthem, the white media has spent a lot of ink and bandwidth trying to push the racist lie that Francis Scott Key wasn't a racist, and neither was his love poem to slavery. CNN ran a so-called article that was a bald-faced lie saying that the national anthem critics were missing the point. No, we get the point clearly. A character named Mark Clague had the gall to write, "The Star-Spangled Banner in no way glorifies or celebrates slavery." Well, apparently he never read it. But he wasn't alone. The LA Times ran a headline saying how the Star-Spangled Banner, racist or not, became our national anthem. Racist or not? So apparently the LA Times isn't sure whether praising the deaths of black people is racist. Nice to know. But predictably, it was Francis Scott Key's home state newspaper of the Baltimore Sun that decided to give the most shameless defense to him. They had the nerve to write a sloppy love letter, vainly masquerading as an article. I'm not making that up, by the way. A woman named
Give me your head, motherfucker.
article that actually was headlined Star-Spangled Banner writer had complex on race.
Come on here.
She then went on to call Francis Scott Key handsome, well-educated, born to an aristocratic family on a plantation, and seemed to thoroughly enjoy the good things life had to offer. Yeah, good things like slavery, which he partook of from an early age, though Macaulay conveniently omits all of this. Next, she called him lusty, then, incredibly, immediately followed that description by calling him a family man. But the icing on the cake was that she then went on to call him deeply pious. So much for lusty, huh? This doesn't read like an article. It reads like the synopsis for a cheap romance novel. 50 Shades of Racism. But do you notice how she goes to great lengths to avoid the obvious connection between Francis Scott Key and slavery? His family didn't merely have a plantation, they had a slave plantation. But the writer never mentioned that. These white media outlets are so busy trying to prop up the fallen reputation of this racist animal that they tie their forked tongues in knots. Notice the cheap propaganda. The writer asks, is Key to be celebrated for the few instances in which he clearly saw and stood up for what was right, at one point even putting himself in danger? Or should he be held accountable for his and his society's blind spots? This is a good opportunity to educate you about the use of words in propaganda. The number of words devoted to a particular subject tells you exactly how important it is to the speaker. In this one paragraph alone, the writer devotes most of the words to trying to absolve Key of his racism, word after word, but very quickly, kind of as an afterthought, says, should he be held accountable for his society's blind spots? First of all, slavery wasn't a societal blind spot. It was and is the main focus of this society. As we've already shown, slavery wasn't some minor issue for Francis Scott Key. It was his mission in life. He was a slave owner and dedicated his existence to perpetuating it. Secondly, this cheap attempt at whitewashing Key's sins falls flat. This writer wants us to praise Key for his alleged good deeds, but when talking about his undeniable support of slavery, she then wants to blame the entire society for his actions? So, for the one or two things he may have done right according to her, she gives him sole and total credit. But when it comes to the mountain of immoral acts that he committed himself, she then decides that we should hold the entire society accountable? It wasn't the whole society that brought false charges against abolitionists. It was Francis Scott Key. It wasn't the whole society that called freedom for black people wicked. That was Francis Scott Key who said it. And he lost a few of those cases, so clearly he was the one fighting against the society's wishes. It wasn't the whole society who wrote the Star-Spangled Banner. It was Francis Scott Key. This is the same Baltimore where Key may have passed through during his legal career, and they show that they have not evolved one iota since his time. The article was one long debunked white-splaining talking point after the other. They even trotted out the old, you can't judge the 19th century by the 21st century standards line. Notice how we never hear that about the Japanese invasion of Korea in the 19th century? We never hear white people say that the Germans in the 1930s can't be judged by 21st century standards. No group's past barbarity is ever immune from criticism, except white people's towards black people. It's one thing to drag out the old saw about Francis Scott Key being a man of his time, but these good white people don't even criticize him or condemn him today. If you're expecting a balanced look at Key that explains why a song written by a slave-owning white supremacist who, by their own admission, hated black people should be unacceptable, then you won't find it in the Baltimore Sun. The only relevant question is this. Should a perverted song written by a degenerate 200 years ago that even they admit doesn't reflect any of the character or values of the nation today be the national anthem? How can a nation in 2016 sing a song whose lyrics have nothing to do with it today? We always hear that the U.S. Constitution is a living, breathing document. As the society changes, so does it. The national flag has certainly changed, from a segmented serpent in the beginning to 13 stars to 15 stars to 50 today. The names of various government posts have changed, such as the War Department, today called the Department of Defense. The oath of office for the presidency has changed. And yet, when it comes to this slave owner's carol, it ought to be sacrosanct? Does that sound like liberals doing abstract thinking or white supremacists attempting to bury their bigotry under an avalanche of words? The truth is that we do have a moral and intellectual obligation to look at the past through the prism of the present. We have a right and duty to judge history by the standards of today, because the truth is that every society since ancient times has known that slavery is wrong. Even the founders of the United States, in private, remarked about how they knew what they were doing was wrong, and how history would judge them harshly, no matter what they may have said publicly. This is what white people refuse to accept. You cannot praise Thomas Jefferson for allegedly freeing his slaves after his death, mind you, without acknowledging that he knew it was wrong to have them enslaved in the first place. The Baltimore Sun's pathetic defense of Key by calling him complex also fails when you consider that they damn sure never say that Louis Farrakhan's past is complex when it comes to the Jews. They don't say Bill Cosby's past is complex when it comes to white women. The old "it's a complex issue" defense only gets dragged out when it's time to defend white people. These clowns admit that he was a bigot. They admit that he believed blacks were intellectually and morally inferior to whites. They come to all the accusations that are made about Francis Scott Key, mainly because they can't deny them. But then they turn right around and say, well, he wasn't as bad as all that. Let me tell you, there is nothing complex about the sick, twisted, evil bastard Francis Scott Key was. Nothing complex about his adoration for slavery, his blatant celebration of the genocide of people far better than himself. His venality and corruption and racism is simple, straightforward, and indefensible. This is the typical standard tactic of the white media. When they can't refute the truth, they instead retreat to lying outright. Their goal is to confuse the issue by muddying the waters with public propaganda pieces whose headlines say that the national anthem and its creator weren't racist, and then when you read it, you see that they admit that he was. White media's job is to psychologically masturbate white people, and they love having their egos diddled by the media. And to show you how absurd this topic has become, you even had one of Key's degenerate descendants claim that Colin Kaepernick is disgracing himself by not standing for the anthem. She actually had the trash nerve to say that. Quote, if he's not going to honor his country and his countrymen, he's dishonoring himself. Now, didn't we already cover earlier that it was Francis Scott Key himself who declared on the record, in a court of law no less, that the United States belongs to white people and not black people? He founded an organization that would have deported Colin Kaepernick for not being a slave. That's what the American Colonization Society was created for, to get rid of free blacks, like Colin Kaepernick. Funny how she never mentions that, and the white media doesn't mention it either, and this geriatric gas bag also said that she was hurt by the protests. Well, I'm not one to take glee in anyone's suffering, but in this case, I'm laughing my black ass off. This is what white supremacy hates most, that we are denying them the righteous judgment of history. Francis Scott Key is being put on trial, and we're using his own words to hang him. Well, just goes to prove the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. As I've always told you, times may change, but these people don't. And do you notice that no one in the white media has taken this wrinkled old racist to task? No one has portrayed her blatant defense of slavery as controversial. No one fact-checks what she said. No one says anything. They treat her lies as if there was some sort of basic validity to them.
So make no mistake, the Star-Spangled Banner must die because we demand it. The power of New Black Media's reach is far greater than you think. We are part of a new media ecosystem that is emboldening and encouraging those fighting against white supremacy. Tariq Nasheed recently revealed that he had been
Battery low.
Copernic, who is apparently a big fan of the Hidden Colors series. I said before that Colin Kaepernick was courageous for standing alone. Well, it would seem that the reason he could was because he knew that he wasn't alone. Right now, we are part of a media subculture, an emerging media ecosystem that is directly taking on the lies and misdirection of the white media. We are making it where they can no longer have all the say. Our message of talking with your wallet is being heard by someone. Black football fans, and even casual ones, have bought Kaepernick's jersey in support. Black veterans and even white ones are supporting him. New Black Media. We are the first place you heard someone say that Colin Kaepernick was right. We are the only ones you've heard point out that the lie that policing is dangerous work.
Battery low.
I am proud of the work that I've done to attack the white supremacist police's talking points, to expose their lies, to point out racist DAs like Anita Alvarez, Angela Corey, and Tim McGinty, all of whom have been sent packing by the voters. We make no apologies for being black first because we live in a society run by white supremacists like Francis Scott Key, determined to keep black people dead last. I'm proud of the work that I've done exposing the silent genocide of white-on-white crime and to debunk the lie of black-on-black crime. I am proud of the fact that we've given voice and support to black men who were previously being steamrolled by the white media, like Rico Gray. I'm proud to have put black economic empowerment on the map and at the forefront of issues concerning black people. Most of all, I'm proud of the work that I've done to undermine and destroy the white media's stranglehold on the public consciousness. And even though the white media retains much of its monopoly, there is finally the beginnings of a black media fighting to counter them. A new black media that is blasting cowards like Ray Lewis, repudiating liars like Jason Whitlock, and debunking professional white-ass kissers like Jerry Rice, Shaquille O'Neal, and Lil Wayne. We recognize these clowns for the mumble-mouthed, buck-dancing meat puppets for white supremacy that they are. We understand they sold their souls a long time ago, and they're showing us who's holding the receipts. But we've managed to isolate them. Never underestimate the importance of black people having a real voice, one that is loud enough to be heard. Colin Kaepernick drew strength from our words, strength from our presence, courage from knowing that we were out here. The Colin Kaepernick protest is the direct result of what we do in places like these. It does matter. This is not some tug of war between white studio executives and some black busybodies throwing stones at their ivory towers. They use the media as a weapon to justify murdering black people, to protect the killers from scrutiny and to slander the murdered, then distract the public with celebrity gossip or some other mind rot. And the white media is not doing this because they're clueless or careless. They're doing it because they are the propaganda wing of white supremacy.
I'm sorry.
How many white
He said he
TV,
wouldn't run
radio,
away.
newspaper,
Shut
or
up.
movie
But
studio
please,
employees
Brooke,
have you
just
seen
shut up.
caught making racist statements, pushing
You're
racist
the fire
rhetoric,
me.
or acting as if not killing
you'll
black
get
people
keep
is
your
some
job,
sort
but
of
they'll fire me,
outrageous
and
suggestion?
they got every right to fire me,
I would hope that it
'cause I'm
hasn't
the
slipped your
idiot who
notice that
employed you.
even Stephen A.
Look.
Smith and Don
Yes.
Lemon have had to change their tune in the face of the drubbing they've gotten from us. We've damaged them as tools of anti-black propaganda. Their white handlers understand that they aren't useful as apologists for white supremacy anymore. So the white media has upped the ante by bringing in a new squad of coons, one to a higher profile than Smith and Lemon.
You've never heard Shaquille O'Neal spew quite the kind of crap he did this last week? He went full Michael Jordan on us, didn't he? A guy who never seemed to have a strong opinion on black people, politics, or the police, all of a sudden wants to be Captain America? Now you know damn well some white handlers put those words in his mush mouth. They sure as hell didn't come from what passes for his brain. And Jason Whitlock. What is there to be said about this bloated moron? He got himself fired from ESPN a year or so ago for shooting off his mouth, and I suppose the job offers he imagined would come rolling in never did. These clowns never learn. Whether it's Brian Gumbel, Roland Martin, or Melissa Harris, whatever, they think they can climb the ladder when the truth is where black media employees are concerned. There is no ladder, only a basement. They routinely suspend or fire black on-air talent as a way to justify limiting their careers. About the only black network personality who hasn't gotten treatment is Lester Holt of NBC, and that's only because Brian Williams' disgraceful demotion came so suddenly that they had no one else to replace it with. And NBC News standings in the ratings were so low they could afford to whiteball Lester Holt. But Lester may not want to get too comfortable. From what I've seen, Brian Williams is back on MSNBC, so the rehabilitation of his career has already begun, as if he didn't lie about an event overseas, same way Ryan the Liar Lockheed did, as if he didn't provoke an international incident. Well, when you're white, there's no such thing as a career-ending mistake. And when you're black, there's no such thing as a career-making accomplishment. The white media doesn't exist to inform. It never has. It exists to indoctrinate. And nowhere has that been more clear than in the white media's pathetic attempts to trot out some black tools to defend the national anthem. They figured if they could just drag out a few token Negroes who they paid to say the right lies, it would effectively nullify the growing black athletic swell of protest. And these tools are all being marched out to do their white masters' bidding at gunpoint. This is clear and obvious, and as I told you in my last video, sports stars are at best castrated icons, useful to an oppressive society because they are members of the oppressed, unable to speak out against oppression. And this thinly veiled racial coercion by the dominant society has been made quite clear. They tell black men daily that we better think twice before doing or saying anything that displeases the dominant society. They try to pretty it up, talk about how things are different now, etc., but we all know this is a lie. They and we realize nothing has changed, and that's the whole point. They know as well as we do that the national anthem celebrates slavery, and that's the entire point. To make black men accept a status quo that runs us into the ground daily. To see those who initiated a genocide against us and those who perpetuate it given places of honor in the society in which we reside, and to be told that we had better stand and salute them too. This is how a society breaks the spirit of those it wishes to keep enslaved, and that process of a necessity must be a perpetual one. Each new generation of slaves must be put through a psychological breaking process, a perverted mind bending. Every day we must reinforce that the slaves are to honor the slave masters and punish them when they don't. What do you think is being done when black children are made to go to schools without books or adequate facilities, but every day are told that they better stand and take the Pledge of Allegiance? Even Christians don't reavow their devotion to God 5 times a week. Jefferson, Washington, and Key may be dead, but their descendants are not, and neither is the white supremacist superstate that they brought into being through our slave labor. So long as they enjoy the spoils of our labor, so long as their race soldiers kill us without consequence, so long as the government that imprisoned us and slaughters us is not held to account, we recognize they are at war with us, and we will never stand for that. This is what the attempted and failed scandalizing of Colin Kaepernick is truly meant to achieve. To teach black people to know their place. Only white people are allowed to criticize the white government, don't you know? But the protests by black men have now spilled off of the playing fields and into the media arenas themselves. We've seen Charles Woodson, former NFL player who directly attacks Francis Scott Key and boldly points out the racial hypocrisy of mourning 9/11 while ignoring the wholesale slaughter of black citizens at the hands of the police. He excoriated the national anthem and explained why no one should stand for it. And he hasn't been the only one. Shannon Sharp has also given multiple takedowns of the national anthem. Jack Brewer, another former NFL player, took off his tap dancing shoes for a few minutes on the Fox Business Channel of all places, and while not properly excoriating the anthem, he did nonetheless support Colin Kaepernick outright, to the chagrin of Maria.
Hey, we can take his money and still turn him in and get some more money.
Back down when they attacked him. So even the sewer of Fox News has not been able to avoid hearing the truth from a black man. And have you noticed that not one white media outlet is trying to take these black men to task for their words? Not
you can take the offer, and then we can shoot them afterwards.
The white media is terrified to say a word about them. To do so would require them to talk about the fact that the guy who wrote the national anthem was a slave-owning white supremacist. And the more that is discussed, the worse the situation gets. They want this story to quiet down, to go away. But it keeps spreading and getting louder. Already they are plotting how to institute some new rules in the NFL to prevent these protests in the future. But that won't solve this problem. Even if the NFL were to decide today that none of the players can sit for the national anthem, the fact that former players are saying the anthem is wrong and the discussion this is provoked proves this will go on with or without. Suppose the players make it an issue that they won't renew their contracts unless the Star Spangled Banner is no longer played at their games. Think it far-fetched? Well, a month ago, it was far-fetched for a player to sit down, or for players to raise the black fist, or for them to take a knee during the national anthem. It only takes one black man who has the courage to stand or sit to get the ball rolling. A protest that has proven resistant to the standard defense from the dominant society. They've tried one pathetic straw man after the other, and each deflection only forces them closer to the issue. They can't stop it from being a story because every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday, on the world's biggest media stage, black men are protesting, and college athletes and high school kids as well. They can't cover this up, can't minimize it, can't move on to something else they would prefer to talk about, like, say, Bill Cosby. Some of these white supremacists in the media have tried the feeble dodge of saying that the black high school students protesting the national anthem don't realize what they're protesting. Never mind the fact that they never say anything about white children at Tea Party rallies, 6-year-olds holding up signs protesting Obamacare. Now, does anyone truly believe that a 6-year-old knows the first thing about the Affordable Care Act, or about how the federal government's budget is outlaid for health care? But the white media keeps saying these lies anyway. They don't have anywhere else to go. We've taken the control of the subject out of their hands, and that is what they fear. Today we're taking on a dead slave-holding songwriter. Tomorrow will be coming from the white media itself. Because the white media's efforts to dictate to the public what it should be thinking and doing regarding this issue have gone from the usual oblique hints to strong suggestions to, at this point, outright demands. And and they know it's a total lie. There is no other national anthem in all the history of the world which needed to have fully 3/4 of its content censored and scrubbed from public view merely to make it marginally palatable to decent people. And the majority of white people aren't willing to admit that there may be something wrong with that. At some point, white people will have to admit that there's something wrong with the Star-Spangled Banner, either by choice or by coercion. And while we're on the subject of black people's behavior, I want to comment on a disgusting trend that I've noticed among some black people since this combined affair started. A lot of black closet nationalists have begun to stick their heads up. People who we've never seen or heard a syllable of African interest from. Funny how that seems to happen at times like this. Let me go on record as saying that I will not tolerate any of the black people who had until recently not said a word about the national anthem or this country's institutions to suddenly decide they have a right to speak now. You cowards have been silent all this time, and you will remain silent. You go along to get along Negroes out of nowhere discover your black nationalism for a hot second, but only after other people have stood up and done the hard work of taking that initial stand. There's a reason that we in intelligent black society have had the courage to spit on the holidays and so-called heroes of the dominant society. We can only honor something that benefits us, and these animals have not. We can only honor something that we have chosen to honor, and black people have had no choice in the national anthem. A lot of black people thought we were being petty and off topic when we made an issue of not honoring the nation's songs, its flag, a dirty rag, or its presidents. To them, it was a side issue of little importance, or a trivial matter altogether. But these same people, now that they feel it's safe, are suddenly coming out of the woodwork and claiming that they didn't like the Star-Spangled Banner all along either. Black empowerment doesn't need fair-weather friends or Johnny-come-latelys. People too slow to understand how the pillars of warfare work are also too slow to be of any use to us. If you didn't have a problem with the national anthem yesterday, you damn sure won't decide that you have a problem with it now. The white media won't be let off the hook, nor will their black surrogates, and neither will the black cowards who wanted to play it safe. These bastards are waging war on us, and the only safe place in war is victory. Francis Scott Key was trash, plain and simple. End of story. He and his slave carols should be resigned to the trash bin of history. He should be regarded in the same company as Jefferson Davis, George Wallace, and David Duke. As should the Baltimore Sun. We in intelligent black society need to remember these white supremacist dead-enders holding their racist heirlooms in their cold, dead hands. The Star-Spangled Banner is an abomination, and we must call it such every chance we get. Do not ever stand for it. Do not ever allow it to be mentioned without reminding people what it truly is. Don't allow your children to stand for it. If any teacher, any school principal, or any function attempts to force you to stand or to otherwise honor the Star-Spangled Banner, then you sue them. The courts are a weapon that we have refused to use for too long. We've outsourced our legal defense to white liberals, and they have done nothing for us. Time for that to change. Anytime the white media or anyone in the society or any politician mentioned the national anthem or Francis Scott Key, you tell them that he was a slave owner. People don't know this, and it's our responsibility to ensure that they do. because a large part of the blame for the national anthem falls on us. We allowed white people to become comfortable with their bigotry. We've stopped teaching people that America's traditions are built on insulting and dehumanizing us, and only us. We don't teach that so much of vintage Americana is in fact based on denigrating black people. It wasn't until the 1960s that the Southern songs like I Wish I Was in Dixie were finally confronted in the society, and white Southerners had conniption fits about that too, because we've been silent on this. Had we exposed Francis Scott Key decades ago and demanded an end to the playing of his slave anthem, we wouldn't be fighting this battle today. And while I won't say this is a crucial fight, I do say it has merit and meaning, because white supremacy is largely promoted through its cultural institutions. When we take away their icons and traditions, we are undermining them. And to undermine white supremacy whenever and wherever we can should be a daily pursuit for us. No, banning the Star-Spangled Banner is not the end of the war, but it's part of the process. And for that reason alone, it's worthy of our effort. The time is over for white people to dictate to us whether we should be offended by their insults. And the time is over for us to allow these racist traditions to go on, because they always have. It's time to finally close the song book on the land of the creeps and the home of the depraved.
Tom, who are they? They're with me.
Let me go.
Tom, not to put too fine a point
And
on it.
I'll let you all
We
live.
really deep shit. Pardon the language.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the
We're
professor,
all
and
adults
this
here.
is the moment.
Sure as shit is shit.
I
They'll
originally
be
said
back
that
until
my
they
little
freed
series
Montez,
on
and we and every
reparations
decent
would
person
be
in this
three
town
parts.
is
I decided I
dead.
would put an epilogue on
You
it.
know what, Bob?
A large number of people in the comments have been noting that the government
I'm a man
owes
of many
reparations above all others, and you're absolutely right.
Thought long and
And
hard
although
about
the
a
government's
speech about
responsibility
ethics,
for and involvement in the slave trade goes
responsibility,
without saying,
about the rule of
nonetheless, it must be said.
Then I decided,
And when I say government, I'm not just talking about the U.S. government. I already told you about how you had states like the state of Louisiana that owned black people under their Department of Public Works in the early 19th century. So when we say government, we're talking about city, county, state, and federal. Because the states and a large number of cities also had their own laws and statutes and codes and ordinances that made it where they not merely enforced slavery but also profited from it. I mention that because I think there's a lot of people who downplay the importance, the significance, or even the necessity of making sure that individual states also have to be put on the hook for reparations, to fight for them at the state level. But keep in mind, it was the states who were enforcing slavery and benefited from it directly, so they're as responsible as the federal government. However, we do focus on the federal government because Congress has the power of the purse. The states can try to play the game of economic keep away by screaming, we just don't have the money, we don't have the ability to print our own money, so we just don't have it. The federal government, however, cannot. Now, we know that the U.S. federal government paid to make sure that black people were forced to build the White House and the Capitol building, among other landmarks in D.C. The overwhelming majority of America's first presidents owned slaves. We're talking about heads of government, and they owned slaves while they were in office, while they were in the White House. They did this. And that number becomes even greater if you count the presidents who had owned slaves at some point in their lives, including Ulysses S. Grant. As I've always told you, anti-black racism has always had bipartisan support. But the U.S. government's crimes against us did not end in 1865. When they passed the 13th Amendment, they left in a slavery loophole. All you have to do is look at the wording of the 13th Amendment. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except as a punishment for crime. That word except nullifies everything that came before it in the sentence. This is as blatant an admission as you could possibly get that the U.S. government's declared. John Q. Citizen can no longer own slaves, but Uncle Sam can. And Uncle Sam has. And they've also extended that to the powers of the state. The state and local governments can do the same thing. Slavery went from being a private sector institution to a public sector one.
This is a distinction without a difference. It becomes even more so when you look at the fact that it says, unless you've been duly convicted. Yeah, but who are the ones who actually prosecute the cases? Who are the judges who hear the cases? Who comprises the jury? Unless you guarantee that black people are not being singled out for prosecution, that the judges are not discriminating, and that the juries actually represent a jury of the accused peers and not just a bunch of white people who already just want to put away every black person they can. Unless you've done that, then no, there's no such thing as duly convicted. You're just getting railroaded, which of course is the entire point. So slavery never stopped. That's the first thing that we have to get straight here. The peculiar institution has always been around. Maybe it's been a little more peculiar than people expect because they watch a lot of movies and TV. But the effect is exactly the same, which is exactly what was intended. From the chain gangs to the prison industrial complex, slavery never ended. Not because I say so, but because the U.S. government says so. The same government who proposed financial recompense to our ancestors and then immediately broke their word. Now, of course, the white supremacists will try to claim that the 40 acres and a mule was never an act passed by Congress, so it's not binding, etc., etc. Well, in a moment, I'll show you some examples of laws passed by Congress that included black people and which the government still categorically ignored anyway. But even without the 40 acres and a mule, after the Civil War, black people began building. Soon there were black universities, townships, and banks. In many areas, black citizens were financially better off than their white neighbors. Because the federal government had troops in the cities to control the white supremacist mobs, and also the government stood behind the laws to prohibit the racists from impeding black political and economic progress. In other words, there was government force behind the laws passed after the Civil War. But that's not to say that the white government liked it. Within the first 5 years after the Civil War, black people had seats in the House of Representatives and even a senator. And that was at the federal level. At the state level, we had far more representation. But what exactly does that mean? What kind of authority did black people have in the post-Civil War period? As I've always said, black empowerment will not come into its own until we have the ability to punish the white supremacists and to exercise control over them. Well, here's an image for you, an engraving from 1878. This engraving is of an African-American constable in Virginia who's flogging a white woman for stealing a pair of shoes. This engraving dates from 1878. I want you to think about that. That's just 13 years after the American Civil War was over. A mere 7 years after the government passed the KKK Act of 1871. And you'll notice that what you have in this image is also a bunch of white men who are standing there watching this. I think it's safe to say that they certainly didn't approve, but by the same token, the law applies equally to everyone at this point. There are also federal troops to consider. So if you decide to yourself to maybe know about the fact that the law is being applied equally, well, the government's making sure that you're not able to change that. And that's what you call justice. And although certainly this was not the case throughout all the cities and townships and counties and states, the point is the fact that this was even happening for a whole lot of those white supremacists. They were looking and going, hold on, this racial equality thing's going far too far. These Negroes, they literally are the ones holding the whip. And they weren't the only ones who wanted to make sure that this growing black empowerment was stopped immediately, dead in its tracks. While it's true that Southern Democrats hated seeing black people able to compete, it's also true that the Northern Yankee didn't like it either. So starting in 1877, the white Northerners and white Southerners agreed that black progress had to be stopped and that they would work together to make sure it was stopped. The so-called Compromise of 1877 wasn't forced on the U.S. government. It was agreed to by both the white North and white South to make nice again with each other and reunite under the unifying principle of white supremacy. Anti-black racism. The government withdrew federal troops from the South. More than that, they also refused to enforce the laws that had been passed. That was deliberate, because although there would certainly be the most brutal expressions of anti-black violence in the South, the North also had its own sundown towns, racial segregation. It was as bad in places as Chicago and Detroit as it was in New Orleans or in Memphis. Moreover than that, now that the government made it very clear this is going to be national policy, it was understood by black people that you didn't have anybody to appeal to. The government made it very clear that they were taking sides, and the side that they were on was team white supremacy. Laws such as the KKK Act of 1871, which some of you have probably heard of being used in regards to the January 6th insurrections, those laws are on the books still being used today, and yet they've never been applied for the benefit of black people. The government was a complicit partner in the racial genocides that took place following the Reconstruction proceeding into the early decades of the 20th century. When white supremacist gangs began marauding across the country, destroying black townships, the U.S. government did nothing about it until the Tulsa Massacre. Its action in that case was to take sides with the white laws. The U.S. government made sure that the genocide every time they happened. Either they were actively helping to carry them out, or at the very least saying they were not going to do anything about it. That's complicit. That's the government taking part. And the government's anti-black and racist policies didn't stop in the 19th century. World War II was seen as an excellent opportunity to take the racial hierarchy and freeze it in place for at least another 100 years. Take, for instance, the GI Bill. The GI Bill was principally about three things: money for education, money for housing, and money to start a business for the GI returning from World War II. Black GIs, however, categorically denied all of these things. And it wasn't just a few of them, it was practically all of them. Now, the white media tried to play this game of, well, some black veterans were denied GI Bill benefits. That's a lie. Practically all of them were denied benefits. It wasn't just one or two of them. As far as housing went, the GI Bill got the returning white veterans low-interest loans with no money down. And keep in mind, this was back in the 1940s and 50s when houses didn't cost anywhere near what they do today, and it didn't require as much of your income as they do today. But more than that, the GI Bill's housing provision was specifically written to incentivize the building of new construction. As a bank, if you really wanted for Uncle Sam to cake you off, just make sure that that GI is asking for money to build a new home. This was the federal government putting its hand on the scales to make sure that there were going to be a baby boom and a boom in new housing. The first 2 years after the war, 40% of mortgages issued were guaranteed by the Veterans Administration. That's in the first 2 years after the war. 2 out of every 5 homes that had mortgages were being backed up by the Veterans Administration. By 1955, the VA was backing close to a third of housing starts. So 10 years after World War II was over, 30% of new housing was being backed by the federal government's Veterans Administration. But the question is, how many of those went to black people? The answer, practically none. You had redlining being carried out by the U.S. government. They were the ones who oversaw it. But for the white GIs, new subdivisions sprang up overnight. Suddenly you had new towns on the outskirts of major cities, places called suburbs. This wasn't because millions of people suddenly became rich. The housing boom wasn't because of all these people who suddenly got educated. The government paid for it. The government bought it for them. And as for black GIs, practically none of them were able to get any of these housing loans, any of these educational loans. They weren't able to get any of these business loans. And just in case a black GI did, the 1 or 2 of them who did manage to get one, no doubt much lower than what a white GI got. Or if a black family wanted to move into those suburbs, well, those areas had racial covenants in place that mandated that only white people could live in those areas. And even the places that didn't have openly racial covenants didn't need them because the banks were all on code and systematically denied black GIs housing loans. So for the brain-dead morons who tried to lie that, oh, the free market would certainly address this issue of the banks who do it in their self-interest, it's in their interest to write loans. No. There are people who, when it comes to white supremacy, that's more important to them than financial gain. I think it was Elliot Spitzer who said something to the effect of, the need to be able to discriminate against black people is more important to these people than profit motive. So no, I'm afraid it's not about green, it is all about black and white. So the same way that we saw targeted policies aimed at black people in the 19th century to deprive us of what little wealth we were trying to accumulate in the 20th century, they turbocharged it. Understand that the creation of the suburbs and their racial makeup were not accidents. They were planned. They were the result of massive amounts of funding by the federal government, who made sure that black people, whose tax money went to build those enclaves, would be excluded. The black veterans whose sacrifice won the war were denied the very benefits that their sacrifice made possible. Of course, the same thing went for businesses as well. The Department of Veterans Affairs categorically refused to give loans to black GIs. So if you were a white GI coming back from World War II, you had your education, your home, and your first business all paid for by the federal government. The white middle class was not some natural phenomenon. And no matter what it is that white people in America may say, it was not the result of hard work, dint, and industry. It was handed to them because they were classified as white. This was the result of policy, racial policy, as were the black ghettos. The suburbs and the slums were both an invention of the U.S. government's policies. The suburbs and the yuppies were created out of whole cloth by a federal government who selectively put funds into white people's hands and selectively kept it out of black people's hands. And you had a white media going right along with it, ignoring it if they could, but if not, doing everything they could to justify it. The wealth that we had generated for hundreds of years was confiscated from us and redistributed to everyone except for us. And it happened again in the 20th century. They confiscate our tax dollars and redistribute the wealth that we generate to everyone except for ourselves and make laws prohibiting us to be able to have the benefits of our own earnings. No business loans, no low-interest housing loans, no access to institutions of higher learning. The only policy they had for us was redlining. The banks were merely the administrators of it. The banks were carrying out a government policy, no different than the railroads in the 19th century, who the government gave loans to and helped them get funding by taking out bonds on behalf of those banks. The government were the ones who wanted the railroads. The white bankers and businessmen who owned the rail lines were merely carrying out the government's policy. Now, starting around the late 1960s, basically at the end of the Civil Rights Movement, where there was this idea that all of these rowdy black folks need to be displaced all over again. So we started seeing gentrification, which was being carried out with huge amounts of government money as well. White supremacists whine all the time about the so-called Great Replacement. I don't know about you, but I haven't seen any white people disappearing. That racist who lives up the block from you or works on your job, he hasn't been replaced. He's still the same jerk he always is. He hasn't gone anywhere. That talking point is not the result of any anxiety about what might happen. They're looking at their own behavior and projecting it onto us. There was already a great replacement, and it happened to black people in cities like Detroit, Chicago, Los Angeles, and New York. As a case study, take the former township of Lennon, Georgia. You had a black community which, by the 1960s, 60% of the residents owned their own land. But the land was seized by the city of Athens, Georgia, and handed over to the University of Georgia. They basically paid practically nothing for it. The residents didn't get really much of anything for it. Now, the white media will try to claim, well, the city did give them some kind of payment, but what the white media conveniently leaves out is that the money wasn't enough for them to buy a home. They paid them well below fair market value, especially for a site that's about to become a lot more valuable. And considering that this was at a time when houses didn't cost what they do today, you know this was an act of highway robbery. The black families of Lennon largely wound up either in public housing or having to move out of the city altogether. The single most important material possession necessary for generational wealth is land ownership. That's the single most important one. To take someone's land and then give them a pittance for it, that is to deliberately impoverish them. But the white supremacists in Athens, Georgia, and the University of Georgia couldn't have done it alone. Under the federal government's urban renewal program, cities and colleges were empowered to take property in what was called slum clearance. The University of Georgia and the Athens city government simply took lots and then burned them to the ground. This is why way back in We're All Detroiters Now, I was the one who coined the phrase gentrification as ethnic cleansing American style. Please understand that these were not the messy excesses of government policy. These were not the externalities of otherwise race-neutral policies, the forced exodus of black people from the South at the turn of the 19th century, and the current forced black flight out of the major cities of the North has been going on unabated for 150 years. This was the plan all along. It wasn't an accident. And this stuff didn't happen merely because the U.S. government was off twiddling its thumbs. It happened because the U.S. government was overseeing it. The U.S. government was carrying this out. So any way you want to slice it, the biggest perpetrators of slavery and the crushing anti-black racism that's followed has been the government at all levels. And we're going to make it clear that we're not accepting any excuses. And we're not accepting any half measures either. You can keep your apologies. We didn't ask for apologies and we don't need it. That's not what we demanded. The only thing you can do for us is what you should have done 500 years ago. Cut the check. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Mouse, Ricky Davis, Christopher Ellis, Lavinia Lewis, and E. Juice Jones. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening.
Marshal. Yep. That bastard is holed up tight as he could be. I've already had 2 men shot since last we spoke.
That's too bad. Luckily, I brought in the cavalry, so to speak.
You have, huh?
Yes. My associates. What's more, I think I found a way of ensuring they don't get themselves shot.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of
Teddy
truth.
Brown is a bad man.
These days, there's an enormous debate about fixing and updating the United States' decrepit infrastructure. But understand that when we're talking about infrastructure, that means a heck of a lot more than just roads. Bridges, waterways, railroads, docks and piers, airports, power plants, irrigation, pipes, power lines, communications, and more. But for the sake of this discussion, we're going to limit infrastructure mostly to what we think of as transportation systems, specifically railroads, because aside from steamships, railroads were a primary means of transportation during chattel slavery and helped to revolutionize the profits of the slavery industry. When it came to railroads and even steam engines, the slave South had the industrial North beat by a country mile, several hundred miles to be honest. Walter Johnson, in his book River of Dreams, Slavery and Empire in the Cotton Kingdom, wrote that steam engines were more prevalent on the Mississippi River than in New England. Slave labor for cotton and other commodities made steamships a profitable business. Slave owners would often rent out black people to be labor.
Hold on, I got you. Don't die.
Now we have a form of transportation that was far faster than a steamboat and wasn't bound by waterways. It could go directly to its destination. Southern slave owners were the main stockholders and directors of many railroad companies. The South became a place where railroad building boomed, building some of the earliest and longest rail lines in the U.S. In the beginning, the railroad rented slaves, but before long, railroads began buying slaves themselves outright. Wachovia gave a feeble apology for one of the banks that had acquired Georgia Railroad and Banking Company, which owned at least 162 black people as slaves. Railroads were built with black labor and paid for with slave bonds. One estimate places over 10,000 black people being forced to build the railroads every year. It was a so.
Hold on, don't die. I'm coming. Don't die.
Railroads become more valuable, which incentivizes the building of more railroads and so forth.
I got to back up. Go.
So much of the ties between slavery and the colonies in Louisiana, we're going to use them as a case study. Louisiana State University's website features a thesis paper written by social scientist and historical scholar Merle Elwin Reed in 1957. The great thing about Reed's research is that he uses practically all primary sources. That means that he had to get the original records from the railroad companies themselves and from the state legislature. We'll start with the New Orleans and Nashville Railroad. We already know the railroads began using slave labor practically from the moment they laid down the first lines in the 1830s. Now, the guys who planned the railroads in the South were usually plantation owners or merchants adjacent to the plantations, who were trying to figure out more efficient ways to move the slave-derived cargo. But there's no railways or anything else unless somebody pays for it. And who paid for the railroads? Federal, state, and local. In the early 15th century, there was an iron tariff in place by the U.S. Congress to help protect the Pennsylvania steel industry from foreign steel manufacturing competition. But in order to encourage industrialization, in 1832, the U.S. Congress granted a special tariff waiver to iron used for railroad lines. This was a big help to the railroads like the ones in New Orleans, because without that waiver, the railroad in New Orleans had to pay $7 a ton for steel prices, as opposed to the $50 a ton that they could get it for on the English. That's an almost 75% savings.
God damn it.
So right from the jump, the U.S. Congress altered tax policy to benefit one industry in specific. Can you think of any time that Congress did that for black people? I'll wait. This is what Jason Black means when he says a key practice of white supremacy is picking and choosing winners. They want to decide who the winners will be. They don't leave it up to chance. With the Congressional Act, the railroad industry was insulated from having to pay the same price for iron as every other business in the country. But that wasn't all. Normally, whenever someone wants to start a corporation, they have to get stockholders together. Well, the good old boys down in Bayou Land were never savvy businessmen, so naturally they had trouble finding gullible fools with more money than sense. So they went to the New Orleans City Council, who the railroad had conveniently reserved 5,000 shares for, just in case the city wants to get any action. I'm sure that's just a coincidence.
Goddamn.
Railroad has
Some bitch.
their stock and issue bonds based on it. The New Orleans City Council agreed, ponying up bonds to the tune of $500,000. Now keep in mind, that was in the early 1930s, so adjusted for inflation, it would be a hell of a lot more today. But even a big infusion of cash like that wasn't enough. These would-be railroad magnates wanted to go to New York or even to Europe to seek investors, but they already knew that neither Wall Street nor the English went to Louisiana's state legislature, who eagerly gave them the money. The Louisiana legislature decided to underwrite these railroads and began issuing bonds based on the credit of the state. So the legislature put the taxpayer on the hook if these guys failed to pay their investors. Of course, if you're going to build a railway, you'll need someone to survey the area that the railroad route will run through and to determine materials and costs. Fortunately, the state legislature paid for that too. As Merle Reed put it, free surveys were a boon to the railroads because qualified engineers were scarce and their services costly. But even that was just the beginning of the help that the railroads got from the state. The legislature authorized loans to be given to the railroads. The state and local governments also granted the rail lines monopolies on routes. But in addition to bonds, loans, and monopolies, the state also gave the railroads long-term tax exemptions, rights of way through state land, and the power of eminent domain over private property. Even the federal government got in on the act, with the U.S. engineers performing a survey for the West Feliciana Railroad and granting other public land and rights of way. Merle Reed documents that in 1833, the Louisiana legislature created a board of public works who owned their own gangs, plural, gangs of Negro laborers owned by the state. As Reed writes in the footnotes, in 1833, the purchase of 150 Negro laborers was authorized for use in public works projects. When these laborers were not employed by the state, they were hired to internal improvement companies. Keep in mind, this thesis was written in 1957, but even then, they were very careful to try to minimize the use of the word slave as much as they could, instead saying laborers. Well, a laborer implies that there was some sort of bargain between the person working and the person who hires them. It implies that the person working has a choice. When you buy someone, that's not a laborer, that's a slave. And when Reed writes that they were hired to internal improvement companies, well, the slaves weren't hired, they were lent out. And internal improvement companies means private interests like the railroads, which the Louisiana Board of Public Works also invested in on behalf of the state. And as if all that wasn't enough, as if the state giving loans to the railroads and buying bonds to help them out, and the state also giving them tax exemptions and all the rest of it wasn't enough, there were some railroads in Louisiana, such as the New Orleans and Carrollton Company, who were authorized by the state to conduct banking activities for themselves. So all the money that the state of Louisiana gave them wasn't enough. Instead, on top of that, let these guys quadruple and quintuple dip, and let these guys just become banks. And what, pray tell, did the railroads do with all this money they were getting? In 1835, the corporate directors of the New Orleans and Nashville Railroad purchased a number of slaves in anticipation of labor shortages the following year. Merle Reed writes that the Pontchartrain Railroad Company frequently hired slave labor and began buying slaves in 1833. They started off with 11, and 2 years later they increased that to 22. This is how the railroads began, and keep in mind, Louisiana wasn't the only one. They actually used what they saw in other states as a model for what they did. What was going on in Louisiana was going on all over the South. You look at other railroads, such as the Western and Pacific Railroad in Georgia, these guys were the ones who basically had a large part to do with the establishment of the city of Atlanta. Reason for that was the place that we call Atlanta today was actually the end of the Western and Atlantic Railroad. By the way, on a side note, the Western and Atlantic Railroad was owned by the state of Georgia. This is so-called capitalism in the United States. This is the so-called invisible hand of the free market. Does this look very invisible to you?
Hell no.
These railroads were not being set up for the use of the general public. They were being set up so private businessmen could create industry for themselves and pocket the money for themselves. And the state used the taxpayers' coffers to hand these guys money and anything else they wanted. Who needs stockholders when you're being funded by the state? William Thomas writes that the South pursued railroad expansion as fast as the North, laying as many miles of track in the 1850s as the Midwest, and even exceeding the pace of construction in much of the North. William Thomas also writes that by the 1850s, the railroad companies could be counted among the largest slaveholders in their regions. He cites the South Carolina Railroad's 1857 annual report, which documented that the company owned 57 black people as slaves, and that in 1859, it almost doubled that number to 90. Meanwhile, the Virginia Central Railroad owned 35 black men. And how much benefit did the railroads get from all the slaves they owned? In his book, Rethinking the Civil War Era, Paul S. Scott writes that by 1860, the South's railroad network was one of the most extensive in the world, and nearly all of it had been constructed by less expensive slave labor. I want you to think about that, because whenever people try to envision the great railroad systems, the Deep South doesn't come to mind, but that's mainly because part of how white supremacy works is you drop things down the memory hole. William Thomas added that the railroad's demand for black slave labor was so high that they caused the price of slaves to go up throughout the entire region. Now imagine that. The railroads caused a slave shortage because that's how many black people that they were forcing to work for them. But then there was the question of how much revenue did the state get for their railroads. Raw cotton made up more than half the nation's exports in the first 6 decades of the 19th century. That's between 1800
Hold on, don't die.
And all of it was grown by slaves.
Don't die.
Industry in New York expanded rapidly, especially after the 1830s. Yeah, after those southern states got serious about putting their railroads.
Don't die. Almost there.
Rapidly after the 1830s.
Don't die.
Indeed. Now,
Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die.
Black labor that laid the railroads, who laid the vast majority of
Let's go.
That's important because when someone tries to tell you that the Irish or the Chinese built the railroads, that's simply not true. The Irish didn't do any efficient.
You think you're sneaking around?
Even then, they weren't a majority of railroad workers. As for the Chinese, their laborers were limited mostly to the Transcontinental Railroad, and they didn't show up to work on that until the 1860s. That's That's nearly 2 generations after black people had already built the crisscrossing network of rail lines across the South and in the East. The Transcontinental Railroad began in Sacramento, way out west. Even the History Channel's own website had to cop to that one. The Chinese laborers were almost entirely in the West. Black labor, on the other hand, was what built the rest of the country's rail lines. There's this effort on to rewrite the history books and to erase black people to claim that everyone was equally involved in the building of the country, and everyone was more or less here at the same time. And
that means goodbye. Hey, so Russian, you're down with American black people getting their financial reparations, right? Right. Come here, fuck. Punk ass bitch. Give me your fucking forehead. Yeah, I don't like this. Come here, you little bitch. Trying to hide behind the fucking fence. Come here. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die.
Black people who built the roads, who built the streets, who built the nation's capital, who were the ones who actually built the railroads, there would have been no country to the Irish or the Chinese.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
And they all wanted to get in here because of the opportunities that existed. Who made those opportunities possible? Black people's relentless, uncompensated labor was what made all of that wealth possible. It couldn't have been the Irish or the Chinese or the Germans or any of the rest of them because they weren't here, certainly not in appreciable numbers. As with the rest of the
want to hide behind motherfucking corners on people. Come here. Come here. Give me your motherfucking forehead.
Candy dancer, but you probably don't know what it means. Candy dancers were the black men who worked on the railroads were called, specifically the black men who performed the maintenance on the railroads. Trains are enormously heavy, and they're
make sure you get covered
all the time. This causes the railroad lines to become deformed over time. So what happened was the railroads needed black men to go out there and literally
don't kill them, just hog time.
The term Gandhi
can't kill them.
Comes from the Gandhi Manufacturing Company of Chicago. That was the company who supplied hand tools for the railroad workers. And as for the dancer part, that was because the black railroad workers had to move in unison in order to push those steel rail lines back into shape. Oftentimes, they would work to a song. One member of the road crew would act as the lead, usually singing some song that would establish the rhythm of the work. And they weren't doing it just for entertainment purposes either. In order to maximize the amount of force the black men could exert on steel, they had to push or pull with pinpoint precision. The lead man singing established the exact rhythm that would allow them to do this back-breaking work for hours a day. So not only did black men build America's railroads, they also maintained them too. And it stands testament to how strong these men were that even when they were elderly, they were still able to demonstrate how they pulled the rail lines back.
Bring your bitch ass over here.
At a point when most men their age are either in a rocking chair or a wheelchair, these men are demonstrating work that they did decades ago, showing that even the rail lines weren't strong enough to break a black man's back. Pretty much the only jobs that black men were prohibited at that time to have any part in was being a conductor on the train, but other than that, black men did practically everything else. Black people were also forced to build a number of the piers, docks, and ports of the United States. And it should be noted that a number of those rail lines and ports and docks are still in use to this very day. And just as with the banks, a number of those railroads wound up either being gobbled up or merged with some other rail lines or some other business, a few of whom are still around in some form or another to the very present. There were a lot of entities at all levels who were making a killing every single day off of the enslavement of our people and the free labor that we were forced to produce. So while they were riding the railroad, we were the ones being railroaded.
Hey, you might want to move your horse like off the track. Hey, dude.
It's time that all of these
hey, famous Ace, move your horse away from the track, dude.
Just derailed. Good day.
No, move your horse away from the track.
I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Mandisa, out for the price of a ticket. So in other words, it's business as usual for Harvard. And that's not all. Almost exactly 1 year ago, Harvard's own Peabody Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology dis. Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Way back when I used to do videos regarding ancient Kemet, I pointed out that the fictional field of Egyptology was started on various colleges and universities, and it was part of the ideology of white supremacy to invent ways to validate itself. Now, this love affair by America's Ivy League with anti-black racism didn't just start in the late 19th century. The richest and most prestigious schools in the world, right here in the United States, were founded on anti-black racism and funded by chattel slavery. Now, obviously, we're not going to be doing an exhaustive rundown of that IB here for the next couple of weeks. Instead, we're going to pick a couple of examples, the two most prestigious and richest schools in the world, Harvard and Yale. We'll start with Harvard. At least two of the presidents of Harvard University were slave owners, and one of them, Benjamin Wadsworth, had his slaves living on the campus of Harvard. Harvard only recently put up a plaque acknowledging this fact, but only after the students put pressure on them to do so. John Hancock, one of the founders of the United States, was a Harvard graduate. He owned between 2,000 and 3,000 slaves. Of course, the apologist for white supremacy always said, well, he inherited them from his uncle. So what? That's how Thomas Jefferson got his slaves. Same for George Washington. Barack Obama bragged that he went to Harvard Law School and became the first black editor of the Harvard Law Review. Well, that explains in part why Obama interviewed prominent black people. Harvard's law school was built in 1817 from funds given to them by Isaac Royal Jr. Isaac Royal Jr. came from a family of slave owners. Isaac Royal's family were in the slave trade before he was even born. Not only were they selling black people, but they also had their little plantations. So as part of his will, he made sure that Harvard University had some land and some funds that they could use to build themselves a law school. Yeah, that way they could train the next generation of white supremacists. Now, I'm sure you've seen this photograph. We all have. Whenever a TV program or documentary dealing with slavery comes on, this man's photo is usually presented. If there's some book that deals with antebellum slavery in the United States, the odds are good that this man's photograph is going to show up. His name was Renty. He was enslaved on the plantation of Colonel Thomas Taylor in Columbia, South Carolina. Our ancestors were forced to do all manner of degrading things, and this was one of them. There are, as many of you know, other photos of Renty and other enslaved black people, including Renty's own daughter, but I'm not going to be showing them. What you need to know about is the story behind it. Do you know how this photograph and the others came to be? Because in 1850, Harvard University commissioned this photo and the others. They did it on behalf of one of their professors, Louis Agassiz. This man was a zoologist, and under white supremacy, there's no white man who's so unqualified that he can't be allowed to give his opinion about black people. He was a proponent of polygenesis, the idea that black and white people have separate origins and hence are separate species altogether. As a faculty member in the Ivy League, Agassiz understood it was Harvard's mission to prove the superiority of the white race and the inferiority of black people. So he asked that a set of pictures be taken of black people undressed. This was done on behalf of Harvard University, who, by the way, still possesses those photos. And it wasn't done for a history course, but for a biology course, specifically to push the idea that black people are inherently inferior, for reasons. The Ivy League schools are where the doctrines of black physical and mental inferiority began. And they're also the main ones pushing it to this very day. It's where the white supremacists work to give their crackpot theories an air of legitimacy by using or even inventing academic-sounding language. It's one of white supremacy's favorite ploys. Use $10 words to try to dupe people into thinking that their blatant anti-black racism somehow is intellectual. This is what Harvard University is about. One of Renty's descendants went to court to force Harvard to give the photos of her ancestors to their family, but the courts declared that they belong to Harvard. Harvard makes money off these photos, by the way. They use them on the covers of their brochures. After the lawsuit, Harvard declared that they were going to be making the photos more accessible to the public. No doubt for the price of a ticket. So in other words, it's business as usual for Harvard. And that's not all. Almost exactly 1 year ago, Harvard's own Peabody Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology discovered that they had the remains of enslaved black people among their collections. Sure, they just now figured that out. And I'm sure that all of the uprisings and black people holding racist institutions to account didn't have anything to do with Harvard suddenly discovering, man, we got the remains of these enslaved black folks in our possession. They didn't figure it out until now. They didn't even know about it until now. Yeah, right. And Yale, of course, was no better. Yale University is named after Elihu Yale. Now, he wasn't the founder of it, but it was named after him because of his generous donations to it. White media makes it a point to hide behind the lie that there's no evidence that Elihu Yale ever owned slaves, as if that makes his being in the slave trade less reprehensible. As governor of Fort St. George, he oversaw and authorized the sale of hundreds of people. And for a man who apparently had all manner of reservations about slavery, he sure didn't have a problem having portraits of himself painted alongside enslaved black people and making sure they were featured prominently. Because that's how the white supremacists of old showed the world that they had arrived, that they owned people. For a man who allegedly didn't own any slaves, he sure did seem proud of being seen with them. So to say that Elihu Yale never owned slaves would be like saying Osama bin Laden never made a bomb or never hijacked an airplane. Elihu Yale was born in 1649, long before the U.S. was founded. He came from a prosperous family. His father was a merchant in Boston. But apparently he must not have liked the weather because Yale's father took the family back to their native Britain. Elihu Yale never set foot in the Americas again, though after a lifetime of enslaving, pillaging, and plundering, he decided to become a benefactor of sorts to a school in New Haven, Connecticut called the Collegiate School of Saybrook. He sent a donation of books to the school in 1718. Noted Harvard graduate and slave owner Cotton Mather wrote to Yale, telling him that if he sent another gift, albeit larger this time, they could be influenced to name a school after him. Yale could take a hint, so he sent more books. A picture of the British dictator King George and textiles from the East Indies. The people in Connecticut sold the donations for cash, giving them 800 pounds, which they used to construct a building which they named after Yale. So if you ever wondered where the American tradition of schools naming their buildings after rich donors comes from, now you know. Yale finally kicked the bucket in 1721, and in 1745, the people at Saybrook, changed the name of their little community college to Yale University. Of course, Yale University's connection with slavery didn't end with Elihu Yale. Yale's own website had to admit that the university's Connecticut Hall was built by slaves. But it didn't end there. In the early 18th century, the Colonial Assembly of Connecticut gave the tax revenue they generated from slave-produced sugar cane to Yale University. Yale used the money to fund the school and to construct a number of their early buildings. So Yale University was literally built with money from the slave trade, and it was the state who gave it to them. There were also a lot of slave owners connected to the school, including half of its founding trustees. One of Yale's most famous school presidents, Timothy Dwight IV, was a slave owner. He was also a mentor to a large number of other pro-slavery fanatics, including John C. Calhoun. John Calhoun became a senator and then vice president of the United States. He also owned about 80 black people as slaves. Now, you don't hear much of anything about old John Calhoun, and that's because the white media can't portray him as being conflicted over slavery. You know, the usual line of BS that they bring up whenever talking about some slave owner. They can't do the usual, well, his relationship with slavery was complicated. He was a complicated man. No, John Calhoun was as straightforward and simple about slavery as it comes. He delivered a pro-slavery speech to the U.S. Senate on February 6, 1837, in which he declared, "Abolition and the Union cannot coexist. As the friend of the Union, I openly proclaim it, and the sooner it is known, the better. We of the South will not, cannot surrender our institutions. To maintain the existing relations between the two races inhabiting that sector of the Union is indispensable to the peace and happiness of both. It cannot be subverted without drenching the country in blood and extirpating one or the other of the races. Be it good or bad, slavery has grown up with our society and institutions, and is so interwoven with them that to destroy it would be to destroy us as a people. But let me not be understood as admitting, even by implication, that the existing relations between the two races in the slave-holding states is an evil. Far otherwise. I hold it to be a good, as it has thus far proved itself to be to both, and will continue to prove so if not disturbed by the fell spirit of abolition. Never before has the black race of Central Africa, from the dawn of history to the present day, attained a condition so civilized and so improved, not only physically but morally and intellectually. I may say with truth that in few countries so much is left to the share of the laborer, and so little exacted from him. It would be a miracle if he was saying that with a straight face, craggy and crooked as his is. Anyway, he continued saying, compare his condition, talking about our ancestors, with the tenants of the poor houses in the more civilized portions of Europe. Look at the sick and the old and infirm slave on one hand, in the midst of his family and friends, under the kind superintending care of his master and mistress, and compare it with the forlorn and wretched condition of a pauper in the poorhouse. I turn to the political, and here I fearlessly assert that the existing relation between the two races in the South forms the most solid and durable foundation on which to rear free and stable political institutions. It is useless to disguise the fact. There is and always has been an advanced stage of wealthy civilization.
Yeah, because you're gonna put me to fucking sleep. Never fucking knockout pussy in that fucking was.
Exempts us from the disorders and
Straight knock the nigga the fuck out.
This is what one of Yale University's most celebrated and revered graduates said to the U.S. Senate. He said the slave plantations solved the conflict between labor and capital. That's what he was saying. People have arguments about conflicts between labor and capital today. John Calhoun said we found the answer. But it's what he said before that I think is even more important. He says that the enslavement of black people is the most solid and durable foundation for a free and stable political institution. That's important for you folks out here who keep talking all this idiocy about democracy and preserving institutions and such. John Calhoun explained what America's political structures are built on. They're built on your black back. Black subjugation is the foundation upon which the United States rests. It's not a bug, it's a feature. It's not the messy excesses of freedom. This is what it's all about. This is the game. Keep black people oppressed. Because the sick, degenerate mentality of John Calhoun wasn't limited just to him. This is the indoctrination that the Ivy League schools give to their graduates in the present day. They just don't say it as bluntly as Calhoun did. And then you wonder why Barack Obama twiddles his thumbs and that's what I can do. Why is it that the Democrats make it a point that I don't do anything that black people says? Why? That would bring down the Republic. This is why black people cannot afford to let white liberals tell us that our problem is a class problem. The people with money in this country, they don't look at white people the same way they look at black folks. Calhoun didn't propose that his solution should be enforced against white people, just black people. So what does that tell you? His solution wasn't a class issue, it was a racial one. And that keeping black people oppressed was the best way to perpetuate and reinforce their political institutions. He made it very clear that this is about more than just money. It's about more than just a white racist feeling superior. Oppressing black people is the foundation upon which Western civilization rests. Black oppression is what makes this country's political institutions stable. If black people are able to change their condition, then that threatens not just the slave owners, but the entire system. Now, I want you to think about all of the Yale and Harvard graduates that you got in the U.S. government and corporate America. Everything from entertainment to all these little schools and such. These guys claim to have all kinds of differing ideas when it comes to society, politics, the arts, and such. But when it comes to black people, they're all in lockstep about that. because anti-black racism was not merely part of their education, it was the totality of it. Yale and their graduates have been taught for hundreds of years that the best way to have free and stable political institutions is anti-black racism. The way to eliminate the conflict between labor and capital is not to pay more or to have better working conditions, but to dehumanize black people who do the work and define them as being less than human. Now I can hear the white supremacist troll or the bootlick saying now, but you can't directly connect John Calhoun's anti-black racism to Yale. That was just him ranting in front of the Congress. You can't actually say that Yale approved of that. Actually, I can. In 1933, Yale built the Calhoun College, and they decorated it with stained glass windows, one of which depicted Calhoun standing with an enslaved black man kneeling before him in shackles. Another of the stained glass images showed black people toiling in the cotton fields. This is no exaggeration. This is what Yale University put on the windows of their Calhoun College. This was not a choice by some architect. This is what Yale wanted there. Yale had those images up for decades until a few years ago when a black Yale alumni made them remove the panels showing the black man shackled and kneeling in front of Calhoun. Now, they left the part about Calhoun. They left that up. They just said, okay, we'll go ahead and remove the black man from there, but we'll keep the rest of it. Later on, a black man who worked there broke the window showing the plantation scene. Yale tried to clean it up and explain after the fact and say, well, they had planned to remove that image all along themselves. Yeah, sure they did. Now understand something. John Calhoun didn't build that college. He was already dead and roasting in hell long before that college was built. It was the white supremacists who run Yale who were the ones who decided to build a monument to him. They knew exactly what he was about, because it's exactly what they're about. And if black people hadn't put pressure on Yale, they'd still have up pictures of shackled black men kneeling in front of slave owners. Those images were an expression of philosophy on Yale's part, not just the racists who built that thing back in the 30s, but for the school who allows it to be there to the present day. But Yale's involvement with anti-black racism goes way beyond just some racist politicians and artwork. Yale is not just connected to the eugenics movement. Yale University was one of the main backers of it. Yale's own website admits that the American Eugenics Society was started at Yale. It was a Yale faculty member who thought it up, and at least 3 Yale faculty members were on its board. Though the Yale website conveniently leaves out who these members are, and they don't say where you can find the information either. Yale pats itself on the back for confronting its historical involvement with slavery, but they only give fragments of information. A partial confession isn't a confession at all. It just goes to show never send a white supremacist pseudo-academic to do a professor's job. The American Eugenics Society was founded at Yale University in 1926. Irving Fisher, a Yale faculty member who taught economics at the school, was the one who thought it up. He was a die-hard white supremacist, obsessed with racial purity, particularly being pure from black people. Prior to the American Eugenics Society, Fisher had helped to found the Race Betterment Foundation in 1914. By the way, the man who co-founded the Race Betterment Foundation with Fisher and provided him with the money is a name that you'll probably readily recognize. John Henry Kellogg. Yes, that Kellogg's. In fact, John Kellogg is credited with having invented the baking process for turning the flat sheets of dough into flakes. In other words, he's credited with being the inventor of breakfast cereal. So maybe Tony the Tiger's motto should be, "They're racist." On a side note, John Kellogg was also an alleged doctor who ran a sanitarium, believe it or not, where he pioneered all manner of groundbreaking therapies, including electric current administered to the eyeballs and the 15-quart edible. I'm not making that last part up. That was one of his ideas, to run 15 quarts of water through someone's colon to cleanse it. I don't know if this Kellogg guy ran the sanitarium or if he escaped from it, but I want you to understand, these are the guys who were the main proponents of eugenics in the United States, the main ones running around talking about bettering the race, mostly by giving them inferior people. This is the kind of stuff that these guys were into. Anyway, back to Kellogg's unindicted co-conspirator, Irving Fisher. Fisher was heavily involved in the eugenics movement and attended the Eugenicist International meetings. He was the one who proposed the creation of the American Eugenics Society, and he knew just the place that it should be headquartered, at his place of employment, Yale University. So understand, it was a Yale-educated economist who was the most gung-ho to spread the idea of black people being the inferior. Now, you understand that Fisher was an economist. John Calhoun's statements about labor and capital take on a deeper meaning, don't they? Another Yale faculty member, Dean Winternitz, who was the dean of Yale's medical school, was also a founding member of the American Eugenics Society. Ellsworth Huntington was a geography professor at Yale from 1907 until 1917. About 15 years later, he became president of the board of the American Eugenicist Society. This is what Yale University did. The doctrines of anti-black racism, it was not just a matter of one or two fuzzy-headed academics who were there. It wasn't just one or two professors. These guys wanted to make it where their schools were going to be the central hub. It was going to be the core of the eugenics movement. It wasn't born out of some political movement. It wasn't born in some church or some political party. It came out of the universities. These guys knew that there would be absolutely no opposition to them setting up a eugenics society on the school campus, precisely because that was the mission of the Ivy League schools. And not only were they obsessed with making sure that they spread and promoted the ideals of anti-black racism, but they also were hell-bound and determined that black people were never going to be able to set up institutions of their own. In the early 19th century, a collection of free black leaders attempted to establish a college for colored youth in New Haven, and they were fought by both the city and by Yale University. As Yale's own website admits, the proposed college met overwhelming resistance from the Yale and New Haven communities, including prominent Yale faculty and alumni. Opponents argued that a new black college would harm the city's existing institutions, including Yale and a school for women. As one resolution against the building of the school put it, the establishment of a college in the same place to educate the colored population is incompatible with prosperity. Of course, these few examples that I give you from Harvard and Yale barely even skim the surface of the Ivy League's mountain of crimes. But again, I'll be here till next week if I try to do something that's even halfway exhaustive. The relevant question, in fact, the entire reason that I wanted to single out the Ivy League schools for the Who Owes Us Reparations series, is how much money did these slave-owning institutions reap from their anti-black racism? Well, it made Harvard University the wealthiest school on the planet. Harvard University's endowment is now valued at $53.2 billion. That's billion with a B. Harvard University takes the money they get from tuitions and donors and such, and they invest it in the stock market. They're not a school, clearly. They're an investment house masquerading as a school. And Yale's endowment comes in second place with a mere $42.3 billion. So understand that anti-black racism, chattel slavery didn't just make the Ivy League schools financially stable. It didn't just make them rich, it enabled them to become unbelievably wealthy. And what have these schools done with all that ill-gotten money? They use it to justify the dehumanization and segregation and oppression of black people. Their alumni went to high office, and they used the prestige of the university to write laws and to push policies meant to dehumanize and to marginalize black people out of existence. And it's not just the Ivy League, of course. University of Virginia is racist as hell. How could it not be? It was founded by Thomas Jefferson. The school had black slaves who were forced to labor there. How can a school claim to be a place that values knowledge above all else when the guy who founded it wouldn't even own up to the children he had by the woman that he raped for 30 years? Because white supremacy has no principles other than power. And just to show you how all of this stuff is interconnected, last week we were talking about the railroads, you recall. You might have heard of the name Cornelius Vanderbilt. He was a railroad and shipping magnate. He was also a slave owner. And he used his money to found Vanderbilt University. The first chancellor of Vanderbilt, Landon Garland, was a slave owner and lectured around the country that black people were inherently inferior and slavery was the biggest favor ever done for black people, and had made black people, quote, serviceable to himself and to the world, and elevated and improved socially, morally, intellectually, and physically. Gee, I have to wonder, did John Calhoun write that for him? Whenever one of these white supremacist scumbags claims that slavery did all these favors for black people and did them all that good, your first response should be, if slavery was so beneficial, why didn't white people make it exclusively for themselves? And just like Harvard and Yale, Vanderbilt also has a building named after those various slave owners and Confederate figures. But this is just one or two examples of who the United States educational system was founded by. The individuals who the most prestigious schools in the nation were started by and staffed by, what ideas it is that they promote. This is why America's Ivy League universities are so eager to hire people like Amy Chua and to put them on every board and committee that the school's got. This is why the think tanks have such an easy time finding some Princeton or Columbia graduate who will manufacture their anti-black racist talking points. It's because anti-black racism is part of the Ivy League's DNA. They were built on slavery. The tens of billions that these institutions now own are the direct result of slavery in this country. Well, we're going to teach these Ivy League racists an economics lesson that Irving Fisher wouldn't have approved of. When you engage in anti-black racism, you will pay. Good day, and be good. I'd like to take a moment to recognize some of our contributors. Cloudwalker Z, Detroit Beauty Supply, Stephen Muvisa, Marzine, and Richard Brown. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you. If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified when new videos posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like. The white supremacists hate that. Now, that said, first off, I want to make sure that we give a shout out to Tariq. His #1 selling documentary, Buck Breaking, is debuted. If you want to know why it is that you don't see the black media kissing the white media's behinds and begging for some airtime on CNN or MSNBC, or trying to figure out how to get NPR to put us on, the reason why is we don't need them. We go straight to the source, to the grassroots. Because the audience who the white media, cable, and print organizations are targeting their fare towards, they're not the ones who are actually looking to take down white supremacy. The people who the black media are talking to are. And that's the source. Black media has proven time and time and time again that we can bypass and go around the would-be gatekeepers and outperform the white media's hand-picked, propped-up suckers. We can outperform them and don't have to kiss anybody's behind to do it. While some other people are trying to figure out how do we get HBO to give us a contract, you got the black media saying, forget the doggone contract, you go straight to the people. And so the black media has done precisely that. So again, hats off to Tariq and congratulations on the success of his latest documentary. There's an old saying that real recognizes real, but real is supposed to also be savvy enough to recognize phony too. There's a reason why it is you didn't see the black